Chapter 1617 Bao Su's Small Request. After a period of imitation performance, the plot on the stage changed again. These animals seemed to be a little tired, and each found their own corner on the stage and stopped to rest. The big black bear collapsed next to a big rock, revealing his round belly, and I don't know what he was thinking. The chimpanzee was playing with a small wooden toy out of boredom. Just then, several young people appeared next to the stage, whistling and shouting at the animals on the stage. "Why are you so lifeless? Move quickly. I ran all the way here just to see these bears sleeping. Get up and move quickly." Several young people shouted and made faces at the animals. One of the young men simply took out an empty Coke bottle from his school bag and threw it onto the stage, hitting the black bear's head. The black bear rushed over angrily, but he could only circle around the stage, because there was a high wall in front of him, symbolizing a fence, separating him from the young man. The young man was still laughing recklessly. He made a climbing gesture, indicating that he had climbed up the fence of the high wall, and shouted to the black bear below in a triumphant manner, while continuing to search for other things to throw in his backpack. The audience at the scene suddenly became silent. Although they could see that this was a performance, the young man's behavior still caused discomfort to many people. Everyone was looking forward to how the subsequent plot would unfold. At this moment, the chimpanzee took out a small stone from somewhere and threw it at the young man, hitting him. The young man was looking for something in his backpack, and suddenly he lost control of his body, lost his balance, and fell on the stage. As a result, the animals who were listless just now immediately surrounded him. The young man was scared enough and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. These animals seemed to be human, and the big black bear took the young man and asked him to come to the side of the single-plank bridge, walk on the single-plank bridge first and then ride a bicycle. Under the supervision of these animals, the young man had to perform various performances like an animal. The reversal of roles and the funny performances of the actors made the audience burst into laughter again. The last few animals scolded the uncultured young man and made him use all the props of the animals' performances. Only then did the performance officially end. The young man led the animals to bow to all the audience, and the animals took off their masks one after another, revealing their true faces. Although the venue was air-conditioned, the actors were still sweating profusely in their animal suits. However, they all had smiles on their faces, and were obviously very satisfied with their performances. There was warm applause and cheers at the scene, and they were obviously very satisfied with the performance and felt it was very exciting. Qingshan looked back and saw that before he knew it, all the visitors of the zoo had been attracted to the zoo. Not only was the venue full, but there were also many people standing in the back. Obviously, this wonderful stage performance was a great success. Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. It's true, this animal performance is quite exciting. Not only does it imitate animals vividly, but it is also divided into different stages, and has a plot. Guangjian nodded, yes, and it also has certain educational significance. This performance is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a real-life performance instead of an animal performance. This stage is mainly an imitation show. These actors have obviously worked hard on their movements, otherwise they wouldn't be able to imitate so much. In the second stage, there are interactive pantomime performances. These animals also have some plots with each other, such as grabbing toys or competing on a single-plank bridge. They all act out that silly feeling, which is very interesting. The third stage is even more interesting. This should reflect the uncivilized behavior of some tourists. Many tourists do not know how to respect animals, like to feed them randomly, throw things around, and even deliberately provoke animals just to satisfy their own selfish desires. This is obviously an unhealthy behavior. In the play, animals force tourists to ride bicycles and walk on a single-plank bridge, which swaps the identities of people and animals. This contrast can not only highlight a special sense of humor, but also trigger people's reflection and persuade tourists to behave uncivilized. And to a deeper level, this is also a special kind of performance art. These zoo employees play animals and experience the lives of animals, and can better feel the boredom and helplessness of these animals being locked in cages. This itself is promoting the spirit of the animal park that knows the cold and warmth. Qingshan was completely convinced. At first, he was still thinking that it would be fine if a zoo did not use animals for performances, but it actually used real people to play animals. Isn't this a brain-dead idea? But after watching this performance, Qingshan realized that this was simply an extremely genius idea. It can even be said that this stage performance has injected soul into the entire Lingwanziji Animal Park. However, such stage performances are not held every day, but are distributed according to dates. In addition to this performance, there are some other performance contents. Qingshan said with emotion, "I was a little worried about this animal park before, but now it seems that my worries were completely unfounded. Such an awesome zoo, even if there is no publicity at the beginning, it doesn't matter. As long as the word of mouth slowly ferments, tourists will definitely notice it. Then we can link it with Jingji Hostel, perfect." Qingshan felt that he was healed. He decided to leave Lingnuanzitzi Animal Park and return to Jingji Hostel to continue his unfinished tasks and prepare for the opening of the next new project of Jingji Hostel. That night, the zoo has officially closed, and Tan Xinjiang called all the employees, including Tang Yishu, to a meeting. Everyone's performance today was very good, especially the stage performance, which received unanimous praise from the audience. But the flow of people is still a little small. I think our zoo needs to find a way to promote it. Good wine needs no bush. What do you think, Xiao Tang? Tang Yishu was suddenly called and was a little startled. She hurriedly said, "Well, I agree." Tang Yishu was specially sent by President Pei, so Tan Xinjiang attaches great importance to Tang Yishu's opinions. It's just that so far, although Tang Yishu is very active in the work in the zoo and gets along well with the small animals, but so far, there has been no high-level instructions, nor any particularly constructive opinions. Tan Xinjiang had no other options, so he could only think slowly on his own. He looked at everyone and said, "Do you have any good ideas for publicity?" Although our zoo has sufficient funds, President Pei did not give us special publicity funds. Maybe he was suggesting that we should do it ourselves to make ends meet. Can you think of some publicity methods that cost less, or preferably no money, but are also more effective? The employees looked at each other, discussed for a while, and soon someone raised his hand to speak. Can you contact the person in charge of the Jingji Hostel? Ask them to find a way to attract traffic to us at the entrance. We can print some flyers and let tourists spontaneously bring some relatives and friends to the zoo. I think the effect of these methods of attracting traffic is definitely limited. Otherwise, we can send someone to shoot some short videos and put them online. Maybe it will become popular. Tan Xinjiang's eyes lit up. I think this is a good idea. Short videos are more popular and more popular. The most important thing is that short videos are indeed more suitable for shooting cute pets. They can record the cute side of these animals anytime and anywhere. But who will be responsible for this work? Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at Tang Yishu because the staff present all have their own jobs and have a lot of work to do. Only Tang Yishu, who does not have a fixed job in this animal park, goes to help wherever she sees something, and is the most suitable for shooting videos. Tang Yishu was stunned for a moment, and quickly waved her hand and said, "No, director, I haven't shot these videos much." Tan Xinjiang said, "It doesn't matter, I haven't shot it either, the first time is raw, the second time is familiar. There is no one more suitable for this matter except you, in my opinion, it's settled." Tang Yishu lowered her head slightly and pointed her fingers, "Okay. Okay, then I'll try." At the same time, the office area of the Jingji Hostel was still brightly lit. Chen Contua leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. After calming down, he turned to Hao Qiong and said, "It's almost done. Send a notice to the heads of other departments and tell them to come for a rehearsal in 2 days to familiarize themselves with the terrain of the new project." The construction of the new project has been completed, but there are still some details to be determined. Starting next week, the new haunted house project will enter the trial operation stage. Our best tester is Brother Bao. The test period is 1 month. The heads of each department must show their talents and strengths, and make sure to arrange Brother Bao properly. Hao Qiong nodded. "Okay, I'll notify other heads right away." "But can Brother Bao come? Isn't our inviting the enemy into a trap hangmen banquet behavior too conspicuous? If Brother Bao has a little bit of brains, he shouldn't take the bait, right? What should we do if Brother Bao insists on not coming?" Chen Contua smiled slightly. "Well, I have asked President Pei for help. As long as President Pei takes action, I am not afraid that Brother Bao will not follow." Hao Qiong was happy at first, but then his face showed worry. "But I always feel that President Pei is not firmly on our side, right? I always feel that this behavior will have a very huge hidden danger." Hao Qiong couldn't say what kind of hidden danger there would be, but he felt that President Pei's actions were always difficult to predict and never did meaningless actions. This time, supporting Chen Contua and his team to arrange Bao Su always felt a little weird. Chen Contua showed a firm look on his face. "No matter. Even if it's a big deal, let's talk about it later. Anyway, get Brother Bao here first and establish our Jingji hostel." July 22, Monday. Tenda Group President's Office. In short, Chen Contua and his team plan to invite you to be the chief experiencer of the new project of Jingji hostel. What do you think? Pei Qian looked at Bao Su with a smile. Bao Su laughed, as if he had expected this. After all, when Chen Contua was suffering, he threatened directly. If he did nothing after returning, it would not be Chen Contua's style at all. Moreover, the new project of the Jingji hostel has been under construction for a long time, and the work of the suffering travel next month is also in the repair period. All signs indicate that the judgment day is coming soon. Bao Su pondered for a moment and said, "Of course I can go. But I have a small request." Apparently, Bao Su did not sit and wait for death during this period, but came up with a countermeasure. Pei Qian instantly became interested. "Oh? But you can say it. I will try my best to meet your request." Chapter 16:18. On the surface, he seems to be as steady as an old dog, but in reality. Bao Su asked, "Boss Pei, you should have a design plan for the new haunted house project, right? I want to take a look." Pei Qian nodded immediately and found the design plan for the new haunted house project on the computer. Although this project was designed by Chen Contua, Wang Guangjian and Ma Yichun, since it is the plan for the Jingji Hotel, it must be decided by Boss Pei. Pei Qian took a quick look at the plan at the time and felt that it had great potential, so he passed it without any comments. It is completely understandable that Bao Su wants to take a look at the plan now. After all, he is going to actually enter this haunted house to be the chief experiencer, and it is understandable that he wants to understand the situation inside in advance. However, Pei Qian did not expect that after Bao Su got the plan, he did not look at the previous details carefully, but jumped directly to the interactive content. This time, the haunted house project is called Traveler from a Foreign Land, and the plot is not complicated. It is about a tourist or a group of tourists from a foreign land who come to another dimension of the weird version of Jingzhou and stay in the Jingji Hotel. However, the industries they can access, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Managed Fitness, etc., have all become places where ghosts and monsters are entrenched, and their names have also changed, becoming Demon Prison Internet Cafe, Demon Prison Takeaway, Coffin Drag Fitness, etc. In addition, there are many more intuitive and terrifying marginal areas, such as the Evil Ghost Abyss and the Yellow Spring Swimming, which are more thrilling. There are only two ways to escape from this terrible world. One is to survive in it for a certain period of time, and the other is to find clues to solve the puzzle and leave everywhere. This project can be participated by one person or multiple people, and the difficulty will vary. The staff plays various ghosts in it to scare tourists. Each area has special ghosts. In most cases, they only patrol their own territory. Tourists must avoid these ghosts if they want to get clues. But in some special cases, these ghosts may also gather together, depending on some special mechanisms in the game. For example, if tourists find a key clue, the ghosts will gather together for a cleanup, and tourists must hide patiently and not be discovered. Under this mechanism, there are actually many things that tourists can do. You can choose to act separately, with each person responsible for an area to quickly collect clues, and then summarize and decrypt them. You can also choose to get the key clues first, and after individual warriors lead all the ghosts away, others will go to the corresponding locations to search for other clues. The staff who play ghosts will not maintain a fixed walking route like robots. They can make some adjustments and changes within certain rules according to their own preferences, making the whole game more exciting and unpredictable. Bao Su simply glanced at the puzzle part in front, and he focused all his attention on the ghost roll part in the back. Keeping these things in mind, Bao Su thought about it and said, "Mr. Pei, I hope to assign 2 people from the list of staff who play ghosts. One is the ghost actor who appears directly on the list, and it will be played by Qiao Liang. The other ghost actor who does not need to appear on the list, but will also enter the haunted house will be played by Ruan Guangjian. I want to talk to them privately and separately." Pei Qian nodded, "Okay." July 24th, Wednesday. The new haunted house project, Stranger in a Foreign Land of the Jingji Hotel, officially entered the trial operation stage of internal testing. Because it is in the internal testing stage, it is not open to the general public this time, but Bao Su is allowed to experience the entire project as the chief experience officer of this project. According to Chen Kongtua's plan, of course he hoped that Bao Su would stay in the Stranger Traveler project for a full month. After all, he suffered for 2 months during the suffering trip, so this was already cut in half. However, considering the particularity of this project, Chen Kongtua and other participating leaders also agreed that as long as Brother Bao could find clues as soon as possible and leave this place, the internal test activity would end in advance. After all, everyone is not a real devil, and they are still very responsible for Brother Bao. So the internal test activity may not last for a long time, it may be a month or a week, which depends entirely on the speed of Brother Bao's clearance. Of course, the leaders will deliberately adjust this speed and will not let Brother Bao pass the level so easily. Especially considering that Brother Bao may have secretly read the design plan of the entire project, and has a clear idea of the possible locations of many clues. It is even more necessary to make this project have the desired effect. The leaders considered that when they played the role of ghosts, they could slightly change the position of the clues to make the whole game more exciting, otherwise Brother Bao would pass the level in 2 hours. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Under the call of Chen Kongtua, many leaders actively participated, and even Qiao Liang actively signed up. Qiao Liang is famous for his courage. In order to pass the ultimate horror project, he also experienced a fierce ideological struggle. The enthusiastic registration this time made Chen Kongtua feel that Qiao Liang was as angry as everyone else, so he readily agreed. Chen Kongtua customized special costumes for these leaders, so that they could dress up as ghosts. These leather suits are very well made. When placed in the dark and scary environment of the haunted house, the degree of fright is directly off the charts. However, it is not a big problem to wear them by yourself. As long as you don't look in the mirror, everything will be fine. At this time, in the office of the Jingji hostel, Chen Kongtua was having the final communication with the responsible persons. Finally, confirm again. Everyone should be responsible for their own areas. Remember the mechanisms inside, and don't scare yourself. Each of us will be given a communicator, and I will give real-time instructions in the headset. Everyone can move freely at ordinary times, but when you hear instructions, you must follow my instructions. We must accompany Brother Bao, well this time, understand? The responsible persons said in unison, understood. Among these responsible persons are Xiaopeng, Rui Yuchen, Huang Sibo, Guo Liqing, etc., and some other responsible persons such as Min Jingqiao also wanted to come, but because of their busy work, they could not get away, so they could only wish the internal test activity a successful completion. Each area has various mechanisms and certain trigger mechanisms. The staff who play ghosts must remember all the mechanisms in advance to avoid triggering them, or at least be mentally prepared in advance so that they will not be scared even if they are triggered. Otherwise, before the tourists come, they will accidentally cause themselves to have high blood pressure and neurasthenia. Is that reasonable? Xiaopeng smiled slightly. Don't worry, we have been looking forward to this for a long time. And we have also seen the detailed plan, and we have also visited the site 2 days ago. It is absolutely foolproof. Chen Kongtua nodded. The difference between these leaders and Bao Su is that Bao Su may only be able to find out part of the design plan, and it should be difficult to see the complete plan. Even if he sees the complete plan, he can't go to the site for a field inspection. There is still a big difference between looking at the design plan and field inspection for haunted houses. Many scary things are mainly visual. After seeing them once, the horror effect will be greatly weakened the next time you see them. The leaders have explored the haunted house several times in the past 2 days, and they know the locations of various key props and mechanisms. Compared with Bao Su, who entered for the first time, they have an advantage in every way. Thinking of this, Chen Kongtua gave an order, okay, everyone go and wear the props separately, and let's go inside to gather. Half an hour later, the leaders have taken their positions. Each of them was responsible for an area, and the ghost suits they wore were very similar to the style of the area. They could blend in perfectly by just finding a place and being hard to be discovered. This gave them a great advantage in encounters. The ghost suit has many functions. These leaders can not only communicate with each other at any time with Bluetooth headsets, but also have miniature audio devices on their bodies that can make very scary sounds. In this way, there will be no situation where tourists force themselves to get close to them, but the leaders who play ghosts can't scare tourists. Everyone, take your positions. Brother Bao entered from the main gate. Chen Kongtua's voice came from the headset, and many leaders immediately became alert. Some hid in the mechanism, while others found a corner to blend in with the environment, patiently waiting for Bao Su's arrival. At this time, Bao Su strode into the entrance of the foreign travel. On the surface, he was as steady as an old dog, but in fact, he was panicking. Although Bao Su had a brief look at the design plan of the entire project, there is still a big difference between remembering the design plan and being there in person. Seeing the gloomy layout around, it feels like I am stepping into a mysterious, unknown, and dangerous space step by step. The fear deep in my heart is naturally aroused, making it difficult for me to stay calm. However, Bao Su also tried to tell himself that there must be cameras everywhere here, and Chen Kongtua and his group must be monitoring his actions, ready to see him make a fool of himself, so he must not show his fear. Walking from the entrance, the first thing is a long passage. The design of this Stranger in a Foreign Land project is different from previous projects. The 3 previous horror house projects were directly transformed from a single abandoned factory building, and the factory building used in the ultimate horror was the largest. This time, the Stranger in a Foreign Land project used several factories, but they were all connected by a special passage in the middle. In this way, there is no need to worry about tourists feeling out of place when they go from one factory building to another, and a dangerous and depressing horror atmosphere is created, making people feel that they are completely trapped in a time and space isolated from the world. After passing through a long passage, Bao Su felt that his tense nerves were a little bit overwhelmed. The central area of this project is the largest, and it can also be regarded as the so-called living area. There are more common industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway. And distributed around are some more dangerous places, such as Huangquan Swimming, Evil Ghost Abyss, etc., which are the locations of some difficult clues and need to go through some passages to reach. Tourists walk from the long passage at the entrance to the central area of the entire haunted house, and the long passage will be temporarily closed after entering. So after walking such a long horror passage, although there are no scary ghosts, a lot of mental pressure has accumulated. When I reached the end of the long passage, the gate behind me fell down with a loud click. When the sound comes, most tourists will scream. This is the first time that the new project, Traveler in a Foreign Land, gives Rao a fright. Chapter 1619, The Prison Internet Cafe and the Coffin Drag Gym. Additional updates, please give me monthly tickets. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Fortunately, Baosu had been through many battles and was not frightened by the loud sound of the passage door closing. He looked around and found that this was indeed a large space. Across the street, there were the Prison Internet Cafe, Prison Takeaway, Managed Fitness, and other projects. Looking up, the ceiling of the factory building had been painted into a dark sky, and it seemed that gloomy dark clouds could still be seen, making people feel a little dazed for a moment. Baosu first came to the Prison Takeaway, which was closest to him. Although the layout and decoration style of the Prison Takeaway store number 1 could still be vaguely recognized, it had become unrecognizable overall. The tables and chairs in the dining area outside the store had become dilapidated, with all kinds of dirty and filthy debris on them, and even a white skeleton lying on the table. The counter was also in a mess, and there seemed to be some meat residues that had not been cleaned up. Looking into the back kitchen, the situation was even more horrible. What's more interesting is that the ordering machine on the counter can still be used, but there seems to be some problems with its UI, and the screen flickers frequently. Baosu didn't need to guess that this ordering machine should be the trigger condition for some plots. If you order food on it, some special situations may occur. In order to get special clues to break through the level, you probably need to go deep into the kitchen, and even deal with some very scary monsters, that is, the staff. Baosu smiled disdainfully, turned around and plunged into the Devil Prison Internet Cafe next to him. Who the hell wants to eat in such a place? Of course, the Devil Prison Takeaway really provides meals, otherwise those who live there will starve to death, right? But eating in such a place will indeed cause great damage to the soul. Baosu is not hungry now, and of course he can't raise any appetite. As an internet addict, it is better to go online at this time. When he came to the Devil Prison Internet Cafe, Baosu found that the overall situation here was still similar to Moyu Takeaway. Although the decoration style and layout of the original industry were vaguely retained to a certain extent, the details were completely different and totally different. There was no cashier at the cash register, nor were there any bones. There was only a severed hand that seemed to still have blood on it. It looked like it was chopped off, because the person couldn't pay the internet fee. There were faint traces of bright blood on the ground. Baosu guessed that it was 2 ghosts surfing the internet here, and one ghost tricked the other, leaving the blood behind after the 2 ghosts had a passionate fight. The machines in the internet cafe can all be turned on and used normally, and they are all ROF machines, but they have been specially customized in appearance, which looks weird and feels weird. But Baosu doesn't mind. The internet-addicted teenager is fearless. He had been busy with the suffering trip before. After arranging various leaders of the Tenda Group, he also had to arrange the backbone employees of various departments and the main leaders of the Tenda Brothers Company. After all this round-the-clock work, even Baosu was very tired. And for Baosu, the desire for revenge is gradually decreasing. After all, the people who should be retaliated have been retaliated. Taking this opportunity to surf the internet in a down-to-earth manner is not bad. Bao Su turned on the computer to check and found that the computer here had no internet and could not communicate with the outside world, and the computer desktop was also full of ghost themes. The most outrageous thing is that there is no software on the desktop, only a full desktop of horror games. Bao Su exclaimed, "Wow." It has to be said that Chen Kongtua and Ma Yichun are both game designers, and Ruan Guangjian also has rich game experience. The details they made are quite exquisite, and there are no loopholes at all. Originally, Bao Su was thinking that if there were GOG or other online games on it, he could immerse himself in the game directly, and a few hours might pass in the blink of an eye. Now seeing this plan seems not feasible. Playing horror games in a horror house, if you are a little more involved and immersed, it is easy to scare yourself out of your wits. Bao Su silently read all the horror games, but in the end he still couldn't make up his mind to open them. It's already like this, why not make it harder for yourself? He thought for a while, opened a notepad, and wrote down the work plan for the next stage of the suffering journey in the notepad while thinking. Turn fear and grief into strength. The spirit of hard work can defeat all monsters and demons. Bao Su began to seriously conceive the plan for the next stage of the suffering journey, and once the plan is formed, he can arrange all the responsible persons again. Once you are in this highly concentrated working state, you will become indifferent to many things around you. Even in such an environment, Bao Su can't be shaken at all. The only sound in the terrifying internet cafe is the sound of Bao Su tapping the keyboard. At this time, the voices of discussion sounded in the channels of the responsible persons. Has Brother Bao come in? How is he now? What is the place closest to the entrance? It should be the takeaway shop of the demon prison. Rue Yuchen, did you scare Brother Bao? No, I was waiting for him under the table in the kitchen, but he didn't come in at all. He just walked around the door and seemed to leave. Where is he going now? Chen Kongtua, can't you watch the real-time surveillance? Hurry up and synchronize the situation with all of us. Brother Bao went to the demon prison internet cafe to surf the internet. The channel fell into a brief silence. See what it means to never forget your original intention. Brother Bao still did not forget himself in this situation. As an internet-addicted teenager, the first thing he thought about was not how to find clues to get out as soon as possible, but to go online. Hey, wait a minute. I remember that those computers were only installed with horror games. Could it be that Brother Bao really has such a thick nerve that he dares to play horror games in a horror house? Chen Kongtua said, wait a minute, I'll adjust the surveillance footage to see. Damn, Brother Bao is not playing horror games at all. He opened a text document and is writing the plan for the next stage of the suffering journey. He is already thinking about how to retaliate against us. As soon as this was said, the leaders were in an uproar. The shameless old thief is about to die, but he still doesn't repent. When will the revenge end? Brother Bao, you are still in our hands now, don't force us. We have to report to President Pei. Brother Bao worked overtime without overtime quota during his vacation. According to company regulations, he will be severely punished. What should we do now? Xiao Peng, you are in charge of the demon prison internet cafe, go over and give him a little artificial scare. No, this is too low, I have a better idea. Bao Su stared at the screen intently, completely immersed in his work. He tried to imagine the miserable suffering of these leaders in the new suffering journey, and felt that the mental pressure was greatly reduced. But at this moment, a huge ghost face suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Bao Su was concentrating on the text document, and was not mentally prepared at all. He screamed in fear and leaned back. The action of leaning back caused the mechanism on the special chair to be activated instantly, and it seemed that something was holding the chair. Bao Su failed to escape from a safe distance, and still stared at the ghost face. He was so scared that he gasped, and finally recovered after a few seconds. He took a closer look and found that there was a mechanism under the chair. After activation, a rope was connected to the depths of the computer desk. No wonder he felt pulled by something when he suddenly retreated. This group of people is simply insane. They even set traps in the computer. They have no moral principles. Bao Su calmed down and silently scolded those responsible in his heart. The computer was unusable. No one knew if a ghost face would pop up inexplicably while he was writing a TXT document and scare him. However, after a brief review, Bao Su had memorized all the contents of the document, so he stood up and left. After leaving the internet cafe, Bao Su looked around and walked into the managed gym. The people in charge of the channel became active again. Was that scream from Brother Bao just now? It was so wonderful. Chen Kong Tua, what did you do? You successfully scared Brother Bao. Hee, there is actually a mechanism in that computer. I can control all computer screens to randomly pop up ghost faces. Good guy, Brother Bao was not scared and smashed the monitor with a punch. No, Brother Bao is still quite rational. Generally, people who have the courage to sit in such a place to surf the internet are relatively brave, so even if they are scared, they should not directly take action. Where is Brother Bao now? He went to the gym. Guoliqing is ready to receive customers. Bao Su came to the managed gym and saw that the layout here was still similar, but all kinds of fitness equipment had become horror versions. For example, the dumbbells in the strength area have all turned into eerie white bones, and when they are piled together, it really feels like a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Bao Su is very sure that this place should also have clues to escape. He searched the strength training area, which was full of bones, to see if there were any special props. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the side. A tall monster suddenly rushed out from the shadows. His body was covered with strange green hair. Through the huge wound, you could see the jagged bones and torn flesh. In his hand, he held a serrated butcher knife, covered with blood. Roar! The monster rushed towards Bao Su, with a strong visual impact. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared and fled at this time. Although Bao Su was also scared and screamed softly, he soon calmed down and did not run away. Instead, he asked tentatively, Guoliqing? The monster froze. After a moment, the monster seemed to be enraged. He was seen waving the butcher knife angrily on the spot, and at the same time, a sharp roar broke out from the portable speaker. Roar! Bao Su shrank back in fear at the sudden loud noise, but he was not scared away. He said, You must be Guoliqing, don't pretend, no one else is this big. Chapter 1620 Please complete the challenge on your own, don't ask ghosts. Guoliqing was instantly discouraged. Something's wrong? That's not what the director wrote in the script. Normally, if I suddenly rushed out in this costume, and then shouted loudly, and did a scary move, Bao Su should be scared to death and run away, right? Bao Su didn't run away, but he almost got close to me. The key is that Guoliqing had no other choice. He had done what he could. You can't really chop people with a butcher knife, right? Besides, this butcher knife is just a prop, not a real butcher knife. Guoliqing couldn't hold it anymore, and turned around and wanted to leave. Before he took 2 steps, Guoliqing was stopped by Bao Su and said, Hey, don't go. Old Gua, tell me where the clues to the coffin gym are hidden quickly, so I don't have to find them. Guoliqing was shocked. Good guy. You, Bao Su, are you getting ahead of me? Please complete the challenge on your own and don't ask the ghosts. Guoliqing was very upset. However, Bao Su had no intention of letting him go. He was completely shameless. Guoliqing suddenly had an idea and went to the strength training area full of bones. Then he grabbed a huge bone dumbbell and did a set of bench press, squat and deadlift. Then he looked at Bao Su and motioned him to do the same. This time it was Bao Su's turn to be confused. What the hell? You want me to work out here? The monster played by Guoliqing nodded, and at the same time very considerately removed a few dumbbells and adjusted the weight to a suitable weight for Bao Su. Bao Su's mouth twitched slightly, and he began to weigh the pros and cons quickly. Is it more cost-effective to get the clue after doing a few sets of strength training according to Guoliqing's requirements? Or is it more cost-effective to ignore Guoliqing and look for clues in this coffin-dragging gym? After thinking for a long time, he decided to choose the former. So, Bao Su did strength training under the gaze of this monster. More than half an hour later, Bao Su walked out of the coffin-dragging gym with the help of the wall. Before leaving, he gave Guoliqing a thumbs up to express his gratitude. Because if it weren't for Guoliqing's help, he might not have found this clue. This gym is called the Coffin Drag Gym, and as the name suggests, there is a huge coffin inside, and it can be pulled, just like some regular strength training equipment. Bao Su can choose to pull the coffin himself, but nothing will happen. The correct way is to lie in the coffin, and then the ghost in the gym will appear and keep pulling the coffin. After reaching a certain number of times, the clue will fall out from the lid. It is not difficult in itself. As long as you can overcome claustrophobia, treat the coffin as a sedan chair or a rocking chair, and wait patiently for a while, you can complete the task. It's just that ordinary people should not think of this kind of neurotic brain circuit. Although Bao Su was trained to be useless, he still got the clue under the guidance of Guoliqing. He left the gym with satisfaction. The channels of the responsible people have exploded. Coach Gua, you are such a disgrace to us. How could you do this? Yes, not only did you not scare Bao Su, but you gave him the clues directly. Coach Gua, you are not an undercover agent planted by Bao Su among us, are you? Yes, you can't be soft-hearted about this matter. Guoliqing hurriedly defended himself. Everyone misunderstood. I actually did this for another reason. I think we must adjust our strategy. Showing up in person may not scare Brother Bao. Because Brother Bao already has a psychological expectation that all living creatures that appear are basically played by acquaintances. How can he be afraid in this case? So I think we should use as many scene elements as possible and enter the interactive performance stage in advance. In addition, I have consumed Brother Bao's physical strength through fitness. Now Brother Bao is not running so fast, so what we have to do next will become very simple. Chen Kongtua echoed, yes, I think Coach Gua's approach is right. On the surface, Brother Bao only did a few sets of fitness exercises to get the clue, but in order to get this little clue, he consumed a lot of his physical strength. Obviously, we are more profitable. And Coach Gua has indeed proved that it is probably difficult to cause a big scare to Brother Bao by acting alone. We have to hurry up and upgrade. Okay, everyone listen to my orders and prepare for action. Find a way to lead Brother Bao to a more exciting place. Bao Su walked while reading the words on the clue note with the help of the dim light in the haunted house. I didn't expect it to be just a background story. Simply put, this was originally an ordinary gym. Although the owner didn't earn much, he had no children and was alone. But he lived a happy life. One day, the owner of a gym found an abandoned orphan at the door, so he took him home and adopted him. But soon after, disappearances occurred frequently in this gym. Large pieces of hair often blocked the sewer, and there were a series of strange incidents. However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any results. The orphan who was picked up grew up at an unexpected speed and soon became a burly giant, becoming less and less human. Finally, one day, he looked at the owner of the gym with bloodshot eyes. After reading the whole story, Bao Su's mouth twitched slightly. I thought this cottage atmosphere was quite strong. I spent so much effort on the 3 major items, and my legs were almost broken after doing them once, and the result was such a clue. Bao Su read the note over and over again and found that apart from this background story, there was basically no other content, and it did not serve as a guide at all. In other words, the ghost that appeared in the gym is the abnormal child who was adopted. Then if you want to find the next clue, you should look for it at the door of the gym. Bao Su considered that there was not much useful content in this background story, and most of the content about the gym should not be used, so the only thing that could be used was the origin of this ghost. So he came to the door of the gym, looked around carefully for a long time, and finally found another clue behind a wall tile of a different color. This time the clues changed again. It was no longer a pure text story background, but a picture. From the structure, it should be in the sloth apartment next door. A special room number was marked on the picture. Bao Su took a deep breath and walked towards the sloth apartment while thinking Liang Qingfan was busy with work and had not been arranged by Bao Su before, so he should have no time or mood to play ghost in the Jingji hostel. I wonder which person in charge will be waiting for him in the sloth apartment this time. Like the Demon Prison Internet Cafe and the Demon Prison Takeaway, the sloth apartment has also been deeply renovated. The sign of the sloth apartment at the door has become shabby and smeared with bright red blood stains, and it is completely unrecognizable. The apartment is full of various sundries, and there is only one way to barely enter. There is no front desk and naturally no need to check in. Fortunately, although the area of this apartment is not large, it is not strictly built according to the method of the sloth apartment. It is just a temporary scene. The doors of many rooms on the first floor cannot be opened, and they are decorated as various crime scenes. The second floor is the place that can be used for accommodation, but the conditions are not good, just a single room. Before Bao Su arrived, Qiao Liang and Chen Kongtua, who had already dressed as ghosts, had already ambushed in advance. Chen Kongtua was still a little worried, and reminded him, "Let me reiterate our action plan. First, you hide in the room at the end of the second floor and wait patiently. That room has the best conditions and the most supplies. And you can see some clues from the door. Brother Bao will not let it go. When Brother Bao comes to the first floor, I will kill him by opening the door. But I will not be as embarrassing as Guoliqing. This time I will interact with the mechanism arranged on the scene to create a more terrifying effect, and I will definitely chase Brother Bao upstairs. After Brother Bao shakes me off, he will definitely calm down and search slowly. At this time it will be your turn to appear. There is a prop corpse prepared in advance on the bed. You hide in the cabinet in advance. When Brother Bao is groping for the corpse, you press the switch in the cabinet to make the corpse resurrect. At the moment when Brother Bao is frightened, you suddenly rush out of the cabinet to give him a second fright. I think this should scare him anyway, right? Qiao Liang nodded, I think so too. If you put yourself in his shoes, if it were me, I might have been scared to death. Chen Kongtua's gameplay is equivalent to upgrading the level of fright. First, he will cooperate with the scene mechanism on the first floor to scare Bao Su once. Even if Bao Su held on, he would probably be careless, thinking that there would only be one ghost in a scene. Since Chen Kongtua had been locked up downstairs, it should be safe to search upstairs. As a result, when he searched the fake corpse in that room, the fake corpse suddenly moved, which scared him first. At this juncture, Qiao Liang suddenly rushed out, which should have a good mental damage effect. The two hit it off and went to prepare. After a while, Bao Su arrived. He walked through the messy hallway of the sloth apartment and began to walk inside. The structure of the sloth apartment here is quite special. After entering from the entrance, there is a corridor. You can only see the stairs leading to the second floor when you walk to the end. In other words, you must walk through all the rooms on this floor before you can go to the second floor. The main reason is that there are too many roads and too many choices for tourists. It is not necessarily possible to visit all the rooms. Bao Su looked at it very carefully. Some of the doors of these rooms were closed, some were ajar, and the conditions outside the doors were also different. Some were piled with debris, and some were covered with blood. He took out the previous clue and took a quick look. It was just roughly marked with a red circle. Within this range, there are 2 rooms on the first and second floors. It seems that if you want to get the next clue, you have to search all 4 rooms. The locations of these 4 rooms happen to be the farthest from the stairs. The rooms on the first floor are at the entrance of the lobby, not far away, while the rooms on the second floor need to climb up the stairs and walk to the end of the corridor. Baosu looked at the 2 rooms and found that the conditions were similar. One had bloodstains and the other did not. He had a hunch that there must be a room with a mechanism, or even a person in charge of playing a ghost hiding in the room. But which room exactly? According to common sense, in horror movies, the room without bloodstains is the most dangerous, while the room with bloodstains is safer, but maybe Chen Kongtua was using this to lure him in? Baosu thought about it again, and finally chose to push open the bloodstained room. Chapter 1621, Who was tricking whom? Nothing special happened when the door was opened. Baosu walked in and looked around. Although there were some sundries and scary little pranks, he did not find any particularly useful clues. It seems that the problem should be in the room without blood. Baosu came to the door of the room without blood again and pushed the door open carefully, fearing that he would be killed by the door if he was not careful. Although he was fully prepared before pushing the door open, he suddenly heard a loud thump. Baosu stepped back in fear, but did not see anything unusual behind the door. Instead, the ceiling on the right suddenly broke, and a hideous hanged ghost fell from it instantly. Ah! Baosu was startled and really jumped. When he saw clearly that it was just a prop, but it was very big and similar to a real person, he was relieved. However, just as he looked carefully, the hanged ghost suddenly moved. He stuck out his long tongue and uttered a heart-pounding whisper. He actually cut the rope around his neck and crawled towards Baosu step by step on the ground. Baosu was frightened and screamed again, and subconsciously ran to the left. He originally thought that the hanged ghost was just a prop, so he relaxed his vigilance. Unexpectedly, it suddenly moved. This way of appearance was much more creative than Guo Liqing's, so fear overcame reason, and he couldn't muster up the courage to approach him, but ran away. There was only one way in the whole corridor, and the entrance was blocked by the hanged ghost. Baosu could only go upstairs quickly and then close the door of the stairs. Seeing Baosu escape upstairs as expected, the hanged ghost stood up with satisfaction. Chen Kongtua said to the Bluetooth headset in the leather case, "Old Qiao, pay attention, Brother Bao has gone upstairs, everything is going according to the original plan." At the same time, Qiao Liang was hiding in the room at the end of the corridor. Hearing Chen Kongtua's instructions, he quickly hid in the cabinet next to him. This cabinet was specially made and very spacious. Although Qiao Liang was wearing a leather suit costume for playing a ghost, he did not feel cramped. Through the gap in the cabinet, you can clearly see the corpse on the bed outside. There were small footsteps outside. It was obvious that Baosu had calmed down again and found that the hanged ghost below did not chase him. After going upstairs, Baosu made up his mind to continue searching the remaining 2 rooms on the map, that is, the room where Qiao Liang was and the room next door. But this time Baosu seemed to be much more stable and did not rush in. Qiao Liang waited in the closet for a while, but Baosu was a little bored when he didn't wait. Chen Kongtua asked in the headset, "How is it, Lao Qiao, has Brother Bao gone?" Qiao Liang was a little helpless, "Not yet, but it should be soon. By the way, the project is really rich and powerful. There are 2 props on such a small bed." Chen Kongtua was stunned for a moment. "What 2 props?" Qiao Liang said, "That's 2. Hey, Brother Bao is here, I won't tell you, I have to watch the opportunity to scare him." Chen Kongtua was even more confused. He hurriedly asked, "Lao Qiao, please explain clearly, what 2 props? There should be only one body on the bed, what else did you see?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard 3 consecutive screams in the headset. Then the headphones fell into chaos. The first scream should be automatically issued by the system. As long as Qiao Liang pressed the mechanical bed, the corpse would suddenly explode and make a ghostly sound. This is a mechanical corpse. It will only suddenly bounce up from the bed and then return to its original position. It will not pose any threat. The second scream was naturally from Bao Su. When he was checking the room near the body on the bed, Qiao Liang suddenly pressed the mechanism, which obviously scared him. However, the third scream was from Qiao Liang. Chen Kongtua was confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on, so he hurried up the stairs. As a result, he saw Qiao Liang, who was wearing a ghost suit, and Bao Su, who was pale, running madly one after the other. Behind them, there was a man holding a bright red axe and chasing. Bao Su was running in front, covering his left arm, which seemed to have blood flowing out, looking very scary. Qiao Liang followed closely behind, probably also covering him, but he was obviously running in a panic. Chen Kongtua was so scared that he quickly took off the leather suit of his headband and asked, "What happened?" Especially when he saw Bao Su covering his left arm, blood kept flowing out of his fingers. Bao Su's tone was both shocked and angry. "You guys are too much, you're really serious." Qiao Liang hurriedly said, "Brother Bao, you misunderstood. We don't know where this guy came from, we don't know him at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure behind him raised his axe high and chopped it down fiercely. Fortunately, Qiao Liang and Bao Su had both practiced in the suffering journey, so they dodged and avoided it. The axe directly chopped on the table next to them, making a thumping sound and cutting a gap. Chen Kongtua panicked instantly. How could a gangster sneak into this Jingji hostel? Run! Chen Kongtua grabbed a chair from the side and resisted briefly, and then the three of them ran away. Although it was 3 against 1, Bao Su was already injured and had no fighting power. Chen Kongtua and Qiao Liang were wearing heavy leather suits, which made it inconvenient for them to move. Although their defense was slightly improved, it was not very effective. Moreover, we didn't know where this man came from. We could only see that he had disheveled hair and seemed to have a scar on his face. He looked like a vicious and cruel person who would kill without blinking an eye. It was better to run first and find other responsible persons, before making a long-term plan. Chen Kongtua shouted in the channel while running, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, there is a problem. Who is closest to the exit? Hurry up and call the police with your mobile phone." According to the normal process, Chen Kongtua should have been monitoring this situation in the venue at any time at the central console, but he was so high that he went down in person, so there was no one at the central console. In addition, all the responsible persons had to wear leather cases, so they could not carry their mobile phones, so they were all placed near the entrance to the backstage. The channel was instantly in chaos, and it was obvious that the other responsible persons were also a little confused after hearing this chaotic noise, and they didn't know what exactly happened. "What's going on, Lao Chen? Is this part of the script? What's going on here? Why do we need to call the police? There's no police in our script. Guo Liqing should be closest to the phone, he's already gone to get it. Lao Chen, where are you guys? I'll come find you." Several people who were lurking nearby couldn't sit still and left. Chen Kongtua and Qiao Liang took Bao Su and temporarily got rid of the axe-wielding pervert with their familiarity with the area. As a result, before they ran far, they heard Guo Liqing's shocked voice in the headset, "All the phones here are gone." The people in charge of the channel were shocked. "My phone is missing? Who did it? That means someone came here shortly after we came in and took our phones away? That's not right. Our venue should be closed and not accepting outside visitors. But if some people with ulterior motives want to come in, they can still come in. Could there be any wanted criminals who have escaped from Jingzhou prison recently?" Chen Kongtua was also completely panicked. He didn't want a good haunted house internal test activity to really turn into a crime scene. Many horror movie scenes flashed through his mind. They were originally filming a horror movie, but it turned out to be real. Many people lost their vigilance during the filming and were killed one by the murderer. Thinking of this, Chen Kongtua hurriedly said, "Don't worry, everyone. We are a lot of people. Let's gather together at the entrance and leave. Find someone to call the police." 2 people supported the injured Bao Su to walk out. Along the way, many ghosts hiding in other places also appeared and gathered together. Everyone took off their leather suits, with serious expressions and highly alert looks. However, just when they walked to the entrance, they suddenly found that the gangster appeared from nowhere and blocked the entrance. The gangster still held the axe in his hand, and it seemed that blood was dripping on it. At the same time, Bao Su seemed to have lost too much blood and fell into a confused state. Although Qiao Liang had torn a piece of rag to bandage him simply before, it didn't seem to have much effect. The responsible people saw that the entrance was blocked by the gangster, and their faces showed fear but determination. Guo Liqing took the lead. He took out a dumbbell bar from the gym equipment, and said, "Don't be afraid, we are many, we will do it together. How dare you mess up when the head of Tenda is building a team? Let him see the results of our coffin-dragging gym. There are other exits here, but Bao Su is obviously unable to hold on." The leaders instantly shared the same hatred and took a step forward. "Okay, we have more people, let's kill him." The atmosphere in the venue was very solemn, and a bloody battle seemed to be imminent. Many people were worried. This gangster looked extremely vicious. Could it be that all the leaders of Tenda Group competition were wiped out by him alone? That would be too funny. Each of them was an important figure outside, each responsible for a key industry of Tenda, but they were wiped out because of a gangster. It seemed a bit funny in the tragedy. The 2 sides were deadlocked for a while, and Guo Liqing shouted and was about to rush up first. However, at this moment, the gangster let out a burst of uncontrollable laughter. In the crowd, Bao Su, who seemed to be about to faint, also threw his arms, and Qiao Liang, who was ready to fight, also laughed. The gangster took off the wig on his head and tore off a piece of fake skin for makeup. Everyone looked closely. Isn't this Ruan Guangjian? Chapter 1622. Bao Su breaks the situation with wit. Becoming the richest man starts from playing games. Everyone was stunned. It was a bit unclear what was going on. What's going on? Ruan Guangjian, why are you here? Chen Kongtua was very confused. He had invited Ruan Guangjian before, wanting him to participate in the revenge against Bao Su as the person in charge like Qiao Liang, but Ruan Guangjian refused on the grounds that he was busy with work. Unexpectedly, Ruan Guangjian came secretly and appeared in this way. Ruan Guangjian laughed. "How is it?" "My acting is not bad." Qiao Liang said, "I have long said that you are most suitable to play a perverted killer, as long as you restrain yourself a little. But then again, although you are acting very similar, it is actually a true performance, which is not difficult. Brother Bao and I are the ones who truly contribute Oscar-winning acting skills." Everyone looked at Bao Su again, and saw that Bao Su, who was groaning and about to die just now, had become lively again. He showed everyone the wound on his left arm, but there was actually no wound at all. He just used the blood bags used in movies to create a realistic effect, just like real bleeding. In addition, the scene was very chaotic at that time, so Chen Kongtua was easily fooled. The other responsible persons were still confused and had no idea what was going on. Qiao Liang explained, "Brother Bao knew that you would definitely target him, so he found me and Ruan Guangjian in advance to cooperate with him to play a double act. We asked Brother Ruan to dress up as a perverted murderer and sneak in secretly, and then Brother Bao and I pretended to be chased by a perverted murderer. As for the mobile phone, of course, it was also secretly hidden by Brother Ruan, in the pile of miscellaneous items over there. Chen Kongtua was a little amused. This was really a case of stealing chickens and losing rice. Originally, he wanted to join forces with other responsible persons to give Baosu some scares, and all kinds of mechanisms were arranged. Unexpectedly, Baosu actually came back with his own way. He found Xiao Liang and Wang Guangjin, one as an insider and the other as an outsider, and played a double act, which scared all the responsible persons instead. Although it was a bit outrageous, the people in charge were really fooled and really thought that a perverted murderer had sneaked into the haunted house project. Baosu smiled slightly. How about it, do you want to continue playing? Chen Kongtua waved his hand in disappointment. Forget it, I won't play anymore, it's not interesting. I wanted to be a hunter, but I became the prey inexplicably, which completely ruined my mood. Even if Baosu stayed to experience it, it would be difficult for the leaders to scare him again, as the whole atmosphere had been completely distorted by Baosu. Chen Kongtua had never expected that Baosu would break the situation in this way. Although he felt very unhappy, he could only accept it. Xiao Liang said, in fact, I think this incident has given us an inspiration. The Stranger Traveler project can obviously have more ways to play, such as the undercover mode. When tourists participate in this project as a team, each person can be assigned a unique identity and task. One of them is an undercover agent, who needs to be responsible for destroying evidence in the haunted house, hindering the team from completing the task, or achieving some special goals. If it is proved that the undercover can successfully complete the task, there will be a unique reward. On the contrary, if the undercover is discovered, other team members can also use certain means to heal him and make him a friendly team member again. I think this form full of entertainment and excitement can also be an important supplement to the gameplay. Chen Kongtua clapped his hands. That makes sense. The original intention of designing the project Stranger in a Foreign Land is to bring tourists a sense of mental terror by distorting some common scenes, just like a haunted house nightmare. If we think along this line of thought, what could be more exciting than having a teammate who is actually a ghost or an undercover agent? Especially for some old players who have entered many times, they may have figured out the action rules of ghosts and have sufficient psychological preparation. It is difficult for ghosts, played by simple agencies or staff, to cause them greater fright and excitement. In this case, if different people can play undercover in the team every time, it will make this project a repeatable and more playable project. And it is not in the future. We can develop multiple gameplays based on this, and give tourists completely different experiences every time in the same scene. Wang Guangjian added, I also thought of a new idea, which is to determine the ending of tourists based on the final results they reach in team mode. For example, a player went through a lot of hardships and used his companions to solve the puzzle, thinking that he had successfully escaped, but at this time he triggered a special ending and became a ghost, bound here by the wandering souls of other partners. We can provide players with multiple endings based on the different results of solving puzzles, so that some people will try different routes for a fresh ending and form a team to experience it repeatedly. At the same time, it can also greatly increase the fun of the project. Chen Kongtua couldn't help but applaud. Good idea, it sounds very promising. I'll go back and come up with a new plan. Hao Qiong asked, what about our internal test activities? Originally, it was planned to let Baosu experience it here for 10 days and a half months, and find various puzzles. As a result, Baosu's beautiful counter-espionage plan directly cracked everyone's plot, and this internal test activity naturally became meaningless. Chen Kongtua said, next, select a group of internal test players from our old players of Jingji Hostel to play. July 27, Saturday. The carefully selected internal test player team entered the Stranger Traveler project of Jingji Hostel. These internal test players were selected from the hardcore players of Jingji Hostel. However, only about 1/3 of them have experience in completing the Ultimate Terror. Although some others have not experienced the Ultimate Terror project, they have also experienced desperate escape or haunted house nightmare. At first, Qingshan planned to select all tourists who have completed the ultimate terror for internal testing. But then he thought it was not appropriate. Because the tourists who pass the ultimate horror are basically hardcore horror house players who have a very strong ability to withstand horror scenes. If only this type of tourists are selected, the final test results may have some deviations. The entire team must have players with different tolerances to horror scenes, so that the test conclusions can be comprehensive and accurate. Moreover, players with different personalities may adopt different game methods after entering, which is also one of the key points to be observed in the internal test. This time, the ghosts are not played by the responsible persons, but by special haunted house actors. These actors basically have some experience in physical performance, and they are quite scary when they play ghosts. Qingshan, the person in charge, is at the central control desk, always keeping in touch with the ghost actors in the horror house, and checking the specific situation of each scene according to the surveillance camera. Once a problem is found, the staff can be arranged to evacuate immediately. This internal test will last for 3 days, mainly to determine the degree of fright for tourists for each mechanism and scene, and at the same time confirm the difficulty of solving the puzzle. If a scene or mechanism scares tourists too much, then some distinctions and prompts will be considered at the entrance of the scene, such as more bloodstains at the door of the dangerous scene, so that brave players can go in to explore. If the player frequently gets stuck at a certain stage in the puzzle, then we should consider adding relevant hints for this stage so that the player can solve the clues more smoothly. At the same time, Qingshan is also seriously thinking about new ways to play the inner ghost mode. He believed that after the internal test was over, the Stranger Traveler project would be a big hit and become the new top entertainment project for economic forecasting. At 6 p.m., the first day of the internal test came to an end. The players who participated in the internal test left the Stranger Traveler project, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they began a heated discussion. This new project is very interesting. Not only does the scene use scenes from various industries of the Tenda Group to build a thrilling parallel world, but it also combines these settings to create some special horror scenes, which is really quite novel and has never been seen in other haunted houses. It is also interesting to dynamically adjust the number of people. The whole venue is large enough, and the interaction is very good when you come in as a team. However, it is said that there are also single-player experience sessions. I don't know what kind of horror it is for a single person to experience in such a large place. I must try it when I have time. It is quite interesting to solve puzzles in such a thrilling environment. It has a bit of the flavor of escape room, but the scene is larger and the overall rhythm is freer. The horror level is just right, and there is an endless aftertaste. Although it is very scary inside, once you leave, the brain's protection mechanism will soon be activated and all the memories inside will be forgotten. It's just that this horror house is related to the real scene, so I always feel that the after effect is strong. I still have some lingering fears. Why don't we go to the healing fountain to wash our hands? Wait, there seems to be an entrance to the zoo here. We can go to the zoo to heal. The proposal to go to the zoo was quickly agreed by everyone. Although the healing fountain can also have a certain healing effect, after all, I have been there many times. Every time I come out of the ultimate horror or the nightmare of the haunted house, I have to go to the healing fountain to wash my hands. The Strange Traveler project is right opposite the newly opened zoo, so of course I have to go in and experience it. Everyone walked into the zoo, and probably because today is Saturday, they found that there were still many people in the zoo. All kinds of cute little animals, looking energetic, jumping up and down in it. And many small animals are not afraid of people, and interact closely with tourists under the guidance of the administrator. After touching the furry little animal, everyone felt that the shock they had received in the Stranger Traveler program had melted away like ice and snow encountering the warm sunshine. Continuing forward, everyone saw the wonders of the Barbar area. Two tourists were seen barbering with a parrot named Gang Gang and a fully automatic intelligent barbar machine, and the two were quickly defeated. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that the style of this zoo seemed to be very unique. Chapter 1623, Crosstalk Special. The crowd continued to move forward and came to the stage performance area. I heard that the stage performance of this Linghuanziji Animal Park is very good and must not be missed. But it seems that the stage play has been performed this afternoon, and it seems that other programs are scheduled tonight. Really? That's a pity. After we complete the internal test of Stranger Traveler, we can choose a time to watch the stage play together. I wonder what programs are there in the evening? It is not clearly written on the program list. Hurry up and find a seat first, it will be full in a while. Everyone hurriedly sat down in the audience. Although there was still half an hour before the official opening, there were not many empty seats in the audience, which was enough to show the enthusiasm of tourists for the stage performance of this zoo. It is estimated that when the official opening, the scene will most likely be crowded. Some tourists who participated in the internal test of Stranger Traveler came for the first time and felt very fresh when they saw this scene. They had heard a long time ago that there were no animal performances in the Linghuanziji Animal Park, and the most exciting thing was the stage play performed by actors wearing animal skins, but this stage play has been performed for quite a few times, and it was just performed this afternoon. Why are other shows so popular with the audience? Some people even set up cameras in the back. Some tourists who didn't know the truth asked each other, "Brother, what show are we going to perform tonight?" The frequent visitor explained, "Crosstalk." The tourist who asked the question was stunned for a moment and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Crosstalk? The frequent visitor nodded. The employees of this zoo are really talented. Each employee has one or two talents. Take the two people today for example. One used to be an elephant keeper in Jingzhou Zoo and liked to tell crosstalk in his spare time. Later, he was poached by Linghuanziji Animal Park. Now he performs shows in his spare time. As a result, he tells crosstalk very well and has more and more fans. Our place is almost becoming a commercial performance site. Yeah. It seems that there is another employee who sings very well. Among the people who often come to the zoo now, many are his fans. It is said that Chen Lei also knows about this and has decided to come and sing with him next month. If you want to come and listen, remember to grab tickets, otherwise they will all be snatched away by Chen Lei's fans. The tourist who asked the question was shocked and felt that his 3 views had been overturned. Such an ordinary zoo is actually full of talents. All these employees are so talented. Some can tell crosstalk and some can sing. It's really amazing. This alone beats other zoos by a lot. On second thought, this is normal. After all, the work pressure in the zoo is very low. The daily work tasks of these employees are to play with the animals and clean up. They earn a lot of money and are in a full mental state every day. There are no animal performances in the zoo, and the director encourages everyone to perform on stage. Those employees who are interested will naturally participate. And because the work pressure is not high, they can also study their side jobs to their heart's content. Slowly improve themselves. There are 1 or 2 geniuses who stand out quickly. These people were sighing, and suddenly heard a "ah" sound from the crowd, and 2 crosstalk actors came on stage. The 2 crosstalk performers were really dressed in long robes, and were very professional. If you didn't know in advance, it would be hard to connect them with the zoo staff. The whole stage seemed to have turned into a crosstalk show in a second. The 2 actors' performances were also very professional. They bowed to the audience first, and then began to perform slowly, with a very good rhythm control. The funny actor had a round face and a natural and unique smirk on his face. Today's crowd seems to be more than last time. Thank you very much for your support. We are both amateur crosstalk performers. We are really flattered to receive your love. Let's make a simple self-introduction. We are both employees of the animal park. The tall supporting actor hurriedly stopped him. Stop, stop. Please wait a moment. Is it appropriate to ridicule the animal park? The two of them performed one sentence each, and the rhythm was very natural. Isn't it sarcastic about the animal park? Good fellow, you can even remember the name of your own workplace wrong. It's not sarcastic, it's cold and warm. Oh, cold and warm. It's okay, there's not much difference, they're all hot, cold, sour and sweet. Good fellow, you only know how to eat. We are employees of the cold and warm animal park. Our main job every day is to act like animals here. Wait a minute, is being an animal appropriate? What else? We're not animals, we're feeding animals and acting like animals. Is there a difference? The difference is huge, one is inside and the other is outside. Then where are you? Of course I'm outside. Oh, I see, free range. I can see that animals of your size are generally more ferocious and easy to hurt people, so you have to be given a larger space to move around. Is it okay to raise them in a free-range manner? I'm not an animal, I'm an animal keeper. Yes, 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 animal keeper, the animals are getting thinner and thinner, and you are getting fatter and fatter. You should make it clear. There is no causal relationship between the animals getting thinner and thinner and my getting fatter. I haven't embezzled any of the animals' food. Besides, we know the cold and warmth in the animal park. All the animals have enough food. No animal is getting thinner. Yes, 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 look at these strong animals, each of them is full of energy, that's because they are nourished by you. There are your bones and blood in their bodies. Will you wait for bones and blood first? What should it be? Heart and blood. It's the result of my heart and blood. Not much difference. That's a big deal. The specific method is very different at the biological level. In short, you have paid a lot for the health of these animals. In fact, it's just some of my job. I give these animals enough exercise every day, so they can be healthy and happy. Yes, sufficient exercise. Just like why those large dogs destroy the house, it is mainly because they do not get enough exercise. So, in order to prevent these large animals in our zoo from getting depressed and destroying our zoo, you fight with these ferocious large animals such as parrots, Arctic foxes, and otters in the zoo every day. Oh, the fights are so brutal every day, oh, the amount of exercise is very large. Wait a minute, wait a minute. If you keep talking like this, someone will report us for animal abuse, which is not the case. I just play with cats and walk dogs when I have nothing to do, nothing else. You say this, I don't agree. Yesterday, I saw you arguing with that parrot called Gang Gang. Oh, it was so tragic. You two were arguing with each other. In the end, even the automatic argument machine next to you couldn't stand it anymore and came to persuade you to stop fighting. Good fellow, I'm afraid I don't know how to write the word death. These two are the dragons and phoenixes in the argument world. I won't even talk about arguing with them. Even when they are arguing, I might get hurt by mistake if I stand next to them. The two of them talked back and forth, humorously, and controlled the rhythm perfectly, causing bursts of laughter from time to time. Crosstalk is a very strange thing. With the same script and the same jokes, some crosstalk actors can make people laugh and cheer. Some crosstalk actors can only make the whole audience drowsy and have no effect at all. And different crosstalk actors have very strong personal styles. Some people make people laugh just by standing there, while others, no matter how hard they try to make people laugh, give people a feeling of forcibly tickling. These two crosstalk performers are both very eloquent and have distinct personal styles. They cooperate well with each other, and this crosstalk segment combines many jokes about the animal park, which can resonate with the audience. While the audience laughed out loud, they also took out their mobile phones to record the video. This crossdock is so interesting, it's worth the trip. That's right, I bought a zoo ticket and got a crossdock ticket for free. It's a great deal. The video recorded by the camera should be posted on the Ellie Island website, right? I'll let my roommates listen to it when I get back, and call them over to play together some other day. This is indeed a good place for team building for young people, suitable for people with different tastes. No one should dislike furry little animals, right? I think the model of Lingwan Ziji Animal Park is very good. There are no animal performances, all of which are performed by employees. And you can see that these animals are well taken care of, and they are all full of energy. This new form of zoo is more interesting than the old-fashioned zoo. Another important point is that the concept conveyed by this zoo is very good, especially the stage play, which promotes the spirit of harmony between humans and animals very well. If you bring children here to play, it can have a good educational significance. You can also come to listen to the concert some other day. The employee sang very well. It is said that Chenlei is also interested in singing with him. I suggest that those who have come out of the haunted house come to the zoo for a walk. After being psychologically stimulated, you can directly heal yourself with small animals. It's perfect. I hope the Terror Hostel project will soon launch a joint ticket at the zoo. That little Arctic fox is so cute. Every time I come here, I cling to the railings and look at it eagerly. I really want to take it home. I feel uncomfortable if I can't see it for a day. You can scan the QR code, so you can observe its movements on the app 24 hours a day. That won't work. It looks soulless on the software. You must come to the scene to see it, or even touch it with your own hands, to satisfy your enjoyment. Everyone said that such a fun zoo has so few visitors. Is there any justice? We must promote it spontaneously, and let people from all over Jingzhou come to play. Chapter 1624, Watching Animals Can Make People Happy, Additional Updates, Please Give Me Monthly Tickets. July 28, Sunday. Li Shi and several investors came to Jingji Hotel to inspect the current situation of Jingji Hotel. It's been a long time since I saw such a full house. It's not inferior to many large amusement parks. An investor looked at the huge crowds of people at the entrance of Jingji Hotel and couldn't help but exclaimed. Although Jingji Hotel was popular for a while in the past, everyone has played these 3 haunted house projects for a long time. Whether it is local tourists in Handong province or tourists from all over the country, they have almost absorbed them, and everyone who should come to play has played. No matter how fun the project is, you will get tired of it. Later, after Jingji Hotel opened a new roller coaster project and commercial area, it was able to stabilize the number of people every day at a relatively good level through the local passenger flow in Jingzhou. But such an unprecedented full situation has not appeared for a long time. Li Shi smiled slightly. We can all see the problem, can't President Pei see it? Look, the new project is coming soon. You all read the public opinion on the internet yesterday, right? Everyone has praised these 2 new projects unanimously. Other investors nodded in agreement. The popularity of the Jingji Hostel certainly cannot be hidden from these investors. After all, they have a direct investment relationship with the Jingji Hostel and can benefit from it. In the past 2 days, after the new projects of Jingji Hostel, Stranger Traveler and Cold and Warm Animal Park were opened, many revelations and comments appeared on the internet at the first time. After all, Jingji Hostel is also a unique amusement park in China, and many local players in Jingzhou are closely following the birth of new projects. And these investors have been brushing the comments of these netizens for a long time, and they are secretly happy. I heard that this new haunted house project called Stranger Traveler is very interesting. It is very loose in terms of the number of people. You can go in groups. There are no fixed requirements. Some common scenes are used in it. But there are clues to crack, ghost role-playing, and many completely unexpected special ways of playing. It is much better than the general escape room. I heard that this was personally tested by Bao Su and the responsible persons. It is definitely worth experiencing. And many people reported that the fright level of this haunted house project is moderate, unlike other haunted houses that have many malicious designs of opening doors to kill. That's right. Other haunted houses can easily scare people so much that they dare not open their eyes, but the level of scares in this haunted house has obviously been carefully considered. While maintaining the sense of horror, it can also encourage some timid people to come in and experience it. Moreover, the level of scares can be adjusted by adjusting the number of team members and the specific gameplay, which will maximize the expansion of the player group. If you ask me, this animal park is also a stroke of genius. On the one hand, it is linked to the new haunted house project, allowing those who are frightened to go to the zoo to see the animals. On the other hand, the unique design of this zoo can easily form a marketing effect, and naturally it will be active. I think it is a very wise choice for President Pei not to buy wild animals on a large scale. Because the conditions required for wild animals are relatively stringent, and they overlap with the positioning of Jingzhou's wildlife park. Now the model of Lingnuanzitzi Animal Park is unique. Yes. I completely agree. In fact, many people have a curiosity about wild animals. Although they buy tickets, it is only their curiosity that makes them watch. After watching it once, few people are willing to watch it every day, but if it is an animal like a pet, it is different. Tourists are willing to watch it repeatedly, just like meeting their old friends. That's right. Lingnuanziji Animal Park has also named these animals and provided QR codes so that you can see the dynamics of these animals at any time. This is all an effort to establish a connection between animals and tourists. Some of these animals are made into internet celebrities, making them more recognizable and memorable, thus distinguishing them from other wild animals. Letting employees perform on stage instead of animal stage performances is an amazing idea. I don't know how they came up with it. By the way, these employees are all versatile. They can perform stage plays, tell crosstalk, and sing. Where did they find them? Could it be that Tenda employees have their own versatile attributes? That's definitely impossible. I think it must be that President Pei secretly found someone to hire these talented people as animal keepers at high salaries, so that they can create a good topic. Although it is a marketing method, I think it is very clever. These responsible persons all praised it. Because the better the Jingji Hostel project is run, the greater the benefits they can get from it. In the past 2 days, they have repeatedly read the comments of netizens on the internet, and watched the videos of crosstalk and stage plays. They all applauded and felt that President Pei could often give them such surprises when they least expected it. At the same time, they admired President Li's foresight even more. Back then, when President Pei said he wanted to build a paradise in the old industrial area, no one was optimistic except President Li. Fortunately, these investors finally chose to believe in President Li and followed through. Looking back now, the performance of the Jingji Hostel was not good at the beginning, but it became a hit, and then new projects continued to come to life, becoming the largest amusement park in China, but definitely the most distinctive one. It seems that every step has been carefully planned by President Pei, and every step can give people endless surprises. An investor praised, President Li, you and President Pei are really soulmates, just like Yuboya and Zhong Ziki in those days. Leisure smiled slightly, oh, this is a bit exaggerated, it's flattering me. President Pei is the real genius, and I just happened to see his talent. Okay, then let's not just talk, I have a VIP ticket here, let's go in and take a look. If you are willing, I can talk to Chen Kongtua. Let's talk about it. Let's ask him to arrange a separate phase of the Stranger Traveler project for us to experience. Several investors were immediately shocked, Mr. Li, this is not necessary. Although we all know that the Stranger Traveler project is very fun, it is not suitable for us old people to experience it. Other investors also echoed, yes, Mr. Li, this kind of good project should be left to young people, and we won't compete with them. Yes. Old people like us are suitable to go to the zoo, to play with cats, walk dogs, and see parrots. Leisure joked, how come this is also a project directly related to your interests? Don't you really want to experience it yourself? Mr. Pei must play every game he makes. The investors shook their heads like wave drums. No need, no need, how can we be compared with Mr. Pei? Some people also exposed Leisure's trick on the spot. Mr. Li, I think you are just scaring us. Do you dare to experience the project of strange traveler? So if you dare to go, I dare to follow. How about it? Leisure laughed, ha ha ha, then let's go to see the animals. Seeing animals can make us feel happy physically and mentally, which is suitable for us old people to live out our lives. The investors directly bypassed the entrance of strange traveler and looked at the automatic number-taking machine at the entrance. There were already many people queuing. This large-scale project can be experienced by more than 10 people at a time, and most people can't hold on to the end. At most, they will flee in half an hour, but even so, there are still many people queuing. The investors silently offered their blessings to these warriors. Everyone strolled to the Linghuanziji Animal Park and looked at the time. The stage play had not started yet. So everyone dispersed and went to see their favorite animals. Leisure strolled leisurely and felt the atmosphere of the Linghuanziji Animal Park. I have to say that this name is really appropriate. In fact, every zoo has its own unique atmosphere, but because most zoos are similar, the atmosphere is not much different. But Linghuanziji Animal Park gives people a very warm and sweet feeling. You can feel the vitality of animals without feeling that you are in the wild. Maybe this is the meaning of Linghuanziji. Leisure took a simple walk and found that furry animals are still the most attractive to tourists, such as some cute dogs, alpacas, and Arctic foxes, all of which have attracted a large number of tourists, mostly girls. He found that there was a very proud parrot not far away, and there was an automatic bar lifting machine next to it. There were not many people in this place, which seemed very deserted. Hey, such a big zoo, why is there no one here for the parrot? I remember that the internet said that the parrot in Linghuanziji Zoo must be seen. Did the people on the internet say it wrong? Leisure was a little puzzled, because he had read some comments about Linghuanziji Animal Park on the internet before. Many netizens said that there was a very talkative parrot in this zoo, and you must not miss it when you go. But it doesn't seem to be popular at all now. Of course, netizens did not say how this parrot can talk or what it can say, but let tourists experience it for themselves. Leisure came to the parrot and asked tentatively, "Hello?" The parrot asked back, "Do you really think so?" Leisure was stunned, with a lot of question marks on his head. Before he could come back to his senses and answer the parrot's question, he heard the parrot say, "Start arguing mode." After a while, the investors had almost finished visiting the animals they wanted to see and were ready to gather to watch the stage play. Someone found that Leisure's face was red and his chest was rising and falling slowly, as if he had just had a fierce argument with someone. An investor asked in surprise, "Mr. Li, what's wrong with you?" In their impression, Leisure has always been a gentle and easygoing person. It is rare to see him so angry. Leisure showed a meaningful smile. "Nothing, just now I met a parrot that is very good at talking, and I couldn't help but debate with it. It was quite rewarding. You might as well try it." The investors were very surprised. A parrot that is very good at talking? There is such a rare thing. Why didn't we notice it before? Let's go and have a look together. Seeing that the investors were looking for the parrot named Gang Gang, Leisure couldn't help but smile proudly. Chapter 1625 Doubt Pro Glasses. Monday, July 29th. Tenda Group President's Office. The air conditioner was turned on very high, and Pei Qian was wrapped in a small blanket to check the work status of various departments and the reputation and evaluation of some new industries on the internet. Pei Qian's mood at this time was just like his body temperature. Although it was sunny and clear outside, Pei Qian inexplicably exuded a chill. It's a bit hard to bear. This month can be said to be a series of bad news. At the beginning, Buddha Technologies' new mobile phone and game router were a great success, followed by the Haunted House's Strange Traveler project and the Cold and Warm Animal Park. At first, Pei Qian felt that the game router could be a great success, which was already a very difficult thing to understand, but now it seems that this is just the beginning. So far, folding screen mobile phones are still out of stock, and a lot of mobile phone cases have also been sold. For the out-of-stock issue, Pei Qian has no good solution. He can only agree with Shenhua Group to continue to increase production capacity and then take some measures to curb scalpers. Gaming routers are also increasing their production capacity, but the situation is much better than that of mobile phones. What Pei Qian could not accept the most was that the Haunted House's Stranger Traveler project and the Cold and Warm Animal Park were also very popular. To Pei Qian, the Stranger Traveler project looked similar to the other projects in the Haunted House. They were all made with malicious intent, but they became popular for no apparent reason. Why are there so many people flocking to such a scary place to experience it? This is totally unreasonable. The Cold and Warm Animal Park was even more outrageous. There were obviously no rare animals here, and there was nothing particularly commendable, but tourists were very happy to come and visit. Pei Qian heard that the employees there were very talented, and every time they performed on the spot, it was like a crosstalk show or a concert. At first, he did not believe it, but he searched the internet for videos and found that it was true. This was outrageous. Because Pei Qian did not ask about the selection of employees, these employees were all bought by Tan Xinjiang from somewhere. Even if the salary of the Cold and Warm Animal Park was relatively high, and the employees recruited basically had some extra points, it should not have become so popular, right? I can only say that it is hard to understand. And in the current situation, the two new projects, the Stranger Traveler project and the Cold and Warm Self-Knowing Animal Park, should be finished. The only thing that can make Pei Qian feel a little relieved is that these two projects are infrastructure projects, and the investment is particularly huge. According to the current flow of people, even if they continue to be popular, it will take a long time to recover the investment. Of course, if we take into account the impact of these two projects on other projects of Jingji Hostel and the entire commercial district, then there is no way to talk about it today. Pei Qian can only deceive himself and ignore this part of the income. The past is over, and Pei Qian decided to take a look at the situation in the next 2 months. There are relatively few things in August, only 2 things in total. The first is that Tingda's clothing brand, that is, the luxury clothing brand, and the VR game developed by Qingshan Studio, are about to be officially released. The second thing is that the film The Future You Choose has been shot and is currently undergoing editing and post-production. There will be a Venice Film Festival at the end of August and the beginning of September, and Zhu Xiaozi has confirmed that he will participate. Previously, A Better Tomorrow only won the jury prize at the Cannes Film Festival, which is the second place, and did not win the Palme d'Or, which has always been a regret for all crew members. After such a long period of experience, director Zhu Xiaozi, lead actor Lu Zhiyao and other crew members have made great progress compared to before. This time, The Future You Choose is similar to Tomorrow is Beautiful in terms of subject matter, but even better in some plot details, so director Zhu Xiaozi hopes to use this film to win the highest award of the Venice Film Festival, that is, the Golden Lion Award for Best Film. Pei Qian has always been quite supportive of this, and has fully supported the film financially. Although winning the Golden Lion Award will definitely set off a wave of enthusiasm for this film in China, Pei Qian feels that participating in the Venice Film Festival is not important. On the one hand, the judges of the 3 major international film festivals are all foreigners, and they naturally lack cultural recognition for the films shot by Tenda. It is a bit surprising that Tomorrow is Beautiful can win an award. Many intentions of The Future You Choose are obvious, and it is simpler and more straightforward than Tomorrow is Beautiful, so foreigners may not like it. The probability of winning the Golden Lion Award this time can be said to be very small. It is estimated that at most it will win a Best Actor award, and it is likely that it will not even win the Jury Grand Prize Silver Lion Award. On the other hand, even if it really wins an award at the Venice Film Festival, it may not have a big effect on the domestic or even global box office. Although some movies that won the Golden Lion Award had explosive box office sales, they were usually very successful commercial movies. Most of the movies that won the award had completely failed at the global box office. For Pei Qian, winning the award was the long-cherished wish of Zhu Xiaozi and all the members of Fei Huang Studio. Although the chance of success was low, it was worth encouraging. Give them more funds so that they can have a good time in Europe. At the current stage, Pei Qian still focuses more on luxury clothing. After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt a little worried, so he decided to go to Qingshan Studio to see what this VR game looks like. President Pei, please come this way. Kai Jiadong was already waiting at the door of the company in advance. After receiving Pei Qian, he took him directly to the experience area of Qingshan Studio. Then he began to enthusiastically introduce the new game and new VR glasses equipment to Pei Qian. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. New VR glasses? Already made? Kai Jiadong nodded. Yes, Mr. Pei, our studio is not only developing games, but also updating VR glasses. However, this time the VR glasses have not undergone major changes, and the overall design is still the same as before, so there is no big discussion. The overall shape is still retained, but there are some changes in some small details. The main thing is that the performance and resolution have been improved to a certain extent. After all, the current hardware technology is developing very fast. It can be said that it is changing with each passing day. Mobile phones and computers are updated very quickly, and VR glasses must not lag behind. Pei Qian was silent. He had a very ominous premonition. The hardware level update must mean that some parameters have been improved. In fact, the old Doubt VR glasses were already excellent in terms of parameters, and could completely surpass most VR glasses on the market. For most players, although there is still a certain grid effect, which looks like large particles, it is already very high definition compared to other VR glasses. And this time the hardware has been updated again. Doesn't it mean that the resolution will be further improved? Since the VR glasses of Qingshan Studio can be said to be the most popular, the chance of success is very high, and there are not many competitive opponents on the market. This undoubtedly laid a good foundation for the new game of Qingshan Studio, and reduced the possibility of Pei Qian losing money. Pei Qian said helplessly, "Let me take a look at this new pair of glasses first." After reaching out and taking it from Kai Jiadong, Pei Qian looked at it carefully. He found that the overall shape of this pair of glasses was similar to the previous version. The iconic crescent-shaped forehead guard and flat hexagon, the bulge with the logo of Qingshan Studio were retained, and the overall appearance did not change much. However, many corners are in different colors, which makes the overall look more trendy and cool, and the difference between the new and old models can be distinguished at a glance. As for the handle, there is not much change, and it is completely compatible with the old handle. Kai Jiadong explained, "We plan to name this VR glasses Doubt Pro, which is a high-end version." In fact, compared with the old model, the configuration is mainly improved in resolution. This time we have arranged an 8K screen with more than 800 ppi, and the refresh rate has also been increased to 144 Hz. With the new battery technology, the battery size is reduced, but the capacity is slightly increased. However, considering the improvement of other hardware configurations, it can still only play for 2 hours. The glasses use the latest mobile phone chips, but it is obviously impossible to rely on a mere mobile phone chip to bring this resolution, so most games will run at a low configuration in the all-in-one mode. If you want to fully utilize this screen, you need at least a high-end desktop computer of more than 10,000 yuan. But for those true VR game enthusiasts, this should not be a big problem. The price is a bit more expensive than the old model, priced at 6499, which is less than 2,000 yuan more expensive than before. Although the price increase is a bit high, it is the result of piling up the materials after all. Moreover, customers who can spend more than 10,000 yuan on high-end desktop computers should not mind spending 6,000 yuan to buy a pair of VR glasses for the ultimate gaming experience. Of course, we will also slightly adjust the previous games and add a high-end version to the new glasses. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh that the development and progress of technology is really changing with each passing day, which is amazing. And according to Qingshan, this technology did not appear in the past 2 days, it has been around for a long time. But most VR glasses manufacturers can't do it because they can't afford such a high premium. How many copies of a VR glasses worth more than 6,000 yuan must be sold to make a profit? If the production volume cannot be achieved, there is no way to get a preferential purchase price from the supplier. If the cost cannot be suppressed, there is naturally no way to use it commercially. However, DAO VR glasses are now selling very well. Both individual users and corporate users like Xingyao Interactive Entertainment Experience Hall and Moyu Internet Cafe will buy them in large quantities. Such a huge user base allows Qingshan Studio to boldly pile up materials on the glasses without worrying about the backlog of inventory that cannot be sold. Pei Qian quietly put on the new VR glasses. He also wanted to see what the effect would be after forcibly stacking the VR glasses with materials and stacking them into ultra-high-definition resolution. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1626 Tailoring. After wearing the new VR glasses, Pei Qian's first feeling was that his vision was much wider and the picture was much clearer. Although the clarity is still not comparable to the scenes seen in reality, it is already relatively clear in the cartoon-style game world. Although it is not so realistic, the sense of immersion is definitely greatly improved compared to before. In addition, the most obvious feeling is the change in the field of view. The field of view of the previous VR glasses was 125 degrees, which was a compromise at the time. Although the effect was also good, there was no way to completely eliminate the surrounding borders. The new VR glasses have a field of view of 200 degrees, which is the highest field of view that can be achieved at present. In this field of view, players will not see any black edges, and the sense of immersion will naturally be greatly enhanced. Obviously, with the improvement of configuration, many previous games will also have a brand new experience. Pei Qian was not in the mood to watch the old games for the time being, so he went straight to find this new dress-up game. Qingshan introduced, "Mr. Pei, we finally named this game Tailoring." Although the name sounds ordinary, we mainly considered 2 aspects. First, this idiom is well known, and most people can easily understand its meaning, so they can have a good psychological expectation of how to play the game. The game will be more popular. Second, the story behind this idiom can actually represent a concept of our game. Pei Qian was a little curious, what is the story behind this idiom? Qingshan explained, we actually found out about this after searching online. According to legend, there was once a famous tailor who could tailor clothes to fit people of all sizes. So an official asked him to make a court dress. After the tailor measured his waist size, he was asked how many years he had been an official. The official was very surprised. Why did he have to ask how many years he had been an official when the size of the body was enough to make clothes? The tailor replied that when a person first takes a high position, he is full of energy and will walk with his chest and belly sticking out, so the clothes should be short at the back and long at the front. After a certain number of years of service, his energy will be low, so the clothes should be the same length at the front and back. when an official is about to retire, he will be depressed and walk with his head down, so the clothes should be short at the front and long at the back. In other words, the term tailoring does not only mean making clothes according to each person's body shape and size, but also taking into account each person's mental state. Different mental states will also affect the production process of clothes. We all think that this story is consistent with the concept that our game wants to promote. Regardless of whether the players of our game have a professional background or not, they can be said to be fashion designers, and every fashion designer should have this concept of tailoring clothes to the body. Pei Qian nodded slightly. The name was quite appropriate. Although it looked ordinary on the surface, and compared with his own little naming genius, the name he came up with was completely incomparable, but it still highlighted the connotation of the game. Pei Qian clicked the game icon with the handle and entered the game screen. First, there was a CG animation. This is a newly designed theme song for the game, tailoring clothes to the body. The entire theme song is in Chinese style. The dancer in the center of the picture is wearing traditional Chinese costumes and dancing gracefully, as light and agile as a butterfly wearing flowers. The dance should be completed by motion acquisition. The movements are beautiful and precise, and the highly refined modeling is enough to give people a feeling of being real. As this peerless dancer dances, her skirt and sleeves fly, and she keeps changing various styles of clothes. Even the style changed midway, from the ancient Chinese style to the modern style, from the dance to the clothes to the style of the song, everything changed accordingly. This theme song is like a hodgepodge of different styles, but it blends the different styles together very well through music. The beauty and dancing posture of the peerless dancer, coupled with the changes in the surrounding environment, make the most elegant and perfect side of these different costumes clearly displayed in front of the players. Pei Qian asked in surprise, "Isn't it just a tailor simulator?" The implication is that since it is a tailor simulator, there should be no such fancy things. Why is there such a complicated opening animation? Kai Jiadong explained, "Mr. Pei, in fact, this opening animation did not take much effort, because the models and costumes are ready-made in the game. We just made an appointment for a theme song, and then selected the appropriate costumes and scenes in the game to match this theme song. Our main time and resources are still invested in the development of the game itself." Pei Qian inexplicably felt that the situation was a little bad. This exquisite opening animation made him smell a hint of danger. After officially entering the game, Pei Qian found himself in a very open space, with mirrors all around to check his appearance. In addition, you can also use the handle to zoom in or out, change clothes, or pinch your face. You can choose the first-person perspective to view your appearance in the mirror, or you can choose the third-person perspective to see the whole person from a higher angle. Pei Qian took a quick look. The face-pinching system is very powerful in theory. Whether it is eyebrows, eyes, nose, ears, cheekbones, cheeks, etc., there are many options that can be adjusted. Many players spend 2 hours pinching their faces and experience them for 5 minutes. But Pei Qian does not have the habit of pinching faces, mainly because the faces he pinched are not good-looking. So Pei Qian has gotten used to it and just uses the ready-made ones. This function is also reserved in this game. The official will give several reserved face shapes, which players can use directly. In addition, players can also view other players' popular face-pinching plans online, and they can also copy them with one click. In addition, there is another interesting function that allows you to upload the player's photo, and the system will automatically pinch the face based on the photo. The usage is very simple. After uploading the picture, upload the clear face photo and the clear front body photo to the system respectively, and align them with the body contour, and then simply enter the height, weight, and other data. The system will automatically generate a model player, and you only need to make minor modifications on this basis. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people are very vain and deliberately upload photoshopped photos or celebrity photos. The game does not restrict these people. Instead, it is very considerate to prepare multiple character slots for players. Pei Qian randomly selected a standard male template to enter the game. Although this male standard template is handsome and has a perfect body, Pei Qian still feels that it is not even 1/10,000th of his own. There is no way, since all templates are of this level, he can only make do with it. After entering the game, Pei Qian found that its gameplay is indeed as simple as planned. Each player has his own game space, which has many backgrounds, a pastoral garden background, a brightly lit urban background, and even a future science fiction background. According to different backgrounds, you can choose different outfits. In addition to common decorations such as tables, chairs, and wardrobes, there are also a large number of hangers, where players can hang their collections of clothes on hangers for display. There are also dressing rooms in the rest area. The dressing room is used to repinch the face. It is not ruled out that some people may decide the character's makeup based on the clothes, and it is very necessary to repinch the face at this time, and the dressing room is the place to change clothes. On the other side is the reception room and clothing mall. In the reception room, players can invite friends to their own space, or visit friends' spaces, but there is a maximum number of people that can be accommodated in each space at the same time. If you want to hold a super large party, you need to apply for a special party space in advance. In the clothing mall, players can see the latest official standard suits, as well as highly praised costumes designed by other players. If you want to buy these clothes, you need to pay. Some clothes are charged with game coins, and some clothes need to be purchased with real money. The specific charging method depends on the attitude of the official and the designer. If you think this clothing is insignificant, then charge it with game coins. If you think this clothing is very good and worth players to buy with real money, then charge it with real currency tokens. Players have three main ways to get game coins. The first is to log into the game every day, and you will have a minimum living allowance. The second is to earn game coins by completing some specific tasks. For example, players can choose a mature design plan and restore this plan as much as possible with their own clothing production system. The finished product is compared with the original plan. The higher the degree of completion, the more money you earn. This is to encourage players to design more and allow players to gradually improve their design level and the level of operation of the tailoring function. The third is to make a new plan specifically for some big names in clothing design and compare it with the plan in the library. As long as it is not a blatant plagiarism, it can be put on the store and pushed according to certain system rules for other players to judge. If a player buys it, then after deducting the official commission, the designer can get the corresponding game currency reward. Even if no player buys, as long as there are players who like it, there will be a certain amount of guaranteed game coin rewards. The official commission is just a means of recovering game coins. In fact, due to the existence of the minimum guarantee mechanism and various other forms of game coin output, it is only a matter of time before game coins are flooded. Most people can quickly obtain game coins through normal games and buy their favorite clothes. However, the acquisition of game coins cannot be overly restricted, otherwise it will cause dissatisfaction among most ordinary players. Therefore, the game coins can only lose their meaning after exceeding a certain threshold, which can be regarded as a certain restriction on the behavior of the studio. In addition, those truly high-value design plans need to be traded with cash tokens. Chapter 1627, Let's Hire a Water Army. In addition, in this game, you can switch between the first-person perspective and the third-person perspective at any time. Although for VR games, the first-person perspective usually brings better immersion, after all, in this game, players always have the need to view their beautiful costumes, so a third-person perspective is still needed. In the third-person perspective, the player is equivalent to an outsider and can observe the characters he has pinched from any angle. Pei Qian used the handle to simply turn around twice in his space and experience the functions of each module. However, the game has not been officially launched yet, and some networking functions are still different from the official version. Then Pei Qian came to the workshop in the game and began to check the most critical clothing design system of this game. The imagined professional editor did not appear, and Pei Qian saw a complex version of the face-pinching interface instead. This interface does add the face-pinching function, but the face-pinching and clothing design are two independent systems that do not interfere with each other. You can choose to do the design first, and then adjust the face-pinching and makeup. The first step of design is to determine the model's body data. All models here are wearing underwear by default, which dispels the player's bold ideas. Players can choose from 3 editing modes: entry mode, regular mode, and professional mode. This is mainly due to the different foundations of players, and their ability to use the editor will also vary. Although the original intention of designing this software is to allow ordinary people to participate in clothing design, it must be admitted that professional designers are often professional designers, and their aesthetic level and design ability are higher than ordinary people. Ordinary people may indeed be talented and better than professionals, but such people are very few after all. For those professional clothing designers, whether it is hand-drawing ability or aesthetic level, or understanding of size and materials, they are far better than ordinary people, and the degree of freedom and professionalism required for this editor will naturally be higher. Ordinary people don't understand these at all. They can only give a vague conclusion of whether it looks good or not after seeing a piece of clothing. So they definitely can't use that kind of professional editor, and it is enough to make the editor pinch the face. So the functions of the 3 modes of entry mode, regular mode, and professional mode are different. The entry mode can be understood as a high degree of freedom in dressing and matching. After selecting a set of templates, players can match and piece together the various parts of the template, such as adjusting the length, material, style, color, etc. of the skirt. After adjusting each part of the clothes in a specific way, you can also put together a more beautiful suit. Because it is operated within a certain template, the operation is simple and easy to use, and the designed clothes are basically not ugly. The regular mode is an upgrade based on the entry mode. It allows a more refined size cutting of a certain piece of clothing through a more professional editing mode. For example, in the entry mode, players can only adjust the length, fatness, and color of a pair of pants, but in the regular mode, they can adjust the details of the holes, accessories, buttons, etc. of the pants. Of course, both the regular mode and the entry mode will have some restrictions on some basic factors. For example, the size of the waist and legs of the pants cannot be the size of the model, and after adjusting certain elements, other related elements will automatically adjust and change. For those players who do not have professional knowledge, being able to skillfully use the regular mode is enough. On top of that, there is also a professional mode. In this mode, the system completely releases the restrictions and optimizations on players. Even if players make some designs that the system considers unreasonable, the system will not interfere or modify them. It will only give a prompt to modify them when the model does not fit them. In addition, players can also customize any color scheme and design clothing styles completely independently, just like those professional software. Pei Qian played for a while and felt a little complicated, because it was difficult for him to define whether this game was fun or not. Strictly speaking, this should be considered a large-scale face-pinching system, but the difference is that it is more complicated than the general face-pinching system, and even clothes can be pinched. In addition, there are no other derivative gameplays. Every time players go online, they just pinch clothes, buy clothes, and try clothes. The other is to meet friends or strangers online and show off the new clothes they bought to each other. That's all. For Pei Qian, he is not very addicted to face pinching when playing games, so it is naturally less likely to deeply feel the fun of changing clothes. So it is difficult to feel the fun of this game. It stands to reason that the investment in this game is not small, and everything from the game model to the surrounding scenes is very detailed. If the game is not particularly popular after its release, it will probably be difficult to recover the cost. And the so-called popularity is not enough to have a lot of people when the server is launched. These people must stay and continue to pay because the game itself is free, and players can use game coins to buy some ready-made clothes every time they log in. For players, the motivation to consume is actually a little insufficient. If players only try on clothes without spending money to buy them, they will naturally quit the game after a long time, which makes it difficult for Qingshan Studio to recover the development costs. In short, Pei Qian thinks that the quality of the game tailoring is really good, and the real finished product is better than he imagined, but overall, everything is still within Pei Qian's calculations and has not escaped his control. Thinking of this, Pei Qian took off his VR glasses. Kai Jiadong asked nervously, "How is it, Mr. Pei, how do you feel?" Pei Qian pondered for a moment and said, "I think it's very good, exactly as I expected." Kai Jiadong was surprised. "Do you mean it's stable?" Pei Qian nodded. "Well, I can only, if it's the same as I expected before, it should be relatively stable." Kai Jiadong was overjoyed. Because he knew very well that Mr. Pei could be hypocritical. If Mr. Pei's game is stable, then he will definitely make a lot of money. However, he didn't know that his stability and Pei Qian's stability were not the same thing. Kai Jiadong sent President Pei to the door of Qingshan Studio. Just as he was about to go back, he heard President Pei ask, "By the way, Lao Kai, wait a minute." Kai Jiadong hurriedly turned back. "President Pei, do you have any other instructions?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, "If someone wants to hack our game, then the best entry point should be that the game's gameplay is not good enough, am I right?" Kai Jiadong nodded. "Yes, Mr. Pei, isn't this the problem we have discussed before? Because this game has invested all its funds in the game's graphics and clothing editing functions, we don't have more resources to give it other interesting gameplay. Mr. Pei, do you think this is the weakness of our game, so we should find a way to improve it? For example, when planning the new version, we should take this into consideration?" Pei Qian immediately waved his hand. "No, I mean it's good like this, no need to change." After getting the answer he wanted, Pei Qian left. Leaving Kai Jiadong alone, scratching his head in confusion, wondering what Mr. Pei meant by asking this question. Sitting in the car on the way back, Pei Qian began to consider a strategy for self-rescue. Although the finished product of this game is not much different from what he expected, considering the reputation of Tenda Group and Qingshan Studio, as well as the improved configuration of VR glasses, this game still has a certain possibility of success. So Pei Qian had to find a way to minimize this possibility. How to minimize it? Pei Qian thought of hiring a group of netizens to create public opinion. Although this method is very LOL, it is indeed very useful and has a wide range of applicability, and it has been tried and tested. That's why Pei Qian specifically checked with Kai Jiadong. He thought that for the Water Army, the best way to criticize this game is to criticize its gameplay. As long as they can pin the hat of "this game is good and everything but not fun" on tailoring, then half of the matter will be done. Because this game requires a lot of investment, it needs a large number of players and active users to support it. Once the players form the impression that this game is not fun in the early stage, the number of players can be reduced to the maximum. In short, this should be an excellent entry point. So Pei Qian decided to pay out of his own pocket again and hire some Water Army. Although it was a bit painful, he went all out to make up for the loss during the settlement. Of course, Pei Qian didn't expect the Water Army to be a cure-all. If this game really has the potential to explode, then it will only be a matter of time. Pei Qian hired the Water Army just to reduce the possibility of this explosion and delay the time. He didn't ask for anything else, as long as this game didn't explode and generate a lot of income before the settlement. Thinking of this, Pei Qian once again found his good friend, the leader of the navy, Hu Xiao, and finalized the cooperation with him in a few words. After all, these navy soldiers are paid to do things. As long as the requirements are clear and the price is right, everything can be negotiated. Pei Qian's request this time was not complicated. He just wanted all the water army to seize the fact that the game, tailoring, was not good and beat it up. It would be best if this concept could form a stereotype in the minds of players, so that players would naturally have a feeling that everything is good, but it's not fun when they see this game. As for the specific operation method, it depends on the free play of these water army. Pei Qian thinks it is best not to set too strict rules. As a person who issues orders, it is often better not to be a master of micromanipulation, which can easily limit the performance of frontline soldiers. Pei Qian thought that this was not a very difficult task. Although the IQ of these water army was not high, there were some high-level water army among them. Under Hu Zhao's training, their basic quality was no problem, and they should be able to hack to the point. After arranging everything, Pei Qian patiently waited for the release of the game. Chapter 1628, Give a Black Article. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. August 5, Monday. Pengcheng. Hu Xiao sat at home, busy explaining the new tasks to his water army brothers. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Hu Xiao started bombarding the group with information. It's time to work, it's time to work. Have you all arrived at your workstation? If you have, please type 1 so I can check. If you haven't replied for more than half an hour, you will be treated as late. Hu Xiao gave an order and immediately saw all kinds of 11111 on the screen in the water army group. Obviously, these well-trained water army have already taken their positions. Hu Xiao was very satisfied with this. These water army were carefully trained by him, and they were well trained one by one. Although they all work at home, they are very punctual, which is better than many office workers. After all, working at home, there is no need to rush to the subway or bus, and there is no reason to be late. When almost everyone had arrived, Hu Shaokai said in the group, "Everyone cheer up, today's task is given by one of our old customers, who is a very generous sponsor." Although he used the previous discount this time, everyone must complete the task successfully. Do you understand? Another understood floated through the group. Hu Xiao continued, "The tasks for this time have been sent to your emails, please check them yourself." Simply put, it is to give bad reviews to a game called tailoring. Of course, not all of them are one-star bad reviews, which is too fake and obvious. We should try to make it a right triangle or C-shaped structure, which will be more confusing. Everyone will give different comments according to their division of labor, but all comments must follow one principle, which is to attack the poor gameplay of this game. As for the specific attack method, everyone is a skilled worker, so I don't need to repeat it, right? The water army in the group is eager to try. Don't worry, we know everything. Game reviews also have a specific template, just follow the template. Either it's direct criticism, or advanced criticism, or open praise and hidden criticism, we are familiar with these routines. Hu Xiao was very happy. Okay. Let's prepare while it's still early. When this game goes online, spread these negative reviews as soon as possible. Don't miss any official website or other forums or social platforms. If there is a Moyu Internet Cafe or Xinyao Interactive Entertainment Experience Hall nearby, you can also log into the game there to brush a few sets of negative reviews, which looks more real. There are still relatively few players now, so posting negative reviews can have the most realistic effect. Everyone, hurry up and don't dilly-dally. Whether it is a game or a movie, posting negative reviews at the time when it is just launched is obviously the most effective. Because at this time, there are still a few netizens who have played the game or watched the movie, and most of them are ignorant of the truth and are most likely to be misled by the water army. One of the water army raised a question: will it be too obvious to post these negative reviews too early? And if we kill too hard in the early stage, it will increase the popularity of this game in turn. Hu Xiao said, "It doesn't matter. The developer of this game is not a fool. After the game is launched, there will definitely be a large-scale promotional activity. Let's make an advance payment to match this promotional activity. By then, the player's attention will just shift to this game, and they will see our negative reviews. The timing is the most perfect. The Water Army said that they had learned another trick, and then went to do their own things. According to the information provided by the customer before, the game Tailoring should be released at 10 o'clock this morning. Hu Xiao didn't know why the game chose such a weird release time of 10 a.m. on Monday. But since Qingshan Studio chose this, there must be a reason, and the corresponding publicity resources must be no less. 12 noon, after finishing his lunch, Hu Xiao opened the web page to see what the Water Army had accomplished today. As a result, he opened various forums and read the comments of netizens on the game Tailoring, and suddenly found something wrong. Has the new game of Qingshan Studio been released? How come I didn't know about it? Yes, I only found out today when I saw many people scolding it online that the new game Tailoring has been released, and it is a game for designing clothes by yourself. It seems that the official website has quietly updated the new version of VR glasses. This time it is the 8K version. The configuration is really shocking. Of course, the price also shocked me. Why is Qingshan Studio so low-key? There is no publicity for the release of the game. If there were not many people scolding it online, I would not have known that they released a new game. These people have a consistent tone. They keep saying that the gameplay of this game is not good. Are they water armies? It looks like it. Although their words are different, they all use the gameplay to criticize it. This is a bit strange, but it is also a point to criticize it, but the speed is too fast. Most players don't know about this yet, let alone experience the game. Where did they get the news? Maybe they are internal test players? I haven't heard that this game has so many internal test players. And these comments don't mention their internal test. Logically, if they are really internal test players, they should reveal their identities when posting comments, right? Most likely, competitors took action in advance, but failed to cooperate well with Qingshan Studio. Wasn't that exposed? So what is this game like? You see that the Water Army can only criticize its gameplay, which means that it has achieved perfection in other aspects. And in my opinion, this game is actually quite playable, but it doesn't have the general sense of gameplay fun, which is different from other games. It depends on the person. I suggest you experience it yourself to know. Looking at the comments of these netizens, Hu Xiao was confused. He hurried to find the customer this time, but before he could figure out how to explain, the other party had already sent an angry question. What's going on? I thought you were professional Water Army and wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. As a result, the popularity of this game hasn't risen yet, and you first let the whole world know. From the message sent by this customer, he seemed very angry. Hu Xiao also felt wronged and quickly explained, accident. This is definitely an accident. We had a good plan. We started the Water Army activities as soon as the game was launched. Generally, the official will invest some promotional resources to warm up the game when it is launched, with a certain amount of advance time. So under normal circumstances, our activities should be carried out simultaneously with the official promotional resources. As soon as the heat comes up, netizens can see our negative reviews, and it won't be too abrupt. Unexpectedly, this Qingshan Studio is so unethical. It released the game but did not arrange any promotional resources in the early stage. How could we have thought that such a big game company would release the game without any promotional resources? Hu Xiao explained, and then patiently waited for the other party's reply. After a long time, the other party seemed to be reluctant to reply with 2 words. Okay. Hu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his sincerity touched the customer, which meant that everything could be saved. So he hurried to make further efforts. Don't worry, you are our old customer, we will definitely guarantee the quality of service. How about this? In order to make up for your loss, we will invite a game reviewer with a certain influence to publish a game review of tailoring for free, and discuss the game's gameplay problems. I guarantee you will be satisfied. The customer was silent for a while, and then replied, "Do you want to pay more?" Hu Xiao quickly replied with a desperately shaking head expression, "Not at all. This is a free gift to you in order to make up for our work mistakes." The customer immediately replied, "Okay, thank you very much." Hu Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that his advance payment would cause a misunderstanding. He hurriedly went online to find a familiar game reviewer and prepared to pay him to write a negative article to blacken the game, tailoring, and restore the image of his own water army in the eyes of customers. On the other side, Pei Qian closed the chat interface and was somewhat amused. "I didn't expect that the water army over there would actually make an advance payment, which was perfectly staggered with the popularity of the game. This really can't be blamed on the unprofessional water army. It is precisely because the water army is too professional that such a misunderstanding occurred. It's not that Qingshan Studio didn't want to do early publicity, but it was mainly because it was influenced too much by Pei Qian. Now it doesn't care about things like early publicity. In other words, it is completely Tenda-like. Tenda Group's publicity strategy is to have no strategy, no rules, and no tricks are better than tricks. As long as there is no reverse publicity, it is already a great mercy from President Pei. As a company that has implemented the Tenda spirit most thoroughly, Qingshan Studio has naturally learned this marketing strategy. At first, Pei Qian had to remind Ming Wan and Kai Jiadong not to do too much publicity in the early stage. Now he doesn't need to remind them. Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong have become accustomed to the situation where such a project becomes popular inexplicably. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise. The Water Army Company agreed to send a fine black article for free. Such articles are written by game reviewers who are well known on the internet. Such a black article is more useful than thousands of replies from the Water Army. Pei Qian felt that he should have made a profit. Sure enough, it is the most comfortable to get something for free. He didn't know how much effect such a black article could have, but it was better than nothing. I hope that this game reviewer can grasp the shortcomings of tailoring in terms of insufficient gameplay, and directly strike hard, killing all parties, so that the popularity of this game will be delayed by at least half a year. Chapter 1629. The game is good in every way, but it's not fun? Add more to ask for monthly tickets. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. August 7th, Wednesday. Qiao Liang hid in his small room, wearing the latest Doubt Prover glasses, operating quickly with both hands, and laughing. If he didn't have the handles in both hands, the scene at this time would definitely cause a very serious misunderstanding. At this time, in his game screen, there was a beautiful girl who was elegant and refined, wearing traditional Chinese traditional costumes, and her clothes fluttered like a fairy from ancient mythology. Qiao Liang was editing the clothes of this fairy in the entry mode, or changing the long sleeves or the hem of the skirt, or changing the color matching of different areas of the clothes. He was simply enjoying it. After a long time, Qiao Liang felt that his eyes were a little tired, so he reluctantly took off the VR glasses. This game is really fun, it's like a super large face-shaping simulator. There are other games with very complex face-shaping systems, but this is the first game that even makes clothes so detailed. The most important thing is that it is a VR game. You can view girls 360 degrees without blind spots. Are there any flaws? There are some. First, there are only three-dimensional girls, but no two-dimensional girls. If there were anime-style ones, it would be more exciting. Second, this girl can only stand still or do some simple actions. There is no deep interactive gameplay, which is relatively monotonous. Third, this girl is always wearing underwear, no matter how she is adjusted. Although the style of underwear can be adjusted according to different clothes, it cannot be completely removed after all, which is a bit regrettable. Ahem, I can't say more about this. If I say too much, I will look like a pervert. I am now a well-known game zone-up master and a well-known single-player game anchor. I have to pay attention to my image. But then again, the current popularity of this game is not particularly high. This may be limited by the hardware threshold. When there are more and more players and more excellent design solutions on the internet, this game will definitely be a hit. So far, the game Tailoring has been on sale for 3 days, and Xiao Liang has been paying attention to the latest developments of this game. 3 days have passed, and Qingshan Studio doesn't seem to be planning any large-scale publicity. Instead, the activities of the Water Army are very frequent, which has brought a lot of heat to the game in the early stage. Many players only found out that Qingshan Studio had released a new VR game after seeing the online trolls saying that the game had no gameplay. Xiao Liang naturally bought the new VR glasses and the game as soon as possible, and tried them carefully. He also roughly understood why the game was not popular in the early stage. In fact, there are 2 reasons. First, the configuration requirements of this game are too high. If you want to experience it with the highest configuration, you not only need a high-end computer, but also the latest 8K VR glasses. If you use the original equipment to experience it, the picture quality will be slightly insufficient. Many times, different picture quality will directly affect the first impression of a game in everyone's mind. Second, the content of this game is indeed relatively monotonous, and there is only one way to play, which is to design clothes. Although you can also interact with netizens and adopt some big guys' clothing design plans, there are currently fewer design plans on the internet because the number of players is relatively small. This interactive gameplay has not been fully developed. The gameplay itself does not have the characteristics of rapid dissemination, and the early publicity work of Qingshan Studio is not very powerful, so it is natural that the initial popularity is low. Putting these 2 issues aside, Xiao Liang feels that this game still has a lot to recommend it. The face pinching and clothing design functions are so perfect that this game has become a face pinching simulator and a tailor simulator. This is something that other games have never tried. For many female players and farming players, the gameplay of designing clothes can be played for several years without getting tired of it. Xiao Liang is considering whether to make a video to introduce this game to the players. But he has not found a good entry point for the time being. He originally wanted to make a few very beautiful clothes or restore the game characters in many well-known anime, so that as long as the whole face-pinching process is posted online, a good communication effect can be achieved. Some games can become popular online just by pinching the faces of various anime characters, not to mention this kind of game that can reproduce everything from face to clothes. But the problem is that Xiao Liang is powerless. His brain thinks he can do it, but his hands tell him that he can't do it at all. He tried hard to pinch the well-known anime characters on the internet, but he gave up helplessly after 2 or 3 hours. This kind of professional operation is completely beyond his ability. So Xiao Liang gave up very simply in the end, thinking that it would be more suitable for him to change the girl's clothes in the game. Since he gave up this idea, he had to change his idea to make videos, but if it is to introduce the gameplay, it will seem very empty. Wouldn't it further confirm the rumors on the internet that the gameplay of tailoring is single and the game is not very interesting? Xiao Liang was a little confused, so he decided to look for reviews of this game on the internet to see how others praised this game and find inspiration from it. As he flipped through the comments, he saw a review titled "Tailoring shows that some domestic game designers have reached a dead end." Xiao Liang frowned slightly, and he didn't agree with the title just by seeing it. But he saw that this review seemed to be very popular, with the number of likes and comments ranked at the top, thinking that maybe there was something reasonable about this game, so he clicked in to check it out. At the beginning of this review, the game Tailoring was first briefly introduced, especially the high degree of freedom of face pinching and clothing design system in it was praised. In addition, the update of hardware equipment, the improvement of game image quality, etc., were also highly praised by the review. Obviously, this is a standard method of first praising and then criticizing. The author of the review does not want to appear to be criticizing for no reason, so he lists some of the game's better points at the beginning. The author is obviously not worried that these advantages will have an impact on what he wants to express, because he has found a perfect direction of attack. Although I have listed many advantages above, I still think that the emergence of the game tailoring shows that some domestic game designers have reached a dead end. This dead end is called losing sight of the main goal. This game has indeed put a lot of effort into face shaping and clothing production, making it the most free dress-up game to date. In professional mode, players can even modify the shape and color of each piece of cloth, or start from scratch and make clothes with different cloths and dyes. But tactical diligence cannot cover up strategic laziness, and the richness of game details cannot cover up the lack of playability. Yes, for this kind of game, we players have a common comment: this game is good in every way, but it is not fun. In fact, this game is very functional, allowing players to freely design all kinds of beautiful clothes. Maybe in the future, this game will be linked with games such as GOG. But the problem is that it is just a tool now, not a game. For games, playability is the first priority. The creator of this game obviously didn't understand this point and spent too much energy on some details. Although a rich and complete system was created, it can't bring enough fun to players. To be more precise, it should be a tool for fashion design or game fashion production. After all, it can only satisfy the niche interests of a small number of people, and cannot have an impact on a larger scale. Fashion design is, after all, a very professional category, and it requires very strong professional knowledge to make clothes that are truly in line with the trend and the public's aesthetics. So I think that although this game is very expensive and well-made, its starting point is wrong from the beginning. It is difficult to generate enough heat, it is difficult to recover the development costs, and it is difficult to have a big impact on the player's game life or real life. After reading this review, Qiao Liang felt a little angry. It's too much. It's not that this review is so outrageous. If it is the kind of black that reverses right and wrong, it is easy to solve it. Just refute it truthfully. But this review is black from a unique angle and very skillful. First, it briefly introduces the advantages of this game, showing a very fair position, and then seizes the playability of the game and criticizes it. This game is good in every way, but it's not fun. This sentence can be said to be the biggest irony for a game, and it can even be said to be an insult. For a game, playability and gameplay are of course the first priority. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the graphics are, no matter how well made, it is just a beauty without a soul. It's just an empty frame, but this sentence is obviously abused here. Is the game tailoring really not fun? Not really. It's just that its fun is relatively niche, and players with little patience may not be able to experience its playability. But for those players who like to pinch their faces and make their own costumes for their characters, the playability of this game is obviously off the charts, okay? It's so interesting. Although Qiao Liang is not a core player of this type, he can also feel this kind of fun and thinks that this game can at least let him play for a month or two. So this game review is actually stealing the concept, using the fun of the masses to deny the fun of the niche, and using this to attack the game for having no playability. Qiao Liang really wants to post a game review or a video to refute it now, but after thinking about it carefully, he can't think of a very favorable argument. If he insists on entangled too much on whether this game is fun, he may fall behind. Because this game is indeed a game with relatively niche fun, if you keep nagging at the fun and pestering the other party, you can't completely refute the other party. Only by finding another angle can we completely dismantle the other party's remarks. But what angle should I find? Qiao Liang frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 1630 What's going on with this clothing brand? Qiao Liang didn't know that Qingshan Studio had also been paying attention to the public opinion on the internet. The game, tailoring, embodies the hard work of all the staff of Qingshan Studio. How could they give up? Whether it was the lack of publicity in the early stage or the current online storm, the silence was only because Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong of Qingshan Studio were brewing a bigger storm. At this time, in the meeting room of Qingshan Studio, Lin Wan, Kai Jiadong, and several main creative staff were all present and were in a meeting. Lin Wan handed the meeting materials to Kai Jiadong, who distributed them to everyone. The preliminary preparations for the establishment of the luxury clothing brand have been completed. We have contacted the best clothing processing and OEM factories in China, and we use the best quality fabrics, especially the high-quality fabrics produced in our country, such as long staple cotton, etc. In addition, we have also contacted a group of outstanding designers to settle in tailoring and luxury clothing brands and become our official clothing designers. In terms of the game, the designers we invited during the closed beta test designed many good game costumes. After the game went online in the past few days, some excellent designs have emerged. By integrating these player designs with the designs of official designers, we can launch the first series of clothing of our luxury brand. It's time to announce the cooperation plan between tailoring and the luxury brand. Everyone nodded, their expressions full of excitement and expectation. This day has finally arrived. When Pei Qian came to Qingshan Studio to check the progress of the game, Lin Wan was not there, and it was Kai Jiadong who received him. At that time, Lin Wan went to the south to discuss cooperation with the processing factories of these clothing. After the release of the game tailoring, there was no large-scale publicity and promotion, and no cooperation plan with the luxury clothing brand was announced, just to let the bullets fly for a while and accumulate some popularity. In fact, for Qingshan Studio, the worst situation is not being hacked or scolded, but no one is interested. If this game cannot stir up any waves, and has no popularity after its release without publicity, then this game will really be cold. But now the discussion on the internet is not low, whether it is the internet trolls who are slandering or the players who are arguing, it is always good to have discussion. In this way, the next plan of Qingshan Studio can be carried out smoothly. Lin Wan paused for a moment and continued, besides that, I noticed that there is a hot international news recently. We won't take the initiative to take advantage of the hot spots, but if the hot spots are already right in front of us, it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of them. Kai Jiadong was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood what Lin Wan meant. Mr. Lin, are you talking about the news that many foreign clothing brands have joined forces to boycott our country's long staple cotton? Lin Wan nodded, yes. In fact, I have long disliked these foreign clothing brands. But many clothing brands in our country are really disappointing. Consumers don't have many choices at all. But it's different now. Since we have decided to be a luxury brand, we will have a battle with these foreign clothing brands sooner or later. This incident is a great opportunity. We must take advantage of this opportunity to make a big splash and strive to make luxury gain a firm foothold in the domestic clothing brand market. First, build a reputation for the online model, and then quickly expand to offline after sales start to increase, and expand to large shopping malls in all cities to squeeze out the market share occupied by foreign clothing brands. Do you have confidence? Everyone said in unison, yes. In this case, even if you don't have confidence, you have to say you have confidence. Although foreign clothing brands are indeed very powerful, many excellent domestic brands have been doing it for so long, but they have never been able to defeat them, let alone the newly born luxury brands. But this battle is not just a battle between clothing brands, but also a battle between domestic brands and foreign brands. How can we retreat and admit defeat in this battle? What's more, the luxury brand is entrusted with President Pei's Tenda spirit and President Pei's profound criticism of foreign brands and luxury brands. With such a powerful theoretical weapon in hand, how can we bow to foreign brands? Everyone couldn't help but be full of fighting spirit, and they all expressed their determination to win this public opinion war. August 8, Thursday. Xiao Liang sat in front of the computer, scratching his head and sighing. He felt very bored. After thinking for a whole day, he still couldn't figure out how to refute this review. Not only that, while looking for inspiration and materials on the internet, he saw many posts criticizing the game tailoring for not having gameplay, which made him very angry. Water Army. This is definitely a water army. The signs of the water army's activities this time are too obvious. These water armies are so rampant, it's simply unreasonable. Xiao Liang was even more angry. The growth history of Teacher Qiao's account can be seen as a history of struggle with the water army since the earliest game released by Tenda. The activities of the water army have never stopped. As a loyal player of Tenda games, Xiao Liang has always been at the forefront of the anti-water army. Objectively speaking, the water army scolded Tenda games online and created such a big heat. And Xiao Liang's heroic figure in refuting these water armies did make a huge contribution to his increase in fans. But this does not affect Xiao Liang's hatred for these water armies. It's so annoying. The key is that these water armies were relatively restrained before. When they were slandering Tenda games, they knew how to mingle among players and secretly lead the rhythm. As a result, they didn't pretend this time. The game tailoring had just been launched, and before the official had time to do large-scale publicity, the water army had already been rampant, giving the game bad reviews and low scores on major forums and websites, and trying to instill in players the idea that the gameplay of this game is very poor and not fun. Although it was exposed more obviously because of the quick action, it triggered unanimous condemnation from netizens. But after the heat gradually fermented in the past 2 days, these water army still did not restrain themselves, and even intensified. This is intolerable. Xiao Liang was very angry, and the consequences were serious. However, he could not think of a way to refute the game review for the time being, and he was so angry that he could only vent his anger on the water army. We can't tolerate this any longer. I think we must strike hard at this time and call for justice from heaven. I decided to report it with my real name. Whether it works or not, I have to do my part anyway. I can't watch these water armies continue to run rampant and continue to discredit Tenda's good games. Thinking of this, Xiao Liang decided to report the case to the internet police, and at the same time listed all the evidence he had collected. I have to say that there is still a lot of evidence. Xiao Liang searched carefully and found that many of Tenda's games and movies had signs of water army activities at the beginning of their release, and he located several water army accounts. Of course, many water armies have the habit of changing accounts. They will not catch a certain account and use it all the time. They often move from one place to another, but these are basically low-level water armies. Many high-level water armies need to maintain their own accounts, because the accounts must have some fans and a certain weight to play a corresponding role. And it is not a matter of one day or one night to raise these accounts. As long as you keep digging along this account, you can always find some clues. As for how the internet police determine whether the speech records of these accounts constitute water army activities, and whether they will continue to investigate, that is not something Xiao Liang can control. But no matter what, he feels that he needs to seriously report this situation. What if it is useful? Xiao Liang believed that as long as people with bright hearts could persevere in their struggle, justice would be served one day. When Xiao Liang finished all his work and returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After getting rid of a worry, Xiao Liang felt refreshed. He turned on the computer and continued to browse the online discussion about the game tailoring, wanting to continue to find a breakthrough to refute the game review. At this moment, his eyes lit up. The Real Cooperation Department of Qingshan Studio is actually going to create a new clothing brand, Luxury, in conjunction with the game Talent? And the official website has been launched, and various promotional activities have been fully launched. Great, is this a new domestic clothing brand that is going to rise? Wait, isn't luxury the name of the clothing brand in struggle? After seeing Qingshan Studio announce the creation of a new clothing brand, Qiao Liang was ecstatic at first, and then fell into confusion. The reason for the ecstasy was that he seemed to see the strong rise of a new domestic brand. Although there are some good domestic clothing brands in China, there is still a big gap compared with the top foreign brands, and for some unknown reasons, some brands always make some inexplicable and sassy operations. When netizens just developed a little good impression of him because of patriotism, this good impression was completely destroyed. Recently, Qiao Liang also noticed the international news. Some foreign brands jointly boycotted domestic long staple cotton. This news also made Qiao Liang indignant. In fact, Qiao Liang has long had enough of these foreign brands. Clothes and shoes are getting more and more expensive, and the workmanship is getting worse and worse. The key is that the IQ tax is getting higher and higher, and there are always some cultural exports. Some shoes have even become futures that can be speculated. Many young people eat dirt to speculate on shoes and experience the first explosion of young people. Clothes and shoes are obviously daily consumer goods, but these foreign genius brands have turned them into financial products by artificially creating scarcity. It can only be said that the routines in the city are deep, and the tricks abroad are even deeper. In this environment, many people are very much looking forward to the emergence of a batch of high-quality and low-priced domestic brands in China. If there really is such a brand, there will definitely be many people who will turn to domestic brands because they can no longer tolerate foreign brands. However, domestic brands have their own problems before, and many of them are not very competitive. So even if consumers want to support it with real money, they really can't spend the money, but now it is different. The brand of Qingshan Studio has given the design, price, and materials of clothing design on the official website. Not only does it use high-quality domestic materials such as long staple cotton, but the design and aesthetics are online and the price is very cheap. Coupled with the reputation of Qingshan Studio and Tenda Group, this product will naturally attract widespread attention once it is launched. Not only that, the official also announced that the luxury clothing brand will be linked with the game, tailoring. The excellent designs in tailoring can be promoted in the luxury brand and the designers will receive generous rewards. All of these are necessary factors for success, which can be said to be the right time, right place, and right people. But the question is, what's the matter with the name of this clothing brand? In the game struggle, the luxury clothing brand is clearly a representative of consumerism and hedonism, and a tool for the rich class to harvest the poor. Is it really appropriate to take it directly to reality to create a new clothing brand? Qiao Liang couldn't help but wonder, is it because the person in charge of Qingshan Studio has never played struggle or has not correctly understood the game struggle, so he made such an outrageous decision? No, that's impossible. Because it's such a big thing, President Pei probably knows about it, not to mention that Lin Wan is in charge of Qingshan Studio. He has a close relationship with Tenda, and his understanding of Tenda games is even higher than Qiao Liang. How could he not know the meaning of luxury clothing brands in the game? Then there is only one explanation for this matter. This is intentional by the designer. Qiao Liang couldn't help but get excited. He felt that he seemed to have found the key entry point to refute that game review. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1631, The Leader of the Navy is Out of Contact. August 10th, Saturday. Pengcheng. Hu Xiao is very proud to show off the achievements of his navy to this big customer. How is it, boss, are you satisfied with the service this time? Although at the beginning, because Qingshan Studio did not play by the rules, our navy was a little obvious and did not have the desired effect. But we quickly made up for it. After these few days of unremitting efforts, we have instilled the concept of tailoring as a game that is good in every way but not fun into many players. And now the misunderstanding has been resolved. Qingshan Studio did not promote the game when it was first released. In fact, it was waiting for a cooperation project with a luxury clothing brand. But don't worry, this little episode does not affect our work. Although this game has cooperated with a luxury clothing brand, it is a new brand after all. It has not yet formed enough popularity on the internet, and most netizens have not paid special attention to this incident. But the popularity of the review we sent you is constantly rising. As long as we can carry out a precise surgical strike on the game tailoring before the luxury clothing brand becomes popular, we will definitely be able to achieve your goal. The customer on the other side replied, "Well, not bad. I have read the manuscript of this game review, it is very well written. This author can cooperate with us for a long time in the future." Hu Xiao was very happy. "Really? It is our honor to be recognized by you. Please see the follow-up." Before he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Hu Xiao was a little surprised. He remembered that he didn't seem to order takeout and hadn't bought express delivery recently. "Who is it?" Hu Xiao got up to open the door. On the other side, Pei Qian looked at the chat window with the Xiaohu review account and waited for his response. But after waiting for a while, he found that there was no response. The other party didn't reply to him. Pei Qian was a little surprised. What's going on? It stands to reason that the service attitude of this water army leader has always been very good. He is basically online 24 hours a day and available at any time. Most of the time, you can get the fastest response when you contact him. It is extremely rare for him to suddenly leave without saying goodbye and without explaining the reason in the middle of a chat. Maybe it's because people have urgent needs? Pei Qian patiently waited for a while, but there was still no response. Forget it, forget it. I don't have time to wait for this. Besides, the role of the water army has basically been achieved. Although the balance has not been paid, this matter must be more urgent on his side. When he asks me for it, I will pay the balance. Pei Qian stood up and stretched, humming a little tune happily, and continued to check the online discussion about the game, tailoring. On Thursday, Qingshan Studio had officially announced the cooperation between the game tailoring and the luxury clothing brand. It also explained the new clothing brand Luxury and launched its official website. Related promotional activities were also carried out simultaneously. Since many foreign clothing brands boycotted domestic cotton, the public's emotions about domestic clothing brands were very high at this time. Once the luxury clothing brand was launched, it was naturally sought after by many people. Many people shouted in support of the emergence of more and more excellent domestic clothing brands, breaking the current situation of the domestic clothing market being monopolized by foreign brands as soon as possible. But after all, the time is still very short and it has not formed enough heat. At this time point, many domestic clothing brands are working hard to promote themselves. Many of these clothing brands are well-made and of excellent quality, and many are time-honored brands that have even captured the hearts of the people. The attention has been dispersed. The brand Luxury is a new brand, and it also uses an English name and trademark, which makes it look like a fake foreign devil. Although some players know that the brand Luxury itself originated from the game Struggle, and its appearance is a kind of irony to foreign luxury clothing brands. But the people who know these inside stories are few after all, and many people don't care about it. Although there is a certain linkage effect between the game tailoring and the luxury clothing brand, for example, players can design games in tailoring, and then the luxury clothing brand will produce them on their behalf. But the game has just been launched, not long after all, and excellent designs are still being collected. It takes a large number of players and technology to pile up good enough designs. Therefore, although it has also gained a certain degree of popularity, the luxury clothing brand and the game, tailoring, have not yet been truly perfectly combined. This makes the initial activities of the Water Army seem very effective, especially the game review attached, which makes Pei Qian feel that he has made a lot of money. So far, no one has been able to really refute this game review, although there are many die-hard fans of Tenda Games who argue with the author under this game review that the game tailoring actually has its own unique game fun. This argument is obviously not strong enough and cannot fundamentally refute the statement of this game review. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel relieved. As long as this state can continue for another 3 or 4 months, so that tailoring and the luxury clothing brand can become popular again after the settlement and lose money, then thank God. At this time, the mobile phone on the sofa made a ding sound. Pei Qian was instantly alert. This was the special reminder sound he set. This means that Xiao Liang has posted a video again. Pei Qian was as if he was facing a great enemy. He knew that such things would definitely require teacher Qiao to intervene. However, this time the public opinion of the online water army was so powerful. Can teacher Qiao alone turn the public opinion around? Pei Qian was highly skeptical about this. He quickly clicked on Xiao Liang's new video. Sure enough, it was a review of tailoring. It is also a direct counterattack to the negative review on the internet, with a similar title, Tailoring to the Body, indicating that some domestic game designers have entered a new stage. It is simply a counterplay. The title of the previous negative review said that some domestic game designers have reached a dead end. This means that the game, Tailoring to the Body, pays too much attention to piling up content and picking up details, but ignores the most important aspect of gameplay for the game. And Xiao Liang's new video seems to be a refutation from a higher perspective. Pei Qian didn't dare to neglect it and quickly clicked to check. He very skillfully skipped the familiar beginning of Xiao Liang calling the audience dad and accurately located the analysis stage of the game, Take Measurements. Some game reviews say that the game, Take Measurements, shows that the producer has reached a dead end, focusing too much on piling up materials, piling up content and picking up details. Although the quality of the game itself is very high, it completely ignores the game's playability and makes it a game that is not fun at all. First of all, I want to make it clear that the fun of games is diversified. If a player who likes to play online games can't play standalone games, and then criticizes standalone games for being unfun and having no playability, isn't it ridiculous? The playability of the game, Take Measurements, lies in the game of pinching your face to design clothes. Such a high degree of freedom game can reflect the differences in the levels of players. In the process of designing clothes, players can give full play to their ingenuity and creativity, which is the highest pursuit of entertainment activities. You can't say that fun doesn't exist just because you can't feel the fun of the game, right? Of course, someone may say that most people can't feel this kind of fun. For a VR game with such a huge investment, isn't it a failure if the cost cannot be recovered? Here I want to say that the game Tailoring is different from most games you have seen. It is in line with the game design concept of Qingshan Studio, and has been significantly improved. That's what I said in the title. The game Tailoring marks that excellent domestic game producers, led by mobile game producers such as Tenda Games and Qingshan Studio, have entered a new stage. While retaining the gameplay, this kind of game pays more attention to the impact of the game on reality. This is a more advanced and more practical function, and it can even be said to be a pioneer's exploration. For a long time, games have only played a role on people's spiritual level. A good game, through excellent plots and novel gameplay, allows players to gain spiritual pleasure and satisfaction. But with the continuous advancement of technology and the continuous development of concepts, more and more game producers are no longer satisfied with this. They want to make games more closely connected with reality, and Qingshan Studio is the best among them. Whether it's the VR version of the real estate agency simulator or the VR version of safe and civilized driving, or the current tailoring. Qingshan Studio uses the reality service department to keep the game connected to reality and facilitate people's lives. This is trying to go beyond the original function of the game and expand the boundaries of the game. As for how this game keeps connecting to reality, please listen to me carefully. Seeing this, Pei Qian felt that the situation was a little bad. It's bad, Lao Qiao has found a new point to brag about. But the problem is that the luxury clothing brand is just a very ordinary linkage. Many games of Qingshan Studio have been linked to reality before. Whether it is the real estate agency simulator or safe and civilized driving, the linkage effect with reality should be much stronger than this clothing brand, right? Why is Lao Qiao's evaluation of the luxury clothing brand higher than these previous linkages? Could it be that he can find some unprecedented tricky angles? The sudden loss of contact with the head of the water army made Pei Qian feel a little uneasy, and Xiao Liang's video made him even more panicked. Pei Qian hurriedly clicked the play button and continued to watch. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1632, The Combination of Games and Reality. At the beginning of the video, Xiao Liang mainly explained the gameplay to reduce the original negative review article's discussion on the lack of gameplay of tailoring. But just this alone is not enough to fundamentally attack this negative review article. At most, both sides can say their own things and have their own reasons. Which side the players will agree with depends on whether they can feel the fun contained in the game, tailoring. This is obviously not good for Xiao Liang. Because tailoring can be seen as a variant of a farming game, and this type of game is originally a niche type. In this group, those who like to make people and design clothes are even more niche. After screening with VR games, the real target group of this game is very small. So, Xiao Liang must find another angle to fight back against this negative review article. The game tailoring marks that Qingshan Studio has found a new entry point to influence reality through games. Here I would like to first raise a question, that is, why is the clothing brand linked to the game tailoring called luxury? In the current era, it seems very unwise to give this name. It is an indisputable fact that foreign clothing brands are cutting domestic leaks and collecting IQ taxes. This has also caused more and more consumers to be disgusted, and recently many foreign brands have joined forces to boycott my country's high-quality cotton, which has aroused public outrage. Against this background of rising patriotic sentiment, ordinary domestic consumers are willing to support local brands, support affordable brands that do not collect IQ taxes or overmarket, and make products down to earth. This has become a general trend. But the brand name luxury is like a lot of domestic clothing brands seem out of place. First of all, he used an English word as the brand name, and what's even more outrageous is that this English brand name actually means luxury. Isn't this contrary to the wishes of current domestic consumers? It is obviously a domestic product, but it pretends to be a foreign brand. It is obviously an affordable clothing, but it wants to be a luxury brand. If you look at it from this perspective, you will feel that this brand has been twisted since its birth. But if everyone knows the origin of the brand name luxury and the connotation behind it, they will not think so. This clothing brand originally came from the classic work of Tenda Games, the interactive movie game, Struggle. In the game Struggle, the creator deeply exposed and criticized the harm of consumerism to ordinary people, and the clothing brand luxury is not only a tool for the rich to harvest the poor, but also a kind of discipline of the rich to the poor. The rich attach many additional concepts to clothing brands, thus creating an illusion that wearing these brand name suits and carrying brand name handbags can gain respectability, become a superior person and integrate into the circle of the rich. But in fact, the real rich don't need this simple and crude name also represents the creator's attitude towards clothing brands. The golden logo composed of 2 capital letters L looks bright and beautiful on the surface, but in fact it is dressed up by constantly sucking the blood of the poor. After understanding this, if you look at the luxury brands in reality, you will find that it is actually completely opposite to the positioning of luxury clothing brands in the game. In reality, this luxury clothing brand has stripped away the marketing attributes and luxury attributes of its products to the greatest extent. We can see on the official website that all of the luxury clothing is basically affordable clothing. Based on the original design fees and raw material processing fees, the premium is not obvious. At least compared with those foreign brands, the price difference can be seen at a glance. After checking online, I found that the raw materials and processing factories of the luxury clothing brand are all in China, and they use the best raw materials and the top OEM factories. In this respect, it is not much different from foreign brands, because most of the OEM factories of these foreign brands are also in our country. Of course, some people may say at this time, the value of a piece of clothing is not only about raw materials and processing, but also other aspects, such as brand value and design. If these are included in the cost, the price will definitely increase. Luxury clothing brands cannot meet the needs of consumers in these two aspects, so low prices are just a last resort. But it is obvious that this is not the case. Luxury clothing brands have already considered these aspects. First of all, in terms of design, luxury clothing brands have invited some well-known domestic designers to design. Of course, some people may say that this is far from enough. After all, domestic fashion designers have a certain gap with international top designers in terms of aesthetics and design level. So luxury clothing has another biggest killer, which is the game tailoring. I wonder if you still remember how Tenda Group responded to the initial update war between GOG and IOI. At that time, IOI was not a free company. They were ambitiously releasing various new heroes every day, hoping to seize the market with frequent version updates and rapid expansion. GOG did not just pile up manpower, but came up with a better way. By collecting a large number of player ideas on the forum, GOG soon emerged with a large number of excellent hero designs. Official designers will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of these ideas, fully accept good ideas and share profits with creators, and improve some slightly worse ideas and integrate them into the game as much as possible. GOG has crushed IOI in both quantity and quality. Many of the excellent classic heroes we play now, such as Wind Inc., emerged during this period. This shows that the creativity of the people is endless. The same is true for clothing design. Once the broadest group of players and designers are mobilized, various excellent designs will emerge in an endless stream. Moreover, the game tailoring has a perfect screening mechanism. These designs will be screened by players and can reflect the tastes of ordinary people and the aesthetic needs of the public to the greatest extent. How many well-known designers have so many advanced theories, but design clothes that are eye-catching and unacceptable to ordinary people? What's more, Western cultural aesthetics may be excellent in the system they are good at, but they will never be able to make excellent clothing with Oriental cultural connotations. Luxury clothing brands want to delegate this power to ordinary players, through encourage ordinary people to continuously come up with excellent designs, achieve an effective talents are recruited regardless of their background, and prevent truly excellent designs from being buried. Even if the profits of these clothes are shared with the designers, the actual cost is much lower than hiring those top designers, and these cost savings will be reflected in the selling price of the clothes. As for the brand value many people talk about, I would like to ask what brand value is? If your so-called brand value is just what others say, everyone says it is good, you also think it is good, or you can't say what the specific brand value is, you can only talk about some false cultural heritage, or the recognition of celebrities, then I think this brand value may just be a manifestation of vanity. To be precise, brand value should be the comprehensive image of a brand in the minds of consumers. This includes the image, quality, grade, culture, personality, and many other aspects that the brand brings to consumers. In other words, the so-called brand value is the value recognition of a large number of consumers for this brand. Or to put it more extreme, your recognition of the value of a brand represents a certain attitude towards life. When you think that expensive luxury goods can bring you psychological satisfaction even though they have no improvement in use value, it may mean that you are a person who is keen to show off your wealth to others. When you think that daily necessities should return to their use value and should not be kidnapped by too much marketing, and choose some ordinary when you think of luxury brands, it may mean that you are a person who values pragmatism, resists consumerism, and hopes to spend money on more meaningful things. Of course, there are some cases, which may be because you are too rich or too poor. From this perspective, I think the brand value advocated by luxury is a more correct and healthier brand value. All luxury brands actually consider issues from the perspective of the enterprise, and give the brand cultural and spiritual connotations in various ways, so as to better cut consumers' leaks. Only the brand luxury stands from the perspective of consumers, helping consumers to resist the many means of brainwashing and inducing consumption by merchants, so that the goods return to their use value. This is the true meaning of Qingshan Studios' creation of a luxury clothing brand. So when you look back at the game tailoring, you will find that it is no longer just a game, it is also a bridge for all ordinary consumers to communicate with luxury clothing brands. Every ordinary consumer can actually influence luxury clothing brands, and even the entire clothing brand consumer market through this game. Here, consumers are no longer just leaks who pay out their wallets and let others slaughter them, but the masters who can really change everything and decide their own destiny. That's why I said that the game tailoring not only did not go into a dead end, but was exploring a new path. On the one hand, it polishes the quality of the game to the extreme and is willing to pay for the fun of some niche players. It is not what some people say, it is not a fun game. For those players who like dress-up games, this game can be played for a lifetime. On the other hand, although it is a game, it is constantly affecting reality. Not only does it use games to link with real clothing brands, but more importantly, it allows every player of the game to participate in the innovation of clothing design and clothing brand markets in reality. Many people say that games are the ninth art. Let's think carefully about what else this ninth art can do besides influencing people's spiritual world and making people feel happy. Perhaps, the combination of games and reality that Qingshan Studio is constantly exploring, making games a tool for transforming reality, is the general direction of future game development. Chapter 16:33 Cherish Life, Stay Away from the Water Army. After watching this video, Pei Qian was completely shocked. He never expected that Qiao Liang would find a new point to brag about. It's really hard to guard against. The previous game review was actually very well written, which could be said to be a murderous blow. It directly hit the point that tailoring lacks gameplay, which can easily arouse widespread resonance. But Qiao Liang used both cutting and hitting, directly turning the opponent's offensive into nothingness, and even forced the opponent into a desperate situation. When the opponent was still entangled in the gameplay of a game, Qiao Liang told all the players that this game actually has a positive significance for transforming reality. And once this argument is established, who will care about the issue of gameplay? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The key is that Qiao Liang's words are well-founded, and every link of the reasoning is seamless, especially combined with the connotation and definition of luxury clothing in the game struggle, which makes ordinary consumers, especially the player group, highly agree with him. And only Pei Qian himself knew that this was actually an accident. He wanted to use the original meaning of luxury clothing, but he didn't expect that Qiao Liang, this idiot, would misinterpret it again. So what should he do now? Pei Qian was a little confused. He sent several messages to Xiaohu Review, urging him to think of a solution quickly, even if it meant adding money. Pei Qian was desperate. Even he, the president of Tenda Group, couldn't think of a solution, let alone an ordinary water army group. In addition, the leader of this water army group was still missing. Pei Qian sighed silently, racking his brains to think of countermeasures while waiting for the water army to reply to him. That night, Pei Qian had just finished dinner and sat on the sofa with a frown. Seeing that Qiao Liang's video was getting more and more popular, the online reputation of the game, tailoring, was getting better and better. Even on the official website of luxury clothing, several newly listed products were snapped up, and some popular products were out of stock. Pei Qian felt sad. The most uneasy thing was Xiaohu Review, which had not replied to his message until now. This made Pei Qian feel very wrong. Logically speaking, this is a professional troll company. What could be the reason for losing contact for such a long time? With the development of technology nowadays, it is unlikely that there is a simple power outage or network outage. Could it be that he fell asleep after working for a long time? But Pei Qian looked at the time. It was already a whole day. Could he still be asleep? Pei Qian was distressed. But he had no choice but to continue watching Teacher Qiao's videos to relieve his anxiety and tension. While watching, Pei Qian suddenly saw some comments frantically at, and all these comments pointed to another video. Good guy, righteous people Kaio is simply the light of righteousness. Go and see, the official account of Ping and Pengcheng has posted a video, and it also praised you by name. I laughed so hard. I have been talking about Online Water Army, and today I finally saw the true face of Online Water Army in the video. It's really satisfying. I have been annoyed with these damn Water Army for a long time. I laughed so hard. Lao Qiao has been fighting against Water Army conscientiously in the past. As a result, I suddenly found that it is too inefficient to always fight verbal battles on the internet. It is better to strike hard. When Pei Qian saw the word Water Army, his heart trembled. Could this Water Army be the same person as the Water Army I hired? Pei Qian quickly clicked on the video link and found that it was the official video account of Ping and Pengcheng. The title of this video was, in response to the internet cleansing campaign, Ping and Pengcheng strikes hard and directly targets the internet trolls. The introduction was also very simple. The internet trolls who paid to delete posts were caught on the spot. This is in line with the official account's consistent style. The video is not very long, a total of more than 5 minutes, but it contains a lot of information. At the beginning of the video, the law enforcement officers were sitting in the car to introduce the purpose of the operation. They said that they had received reports from righteous people and locked in a lot of evidence that someone was doing paid deletion of posts and online public opinion guidance. According to the location, the leader of this Water Army gang is currently in Pengcheng, and they set out immediately to arrest him. The arrest process was clean and neat, and the suspect was controlled on the spot. The law enforcement officers caught the evidence of the Water Army leader's Water Army activities on the spot. This guy probably had never seen such a big scene and panicked on the spot. He confessed to his crime and was taken back to the police station on the spot. At the end of the video, there was also a policewoman who promoted the law to everyone. Internet Water Army refers to online public relations companies that provide paid information deletion services through information networks, or knowingly promote and disseminate false information through online information means, all of which are suspected of illegal operations. It is reported that the leader of the Internet Water Army is also a well-known review area up owner of the Ellie Island website. According to the suspect's confession, he had an argument with netizens while doing the review content, and in anger he came up with the idea of setting up a Water Army company. I hope everyone can learn from this. The internet is not a lawless place. Be wary of online Water Army activities and do not get involved in them. Ping and Pengcheng will also conduct in-depth tracking of the cooperating personnel involved in the Water Army gang. Please pay close attention to the subsequent developments. Pei Qian fell into silence. He rewound the video and watched it again. However, for the sake of privacy protection, the face of the suspect was mosaicked, so the specific face could not be seen clearly. But when he heard that the leader of the Water Army was also an uphost of the Iladeo website, Pei Qian felt even more panicked. Could it be Xiaohu Review? He flipped through the comments section again and found that he didn't need to guess blindly, because enthusiastic netizens had already dug up the relevant people. The so-called righteous people in the video are actually Qiao Laosher, and the arrested water army leader is the notorious up-host of the review section of the website, Xiaohu Review. In fact, when Xiaohu Review accepted black money and blackened some digital technology brands, the comment section often broke out in war and was scolded, but he suppressed it with his water army. Netizens can see that he hired water army, and judging from the frequency, most of them are hired by himself. After all, an ordinary upmaster can't make much money, and it is impossible to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with water army. But no one has solid evidence, and there is nothing they can do. As a result, I never expected that the report would actually work. Xiao Liang was also overjoyed and replied in the comment area, "Thank you Ping and Pengcheng for upholding justice. In fact, I didn't think much about it. I just couldn't stand this kind of behavior of confusing right and wrong, so I reported it angrily. I didn't expect it to be accepted. I just did my duty as a law-abiding citizen. The ones who should really be thanked are the law enforcement officers of Ping and Pengcheng. You have worked hard. Resisting online water army and purifying the network environment is everyone's responsibility." In the comment area, many people one after another, lashed out at the corpse. No wonder there have been no new videos recently. It turns out that the anchor didn't quit the internet, but was caught. After entering the internet, can you evaluate whether the silver bracelet is good? See if the silver bracelet is harder or your mouth is harder. It's really satisfying. Why hasn't the Ellie Island website blocked this guy's account? When will Ping and Pengcheng strike hard again and check the other up-hosts in the review area? I think these up-hosts probably have inextricable connections with the water army. When can the cooperative accounts with the water army be exposed? Let's see which companies are the culprits of hiring water armies. That's right. If some companies didn't buy water armies and provide them with financial support, would they be so rampant? They must be severely punished. Hey, everyone, look, the previous game review that criticized tailoring has been deleted by the author. Is this considered a confession? I think he is probably a water army that cooperates with Xiaohu Review. The author himself said that he was refuted by Qiao Laoshir's video and realized the immaturity of his review, so he deleted it to avoid a greater impact. As for the real reason, it depends on one's opinion. It's a good thing he ran away quickly, otherwise the next silver bracelet would probably be given to him. Pei Qian was completely stunned after seeing these comments. No wonder Xiaohu Review didn't reply. It turned out that it was not because the internet was disconnected, but because it was destroyed by the physical body. I had hoped that these water armies could save the situation for him, but now it seems that he was totally overthinking. These water armies can't protect themselves, and it's still unclear when they can get out of the detention center. And Pei Qian also realized a more serious problem. Could it be possible that they would just follow the contact list of Xiaohu Review and wipe them all out? Wouldn't my reputation as President Pei be ruined in an instant? When the time comes, Ping and Pengcheng will release the list of Xiaohu Review's partners, and let netizens play a game of let me see who has been hacked? Oh, it's Tenda Group. Let me see who has been hacking Tenda Group. Oh, it's President Pei of Tenda Group. Is that reasonable? At that time I am actually the biggest undercover of Tenda Group. Wouldn't this matter be exposed immediately? Pei Qian quickly deleted the friends of Xiaohu Review, just as if he had never contacted them. Fortunately, he only used a small account. But doing so may not necessarily work. After all, the technology is so advanced now. If you really want to check, you can definitely find out. But relatively speaking, hiring water army is not comparable to being a water army. And there are so many people hiring water army. You can't check them one by one, right? Or even if you find out, just give a warning, it shouldn't be posted online to cause social death. Hiring water army kills people. Pei Qian regretted it now. Actually, he didn't get any benefit from hiring the internet trolls. Not only did he lose a lot of his own money, but every time he slandered Tenda Group became more popular. He didn't get any benefit, and it also had side effects for no apparent reason, and there were many more risks. Who can he go to for justice? Pei Qian could only sigh silently, cherish life and stay away from internet trolls. From now on, he has never met this Xiaohu review, and must sever his relationship with it as soon as possible. Chapter 1634, The Final Plan. 1 month later. September 5, Thursday. With the vigorous internet cleaning campaign last month, many water army gangs were eliminated. I don't know if this is an illusion, but many netizens can even feel that the atmosphere on the internet has improved significantly, and there are fewer nitpickers and young people. Since Xiaohu Review was arrested, Pei Qian has become cautious and stays at home every day, fearing that he will be exposed by Xiaohu Review. If law enforcement officers rush directly to the president's office of Tenda Group, the scene will not be good. After a month of trembling, nothing happened, and Pei Qian slowly put his mind at ease. At the same time, he repeatedly warned himself that he would never touch the internet water army again, and he must turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Although President Pei was idle, Tenda Group was not idle. The new VR glasses and the game tailoring at Qingshan studio are gradually becoming popular, and the popularity that was deliberately suppressed in the early stage has rebounded. Especially after the in-depth cooperation with luxury clothing, it has continuously launched new personalized clothing, which has formed a trend on the internet and is deeply loved by young people. Even a number of celebrities, including Chen Lei and Lu Zhiyao, appeared in luxury clothing on many occasions, which played a good advertising effect. With so many people's recognition of the luxury clothing brand, this brand has also developed rapidly among young people. At the current speed, it is estimated that it may take another 2 or 3 months to start rolling out a large number of offline stores. On the other hand, the film team of The Future You Choose has set off for Venice to participate in the Venice Film Festival. As for whether it can win the award this time, no one can say for sure, it can only depend on luck. The Anti-Tenda Alliance has been silent for a long time, even more low-key than Pei Qian, who deliberately keeps a low profile. Pei Qian is very anxious about this. Will they stop and never dare to launch any offensive again? To say that this matter cannot be blamed on the Anti-Tenda Alliance, mainly because the previous series of struggle methods ended in the complete failure of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Whether it is the public opinion war on the internet, the more high-end theoretical war, or the real price war, Tenda Group has won all of them. The leading home group, Home Delivery, and Xingyun Group were all beaten to the ground by Tenda Group several times and suffered heavy losses. In this situation, even if the Anti-Tenda Alliance wanted to attack, it could not find a new breakthrough. It had no other choice except to lie dormant. Pei Qian was very anxious, but he did not dare to speak to Nie Yunxing and Jinghao publicly. Because once he spoke, it would seem like a provocation, and it might directly break the other party's mentality and cause the entire alliance to fall apart. Now, although the Anti-Tenda Alliance has not done anything, it at least maintains a formal alliance form. It is a blessing in disguise that they have not fled when disaster strikes. Pei Qian was very melancholy. I wonder what Mr. Nya is doing now. Hurry up and continue to launch an offensive against Tenda Group, don't dither. Brother Nya, if you don't come to save me, I really can't lose money before settlement. Pei Qian looked at the direction of the Magic City, looking forward to it. At the same time, the Magic City. Nie Yunxing and several major company bosses of the Anti-Tenda Alliance are holding a secret meeting. However, the bosses, including Jinghao, have a depressed expression. Because they are not optimistic about the prospects of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Needless to say, the previous repeated defeats, after Jinghao publicly challenged Mr. Pei of Tenda Group through the column Entrepreneurs Say, he was directly defeated by Mr. Pei's mediocre undergraduate graduation thesis. The entire Anti-Tenda Alliance is actually at the end of its rope. There is really no new breakthrough. So Nyayinsheng decided to lie dormant for the time being, and wait for Tenda Group to show its flaws, and then find its weaknesses and attack fiercely. At that time, Nyayinsheng vowed that Tenda Group would launch many projects in the future, including the game console project with a very low success rate. In addition, there are zoos, haunted houses, and other projects, which are all points that the Anti-Tenda Alliance can use. Once these projects fail, the Anti-Tenda Alliance can make a big fuss and find a point of entry for counterattack. But what Nyayinsheng never expected was that all these projects of Tenda Group were successful. From folding screen mobile phones to game routers, to the cold and warm animal park and the new haunted house project of Stranger Traveler. Even last month's tailoring, DR games, and luxury clothing brands were successful. The success of these projects is different. If you have to find some common points, you can only say that their success seems a bit incredible. It always explodes suddenly at a point that no one can think of, and then it gains extremely high popularity, and with the excellent quality of the product itself, it has won unanimous praise from netizens. Since the incident of the paper broke out, President Pei has never publicly expressed any opinions. But this is enough. In the minds of most netizens, the image of President Pei alone has overshadowed all the people in the Anti-Tenda Alliance. In this case, the Tenda Group is like an ever-victorious army that is invincible and unstoppable. The Anti-Tenda Alliance can only watch the Tenda Group conquer the East and West, but there is nothing they can do. Nyayinsheng adopted a strategy of avoiding the enemy's sharp edge, but he found that the enemy was almost at his hometown. If the current situation continues to develop, the Tenda Group will gain advantages in more and more fields. When the time comes, it will accumulate strength and then turn back to launch a general attack on the Anti-Tenda Alliance in the fields of renting, takeout, and express delivery. Will they be able to withstand it? So Nyayinsheng and the bosses of the companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance have already figured out a problem, that is, they can't wait any longer, and they can't delay any longer. It seems impossible to wait for Tenda to reveal a flaw. Without external interference, Tengda's success will only come more smoothly and more naturally. Xing Hao looked at Nyayinsheng and said, "Boss Nya, you said before that in the most desperate situation, there is still a last resort to deal with Tenda Group. I think it's almost time to use this method." After this, the bosses of other companies also looked at Nyayinsheng. After Boss Pei's paper and the murderous Weibo came out, Nyayinsheng held a special meeting to explain this situation to everyone. At that time, Nyayinsheng said that even if Tenda really succeeded in the field of game consoles, and the various subsequent projects were also successful, the Anti-Tenda Alliance did not need to worry too much about being forced into a dead end, because there was still a last resort. This method could not be revealed at the time because of the fear that an insider would inform the Tenda Group, but Nyayinsheng was very sure that this last trick, even if it could not reverse the situation, would definitely cause heavy damage to the Tenda Group and make both sides uncomfortable. And this trick must wait until the Tenda Group wins victory after victory and President Pei is too proud to play the greatest effect. Now it seems that the time is ripe. Although this is the most difficult and even somewhat fating moment for the Anti-Tenda Alliance, it has indeed fully met the conditions required by Nyayinsheng. Nyayinsheng nodded slightly, "Okay. In this case, I will tell everyone the final plan. My last trick is to tell everyone a story." The other bosses frowned, a little confused. "Tell a story? What story?" Nyayinsheng said slowly with a serious expression. "A story about a dragon slayer who eventually becomes a dragon. A story about a supergiant who eventually monopolizes everything. A story about Duke Zhou feared rumors, and Wang Meng was humble and did not usurp the throne. We want to use our own plight, the successive victories and rapid expansion of Tenda Group to reawaken people's fear and vigilance of large-scale monopoly, completely separate Tenda Group from ordinary netizens and consumers, and make them suspicious of each other." All the bosses present were very smart, and they immediately understood what Nyayinsheng meant. Xing Hao could not help but nod his head in realization, so that's it. This is indeed a good move, extremely exquisite. The poem Nia Yunxing said was taken from Bai Juyi's 5 Poems of Free Talk. I will give you a method to resolve your doubts, without drilling tortoise shells and praying for yarrow. To test jade, you need to burn it for 3 days, and to identify materials, you need to wait for 7 years. Zhou Gong was afraid of rumors, and Wang Meng was humble, before he usurped the throne. If I had died at the beginning, who would know the truth of my life? This is a very philosophical poem. In simple terms, if you want to get a comprehensive understanding of people and things, you must use time to slowly test them. When Zhou Gong was assisting Qingshan, there were many rumors that he was trying to usurp power, but in the end it was proved that he was actually loyal. Wang Meng pretended to be humble and respectful before usurping power, deceiving many people, and only revealed his true colors in the end. If they died before being verified by time, who would know the truth of their lives? Nia Yunxing wanted to attack President Pei and Tenda Group through this point. From the current point of view, Tenda Group is indeed a perfect and impeccable company. President Pei is also an outstanding entrepreneur who cares about the young and promising people in society. But are there people who will never change, and are there companies that will never change? Mr. Pei is still very young now, perhaps full of passion, an idealist, and wants to be a warrior who kills the dragon and eliminates harm for the people. But who knows if he will be tempted by wealth and become a new dragon after successfully killing the dragon. Tenda Group is invincible in the face of other companies. This is because they are challenging these monopoly companies that have become dragons as a challenger. But once this new business model wins and Tenda Group has a monopoly in many fields, can they still maintain their original intentions as they do now? What's more, the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance have only achieved dominance in a certain field. For example, the main business of the Home Group is limited to the rental field, while the main business of Xingyun Group is limited to the express delivery field. But Tenda Group is a behemoth that involves too many fields, and there is a natural close connection between its departments. It will expand its advantages through frequent linkage operations, and eventually occupy a monopoly in many business fields. The process of such a behemoth moving towards success step by step is also a process in which everyone's vigilance against him becomes increasingly greater, and this vigilance will eventually grow into a problem thousands of times bigger than Xingyun Group and Zhujia Group. Nia Yunxing is now taking advantage of this vigilance and amplifying it, so that everyone will fear the existence of Tenda Group and completely sever the connection between Tenda Group and ordinary consumers. Tenda's success is due to relying on the vast majority of consumers, and once it is abandoned by the vast majority of consumers, the behemoth Tenda is only one step away from collapse. Chapter 16:35 My Property. Everyone finally understood why Nia Yunxing said that this move can only be used at the last moment. Because only when Tenda Group is advancing rapidly in all fields, gradually occupying a monopoly position, and defeating the anti-Tenda alliance, will the fear of ordinary people about Tenda growing into a new monopoly group rise to a threshold. Before this, the good reputation that Tenda Group has established for a long time is enough to support ordinary consumers to stand on their side. Perhaps this is called risking one's life. Once Nia Yunxing's plan succeeds, the relationship between the anti-Tenda alliance and Tenda Group can be said to be a change of offense and defense. If most consumers recognize the concept spread by Nia Yunxing and believe that Tenda Group's market monopoly position has posed a danger, then when Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance engage in commercial competition, these consumers will not help either side. They will stand aside and watch the fun, because both sides are evil capital seeking monopoly, so what difference does it make who they stand on? Even in the most optimistic scenario, Tenda Group will suffer a backlash due to its previous good reputation, and people's previous love for it will turn into greater hatred. At that time, once Tenda's undefeated golden body is broken, it will be time for the anti-Tenda alliance to counterattack. Bosses like Nia Yunxing and Xing Hao started from humble beginnings, and worked their way up from the bottom step by step. They are not afraid of conventional business competition. What they are afraid of is companies like Tenda Group that do not play by the rules and do not follow the ethics of martial arts. If both parties can be brought to the same starting line, I dare not say that they can definitely beat the business genius Mr. Pei, but at least the chance of success will be greatly increased. The living space obtained by their own companies will also be significantly improved. They will not be suffocated by constant pressure like now. One boss said, "Mr. Nya has a good plan. If this plan can really succeed, we do have a chance to turn things around, and it is not impossible to completely defeat Tenda. But there is a small problem now. The internet cleaning campaign some time ago hit the activities of the National Water Army. I am afraid that we can no longer find many water armies as easily as before." How to solve this problem? Nya Yunxing said, "It doesn't matter. There will always be brave men under a big reward. As long as the demand is still there, the water army can't be banned forever. Of course, this is a tough battle, and we can't count on the water army. After all, the power of the water army is limited. They can only wave flags and cheer behind us, but they can't really let them enter the front battlefield. The real decisive battle still depends on ourselves," he said, looking at Liu Xiaoping, the vice president of Fanqi Media next to him. "President Liu, I can tell you about the movie." Others looked at Liu Xiaoping in unison, with surprise on their faces. Before, Nya Yunxing had gone against all odds and had to pull Fanqi Media and some other media companies into the anti-Tenda alliance camp, even paying a lot of price for it, and making some old companies somewhat dissatisfied. But now it seems that Nya Yunxing was actually prepared for a rainy day and had already thought of today's situation. Fanqi Media is a media and entertainment group with considerable influence in China. Its main businesses include film investment, production, publicity and distribution, TV drama investment and distribution, artist economy, etc. In addition, Fanqi Media will also undertake the publicity and distribution of some overseas blockbusters in the mainland, and has a good voice. They were responsible for the publicity and distribution of the overseas blockbuster Warships of the Sea, but it just happened to run into Tenda Group's mission and choice. This tragic failure has always been a pain in Liu Xiaoping's heart. With the rapid development of Tenda Group and Fei Huang Studio, many excellent movies and web dramas have been launched, which has made the tastes of domestic audiences more and more picky, and they are increasingly dissatisfied with some overseas blockbusters and popular works. This undoubtedly cuts off an important source of income for Fanqi Media. Just because of this, Fanqi Media has a good reason to fight with Tenda Group to the end. Liu Xiaoping looked around and said, "In fact, President Nya had already anticipated the current situation in advance. Although it seemed to be the worst situation at the time, it has been proved that it is always right to prepare for a rainy day. In fact, most of the support from the anti-Tenda alliance for Fanqi Media was used to invest in a movie, and the movie has been filmed and is scheduled to be released at the end of this month. And this movie will become the clarion call for our counterattack against Tenda Group." Everyone was excited when they heard this. Obviously, if you want to defeat Tenda in the war of public opinion, you must have a medium. Just relying on the water army to create momentum on the internet will not have a good effect. Because there is neither a support point nor an intention that can resonate with ordinary people, it is impossible to achieve great things by relying solely on the water army. The reason why Tenda can gain an advantage in the war of public opinion is that it has a variety of cultural products. Whether it is games or movies, they can accurately hit the hearts of ordinary audiences or players, thereby arousing widespread resonance. So after all the failures in the public opinion war, everyone finally realized that if they wanted to defeat Tenda, they had to make a move in the field that Tenda was best at. And the most suitable core fields are nothing more than 2 games and movies. Let alone games, Tenda's current game development level is unique in China, and even the 2 levels are unmatched. Finding trouble with Tenda in this place is definitely a dead end. So the film field is the only feasible breakthrough. Fanqi Media has been deeply involved in this field for many years, with a wide network of contacts and sufficient resources. After getting the resources and help from the Anti-Tenda Alliance, if it can really launch a soul-touching work with the right medicine, it will definitely bring great advantages to the public opinion war. Although Fanqi Media was also beaten by Fei Huang Studio before, the situation is a little different at this moment. Fei Huang Studio beat Fanqi Media before, but now the offensive and defensive situation of both sides has changed. The bosses immediately became active and talked about it. Mr. Liu, Mr. Nya, what is the specific content of this movie? Can you reveal it? Yes, what is the subject matter? In my opinion, most of them are realistic themes, showing the process of an entrepreneur starting from scratch and becoming the helmsman of a monopoly group. In this process, he gradually shows his inconsistency and changes, so that everyone can realize that once they gain a monopoly, all entrepreneurs will eventually become the same. I think realistic themes are too straightforward. If you want to allude to President Pei, you will probably have to use an actor with a similar image to President Pei. In this way, the intention is too obvious and it is easy to backfire. It may be better to change the background. I think the ancient background is also good. There were many wealthy businessmen in ancient times. Showing the attitude of these businessmen who are rich and unkind after they become big, and then contrasting them with their path to success when they were young, can also play a good role in using the past to satirize the present, and it is not easy to cause widespread resistance. When it comes to movies, many bosses are excited. After all, most people have seen movies and can generally come up with some ideas. Although they already know that the movie has been filmed, it does not hinder their curiosity and enthusiasm for discussion. Lu Xiaoping and Ye Yunxing looked at each other and smiled slightly. Lu Xiaoping explained, everyone's ideas are good, but they don't meet our requirements. Everyone is right in one point. This film is too much, so we must not shoot realistic themes, and we must not overly allude to Tenda Group, which will overly expose our intentions. Once our intentions are exposed and public opinion forms a sympathy for Tenda Group, our goal will be completely unattainable and will backfire on ourselves. Using the past to satirize the present is indeed a method, but there are many restrictions in the background of ancient themes. What if the hints are not in place, and the audience does not understand that we are actually alluding to Tenda Group, then wouldn't it be a waste of time? In addition, there is another most important point that everyone has overlooked. That is the excellence of this story and this script itself. If we are determined to allude to Tenda Group, but we come up with a very bad script, then even if we invest more money and even if we let the best director to direct it, the audience will still not buy the movie in the end. How can a bad movie have an impact on Tenda and public opinion? The bosses looked at each other, and then nodded and said, Mr. Liu is still thoughtful. Then Mr. Liu, how exactly is this movie made? Lu Xiaoping smiled slightly, Mr. Nya and I have repeatedly considered this issue before. The solution we finally came up with is to buy the copyright of the novel of an excellent science fiction author. Everyone nodded involuntarily, and they all felt that it made sense. If you want to make a good movie, you must first have a good script. And the best way to get a good script is to buy a proven successful story and then adapt it. Although the adaptation may still fail, it is much better than writing the story from scratch. The development of science fiction novels in China is good, and a number of excellent works have appeared. In recent years, science fiction films have also shown signs of recovery. If it is true as Lu Xiaoping said, if you buy an excellent science fiction novel and give it proper guidance during filming, and allude to Tenda Group, you may be able to achieve unexpected results. Someone asked, which science fiction novel is it? Lu Xiaoping said, My Property. The bosses looked at each other, and some of them said that they had heard of it, but they didn't know what kind of story it was. Lu Xiaoping smiled and introduced it. This is a relatively old science fiction novel. Although it is a short story, it has a good reputation and was written by a famous science fiction writer in my country. This novel tells a bizarre future society with two clues, one bright and one dark. Two children from poor families, one of them is constantly developing in business, his company is getting bigger and bigger, and he keeps swallowing up other companies. In the end, more than 90% of the world's industries and wealth are concentrated in his hands. The other child he knew when he was a child grew up to be an ordinary worker, doing nothing. Because the wealth of the world includes the mineral resources, water and air of the entire planet, the poor can only live in small compartments and survive through the life cycle system, while the protagonist can enjoy all the wealth of the world to his heart's content. He is also called the boss. When the poor child grew up, he lost his job. His father and mother passed away one after another for some reasons. Finally one day, the child saw the boss walking outside and vaguely recognized that this seemed to be his childhood playmate, so he risked being shot on the spot by the law enforcement unit and rushed out. In the end, out of friendship and pity for the child, the boss took out part of his wealth, built an interstellar spaceship, and sent all the poor to another planet. The story ends here. Someone asked, puzzledly. But can this story really be reflected in Tenda Group and President Pei? Liu Xiaoping smiled slightly. Even if all the groups in the anti-Tenda alliance have a monopoly, they only occupy a dominant position in the market in a certain industry. But Tenda Group is different. It is a new type of company that spans multiple groups and has achieved success in countless fields. Only Tenda Group meets such a definition and concept. Not only that, the boss in the story started from scratch as a small businessman, relying entirely on his honest legal labor, as well as his talent and intelligence in business. It is precisely because every step he took was completely legal that the story is even more ironic. Think carefully, does this role fit Mr. Pei better? Chapter 1636 Tenda's Journey to Immortality. Additional updates, please give me a monthly ticket. After thinking about it, the people present found that this story really met everyone's requirements, to some extent. The biggest feature of this story is that it does not vilify the boss. Instead, it repeatedly emphasizes that he accumulated such a huge wealth through his hard work and extraordinary intelligence, and through legal means. So judging it according to conventional morality, it should be considered a good person in the conventional sense. And isn't it the same for President Pei? If this movie discredits this character in various ways and then implies President Pei through it, it is likely to make the audience feel disagreeable. Because most of the audience will have a preset position and think that President Pei is an excellent entrepreneur with no fatal flaws in morality. And this huge enterprise that can control 90% of the world's wealth covers all industries in the world. This is indeed more like the future development direction of Tenda Group. If you have to find the most suitable object in reality, then Tenda is undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt. The most important point is that this movie neither maliciously vilifies certain people nor instills certain concepts into the audience. Instead, it looks forward to certain possibilities of future development in a very cautious and bold way. The story itself is exciting enough, so it can naturally form a wide range of discussions in the minds of the audience. Combining various factors, this is indeed the best choice with a high chance of success. Someone asked curiously, why is the name of this movie My Property? Liu Xiaoping explained, because in the movie, most of the things on the entire planet, including the air, are the private property of this boss. The people on this planet are no exception. They are basically all employees of this boss, but some people do more decent jobs, while others just hold empty positions in this boss's company. In this sense, another poor child, who is also the boss's childhood playmate, has actually become the boss's property. So the name My Property has a strong irony. All these bosses nodded in agreement. Obviously Liu Xiaoping still understands it very well. When he and Ye Yunqing secretly decided to invest in this movie, they had already thought about these long-term things. But soon someone felt worried. Mr. Liu, Mr. Nya, I have a question. If this movie is really made, won't it be killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of our own? Judging from the current situation, we, including our company, seem to be within the scope of satire in this movie. Is this really okay? Nia Yunxing smiled slightly. This is the sacrifice we must make in order to win. In fact, the more Tenda develops, the more similar it will be to us, so most of the arguments we use to attack Tenda can be applied to ourselves. It is for this reason that we must wait for the balance of power between the two sides to change and Tenda to be in the lead before we can use this last desperate move. If we are likely to, if we abandon it after causing certain losses to ourselves, then we really have no other options. We have proved in the conventional track that no matter what we do, we can't beat Tenda. So in the end, we use the failure of all our companies to promote Tenda to the position of boss in the movie. Our ultimate goal is not to make Tenda completely decline or disintegrate, that is unlikely. But as long as we can cut off the connection between Tenda and ordinary consumers, or make the linkage between various departments of Tenda no longer so smooth, it will be a success for us. I think this risk is worth taking and must be taken. Nia Yunxing's words completely unified everyone's thoughts. Indeed, this is the last resort. The story of this movie is good enough, and it is a popular science fiction theme in recent years. Once it is released, it may cause a heated response. And if you want to best fit the image of the company in the movie, there is only Tenda Group. Around this movie, the anti-Tenda alliance can make many means, and their public opinion offensive will not be from the perspective of each company, but from the perspective of ordinary people, attacking the giant Tenda. A lot of ants can kill an elephant. Xinghao seemed to be touched and said, Mr. Nia, Mr. Liu, your move is really smart. The most important thing is to find a new path. We can't continue to stand from the perspective of companies and enterprises to be enemies with Tenda. That would be conventional business competition, and we are afraid that we will never be Tenda's opponents. And Tenda Group has developed to this stage. If it wants to go further, its opponents are no longer our competing companies, but tens of millions of ordinary people. The most difficult thing is not to defeat every competitor company, but to gather the consensus of tens of millions of ordinary people. Tenda is on this road, so we must cut off his road at all costs. In fact, most people are a mediocre and inactive mob, and are easily misled and led by the rhythm. Moreover, most people have an instinctive vigilance against such super-large enterprises. In the process of Tenda's development and growth, and fighting against big capital, many people will stand on Tenda's side. But once Tenda's development passes a certain limit, these people will immediately stand on the opposite side of Tenda as long as they are slightly affected. Tenda can beat all competing companies in business, but Tenda can't win over people's hearts. So I have always been Tenda's own personality, which is actually a very dangerous behavior. It's like walking on a tightrope again. If you are not careful, you will fall from the clouds completely. For example, Mr. Pei is on a road to immortality. He could have been an ordinary immortal, free and easy. But he must go to bear the calamity and ascend to the upper realm. Then he must be prepared to be struck to death by thunder at any time. Everyone nodded when they heard it. This metaphor really touched everyone's heart. Tenda is already invincible in the business field, and Tenda's last step is to gather consensus among all people. Tenda's enemy is no longer a certain competing company, but all ordinary consumers. This behavior is a bit like overcoming a catastrophe. If it can be overcome, Tenda will directly ascend to the upper realm, reaching a height that no other company can reach. But if you can't get through it, you will die, your character will backfire instantly, and you will end up being abandoned by everyone. Everyone looked at Liu Xiaoping, in this case, President Liu. Let's wait for good news and wait for this movie to be released. September 7th, European time. The 70th Venice International Film Festival Awards Ceremony. Huang Sibo, Zhu Su, Lu Jiao, and the main cast and crew of The Future You Choose sat in a row in the audience. Huang Sibo couldn't help but feel emotional. This moment is just like that moment. This scene is a bit like the scene of beautiful Ming participating in the Cannes Film Festival Awards ceremony. It's still the same grand occasion, the same people, and the same complete incomprehension of what is said on the scene. But compared to the last time, they are much calmer this time. After all, the first time is unfamiliar. Last time, Huang Sibo and others didn't think about participating in the International Film Festival, so the movie Beautiful Ming was released in China in advance. This is a big loss for the Cannes Film Festival. This time, Huang Sibo and Zhu Su decided to go to the Venice Film Festival. The timing was also suitable, so they naturally had to postpone the premiere of the film. If we can really win a more important award at this film festival, when the film is released, it will naturally be blessed and have an impact on the box office. Of course, no one can guarantee whether we can win the award. But relatively speaking, The Future You Choose and The Beautiful Ming both use Western backgrounds. For the judges of these film festivals, there is not much cultural gap. It is easier to understand. In addition, Zhu Su also noticed that there are no particularly outstanding films participating in the Venice Film Festival this time, which means that they still have hope. So far, the film The Future You Choose has not been released in China, and the confidentiality work has been done very well, and not many people know about it. For most domestic netizens, this movie is still a mystery. This is just right. If we can win a significant award at the Venice Film Festival, then this news will naturally be spread back to China soon, and we will make full preparations for the release of The Future You Choose. Chapter 16, 37 Awards. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Awards were presented one after another. The audience felt drowsy listening to the beautiful Italian of the host and the occasional English from the guests. There was no way, they could barely understand a few words in English, but Italian was like listening to a foreign language. They didn't understand it at all. The crew members were a little sleepy. Only Zhu Xiaozi and Lu Jiao and a few others were still looking forward to it. With the experience of the last time, everyone knew that anyone who was notified to come to the awards ceremony would basically receive an award. It was just a matter of whether it was bigger or smaller. However, considering everyone's expectations for the movie The Future You Choose, getting a small award was equivalent to not getting it. It still had to get a big award with enough weight, such as the Best Actor or the Golden Lion Award, which would be a historic breakthrough for everyone. Before coming, the crew members also made up for the relevant knowledge about the Venice Film Festival. This is the oldest and earliest film festival in the world. As a pioneer of film festivals, the Venice Film Festival has a relatively profound historical heritage and its own cultural core. To summarize briefly, the Venice Film Festival is more inclined to individuals and encourages innovation, encourages bold experiments in audiovisual language, and pays more attention to the ideological nature of the film. In addition, the Venice Film Festival prefers Asian films and pays more attention to Chinese-language films. Many Chinese-language films have been favored by the Venice Film Festival, and 2 of them have won the Golden Lion Award for Best Film. Another director has won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Venice Film Festival. In addition, the Chinese jury also has a certain influence at the Venice Film Festival. After the crew arrived, they also met and communicated with several Chinese judges. Everyone has high expectations for the movie The Future You Choose. I hope he can continue or even surpass the success of A Better Tomorrow. After all, the 2 films have certain similarities in subject matter and story, and The Future You Want can be seen as a fully improved version of A Better Tomorrow. Walking past the awards one by one, the crew yawned and chatted quietly. Because the previous awards were meaningless, and the name of The Future You Choose was not read. Huang Sibo also felt bored. After all, only directors and actors would go on stage to receive awards, which had nothing to do with him as the person in charge. He came to the film festival purely for show. As a result, at this moment, he suddenly felt that Lu Zhiyao, who was sitting on his left, tensed up. Then he heard the second half of the English award speech. For Lu Zhiyao. Although Huang Sibo could hardly hear Lu Zhiyao's name, the pinyin of Lu Zhiyao was directly typed on the big screen. Now nearly 90% of actors and directors in the mainland use pinyin as their English names. This is also a manifestation of increasing cultural confidence. And it is especially important to note that the order of the first name and the last name will not be reversed. The big screen also showed the awards won by Lu Zhiyao. There is no doubt that it is the best actor. After all, he can't win any other awards. Lu Zhiyao has buttoned up his suit very elegantly and stood up to go on stage. The crew of The Future You Choose was immediately excited and applauded enthusiastically with the audience. This award was really a pleasant surprise. If he really won the Best Actor award, then he can finally be called a bona fide movie star. Indeed, the awards he won before were all domestic ones, so they were not as prestigious. Well, isn't it reasonable for Lu Zhiyao to win the Best Actor award based on his acting in our movie? Lu Zhiyao came to the stage and said in Chinese, "First of all, good evening to everyone. This is my first time at the Venice Film Festival. I didn't expect to receive this honor. I feel very honored. I would like to thank the jury for giving me this honor. Here, I would also like to thank my director, all the staff, and my fans. This movie is a test and a great opportunity for me." After thanking all the important people, Lu Zhiyao changed the subject. "I would also like to thank the film's investor and top producer Mr. Pei. For me, Mr. Pei is my Bo Lu. It is under Mr. Pei's step-by-step guidance that I can constantly hone my acting skills through each character and finally gain recognition from the world. In the movie The Future You Choose, my acting skills that I have been accumulating have finally been given the best stage to showcase. I hope to give you more wonderful performances and create more classic characters in the future. Thank you again." The translator on the side translated Lu Zhiyao's words into Italian, and the scene burst into applause again. Lu Zhiyao returned to his seat, and the crew members congratulated him one after another, with happy smiles on their faces. That's enough. He deserves the title of International Film Emperor. With this award, our trip to this film festival will be worth it. With the Best Actor award, we will have enough topics to talk about when we go back. Just relying on the performance of an award-winning actor, plus our story, the box office will definitely not be low when we go back to the theater. It's worth the trip, it's worth the trip. Everyone passed Lu Zhiyao's trophy around, and everyone was very satisfied. After all, although the Best Actor award is a personal honor, it is also an honor for the entire crew of this movie. After all, without a good story, it is difficult for an actor to win the Best Actor award no matter how hard he tries. Good acting skills still need to be set off by the plot. The crew's goal of participating in this film festival has been achieved. After all, it is a more important award like the Best Actor, not an insignificant small award. After the excitement, the crew fell into a weak state. When the Best Director award was presented, Zhu Xiaozi straightened his back, but it didn't go to him, which made him a little disappointed. Not only because of the failure of his own award, but also because the bigger the award, the lower the possibility of winning it. Finally, the awards ceremony reached the final stage. Even the Silver Lion Award had been presented, but the name of The Future You Choose still did not appear. At this time, the crew's mood was somewhat contradictory, a bit like the mood of the employees who did not get a small award at the final award ceremony of the annual meeting. On the one hand, I felt a little guilty, thinking that the biggest award was unlikely to fall on my head, but I also had a strong expectation in my heart. Either it would end so hastily, or I would win a big one. This feeling was really exciting. For the crew of The Future You Choose, taking back a Best Actor was considered a pass, and it was worth the trip. But it was still a bit regrettable to have only this one award. After all, the crew members felt that the movie, The Future You Choose, was good in every way, almost perfect. Even if it won the Golden Lion Award, it was reasonable. The host said a lot of words in Italian, and then looked at the award presenter across the stage, probably asking him to announce the final award. The award presenter was a naive fat man, a world-renowned director. He said with a smile, "Let me just say the name of the winning work. Zhu Xiaozi, for The Future You Choose." As soon as this was said, the scene immediately broke out into warm applause and cheers. Zhu Xiaozi finally let go of his worries, and then he was filled with ecstasy. The music started, and amid the warm applause and cheers from the audience, Zhu Xiaozi calmed himself down. He pretended to be very calm and walked slowly to the stage. After a warm hug with the white-haired old judge on the stage, Zhu Xiaozi received the highest award from him, a golden little lion with wings. After about 2 minutes of long photo session, Zhu Xiaozi came to the side of the podium holding the golden little lion. The warm applause gradually subsided. Zhu Xiaozi adjusted the microphone slightly. He said the award speech that he had repeated many times in his heart before. "First of all, I would like to thank all the judges for their recognition and love of this film. The film The Future You Choose is a film that embodies the hard work of the crew, full of profound connotations and rich imagination. At the same time, it is rooted in real materials and draws valuable nutrition. For me, it is a highlight of my entire directorial career, and it is also a milestone for me to break through myself again and challenge a higher art hall. Here I would like to thank all the crew members, my very lovely actors, and the audience who have always supported us. In addition, all of us in the crew would like to thank President Pei in particular. It is your spiritual connotation that gives the film a soul. The real events in reality give the film flesh and blood. Without you, this film would not be born. So this award is the result of the joint efforts of all of us, including all the fans who support Tenda Group. I would like to share this honor with you. Thank you everyone." The scene applauded again. At the same time, various news reports were sent back to China as soon as possible. A domestic film won the highest award of the Venice Film Festival, the Golden Lion Award. This is definitely a stroke worth highlighting in the film industry. Sunday, September 8th. As soon as Pei Qian got up, he hurriedly took his mobile phone to check the situation of the Venice Film Festival last night. He felt a little conflicted. As a friend, he actually hoped that Zhu Xiaozi and others could win a small award, such as Best Actor and Best Director. Such awards are actually acceptable. After all, these people really make movies down to earth, and they deserve to win awards. As long as they don't cause the movie box office to explode. As a result, Pei Qian didn't expect to receive several push notifications as soon as he turned on his mobile phone. A domestic film won the Venice Best Film Golden Lion Award for the 7th time. Lu Jiao won the Best Actor Award, and the Best Actor was finally crowned. Director Zhu Xiaozi, thank you Mr. Pei for giving the film a soul. Chapter 1638 Twin Stars Shining? Losing money to become the richest man, starting from the game. Pei Qian's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It's bad, the worst has happened. I didn't expect that this movie actually won the Golden Lion Award. Pei Qian didn't have high hopes for this movie before. After all, the idea of this movie was something he came up with on a whim. He simply wanted to portray Tenda Group as a villain. However, during the portrayal process, the two responsible persons, Zhu Xiaozi and Yu Fei, each put forward their own views and extended Pei's ideas. Pei Qian flipped the ideas of the movie and the game, and started filming very hastily. Unexpectedly, a movie shot casually like this could actually win the highest award at an international film festival. This is outrageous. Although this is the 7th time that a domestic film has won the Golden Lion Award. It is not a historic breakthrough, but it is also the first time in 5 years that a Golden Lion Award has been won. Compared with other film festivals, the Venice Film Festival prefers Asian films and Chinese-language films. Therefore, many Chinese-language film directors have received this honor before. However, since 2007, there seems to be a gap in this award. Even the judges of the Venice Film Festival expressed regret for the gradual decline of Chinese-language films. Therefore, the fact that the movie The Future You Choose can win the Golden Lion Award again is a great encouragement for the domestic film industry. In addition, Liu Xiao's winning of the Best Actor award is also something worth writing about. As a benchmark for the acting skills of the new generation of powerful male actors, Liu Xiao has been working hard on the road to breaking through himself. Many audiences have grown up with him with one movie after another, witnessed his increasingly sophisticated acting skills, and given him more and more attention and support. This Venice Film Festival is naturally a double gain for Liu Xiao, and he has reached the peak of his life. What made Pei Qian speechless the most was Zhu Xiaozi's award speech on the stage. What does President Pei has given spirit and flesh to this movie mean? It turns out that this movie is entirely my fault. The key is that Zhu Xiaozi's award speech on such an important occasion put President Pei in such a high position, which makes it difficult for netizens not to associate it. It's not long before the internet will be flooded with discussions about this movie and the Venice Film Festival. I haven't even seen this movie yet, and it's already won 2 awards. How can I justify this? Pei Qian felt desperate. During the filming of this movie, Pei Qian had a lot of things to do and didn't pay much attention to it. After the filming and editing were completed, Zhu Xiaozi took the movie directly to the Venice Film Festival, so Pei Qian didn't have time to watch it. As a result, he didn't even know what the movie was like before the bad news came. It was really a sad story. Pei Qian responded to the good news from Zhu Xiaozi, Liu Xiao, and others in a very perfunctory manner. Then he began to check the discussions of netizens. Fei Huang Studio is awesome. The Golden Lion Award is a very prestigious international award. Yes, although the Venice Film Festival has a preference for Chinese-language films, it must be hard work to win this award. What's more, it won the Golden Lion Award and Best Actor, 2 important awards. This movie is worth looking forward to. When will it be released? Does anyone know what kind of movie it is? Not sure, the crew did a good job of keeping it secret. The name of the movie is The Future You Choose, and it seems to be a cyberpunk theme. Is the cyberpunk theme similar to A Better Tomorrow? Then why not make a second part of A Better Tomorrow? That's not clear, but judging from the current awards, this movie should be better than A Better Tomorrow, so everyone can look forward to it. Director Zhu Xiaozi said in his award speech that President Pei gave this movie soul and flesh and blood. Soul, I understand, should mean that the original inspiration for this idea came from President Pei giving it flesh and blood. What does it mean? It seems to mean that some things in reality provided some details or plot perfection for this film. Is it related to the Anti-Tenda Alliance incident? It's possible. After all, movie stories are all based on reality and are higher than reality, right? The Anti-Tenda Alliance incident was a big deal before, so it's just right to take this as a material and put some of the content into the movie to show it. It's also reasonable. Then this movie should be a satire of those public officials in the Anti-Tenda Alliance. I wonder if we can see similar companies appear in movies? By the way, isn't the movie My Property coming out soon? Didn't it participate in the Venice Film Festival this time? If it did, it could at least win the Best Screenplay award. After all, the original novel is so wonderful. It seems that it didn't participate. I don't know what the considerations were. The situation of this movie is even more mysterious than The Future You Choose. So far, there has been almost no news. But anyway, this month's movies are full of heroes and worth looking forward to. The netizens were all discussing enthusiastically and looking forward to the release of excellent movies in the near future. Pei Qian felt very sad. With this kind of attention, the box office of the movie The Future You Choose will definitely not be low when it is released. We can only hope that the movie will gradually start high and end low after its release, and earn less box office. Pei Qian found that many people were discussing another domestic movie in the comments, called My Property. It seems that many viewers also have high hopes for this movie. After all, it is adapted from the classic original work of a top domestic science fiction author. Many people call this month's movie schedule a twin-star shine, and it depends on which of the two movies, The Future You Choose and My Property, can win. Pei Qian did not pay much attention to the movie My Property because he felt that the name was not good. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that he was a little unlucky. Before, every movie that competed with Fei Huang Studio, he paid attention to it and it died suddenly. Even Hollywood blockbusters could not withstand his poisonous milk, let alone a small domestic movie. After all, the movie The Future You Choose has won the Golden Lion Award. In this case, it is still very difficult for an ordinary domestic science fiction movie to shake it. Pei Qian fell into a state of resignation and could only wait silently. According to the original plan, the game will be released first in the second half of this month, followed by the movie. After all, the release time of the game is relatively flexible, so it is harmless to adjust it. But once the release date of the movie is set, it cannot be easily changed. Pei Qian prayed silently, I just hope that both the game and the movie can be well received, but not popular. It's okay to have a good reputation, but don't make too much money. At the same time in Shanghai, Nie Yunxing and Lu Xiaoping of Fanqi Media were having a secret talk in the conference room. The Future You Choose successfully won the two major awards of Best Actor and Best Film Golden Lion at the Venice Film Festival. Naturally, this news reached Nie Yunxing and Lu Xiaoping at the first time. For various reasons, the film My Property did not participate in the Venice Film Festival. One of the reasons is that the director did not want to go. This director is a very capable and individual director. He thinks that the overall story core of the movie My Property is still for domestic audiences. Even if it participates in the film festival, the results will not be too good, and most of the awards will not be won. So there is no need to toss and turn, and put all your energy in China. Lu Xiaoping also thought that this would paralyze President Pei, making him unaware of the dangers posed by the film. Moreover, they had previously thought that the film The Future You Choose would hardly win the Golden Lion Award. If it only won a small award, it would not have much impact. Now the situation suddenly became confusing. Seeing that the release date is approaching, Lu Xiaoping and Ye Mingxing are a little nervous. After all, they all know that the success or failure of this movie will greatly affect the success of their final strategy. Mr. Lu, what do you think about these two movies? Nie Yunxing asked. Lu Xiaoping did not panic, but said calmly, although Mr. Pei's film successfully won the Golden Lion Award, it is a small danger for us, but I think the overall situation has not changed fundamentally. I am very confident in the hard power of the movie My Property. Although the movie The Future You Choose can win awards internationally, it may not be able to win in terms of domestic audience reputation and box office. In addition, there is another very important point. This time, Mr. Pei's film won the award, but it exposed us to a very critical information. If we can make good use of this, maybe we can find the key breakthrough to win. Nie Yunxing raised his eyebrows. Really? I would like to hear more. Lu Xiaoping explained. Director Zhu Xiaozi let it slip when he was presenting the award. He said that the real events that happened in reality gave flesh and blood to this movie, that is to say, some plots of the movie appeared directly from reality. Combined with the fact that this movie is a cyberpunk theme, then we can roughly guess some of it. Nie Yunxing suddenly realized, you mean, this movie includes many companies in the anti-Dingda alliance. It makes some allusions to reality? Liu Xiaoping nodded. Combined with the name of this movie, The Future You Choose, isn't this obvious? Boss Pei obviously regards this movie as an important part of our anti-Tenda alliance's public opinion war. This name is hinting to all netizens and viewers, choosing Tenda is choosing the right future. Then in the movie, as the enemy of Tenda Group, we naturally appear as a negative character. Can't we do something about this? Chapter 1639, Tenda confessed. Nie Yunxing understood instantly, and Liu Xiaoping couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Indeed, with all the clues combined, the content of the movie is clear. The name of the movie is The Future You Choose, and it is a cyberpunk theme. Zhu also clearly stated in the award speech that part of the content is based on reality. Then this must be President Pei's private goods, using the Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda Lianmei war and Lingying as a bargaining chip to win the public opinion war. Needless to say, companies such as anti-Tenda Lianmei must appear as negative images. Many people attacked Qingshan Group and Zhujiao Group before, because they were monopolizing. And an important feature of the cyberpunk theme is the control of ordinary people by large monopoly enterprises. Putting companies such as Qingshan Group and Zhujiao Group into the background of cyberpunk and secretly blackening them, isn't this a natural thing? Of course, President Pei would not blatantly include the names or logos of Qingshan Group and Zhujiao Group, but wouldn't it be enough to just make a slight change and allude to it so that the audience can know who it is? Nie Yunxing couldn't help but get excited, because he and Liu Xiaoping felt that they had successfully caught President Pei's next move, and judging from the sophistication of the moves, the anti-Tenda alliance is even better. After all, one is explicit and the other is implicit. Although Tenda's behavior is more direct, it always gives people a sense of impatience and is not subtle enough. Not only that, if you think clearly about Mr. Pei's next move, you can make a series of countermeasures in advance. After thinking for a while, Nie Yunxing said, in this case, we can take the initiative again and launch a round of public opinion war. Let's seize the movie, The Future You Choose, to hit it head-on. We will publicize it on the internet. Tenda Group has brainwashed everyone through the movie, The Future You Choose. It is a one-man show, suppressing dissidents, and maliciously smearing other companies. Our Qingshan Group, Zhujiao Group, Jiaju Takeout and other companies are all law-abiding companies. They have been conscientiously creating jobs for the society and paying taxes conscientiously. Why does Tenda Group think it is superior to others and use the big companies in cyberpunk to satirize us? This is a slander and defamation against us. Tenda Group has elevated normal commercial competition to the category of personal attack, which has infringed on the reputation rights of our companies. Liu Xiaoping nodded in agreement. However, he thought for a moment and said, it's better not to personally participate and use some indirect methods to lead the rhythm. After all, the names and logos of our companies will definitely not appear directly in this movie. If we make it too serious, we will be at a disadvantage. This matter must be done, but it must be done just right. Whoever gets angry first in this kind of public opinion war will be at a disadvantage. Nie Yunxing said confidently, don't worry, I know how to deal with this matter. As long as this step can be successful, it can lay a solid foundation for our subsequent public opinion war. Once the movie My Property is released, it will be a fatal blow, directly killing President Pei without leaving a single piece of armor. The two smiled at each other and saw the dawn of victory in each other's eyes. Finally caught a great opportunity to beat President Pei. Monday, September 9th. Pei Qian was in his office, yawning and browsing the web boredly. The online discussion about the movie The Future You Choose has not completely subsided, and the heat is still continuing. Many people are eagerly waiting for the release of this movie, and they all say that they will die if they can't see The Future You Choose. Pei Qian is a little worried. Will this popularity continue directly to the release of the movie? That would be too outrageous. Suddenly Pei Qian found that there were many discordant voices in the discussion of these netizens. Well, is it possible that the competitors have finally started to exert their strength? Pei Qian couldn't help but be very surprised. In his opinion, You Choose the Future can now be a gathering of time, place, and people. If there is no huge external pressure, it would be difficult to fail. After waiting for so long, there is finally someone to lead the pace. Although the internet cleaning activities in the past few months have hit many online water army gangs, Pei Qian himself dare not have the idea of water army again, but there must be brave men under a big reward. Moreover, many self-media people take money to do things, and it is difficult to define them as water army gangs. After all, this kind of behavior will never be caught. For Pei Qian, this is good news. He happily clicked on these discussions to check. Tenda Group is a bit too much, really. Using a cyberpunk crossover movie to compile other domestic companies? Where did you get the news? Hasn't the movie been released yet? Isn't it so obvious? The name is The Future You Choose, which is obviously a hint. The process of users choosing companies directly affects the development of the future world, and the movie is a cyberpunk theme. Director Zhu's words in the award speech are obviously alluding to the business war between Tenda Group and Anti-Tenda Alliance in reality. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. Tenda Group is the righteous side. What are you talking about? Are there any good and evil sides in business wars? Although those companies are relatively insignificant, they are also legitimate enterprises. They are not committing crimes, and they are also creating jobs and tax revenue. How can they be directly included in the cyberpunk theme and ridiculed as villains? In this case, I also think it is a bit problematic. Isn't The Future You Choose actually a movie with ulterior motives? If it is ulterior motives, it does make people feel uncomfortable. Business matters should be resolved in business. It is a bit unethical to release a movie to secretly ridicule others. I think Tenda is too overbearing in this matter. It keeps saying that others are monopoly enterprises, but what Tenda is doing now is different from what is the difference between other monopoly companies. Don't they all have the final say and label others as the boss? In my opinion, if Tenda Group really defeats the anti-Tenda Lianmei companies and achieves a monopoly in all fields, it will probably be more terrifying than those other companies. After all, other companies only monopolize one industry, while Tenda is now pursuing a monopoly in the entire industry. This is a bit off topic. But I also agree that using movies to satirize other companies is indeed a very bad behavior. If this is the case, The Future You Choose will be deducted from my opinion. I don't accept a movie with such serious ulterior motives winning the Golden Lion Award. Looking at the discussions of these netizens, Pei Qian felt confused and was in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? The operation of these water armies was so psychedelic that Pei Qian couldn't understand it at all. When did the movie The Future You Choose attack other companies? It was obviously attacking Tenda itself. Pei Qian thought about it and understood. This must be because the film's confidentiality was done too well. People outside didn't know the real content of the film. They just guessed based on the name of the film and some details, and mistakenly thought that Tenda Group attacked other competitors through this film. Isn't this all wrong? You attack The Future You Choose from this angle. Isn't this exposing your own flaws and hitting yourself? The more lively the rhythm is now, the harder you will be hit in the face when the movie is released. Pei Qian seemed to have foreseen the other party's tragic fate. Although I don't know who did these things, to form such a trend, there must be a big company behind it, and it is mostly the work of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. What can I do? I can't just watch my good brother jump into the fire pit. Pei Qian was a little panicked, because according to the current plot development, the Anti-Tenda Alliance was simply shooting itself in the foot. Pei Qian couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He didn't know what to do, and after thinking it over again and again, he finally decided to issue an official statement. In fact, strictly speaking, this statement is unreasonable. Because these rumors on the internet seem to be just some spontaneous discussions among netizens, which have not formed a wide impact, nor have they caused any bad consequences. Is Tengda's current rumor refuting really a rumor refuting? Or is it exacerbating the spread of rumors? For corporate public relations, if a rumor is only spread within a very small range, the best way is to ignore it, because the official rumor refuting will make more people know. Isn't it counterproductive? But Pei Qian can't care about so much now, because he knows that there are other companies behind this matter to fuel the flames. And if he does nothing, the heat will eventually rise. When the heat accumulates to the time when the movie is released, everything will be out of control. Pei Qian can't watch his good brothers jump into the fire pit, so he has to clarify the statement quickly to stop them from thinking about it. In the afternoon in the Magic City. In a high-end restaurant, Nia Yunxing is giving Lu Xiaoping a farewell. Lu Xiaoping flew from the imperial capital to the Magic City just to hold a simple meeting with the bosses who were against Tengda Lianmei and discuss a series of subsequent public opinion wars. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is almost time for him to return to the imperial capital. After returning, Lu Xiaoping will devote all his energy to my property and strive to achieve a double harvest of movie box office and public opinion war. Nia Yunxing and the bosses of other companies in the anti-Tengda alliance also have high hopes for this event. The two were eating, and Nia Yunxing swiped his phone and suddenly laughed. Lu Xiaoping was a little surprised. Why is Mr. Nia laughing? Nia Yunxing laughed and handed over the phone. Mr. Lu, look, Tengda has confessed. It seems that we have accurately hit the soft spot of Tenda Group and Mr. Pei this time, otherwise they would not be so impatient, even anxious. Chapter 1640 Game Release. Losing money to become the richest man started from the game. Lu Xiaoping took the phone and saw that it was the official account of Tenda Group that issued a clarification announcement. The content of the announcement was very simple. It simply collected those false information and refuted the rumors, saying that the movie The Future You Choose did not maliciously attack or smear any other domestic companies. Please do not take it personally. Wait patiently for the movie to be officially released. Lu Xiaoping was stunned for a moment. He looked at Nia Yunxing and asked, "Why do you think this is a confession? It may be that Tenda Group really didn't allude to us in this movie? I think this clarification announcement is written quite sincerely." Nia Yunxing laughed. "How is that possible? If we really guessed wrong, Tenda Group didn't allude to us in this movie, then would President Pei be so anxious to clarify? Wouldn't it be better to watch us jump into the pit? If you were President Pei, what would you do?" Lu Xiaoping thought for a while. "I should deliberately indulge or even deliberately fan the flames to let this rumor spread more widely. After all, the bigger the rumor, the worse we will fall." Nia Yunxing nodded. "That's right. If President Pei is really competent, this is the best option. The middle option is to not comment on this, not to make a statement, and wait for the heat to slowly subside. Official clarification is actually a confession." Lu Xiaoping frowned slightly, but according to President Nia, isn't it a bad move by President Pei? President Pei has always been a mastermind and has long-term plans. How could he do such a stupid thing? Could it be that he is trying to lure the enemy? Nia Yunxing shook his head. "I don't think President Pei is confused, but he has lost his way and has no other good way. Because we have already accurately grasped his weak spot. If You Choose the Future did not allude to us, President Pei would certainly have many ways to deal with it. Whether it is to do nothing or to add fuel to the flames, it is the best choice for President Pei. But if You Choose the Future alludes to us, then President Pei, no matter what he does, it is wrong. To do nothing is to raise a tiger for trouble. To add fuel to the flames is to court self-destruction. So President Pei's clarification at this time has two purposes. The first is to clarify the rumors and eliminate the impact as much as possible. The second may be bluffing, misleading us, making us feel that the movie does not allude to us, forcing us to give up this strategy of public opinion warfare. That's why we must not be fooled by him. We must implement this strategy more firmly. Liu Xiaoping felt that he was a little dizzy and didn't know which level of the game he had reached. His first reaction was that President Pei should not be able to do such a stupid operation. There must be something wrong. But Nie Yunqing felt that President Pei might have taken advantage of their psychology and deliberately made a seemingly stupid operation to mislead them. And from all the signs, if Tenda did not allude to the anti-Tenda alliance companies in this movie, then who was it alluding to? This doesn't make sense. This movie is a cyberpunk theme and won an award. It must have a deeper connotation and something to satirize. After thinking about it, there is really nothing else to satirize. Liu Xiaoping thought for a while. Okay, President Nye, I believe in your judgment. If it is really as Nie Yunqing said, then President Pei's current behavior is like singing an empty city plan. If he is scared away, he will lose a lot. If he continues to advance, he may be able to win a great victory. What's more, they are also qualified to continue the attack. The real trump card of the anti-Tenda alliance is my property. Even if they have suffered a defeat in the public opinion war and have been calculated by President Pei, they can still save the situation after my property is released. In that case, why not give it a try? Friday, September 13th. Pei Qian paced back and forth in the office waiting anxiously for Mr. Li's reply. A week had passed since the announcement was issued, and Pei Qian found that the other party not only did not restrain at all, but became even more aggressive. Isn't this a scam? It was clearly hinted so clearly, why didn't this group of people get it? After the announcement was issued on Monday, Pei Qian waited patiently for 3 days, and didn't find out until Wednesday afternoon that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have no signs of restraint at all, which made him extremely anxious. Seeing that the game would be officially released next week, when the truth came out, everything would be irreversible. So on Wednesday night, Pei Qian privately found Li Shi, hoping that he could take a message to the anti-Tenda alliance on his behalf. Tell Nie Yunqing that there is really no allusion to the anti-Tenda alliance in the movie The Future You Choose, and all the villains in it are played by the departments of Tenda Group themselves. The reason why he didn't call in person was mainly because he was afraid that Nie Yunqing would misunderstand him. If Nie Yunqing thought Pei Qian was provoking him, it would be difficult to deal with. Letting Mr. Li act as the middleman should be able to promote mutual understanding between the two sides. As a result, until Friday, Mr. Li still hadn't replied. The discussion on the internet about this issue became more and more intense, and it seemed that the other party was not giving up and was constantly fanning the flames. As he was walking around, the phone rang. Pei Qian saw that it was Li Shi calling, so he quickly picked up the phone. Hey, how's the situation? What did Nie Yunqing say? Li Shi said, somewhat inexplicably, Boss Pei, I explained it to him earnestly as you said. I called him 3 or 4 times in the past 2 days to explain the situation. At the beginning, he pretended to be innocent, saying that he knew nothing about the matter and that I had found the wrong person. In short, he didn't know anything. Later, perhaps because I had been harassing him, he was obviously angry and said some true words. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. True words? What did he say? Li Shi coughed twice and imitated Nie Yunqing's tone and said, although this matter has nothing to do with me, I still want to say that Boss Pei's behavior is not a case of trying to cover up the truth. If this movie really doesn't allude to our company, why bother to explain it in a big way? The more explanations there are, the more it shows that there is definitely a problem here. Mr. Li, you don't have to pretend to be a good person. Everyone knows that you and Mr. Pei are in the same boat. You must have come here to persuade me at Mr. Pei's request. Go back and tell Mr. Pei that I will never be fooled by him. Even if you are eloquent, I will never believe a word you say. Mr. Pei is so kind that he is worried about the fate of our company. Who was it that killed several of our companies in the first place, so majestic and arrogant? Now it is obvious that Tenda has encountered problems and asked us to do something, but you still act like you are doing good for us. It's really fake. Go back and tell Mr. Pei that there is no need to talk. If there is anything, we will fight for real and talk about it on the battlefield. It must be said that Li Shi is very talented in imitation, and he imitated Nie Yunqing's tone vividly. There seems to be 3 parts of sarcasm, 3 parts of mockery, and 3 parts of complacency in these words, and the last part is faintly firm. Pei Qian sighed silently. It is really hard to save the damn ghost with good words. It can only be said that people cannot understand each other after all, and my good intentions were finally taken for granted. Neither the clarification announcement nor the friendly reminder in private could make Nie Yunqing stop at the brink of the cliff. Instead, it made him more determined to step on the accelerator and rush towards the cliff. Okay, Mr. Li, you have worked hard. In that case, let's wait for the movie to be officially released. Pei Qian hung up the phone silently, feeling that his fragile self had endured too much. Tuesday, September 17th. Xiao Liang, the pigeon spirit, went against her normal routine and started a live broadcast very early. Fans are waiting together for the official release of the new 3A masterpiece, The Future You Choose. The game and movie, The Future You Choose, have been hot topics for online discussion recently. It started because the movie won the Golden Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival, and then some comments began to appear online, speculating that the movie was satirizing the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance, which led to the denial of the rumor by the Tenda Group. However, this denial did not dispel everyone's doubts, but instead attracted more widespread attention. The audience was all eagerly waiting for the official release of the movie, but the movie will not be released until this Saturday, but the game will be released 4 days in advance. The time node chosen is quite inexplicable. The movie is not a serious schedule, and the game is not even on the weekend. But everyone has gotten used to it. After all, with the current size of Tencent, they no longer need to pay attention to the release date. They can release it whenever they want, and it will be very popular anyway. Many people even asked for leave from their bosses in advance, just to play the game You Choose the Future as soon as possible. Xiao Liang also wanted to know whether this game was about the companies that were against the Tenda Alliance, and how the cyberpunk theme would be made. The same theme was split into 2 parts, 1 game and 1 movie. Will it use the same plot like Mission and Choice, or will it use the same background story to make 2 sets of plots? In short, it is quite exciting. While waiting for the game to be released, Xiao Liang chatted with fans in the live broadcast room. Should I play the console version or the computer version? Of course, I will get one of each. Is there any need to ask? The computer version is for easier live broadcasting. For better picture quality. The console version is for belief and collection. Both are indispensable. I have a hunch. This game will definitely become a milestone for Tenda Games, just like Turning Back and Struggle. Chapter 1641, The Resistance, additional chapters, please vote for me. Losing money and becoming the richest man started from playing games. As soon as this was said, fans on the barrage sneered. Old Joe has started it again. Every time he encounters Tenda Games, Old Joe starts to lick it like crazy, completely ignoring the basic law. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Anyway, Old Joe is quite objective in evaluating any game, but he is absolutely not objective in evaluating President Pei's games. It's impossible to criticize, but he just praises it in various ways. I can only say that it's President Pei, the god of game design. I don't know what this game will be like this time. I heard it's a cyberpunk theme. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, and Tenda Group didn't do much publicity this time. It was all thanks to the enthusiasm of black fans that the game's attention was raised. No, And after the movie won the Golden Lion Award, it did receive a lot of attention. At this point, there is really no need for any publicity and marketing. This is also good, saving all the marketing funds to polish the game. Although the audience in Old Joe's live broadcast room were all making fun of Old Joe's licking, they were also very much looking forward to this game. After all, most of Old Joe's fans are loyal players of Tenda games. For game developers, game marketing has always accounted for a large part of the overall game expenses. The marketing expenses of some game companies are even equal to the development expenses. There is no way to do this. After all, without these promotional marketing expenses, it is difficult to achieve high sales without fame. But if the marketing expenses can really be spent on research and development, the quality of the game will definitely be improved. However, only Tenda dares to do such a unique thing. Everyone is full of expectations for the game, The Future You Choose. After chatting casually for a while, Qiao Laoshi looked at the time and quickly refreshed the details page of the Qiaolu game platform. Sure enough, the game, The Future You Choose, has been officially opened. In fact, the purchase and pre-download options were opened yesterday, and Qiao Laoshi had of course completed all the preparations in advance. Moreover, since the Qiaolu game platform was exposed, Tenda Group seems to have stopped pretending, and has transplanted its own classic games to the Qiaolu game platform, bringing a large number of users to this platform. Xiao Liang was one of the first game reviewers to join the Qiaolu game platform. Seeing that the friend relationships on the Tenda account were almost moved to the Qiaolu game platform intact, he naturally had no other reason to experience it on other platforms. The data on the Qiaolu game platform is interoperable with the data on the game router, but Xiao Liang still plans to buy another physical disc version for collection. Of course, the premise is that this game is really fun and classic. If the quality of the game itself is poor, then Xiao Liang can only pretend that nothing happened. Without saying much nonsense, Xiao Liang started the game directly. The logos of Tenda's related game industries first appeared on the screen, including Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, Qiaolu Game Platform, Ota Technology Game Router, etc. This game was jointly developed by Tenda Games and Shangyang Games, and was launched simultaneously on Qiaolu Game Platform and Game Router and other platforms. Then there was some noisy background sound, and cyberpunk-style rock music sounded. A neon-like halo appeared on the black screen, which seemed a bit like the picture that appeared in someone's mind after a coma. This scene gave people a sense of chaos and confusion, and at the same time made people look forward to the picture after the black screen disappeared. The noisy sound gradually faded away, replaced by the whistling wind and the distant background sound in the city. The picture gradually appeared. This is a view from a high altitude, and you can see the future city lined up in front of you. The huge urban cluster spreads to the distance of vision, and there is no end in sight. And there seem to be several places in the city filled with smoke and fighting, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. People inexplicably feel a sense of sadness. The camera gradually zoomed out, and Xiao Liang realized that what he had just seen was someone's first-person perspective. This lonely back stood on the rooftop of the tallest building in the city. Through the tattered combat uniform, you can see that his right arm, left leg and part of his back are shining with metallic luster, which should be mechanical prostheses. And in the small amount of exposed muscle parts, you can see hideous scars on the skin. Suddenly, there were several knocks on the door behind him. Dong dong dong. It seemed that some kind of metal was knocking on the security door on the top of the rooftop. This lonely back turned his head and looked, revealing half of his side face. Xiao Liang then noticed that a large area of his entire face had been modified. The metal mandible and the mechanical prosthetic eyes, with a long red light in the eye sockets, made him look hideous, like a mechanical skeleton. On the other half of the relatively intact human face, his eyes revealed an extremely complex emotion that was difficult to describe in words. But it was definitely not an emotion like optimism, happiness, or relief. The picture was frozen. New background music sounded. Although it was still in the style of cyberpunk, it was much more cheerful and compact overall. A line of words appeared on the black screen: Hope City, 10 years ago. On the roof of a 4-story building on the edge of the city, several soldiers were silently wiping their guns. In the middle of the picture, there was a back figure, holding a telescope and looking at the street in the distance. Qiao Liang recognized it instantly. This back figure was the protagonist who appeared on the high-rise building in the previous scene. A soldier next to him asked excitedly, "Captain Lude, has the convoy not arrived yet?" At this time, the identity introduction appeared next to the protagonist, the leader of the resistance, Lude York. The camera gave the protagonist's face. Although it was blocked by the telescope, Qiao Liang could still recognize that this was indeed the face on the high-rise building before. There were not so many mechanical modifications 10 years ago. He still looked like an ordinary normal person, but with well-developed muscles and agile body, he was obviously a warrior who had experienced many battles. Lude's voice was very steady and revealed a sense of confidence. "Prepare for battle." At the command, the resistance soldiers beside him immediately became active and began to prepare for battle. At this time, the camera switches to the image in the telescope, and a convoy is seen coming from the wasteland in the distance, seemingly heading to the city. This convoy is about to enter the ambush site of the rebels. The telescope is magnified and locked onto the logo on the car. Against the wind logistics. Qiao Liang was confused when he saw this. It turned out to be Nifeng Logistics? It's not right. It's supposed to be a cyberpunk theme, alluding to monopoly companies such as Zhujia Group and Xingyun Group. If it's meant to be sarcastic, shouldn't the Xingyun Group logo be slightly modified and put on? Or should this trained team play the role of the good guys, and the rebels are the villains? It's not right either. The previous two scenes depict the scenes 10 years later and 10 years ago respectively. This man named Lude is obviously the leader of the rebels, and is also the protagonist that the player needs to control. You can't let the player control a villain. And the rebels are obviously a very positive meaning, especially in cyberpunk. If this is an anti-force organization, it stands to reason that it shouldn't be called the rebels. And the opening of the first scene actually leaves suspense, and there are two ways to interpret it. 10 years later, Captain Lude stood on the tallest building in the city and looked down at the city and found that smoke was everywhere in the city, indicating that the end of the battle was still going on. There are two possibilities. One scenario is that the rebels won and eventually captured the entire city, and Captain Lude was on the rooftop, welcoming the victory. The other is that the resistance army has completely failed, and the enemy forces of the resistance army are cleaning up the mess. Captain Lude has become a commander without troops, and he ran to the rooftop alone to meet his own fate. Both explanations seem to make sense. Finally, there was a knock on the door on the rooftop. This may be the resistance army's men reporting the battle situation to Captain Lude. It is also possible that the army that encircled him has come to the door, and the knock on the door is just announcing his final fate. In short, just looking at this opening, it gives people a confusing and difficult to grasp feeling. In fact, after hearing that The Future You Choose is a cyberpunk theme, Qiao Liang has roughly made several speculations. He thinks that with his understanding of President Pei, he should be able to guess the plot of this game. Not only him, in fact, most of the players on the internet, even those on the Anti-Tenda Alliance, have already guessed in advance that the game and movie The Future You Choose are to blacken the companies of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. By describing a desperate cyberpunk world, it shows everyone the consequences of these companies' eventual monopoly of the market, and has a certain guiding significance for reality, helping Tenda win this public opinion war. But after entering the game, Qiao Liang realized that he had guessed wrong. Where is the company that opposes the Tenda Alliance? In the first scene, the player will directly smash the transport truck of Nifeng Logistics. However, the battle started soon, and Qiao Liang had no time to think about these twists and turns. He hurriedly followed the instructions of the game tutorial and quickly joined the battle. After wearing the mechanical exoskeleton, the resistance fighters showed their magical powers and descended from the roof to rush towards the Nifeng logistics convoy. According to the story background, after all, there is a relatively high level of technology, so both the weapons used and the armor worn on the body are more advanced than conventional gun battle games. For example, the mechanical exoskeleton of the legs allows players to jump and move quickly. And the smart weapons in their hands can also achieve automatic aiming and reduce recoil. As soon as the resistance approached the Nifeng logistics convoy, the convoy broadcast had already issued a warning, and then the heavy machine guns on the top of the convoy opened fire fiercely. However, the resistance team came prepared. First, they blew up a car with heavy weapons, completely blocking the way of the Nifeng logistics convoy. Then they concentrated their firepower to shoot down the drone escort formation in front of the convoy. During this process, Qiao Liang kept adapting to the feel of the game. It was a bit like the DLC of Sea Fortress and Mission and Choice, which was the process of the Skylark team beheading the Zerg Queen. This fighting style was similar to the feeling of wearing the Skylark combat suit, but the technology level was a little lower than that. The protection of the convoy was not weak, but these rebel fighters were all experienced and had strong firepower. Qiao Liang controlled the protagonist to kill people everywhere, feeling like an amazing lone hero, playing the game with great pleasure. However, just when he was happy, another rebel's slightly anxious voice came from the communicator. "Captain Lude, we have to destroy this batch of goods quickly. The reinforcements of Tenda Group are coming here." Chapter 1642. Tenda has never had a real president. Qiao Liang was controlling the protagonist, Captain Lude, to kill all around and shoot down several drones. Hearing this, he was stunned, and turned his head and was dumbfounded. "I saw the army of Tenda Group spreading out and approaching this side. There were dense drones and law enforcement units in the sky, and many infantry fighting vehicles and soldiers wearing Tenda Group combat uniforms on the ground. The fire suppression instantly covered the whole scene. Fuck. Are you cheating? We have less than 10 people in the resistance army, and you are eager to send out an army." Qiao Liang was completely stunned. This behavior was simply like using anti-aircraft guns to hit mosquitoes, which was too much of a fuss. With a burst of violent explosions, the convoy of Nifeng logistics was engulfed in flames, and the resistance army immediately evacuated. The drones and law enforcement units quickly caught up. Even though the resistance soldiers fought 1 against 100 and shot down a large number of drones, it was still a drop in the bucket. There were constant teammates who betrayed the team and left the battle. Qiao Liang controlled the protagonist to fight and retreat, and soon the cut scene was played. The super strong man wearing a mechanical exoskeleton descended. Half of his body was transformed into a machine, and with a special exoskeleton, the whole person looked like a steel mountain. Qiao Liang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he felt that the face of this strong man was vaguely similar to Guo Liqing. Before he could react, the protagonist was grabbed by the strong man's thick mechanical arm and thrown out. In the spinning, the protagonist's surroundings were in chaos. It seemed that he had experienced a very tragic battle, and his vision gradually went dark. The camera stretched upward from the protagonist's closed eyes, and saw that the protagonist was covered with bruises, the mechanical exoskeleton was completely damaged, there were multiple wounds on his body, and even the entire right leg was missing. Around him were a large number of corpses of Tenda Group's combat robots and drones. Further away was the background of Cyberpunk City. On the outskirts of Hope City, countless convoys shuttled back and forth. The convoy that was destroyed before was just a little insignificant supplies of Tenda Group. The entire cyberpunk-style city was still running in an orderly manner, as if the fierce battle that had taken place before was just a trivial episode that no one cared about. With the huge city as the background, the name of the game appeared on the screen. The cyberpunk-style font displayed. The future you choose. After a brief black screen, the sound of mechanical welding rang in my ears. Captain Lude opened his eyes and found himself lying on the operating table. A prosthetic doctor was installing a mechanical prosthesis for him. His right leg was destroyed in the previous battle and had to be replaced with a mechanical prosthesis. The other wounds on his body had also been bandaged properly. The prosthetic doctor said with emotion, "You were lucky to escape from the war machine and only lost one leg. You may not be so lucky next time." Captain Lude was silent for a moment, as if recalling the previous tragic battle and the teammates who died. After a long time, he sighed, "Tenda Group is too powerful. I must gain more powerful power to compete with them." The doctor stretched out his hand and pulled down a display screen in front of Captain Lude, saying, "Maybe I can help you with this matter, but remember it. The opening part of the game ends here. After the basic battle guidance, you can make some modifications to your body here with the prosthetic doctor. The modified right leg this time is required by the plot, but in addition, players can also freely choose to modify other parts of the body. For example, mechanical prosthetic eyes, head chips, body, arms, and even internal organs can be modified. And after each modification, some new abilities will be obtained. Of course, you can't transform your whole body into a robot at once. You have to progress with the plot to have new transformation opportunities. However, the transformation process is relatively free. It is entirely up to the player to decide which to transform first and which to transform later. Transforming different parts will gain some derivative abilities. In the next plot level, players must know how to use this special ability to assist in passing the level. According to the setting in the game, the Resistance Army is not just the protagonist's team. There are also a large number of other branches and various progressive forces hidden in the city or the wild that secretly help the Resistance Army. This cyborg doctor is one of them. What players have to do is very simple, that is, to participate in one battle after another, constantly make various choices, improve the protagonist's combat power, and finally overthrow the world's largest monopoly chaebol, that is, the dark rule of the Tenda Group. Although the vision of Hope City appears in many scenes such as the opening, it is just a background. There is no real large-scale city in the game. After all, it is too difficult to make a city of this size. And it is not closely related to the main gameplay of the game. The game still follows the general practice, making many high-precision scenes, and stringing these scenes together strictly according to the plot in the game. The protagonist is more like a lone ranger, coming from one scene to another, and his comrades around him fall or go their separate ways. However, in this process, the protagonist continues to win battles one after another, achieves one victory after another, and his military rank continues to rise, gradually becoming the spiritual leader of the Resistance Army. Of course, the protagonist's body has also been transformed to look more and more like the war machine that once defeated him. But in the eyes of the protagonist, these are all worth it. More and more people are inspired by the Resistance Army and join in. At first, only some companies secretly helped the Resistance Army, such as the cyborg doctor who had been treating and transforming Captain Lude. Slowly, more and more large companies and chaebols have joined the line of supporting the Resistance Army. These companies have money and strength. Either provide material assistance or directly provide military equipment, making the Resistance Army more and more powerful. And those grassroots people, gangsters, and even criminals have also been inspired by the Revolutionary Army and joined the Justice League to resist the rule of the Tenda Group. The whole world has ignited a trend of resistance to the Tenda Group. Under this trend, the Resistance Army, like a tide, began to launch a counterattack around the world. The battles that the protagonist participates in are getting bigger and bigger, and the battles are getting more and more intense. In the chaotic battlefield, Captain Lude is always a standing banner. He is invincible and invincible. In everyone's heart, he is a glorious and righteous image. It seems that as long as you fight with Captain Lude, this battle will be won. The plot of the whole story, after a few setbacks at the beginning, has been climbing steadily. Captain Lude has continuously acquired new abilities, fought more and more bravely, and constantly strived for new achievements. One city after another was rescued from the tyrannical rule of Tenda Group. At the same time, the big companies that helped the rebels began to actively participate in the post-war reconstruction work. While fighting on the front line, these big companies replaced the industries of Tenda Group with new technologies in the rear, and continued to provide powerful weapons and soldiers to the front line. But as the game continued, in the middle and late stages, Qiao Liang gradually felt that something was wrong. Some big chaebols transformed themselves and became important people in the rebels. And the rebels, like these big chaebols, not only used more and more sophisticated weapons and equipment, but also wore more and more luxurious clothes and used more and more expensive luxury goods. Captain Lude's real comrades who knew him well died one by one, so that in the late stage of the game, players could not even find a familiar face around the protagonist. While attending a celebration party, Captain Lude looked around and found that the only people he knew were the bosses or senior executives of large companies. The resistance fighters came to him one after another to ask for autographs and take photos, but the protagonist did not know their names at all, only that they had fought side by side with him in a certain battlefield. He felt like a high god, held high by everyone, even above the clouds, but when he looked back, he found that there was no one around him. The world is indeed constantly changing, but Captain Lude is increasingly uncertain whether this is the change he originally expected. The taste of the last battle can be natural or boring. This scene is called the City of Origin, which is obviously based on the real Jingzhou as a prototype. In the game setting, this is the place where Tenda Group started and the headquarters of Tenda Group. After fighting in cities all over the world and destroying Tenda's branches one by one, the rebel army finally came to the city and came to the headquarters of Tenda Group. After a long and fierce battle, Captain Lude finally succeeded in breaking into the headquarters of Tenda Group, fought the final battle with the war machine and won it with difficulty. He decided to pursue the victory, to find the culprit of all this, the real culprit. That is, the real helmsman of Tenda Group now. But when Captain Lude led the charge and rushed into the president's office of Tenda Group, he found that the entire space was empty. There was nothing in it, no desks or chairs, no computers, or any other personal items, as if this place had always been empty. Captain Lude was unwilling to give up. He firmly believed that there must be secret doors or other mechanisms in the entire space, but no matter how he looked, the entire space seemed to be empty. Captain Lude could not accept this fact. He couldn't figure out how the entire Tenda Group, as the world's largest monopoly chaebol, could rule the world for such a long time without the president, and what exactly had they been fighting against? Lude left the president's office and searched the entire floor, eliminating many law enforcement units in the process. Fortunately, he did not get nothing. He chased all the way and caught up with a Tenda personnel department head named Wu, who was about to jump off the edge of the building. After Tenda was captured by the rebels, these responsible persons had different reactions. Some responsible persons turned to the rebels and became the guides, some responsible persons ran away in advance, and some responsible persons, like the war machine, picked up guns and fought to the end. Only a very small number of responsible persons came to the stage, like the personnel department head named Wu, ready to jump off and end their lives. But he was still a step too slow. Captain Lude arrived in time to stop his suicide plan and questioned him, who had been issuing orders as the president of Tenda Group for a long time and maintaining the autocratic rule of the entire Tenda Group. Captain Lude must determine who the final war criminal is, and what is his motive for committing such a serious crime against humanity. The head of the HR department, surnamed Wu, laughed bitterly and revealed the truth. Tenda Group has never had a real president who is in charge of everything. All the heads of Tenda Group make a joint decision. When there are differences of opinion, the most advanced artificial intelligence system AEIS will analyze the content of the resolution and finally come up with the most favorable decision for the entire Tenda Group. This decision will be voted on again. If it is not passed, the artificial intelligence needs to be adjusted again until more than 80% of all the heads pass it. You can think that all the heads have played the role of the war criminal in your mind. But you can also, there is no specific person in the world who has the image of the war criminal you imagine. Chapter 1643, The Throne is Empty. When Captain Lude was interrogating the head of the Human Resources Department named Wu on the rooftop of the Tenda headquarters building, other resistance forces finally broke into the Tenda headquarters building. A corporate army under the banner of the Resistance Army led the crowd into the network room deepest underground in the Tenda Group headquarters. The commander led all the soldiers of the corporate army to carefully eliminate the few remaining defense forces in the computer room, and immediately asked the soldiers to block all the passages to the computer room, and entered the computer room alone. He turned on the holographic projection and talked to a man who looked like a wealthy businessman who was dressed simply but in a spacious and luxurious office. Obviously, this person should be the actual controller behind the corporate army, the president of a large consortium that supports the resistance army. Seeing the scene in the underground computer room, the serious president laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Those idiots don't even know that the most valuable wealth of the entire Tenda Group is in this computer room. Tenda Group does have a lot of wealth, but it's dead wealth. Even if you grab it, you can't keep it. All the assets in the Tenda Group's company account will be confiscated, but in the end, only a little bit will be distributed to each person. But all the monopoly industries of the Tenda Group have a huge amount of data, including everyone's daily behavior data, personal preference data, geographical data of the entire world, etc. With this data, you have the power to dominate the entire world. Not only that, the AEIS artificial intelligence system inside Tenda can integrate the opinions of the entire company from top to bottom, and combine the specific analysis of the person in charge to formulate the most beneficial strategy for the development of the entire enterprise. As long as you can get this artificial intelligence system, then even if you promote a group of pigs among the persons in charge, you can keep the entire company going. It's just that those senior managers of Tenda are really pedantic. They didn't let AEIS take over the corporate military and defense plans of Tenda Group. They didn't set corporate security as the highest priority of AEIS, which led to the failure to strangle the rebels in the cradle when they were on the rise. But it doesn't matter. I will never make such a mistake. Send this data back intact immediately. The commander of the Enterprise Army nodded immediately and said, "Yes, President." However, the hackers in the team said that the entire system is very complex and has a certain self-defense mechanism. It may be difficult to crack it in a short time. We can only move the entire computer room system back intact. The president in the holographic projection smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. I have secretly recruited several leaders of the Tenda Group. As long as they are there, the system can run smoothly again. After ending the holographic projection call, the commander gave orders to the soldiers. At the same time on the rooftop, the conversation between Captain Lude and the head of the Human Resources Department, surnamed Wu, has ended. The head surnamed Wu stood on the edge of the rooftop again. Captain Lude had saved him before because he wanted to get more clues and the truth from him, but now he had lost the motivation to stop him and just asked, "You will not be sentenced to death. You can be released after a few years in prison at most. There is no need to commit suicide." The person in charge, surnamed Wu, smiled with relief. "No, in fact, I will not be in prison for a day, because soon some big companies will try their best to get me out. They will exonerate me in various ways and let me continue to hold a high position in their company. I died to repay the kindness of Tenda Group, and I also died because my dream was shattered." After saying that, the person in charge, surnamed Wu, jumped down from the rooftop of the high-rise building. Captain Lude could have saved him, but he did nothing at this time. Finally, Captain Lude came to the rooftop of the building and returned to the scene at the beginning. The whole city was filled with smoke, and the war seemed to have reached its end. The resistance forces had completely occupied the Tenda headquarters building. Those Tenda companies that were stubbornly resisting nearby were also eliminated one by one. But at this time, Captain Lude did not feel that he had won a long-awaited victory. He even felt confused, not knowing what he had been pursuing for a long time, and not knowing whether everything he did was meaningful. This huge confusion surrounded him and the players in front of the computer. Just then, there was a knocking sound outside the door of the rooftop. The only difference from the opening scene is that the ending this time is shorter. Before the shot where Captain Lude turned his head, the whole picture had stopped abruptly and entered a black screen state. The title of the game appeared on the screen again. The future you choose the Richest. Then the list of cast and crew appeared on the screen. In addition to the regular personnel, there is also a very interesting list that attracted Xiao Liang's attention. All departments of Tenda cooperated in the performance list. For example, the prototype of the war machine comes from Guo Liqing, and the last person in charge, surnamed Wu, comes from Wu Bin of the Human Resources Department. In fact, all the villains that appear in the game plot are designed based on the current departments and heads of each department of Tenda. Moreover, these heads also made some opinions and suggestions on their own decisions. For example, the head surnamed Wu finally jumped off the building, which was Wu Bin's insistence. These heads have planned their own destiny to some extent, and the game producers have only made some minor changes to the final endings of these characters according to their requirements. Along with the list of cast and crew, what appeared were not scenes of game screens, but many scenes in reality. That was a scene where all industries of Tenda flourished and were deeply loved by ordinary consumers. For example, there was a long queue at the door of Moyu Takeaway, and the person in charge was being interviewed. There were many young people in Moyu Internet Cafe laughing and playing, going in and out. The managed gym gave many people a perfect body, and the brother of Nifeng Logistics diligently delivered various large goods to customers' homes. Such scenes flashed by one, and finally froze in a large office. Behind the heavy desk is a huge boss chair, a bit like a throne. Its back is high and its armrests are wide. At this moment, his back is facing the camera, and his front is facing the huge French window next to him. It seems that the person sitting in the seat is staring at the night view outside, thinking about something very important. Suddenly, the huge throne slowly turned around, but when it turned to the camera, it was found that there was no one on the throne. At this point, the game ended. Xiao Liang, who had just finished the game in front of the computer, looked at this scene. He didn't say anything for a long time. His brain was a little confused, and his thoughts were in a mess. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. Maybe it was because he stayed up too late and his mind was not clear, or maybe there were too many things to express in the game, and he couldn't catch the thread in this mess of clues for a while. He played this game all day, from morning to late at night, and finally finished it. The game content is indeed very rich. Although it is not an open world, it is still driven by different scene battles as a whole. But these scenes are very well made and innovative, and the map mechanism is also very rich, allowing players to experience the pleasure of hormones in the battle process. The game's combat mechanism is also very rich. As the protagonist, Captain Lude can constantly gain new combat capabilities by replacing prosthetic limbs. He can gain a new ability every once in a while. In the end, he can complete the task faster by combining different abilities, i.e. in the process of resistance, the scene gradually becomes larger, the battle becomes more intense, and more teams support the protagonist. All of this forms an obvious positive feedback, allowing players to clearly feel that their efforts are bearing fruit, which also stimulates players to continue to play with full dedication. However, to be honest, the shortcomings of this game are also quite obvious. For example, too much emphasis on combat makes other aspects of the game appear monotonous. An open-world game can allow players to play repeatedly for hundreds of hours with a large amount of rich game content, while this game focuses its main energy on the player's first experience. In other words, although most players can get happiness through this intense combat mode when they play for the first time, but they will feel bored after playing it twice at most, and it is impossible to play for dozens of hours. The special combat ability that the protagonist constantly activates feels very novel when experiencing it for the first time, but it will feel very restricted when starting from the beginning for the second time. Many powerful abilities cannot be used, which will give players a feeling of anxiety. In addition, the middle and late stages of the game seem to be giving players an inexplicable hint through various details, making players begin to have some self-doubts and want to understand what is happening outside the battlefield. However, the game completely frames all the plots in the battle scenes, and players can only be forced to keep fighting like a machine, watching the truly happy ending drift away from them. Of course, what surprised Xiao Liang the most was the setting of Tenda Group in the story. The final ending is equivalent to a link where the truth is revealed. But what is shocking is that Tenda Group, which truly monopolizes all industries in the world, does not have a manifestation of personal will, nor does it have a real president. All decisions are made by the person in charge and the AEIS intelligence system. In the end, the new consortium robbed Tenda Group's data and intelligence system, and the person in charge surnamed Wu jumped on the roof, which seemed to imply some metaphors. No matter how you look at it, this game regards Tenda Group as the final villain, which is actually a smearing behavior, but after experiencing the whole ending, this smearing feeling seems to be diluted. What is the intention of the creator that makes people elusive? In Xiao Liang's live broadcast room, the audience has also quarreled. Many viewers followed Xiao Liang to clear the game together. Although their feelings are not as strong as Xiao Liang's, they also have a lot of associations just by looking at the plot. At this time, everyone has their own opinions and cannot reach a consensus. After a long silence, Xiao Liang said, "Today's live broadcast ends here. I'm going to have a good sleep and think about the deep meaning of this game. I'm going to retreat. Everyone, see you in the next video." Chapter 1644, Lu Xiaoping's interpretation. At the same time, at the Magic City airport, Lu Xiaoping had just gotten off the plane and got on the special car sent by Xingyun Group to pick him up, but his mind was a mess at this time. What is going on? Can anyone explain to me what the plot of this game is all about, and what is Mr. Pei thinking about? Lu Xiaoping felt that he was completely confused. After returning to Fanqi Media, Lu Xiaoping has been busy with the promotion of the new movie. He has been working non-stop these days, and has been very busy. The movie, The Future You Choose, from Tenda Group has not been officially released yet, so although Lu Xiaoping attaches great importance to it, he does not pay much attention to it. Anyway, this movie has already won an award, so it must be real stuff. In the end, it will definitely be a real fight, and there is no use in being anxious in advance. The result will definitely be known after the two movies are released. Lu Xiaoping is also full of confidence in his own movie. He is not too concerned about the game. Although the game has the same name as the movie, it is not in direct competition with Fanqi Media. It is not worth spending too much energy to pay attention to it. But after the game was officially released today, a lot of information about the game was directly thrown at Lu Xiaoping. The most shocking thing for Lu Xiaoping was that Tenda Group actually played the villain in this game, playing a real monopoly consortium. This is outrageous. Moreover, no matter how hard you try, you can't find any images of other companies in the anti-Tenda alliance in the game. There are indeed several large consortiums supporting the rebels in the game, but no matter from the image trademarks or the appearance of the person in charge, there is no clue. If you have to force it, it is also more similar to the companies that are closer to Tenda, such as Tianhua Studio, Shenhua Group and Fuhui Capital. In short, Tenda Group itself became the villain in the game and was defeated, and the whole game did not mention anything about the anti-Tenda alliance. This made Liu Xiaoping feel very upset, as if he had hit the air with all his strength. Originally, he and Nia Yunxing judged that since this was a cyberpunk satire, the Tenda Alliance would definitely use many companies against the Tenda Alliance as villains to highlight the importance of their own behavior, but they did not expect that this prediction would be completely wrong. There was a lot of hype online before, but after the game came out, everything turned around instantly. Those hype posts turned into very funny performance art, and were laughed at by countless people. That's right, it's not abuse but ridicule. Just flipping through the discussions of netizens, you will find that the anti-Tenda alliance made a wrong calculation this time, and it was a big disgrace in public opinion. So many people said before that Tenda Group wanted to use the future you choose to attack the reputation of other companies and have a one-man show. These people should come out and take a look. I am dying of laughter. These people are too self-indulgent. Tenda Group didn't even mention this. You rubbish companies actually want to show up in the games produced by Tenda. Do you know what Tenda's games and movies are? That is art, not just anyone is qualified to make a cameo appearance. These people are madly attacking Tenda Group, eliminating dissidents, and being narrow-minded, but in the end they found that they are narrow-minded. With the worst malicious speculation, Tenda is broad-minded and very generous, and they go in to be the villain. Are all the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance paranoid? Seeing the ridicule of these netizens, Liu Xiaoping felt that a mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest and almost spit out. Especially when I think about it, President Pei had tried every possible way to inform Nia Yunxing, first by posting on Weibo, and then contacting him privately, trying hard to tell Nia Yunxing that Tenda Group really did not arrange the anti-Tenda alliance and Nia Yunxing in the new game and new movie. But Nia Yunxing just didn't believe it. Not only did he not believe what Mr. Pei said, but he thought it was Mr. Pei's strategy of deceiving the enemy. He was more determined to stick to this point. The result is, the higher you jumped before, the more miserable you fall now. What made Liu Xiaoping even more desperate was that the movie had not been released yet. The worldviews of games and movies must be basically related. Tenda Group has already played a cameo as a villain in the game, so it is likely to be a villain in the movie. It can't be a villain in the game, but become a decent person in the movie, right? Isn't that schizophrenia? If you think about it this way, then all the plans currently taken by Fanqi Media for Tenda Group's new movie will be invalid, because the enemy's strategic intentions have been guessed wrong from the beginning. It's wrong from the root, so what's the point of talking about the future? This put Liu Xiaoping in a very passive position. He began to seriously consider the promotion and marketing strategy of the entire movie and make some corresponding adjustments, but he felt that he had no idea where to start. While he was thinking, he arrived at the headquarters of Xingyun Group. Liu Xiaoping hurried to Nia Yunxing's office and found that Jing Hao and several other company bosses or executives were also there. They were obviously confused by Mr. Pei's game and were discussing countermeasures. Nia Yunxing, the biggest scapegoat, didn't look very good at this time. When he saw Liu Xiaoping coming, he quickly stood up and asked Liu Xiaoping to sit down to ease the awkward atmosphere just now. I can only say that Mr. Pei is a master of psychological warfare, and I was indeed fooled by him one day. It is really difficult to guess what this person is thinking. But now that things have come to this, we still have to find a way to solve the problem, otherwise all the preparations before our movie is released will be in vain. If you have any good ideas, please speak up quickly. This is related to our last resort. While speaking openly, Nia Yunxing unknowingly threw the pot on his body away and put it in the air. Of course, others also felt it, but now this critical moment is not the time to share the blame, and the problem still needs to be solved. This time it is a desperate counterattack by the anti-Tenda alliance, when Tenda has already mastered comprehensive advantages in all fields. If it fails again this time, the anti-Tenda alliance can really pack up and get out. Liu Xiaoping had thought of several ways along the way, and now he was the only one who could come up with ideas. I think we have to move in now. Continuing to stick to the previous strategy is tantamount to seeking death. We attacked that Tenda used games to blacken other companies as a one-man show, to eliminate dissidents, and to discredit other law-abiding companies. These arguments are now completely untenable. But we can use the other party's counterattack to do something. Now there are many people on the internet praising Tenda Group's self-blackening spirit. After all, Tenda Group has indeed put its image in the game and made it the final villain. But this is also a point we can seize and attack. That is, Tenda Group's self-blackening is actually not profound, and it is even a kind of self-beautification. If this game can be interpreted as Tenda Group's self-beautification propaganda, then its other connotations can be eliminated and the foundation for the success of our movie can be laid. Nie Yunxing and other bosses couldn't help but brighten up, as if they saw hope in dawn. It sounds like this is indeed feasible. At present, the most worrying thing for the anti-Tenda alliance is the failure of the public opinion war during the game, which will also have an adverse impact on the next movie. So the current strategic goal is to at least reduce this adverse impact and pave the way for the movie. Now some online players want to promote this game as a masterpiece and extend the popularity of the game to the movie, but what they have to do is to constantly suppress the connotation of this game, making this game seem very superficial, and then lift up their own movie. Everyone looked at Liu Xiaoping, but from which angle should we attack this game? Liu Xiaoping thought for a moment and said, I have briefly watched the video of this game. In general, the overall plot arrangement of this game is somewhat similar to that of the movie, so I tried to analyze its connotation in the way of a movie. I think that although this game portrays Tenda Group as the ultimate villain on the surface, in fact, Tenda Group is more like an innocent victim. Especially in the plot, the person in charge surnamed Wu almost made it clear that Tenda Group, although it has a monopoly position, has not used this artificial intelligence system for military purposes, nor has it invaded and controlled ordinary people too much. In other words, as a monopoly group, Tenda Group still retains the bottom line of conscience, and it is this conscience that has caused them to fail. And the corporate leader hidden in the rebels actually seized this power and stole the fruits of the rebels' struggle. It is conceivable that in the future it will inevitably develop into a monopoly chaebol that is worse than Tenda Group. So I think this is a kind of implicit praise. On the surface, it makes a self-deprecating gesture to make Tenda Group the villain, but in the details, it tries every means to beautify Tenda Group, so that everyone has a subconscious, Tenda Group may not look very good, but it is still the best of all companies. Those companies clamoring to reach Tenda Group will end up being worse than Tenda Group. Once the audience has this kind of subconscious, it is a double gain for Tenda Group. On the one hand, it gains popularity and fame through self-deprecation, and on the other hand, it establishes such a subconscious in the minds of the audience, so that Tenda Group always one level higher than other companies. In short, it's all calculations here. But because of this, we can counter this point. We can find a way to dismantle the hidden intentions in this game and expose President Pei's conspiracy. And analyze the superficial intentions in this game. If a cyberpunk theme is not criticizing the big chaebol, but actually praising the big chaebol, then the meaning of the existence of this work itself has been eliminated by us. In this way, the movie My Property can naturally surpass Tenda's work in terms of intention. Whether it is a game or a movie, it will form a comprehensive crushing. This is turning crisis into opportunity. Chapter 1645 His heart is worthy of death. After listening to Liu Xiaoping's words, the other bosses all showed a look of realization and nodded. It really makes sense. The biggest doubt of these bosses before was what was wrong with Tenda Group. Why did they want to blacken themselves in such an important game? Liu Xiaoping's method of openly criticizing and secretly praising perfectly answered everyone's doubts. On the one hand, it gained traffic and a good reputation by self-criticizing, and on the other hand, it established the subconscious in everyone's mind that Tenda is better than other companies. And in the specific implementation, it also took advantage of the trick to plot against the anti-Tenda alliance. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Otherwise, how could this be a ruthless trick? Only people like President Pei could think of such a vicious trick. Cultural talents are the most terrible. They curse people without using dirty words, and you don't even know that they cursed you. But fortunately, Liu Xiaoping has been making movies for so many years, and has a very accurate grasp of the implied meaning of art, and successfully analyzed President Pei's intentions. Nie Yunqing said, so we should seize this weakness and attack fiercely now. We need to expose the sinister intentions of Tenda Group and point directly to the core of the problem. This game is a cyberpunk theme on the surface, but in fact it completely violates the core of a cyberpunk theme. It does not really oppose those autocratic and dictatorial large companies. Instead, it seeks rationality for its own company's monopoly business and subtly induces all viewers and players in this way. This is simply a crime. As long as we can create this public opinion, we will definitely be able to seize the commanding heights when our movie is released. Because the purpose of the movie, My Property, is obviously higher than that of The Future You Choose. At this point, everyone present nodded in agreement. After all, we are a classic of science fiction, and have truly stood the test of time. Mr. Pei is a young man after all. After producing so many excellent games and movies for a long time, there will always be a day when he runs out of ideas. I think so too. Although we have not yet grasped some details of the movie, The Future You Choose, judging from the situation of the game, the purpose of the movie should not be much higher. At least I think the movie, My Property, has a good chance. By the way, how are the release dates of these 2 movies arranged? Liu Xiaoping said, same release. This time we did not participate in the Venice Film Festival, just to bite Fei Huang Studio tightly. I am afraid that Mr. Pei has some special tricks waiting for us if it is 1 day earlier or later. Everyone gave a thumbs up, good, head-on confrontation, tough enough. Everyone present agreed with Liu Xiaoping's decision, because if their own movie is released earlier, President Pei may make some targeted arrangements, which will greatly reduce the results. If it is released later, it may be overshadowed by the movie The Future You Choose. After all, President Pei's marketing ability is unparalleled. So it is better to choose to release it at the same time. The 2 sides openly compete with each other, and it is best for all film critics to discuss the 2 movies together online, so that they can definitely compete with each other. Before, these people competed with President Pei, always habitually trying to secretly use some tricks to gain an advantage, but in the end it was proved that these methods were all shooting themselves in the foot. Now they finally understand that if they want to defeat President Pei, they can't be timid, they must fight hard. This time everyone is full of confidence in the movie, My Property. Friday, September 20th. Xiao Liang looked at the video being uploaded for review, stretched his waist, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished. I miss it so much. I haven't had this kind of exhilarating feeling for a long time. Playing Mr. Pei's game is like reading a thick philosophy book. It always gives me a sudden realization and a profound inspiration. The only difference is that the words in the philosophy book are obscure and difficult to understand. I, who am uneducated, will only feel drowsy. But Mr. Pei's game is full of fun. It opened my eyes and let me see completely different things without realizing it. As the person who claims to know Mr. Pei best, Xiao Liang has always been very confident in his ability to perceive. While playing this game, Xiao Liang felt a lot of familiar things. He seemed to have felt them vaguely in the previous Tenda games, but this time it was more obvious. Moreover, the puzzles in the game, The Future You Choose, are of moderate difficulty and are arranged just right. But after digging deeper, you will feel that the connotations are constantly emerging, which is very suitable for video interpretation. Xiao Liang has been in seclusion for 2 whole days. He can be said to have dug out all his accumulation and background about Tenda, which is why this evaluation video was created. He is very sure that President Pei is conveying some very critical information to all players through this unique game. And for the Tenda Group, which has been winning step by step and is about to completely defeat the anti-Tenda Lianmei Tenda Group, this key information is likely to be President Pei's next stage of goal planning and crisis warning. Xiao Liang has regarded this game as an epoch-making milestone in Tenda games. While patiently waiting for the video review, he prepared to check the online reviews of this game. When creating videos before, Xiao Liang was always disconnected from the internet, mainly because he did not want the online reviews to interfere with and affect his ideas. Now that the video is finished, it's time to take a look at the game reviews outside. However, after a quick look at Weibo and some forums, Xiao Liang couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Such a fun game, but there are so many people finding fault with it. This game is monotonous, and the content is not rich enough. And this game is self-deprecating on the surface, but it is actually just a gesture, a means of openly criticizing and secretly praising, and stepping down other companies? It's really outrageous. This interpretation is completely distorted. There are still so many people who choose to support it. It's really outrageous. Xiao Liang was getting more and more angry and indignant. Every time this happened, he was more anxious than the staff of Tenda Group. The negative comments on this game on the internet mainly focus on 2 aspects. The first is that the gameplay is monotonous and the content is not rich enough, because from beginning to end, the protagonist Captain Lude seems to be just an outsider. Although he is constantly unlocking various combat abilities, the content of the game is only continuous combat against endless enemies. This seems to be no different from some fun games that are played from beginning to end. And the elements such as team member supplies, equipment, and money in the game seem to have fallen out of thin air. If the protagonist fails, someone will rescue him, and the prosthetic doctor will replace him with the latest prosthetic protagonist. Start a new battle, and reinforcements will come from all directions. You don't even have to worry about getting into a desperate situation. This makes players feel that the whole process is relatively simple, without more complex and interesting gameplay. The whole process is nothing but shooting, and the whole plot is also confusing. Secondly, denouncing this game is actually an act of openly criticizing and secretly praising. It is not a real self-blackening, but a name-seeking. What is the real self-blackening? It is to completely make yourself a villain, portray your ugly appearance in the game, and finally be defeated. This is the real self-blackening. But Tenda's approach in this game is obviously reserved. On the surface, it seems that it has arranged itself as a villain and blackened it, but in fact, in the later stage of the game, it will be found that Tenda Group seems to be a company with principles and ideals, and there is a tendency to whitewash. And the protagonist of the resistance, Captain Lude, seemed to think that he was wrong in the confused scene on the stage. This deepened the player's impression. From this point of view, the story of this game does not seem to be particularly outstanding in terms of ideological height and intention. To a certain extent, it has become a work of self-selling and self-praising. If a company uses a work to describe its own theme, but praises it instead of criticizing it, can it still be called an excellent work? This is something that needs to be questioned. Both of these methods have sparked some discussion online, and many people agree with them. The first method is very popular among players, because most players don't care about the content of the game, but they can empathize with whether the game is fun or not. The second method attracted some cloud players. Although these players don't have a deep experience of the game, they like to discuss the content and plot of the game and give their own subjective evaluation. This game is not so popular among both players and cloud players, which shows that this public opinion offensive is coming fiercely. After reading these discussions, Xiao Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't read these game reviews online before making the video, otherwise I would be pissed off by these people. My creative ideas would definitely be affected. But fortunately, whether my video is released first or later does not affect the outcome. After all, I am the one who truly holds the key to the truth. As long as I make the correct interpretation of the game, then no matter when the video is released, these wrong remarks will naturally disappear. Maybe Mr. Pei has prepared a backup plan. After all, the movie has not been officially released yet. But in this situation, I don't think there is any need for a backup plan at all. As long as I, Mr. Qiao, take action, it is enough to kill these shady night people. Qiao Liang was not panicked at all, because he had already noticed the two issues that were hotly debated online, and he also analyzed them in his own video. However, the reasons he analyzed were completely opposite to the comments on the internet. Chapter 1646, The Two Cornerstones of Mr. Pei's Game Production. Additional updates, please give me monthly tickets. Modu. Lu Xiaoping was resting in the hotel where he was staying. Although it was already night, he was not sleepy at all. He just looked at the night view outside the window of the five-star hotel, wondering what he was thinking about. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and he picked it up and saw that it was a message from his subordinates. Mr. Liu, Mr. Qiao sent a video. Lu Xiaoping immediately replied I know, and then opened Mr. Qiao's new video to check. Now Mr. Qiao is the key target of the entire anti-Tenda alliance. Lu Xiaoping cares about him very much, and especially arranged his men to keep an eye on his dynamics at all times. Lu Xiaoping briefly analyzed the previous several public opinion wars, as well as the turnaround of Tenda games and movies, and found that Mr. Qiao played a very huge role in this process. This well-known game zone-up master started by interpreting Tenda games. He is a very important card in Mr. Pei's hand and can be a surprise soldier. If you want to defeat Tenda Group head-on, in addition to face-to-face attacks, you must also protect your rear positions and always be vigilant against sudden attacks from uploaders like Qiao Laoshi. However, Lu Xiaoping was a little surprised that Mr. Qiao's video was released so early. So impatient? It's reasonable that Mr. Qiao couldn't have been unaware that the movie of the same name, The Future You Choose, would be released next. I thought he would choose to conduct a comprehensive analysis after the movie was released, combined with the plot of the movie, so that it would generate more heat and the truth he said might be more convincing. And now that the game review video has been released, if it doesn't match the content in the movie, wouldn't it be embarrassing? But Mr. Qiao's reckless move, on the contrary, accidentally avoided one of our traps, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Lu Xiaoping conducted an in-depth analysis of Tenda Group's publicity and promotion plan for the game and movie The Future You Choose. He believes that the release date of the game and the release schedule of the movie must have been carefully planned by President Pei, and the interval was to allow the popularity of the game to ferment as much as possible, thereby also having a positive role in promoting the movie. Judging from the current situation, the plots of the game and the movie must be very different. Otherwise, if the game is released first and then the movie, and the plots of the two are the same, wouldn't it be spoiled in advance for the movie audience? There must be some deep connection between the plots of the two, and it can even be interpreted in depth. Lu Xiaoping, in turn, used the time difference between the two projects to fight back. His approach was to attack the Future You Choose game project first, and during the period of attack and before the movie was released, Tenda Group or Mr. Qiao were unlikely to respond directly to this wave of public opinion. Because in the process of counterattacking, it is very likely that some ideas will be revealed, causing spoilers of the movie and affecting the audience's first glimpse of the new chifu of the movie. Lu Xiaoping's plan is to release the movie My Property and Future You Choose at the same time after attacking the game project. With the quality of his own movie being absolutely excellent, he can suppress the popularity of Tenda's movie head-on. So whether Tenda Group responds or not at this stage, Lu Xiaoping has a follow-up plan. Relatively speaking, Liu Xiaoping would rather hope that Tenda Group and Mr. Qiao would not respond, so that he would have more room to play. Mr. Qiao seemed reckless, but he accidentally avoided a pit. But Liu Xiaoping didn't care. He wanted to see how Mr. Qiao refuted his deconstruction of the internal friction of the game Future You Choose. Is it possible to turn public opinion around with just one video? Although Qiao Laoshi has done this many times before, Liu Xiaoping firmly believes that this time, Qiao Laoshi has no chance. The title of the video is The 10th Episode of the Conferred God, What is the Real Cyberpunk? It is worth mentioning that the introduction of this video is very long. During the process of uploading the video, I took a brief look at the comments on the game You Choose the Future on the internet. Some players' criticism of this game seems to focus on 2 points. One is that the gameplay is relatively monotonous, and the other is that Tenda Group did not really blacken itself and did not highlight the true spiritual core of cyberpunk. I saw these comments after I finished making the video, but it happened that what I said in the video answered these 2 questions very well, so please be patient and watch the video. I believe you will have the answers to these 2 questions in the end. Liu Xiaoping was a little surprised to see this, because he originally thought that this was a video to refute the remarks spread by the Anti-Tenda Alliance, but after careful calculation, it seems that there is indeed not enough time. After the game came out, the Anti-Tenda Alliance took more than a month to recover from the initial shock and reversed the previous mistaken inference that the Tenda Group had portrayed the Anti-Tenda Alliance as the villain. They also proposed a new strategy for the public opinion war. Judging from the time when Mr. Qiao released this video, if Mr. Qiao made this video rebuttal after seeing these Anti-Tenda Alliance comments become popular, then it should not have been released so quickly. In other words, Mr. Qiao happened to predict the doubts of the Anti-Tenda Alliance and some players about this game during the process of interpreting this game. That is why he did not change the content of the video, but only added this paragraph in the introduction. This made Liu Xiaoping feel a little uneasy. If this is the case, it is very likely that Mr. Qiao has found some factors that they missed. And these factors may turn the tables. Liu Xiaoping calmed down a little and continued to play the video. After skipping Mr. Qiao's daily chat and foreshadowing with the audience, he went directly to the main topic of the video. Mr. Qiao's unique voice and meticulous thinking quickly brought the audience back to the game world of The Future You Choose. Zheng. Before formally analyzing the game The Future You Choose, let's first review the game design concept formed by Mr. Pei in the past. The first is to break the dimensional wall. All the gameplay and content designed by Mr. Pei are to stimulate the player's emotions and make the player resonate with the protagonist in the game, thereby generating a stronger sense of substitution and creating an effect of breaking the dimensional wall. The most classic example is Turning Back is the Shore. Through the gameplay of the suffering game, players can experience the feeling of ordinary people struggling in the sea of suffering. In Eternal Reincarnation, high-end players are brought into the invincible martial god, reminding us that sometimes becoming inflated because of excessive ability may lead to greater disasters. The second is to express a specific idea to us through the worldview structure, metaphors, and the final choice of the protagonist. This idea may not suit everyone's preferences and tastes, and it may not be completely correct, but it must have profound connotations. For example, the game Struggle allows everyone to have their own thoughts through an in-depth description of the lives of the poor and the rich. These are the 2 cornerstones of President Pei's game production, and neither is indispensable. All other aspects of the game, whether it is the picture, plot, music and sound effects or other content, are serving these 2 cornerstones. Understanding this point, let us think about another question: what is the real cyberpunk? In fact, as early as in the movie Beautiful Ming, President Pei had already explored this theme, and similar elements appeared many times in President Pei's games and movies later. I think the key words of cyberpunk are high technology and low life. Its core idea is that the development and progress of science and technology does not necessarily bring happiness to people, but may bring new disasters. In the theme of cyberpunk, the bottom of large monopoly chaebols, homeless vagrants, technological prostheses, genetic drugs, etc., are all just a form of expression. Why does the development and progress of science and technology not necessarily bring happiness to people, but may bring new disasters? For students who don't understand, I can give a simple example. A sociologist once proposed that with the rapid development of productivity throughout the world, mankind will soon get rid of poverty, and everyone will be able to live a life without worries about food and clothing. In theory, productivity is indeed developing rapidly, and what we have, the food and materials produced, are indeed extremely abundant, but so far, not only those extremely poor countries in the world, but even many developed countries have many homeless people who can only sleep on the streets. So the development of science and technology will increase the total wealth of the whole society, but whether it will bring a happy life to everyone is a question mark. In the cyberpunk world, when those monopoly tycoons can greatly widen the gap with ordinary people through more powerful genetic technology and pervasive technological software, the rich and the poor will become more and more like two different species, and the tearing of the top and the base of the whole social pyramid will become more and more serious. So the real cyberpunk theme must explore the essence of this issue. If you only indulge in the appearance of the cyberpunk world and focus all your space and words on mechanical prostheses, skyscrapers, neon lights, and black market transactions, you will miss the point and have only the fur, but no soul. After understanding this, you can better understand why the game You Choose the Future is a real cyberpunk game. The important thing is not to show the entire cyberpunk society in all aspects, but to find a core point of the cyberpunk world, dig deep and touch the real core. In this regard, the game You Choose the Future can be the most perfect result that can be achieved under the limitations of development capabilities. Chapter 1647A Cycle. This opening made Liu Xiaoping feel a little confused and powerful. He felt that judging from this opening alone, it seemed that Mr. Qiao could not fundamentally refute the two doubts he raised, but such a high-level approach did seem very impressive and profound. It also really highlighted the professionalism of the video. So Liu Xiaoping did not dare to draw a conclusion now, and could only continue to watch patiently. First, the gameplay of the game. In fact, the gameplay of the game is very simple. It is just a gun-and-gun game with some special combat capabilities added. Players will experience one battle after another, and in the battle, they only need to shoot to complete the designated mission objectives. In this process, players can continuously transform their bodies through prosthetic doctors and gain new combat capabilities. When I first experienced it, the feeling of gaining new abilities was very exciting. It was the first time I could climb a wall and soar in the air. It was the first time I used modified large-caliber weapons to cause devastating blows to multiple enemies. These constantly unlocked special abilities, combined with the fierce and diverse battlefields, achieved excellent combat effects. It makes people feel that it seems to be a hot-blooded and refreshing game that does not require brains. But this feeling can only be experienced in one round. The more you play multiple rounds, the more anxious you feel as you experience this process again and again. Because when you play again from the beginning, you need to give up all the special abilities you have previously acquired, and all the prosthetic transformation processes also need to be started again from the beginning. For players who already know the ending, they will think that the whole process is meaningless and boring, so playing multiple rounds is actually not very fun. On the surface, this seems to be a failure of game design. After all, in most people's impressions, the richer and more durable the game's gameplay is, the more sophisticated the design is. But do you still remember that I used to Mr. Pei's design theory mentioned before? In Mr. Pei's design, all settings and gameplay are designed to make the game break the circle. Break the dimensional wall by giving players emotions through gameplay, so that players can bring the protagonist into the game more deeply emotionally. This approach is more clever than simply bringing the protagonist into the game through plot performance. Then why can this monotonous and rough gameplay that only focuses on one round but not multiple rounds break the dimensional wall? Let me keep you in suspense and first talk about my understanding of the plot of this game. At this point, Mr. Chiao has actually raised the first question that most people have about this game, that is, the gameplay is relatively monotonous. It's just that his evaluation of the gameplay of this game is different from most people's evaluation. After all, Qiao Laoshi is an experienced uploader, and he knows how to keep the audience in suspense to attract the audience's attention to the greatest extent. Then he began to analyze the plot of the game. Do you remember what I just said? The second cornerstone of Mr. Pei's game is to express a specific idea to us through various metaphorical worldview structures and plot contents that are easily overlooked. And in this game, of course, it is to express a specific understanding of the cyberpunk theme. You can see that this game actually echoes from beginning to end. Mr. Pei actually took the plot of the last scene to the very beginning, and then cut into the reel beginning 10 years ago to tell the story. From the perspective of technique, there is a little bit of magical realism. It reminds people of the famous sentence, many years later, facing the firing squad, Colonel Aureliano Buendia will recall the distant afternoon when his father took him to see ice. Sartre once said, the skill of the family lies in which time he chooses as the present. From this, the narration of the past begins. For ordinary authors, tradition can describe the environment, can describe the dialogue, or simply chat with the reader. This is a very safe way to start. But this beginning is standing in an uncertain present, while holding the past and the future. He didn't simply circle a piece of land, set a starting time node, find a few characters and tell them what to do, but merged into the free ocean like a fish. The past, future, and everything around are completely strange and fresh. In my opinion, the game The Future You Choose actually uses such an opening, because the leader of the resistance, Captain Lude, is not actually at the last time node, because we are still waiting for what happens after the door is knocked. At the same time, it is not standing at the time node in the past, because he had started his resistance activities as early as 10 years ago. And the time node when Captain Lude stood on the stage and looked at the entire city is a landmark node in his life. This is not a linear time structure, but a cyclic time structure. Linear time will give people a sense of oppression, because you can clearly see the beginning and the end, but cyclic time will relax this sense of oppression and bring a helpless fate, because you have no way of knowing when this cycle and reincarnation will end, and you don't know whether the end you think is a brand new beginning. So from this beginning, it can be seen that this game is full of metaphors. And similar metaphors will be repeatedly presented in future plots. Let's turn our attention to the ending of the game, because the whole process is paving the way for the ending. If you understand the ending, you will naturally understand the clues buried in the process. There are actually 3 parties at the end of the game. The first party is the apparent winner. Captain Lude, as the leader of the resistance army, played a crucial role in overthrowing the Tenda Group. He was supported and admired by everyone. In the final battle, he was the first to rush into the headquarters of the Tenda Group. But he did not achieve his goal. The reason why he rebelled against the Tenda Group was because he believed that there was an incarnation of evil in the world, the president of the Tenda Group. He wanted to find this highest war criminal and bring him to justice, and judge him with fairness, justice, and truth, so that the whole world could be freed from the shadow of the Tenda Group. But he came up empty-handed. The person in charge named Wu told him that the Tenda Group had never had a real president. The Tenda Group is a decision-making community formed by all the persons in charge and the artificial intelligence system based on the interests of the enterprise. The reason why Captain Lude was confused on the stage at the end was that a visible person could be killed and judged, but how could an invisible system be killed and judged? He also gradually realized that because this was an invisible system, he would definitely be resurrected in some way. Captain Lude is the biggest winner on the surface, but actually the biggest loser. The second party is the entrepreneur who finally occupied the underground computer room of Tenda Group and seized all the data and artificial intelligence systems controlled by Tenda Group. On the surface, he is the real winner because he inherited the most precious legacy of Tenda Group. As long as he has these data and intelligence systems, and by recruiting the original person in charge of Tenda Group, he can develop rapidly and let his company quickly replace Tenda Group and become the next real monopoly giant. In the game, his name and the name of the company are not clear, because it is not important in the designer's attitude. He can be any person or any company. Even the game deliberately expresses a feeling that things are getting worse through the mouth of this entrepreneur. This entrepreneur Tenda Group did not put corporate security first in this decision-making system, thus giving the rebels and other chaebol the opportunity to overthrow Tenda Group. And this entrepreneur will not make the same mistake, which seems to give people an illusion that he will replace Tenda Group as the eternal monopoly. But will the future really be as he wishes? Of course, this is a relatively open ending. The designer did not give a clear answer, but I think the conclusion drawn after in-depth analysis must be negative. He is the biggest winner in secret, but I still don't think he can be considered a real winner. The third party is Tenda Group. On the surface, Tenda Group is the biggest loser. It originally had a monopoly position in the entire world, but because it did not put corporate security first in the decision-making system, it gave the resistance and other chaebols an opportunity to be overthrown together. Tenda Group's headquarters was captured, and the leaders of Tenda Group defected to the enemy, fled, and committed suicide. The company will fall apart, the property will be divided up, and the data and decision-making systems it controls will also be occupied by other companies. If Tenda Group is a person, then his fate now may be torn into pieces by 5 horses, and cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. But the question is Tenda Group in the story really a concrete person or an ordinary company? I don't think so. The reason is very simple. The person in charge named Wu, Tenda Group, does not have a president at all. All decisions are actually made by all the persons in charge and the intelligence system. What does it represent? Is it everyone's opinion? No. It represents the will of enterprise development and the optimal solution for the entire enterprise. So the real Tenda Group, its will is invisible. And the plan responsible for the opinions and AEIS decision-making system, including the data and systems in the underground computer room, are just the medium of this invisible will in reality. Please think about it, employees are part of the company, but if the company fires employees, will the company be affected or even cease to exist? Can this be considered a failure? Of course not. Similarly, whether it is the person in charge, employees, headquarters building, or computer room data, these are to the Tenda Group just like ordinary employees to the company. Losing these does not actually affect the fundamental of this invisible will. And this invisible will has long been, as the person in charge of the data and transfer of the computer room entered a new enterprise, he replaced the original will of the enterprise. So the biggest loser on the surface is actually the biggest winner. Because in this game, the Tenda Group never represents a certain person, a certain company, or a certain entity. It is an invisible will and law. It will only go from one carrier to another, and constantly experience a process of rapid development, monopoly, and decline. This is what the game tells at the beginning, the desperate cycle of not being able to see the beginning or the end, and only being able to stand at one of the nodes and overlook the whole city, but becoming more and more confused. In this cycle, the invisible will is constantly resurrecting and rising from the ashes. Regardless of whether it is Captain Lude, the other rebels, or the wealthy tycoons who think they have won, they are just passing by on this stage. Chapter 1648 Decisive Moment. After understanding the meaning of this ending, everyone will look back and gain some new insights into the whole process. Many people feel that the gameplay is monotonous, and this monotony mainly comes from the following aspects. First, the battle content is monotonous. Although the protagonist is constantly changing his prosthetic limbs and enhancing his abilities, the enemies he fights are always the same. Although their appearance is changing, the feeling brought by the battle is not essentially different. Second, the content outside the battle is monotonous. The comrades around the protagonist always die one by one. Before the player can even remember their names, they have already forgotten them. Every time the protagonist arrives at a new battlefield, he will always get new weapons, new teammates, and new equipment. The game does not explain where these equipment and money come from. Again, the game scene is monotonous. Except for some individual indoor scenes and processes similar to banquets and celebrations, most of the time, Captain Lude just rushes from one battlefield to another. The scenes of these battlefields are different, but the battles give Rao the same feeling. The characters in the game are monotonous at the end, especially at the crucial celebration banquet. Captain Lude looked around and found that there was no familiar face in the resistance army. The teammates who fought side by side had all died long ago, and the only familiar ones were the heads of the big chaebol, and these heads were just familiar, and I couldn't call out their names at all. Do you feel frustrated? Frustrated, because this is what Captain Lude really feels. When players experience the entire game process for the first time, they will be attracted by the fierce scenes and driven by the goal of completing the game. They can feel every upgrade of the prosthesis and feel excited about this kind of battle. Blood boils. Captain Lude is the same. He fights desperately to transform himself because he has a visible goal of overthrowing the Tenda Group and can see his progress after each battle. But when the player and Captain Lude reach the second half of the story and even see the past and future of the whole story, things suddenly become wrong. The game does not explain where these resources and new soldiers come from. In fact, it is very simple, they are sent by other chaebols. The activities of the rebels have given other chaebols hope of overthrowing Tenda and replacing it, so more and more chaebols have provided support to the rebels. It doesn't matter that the resistance soldiers died one after another, because for the chaebols, these soldiers are just consumables. Captain Lude was able to survive all the time, probably not because he was so brave and good at fighting, but simply because he was a god jointly held up by these chaebols. He must survive as a spiritual belief to maintain this war against the Tenda Group. So Captain Lude has never been the real protagonist of the whole story. All he did was pick up the gun given to him by the chaebols and continuously attack the Tenda Group. And the player is brought into the first-person perspective of Captain Lude, and naturally he will feel the same emotions as Captain Lude. And in the second and third rounds, this emotion will become stronger and stronger, and people will think about the meaning of the whole action. This is exactly what the game designer wants to achieve. The last question is, who is the villain of this game? What is the idea expressed by the creator against? Some people may think that this is Tenda Group's self-criticism. Some people think that Tenda Group is just pretending. But I think these views are too shallow. If you can touch the core of the world by defeating a big company, then the task is too easy to complete. Tenda Group is not self-criticism, nor is it criticizing others. In fact, no specific company is worthy of Tenda using a special game to criticize it. What the designer really wants is to show the invisible will wandering in the world, the will that constantly builds the Tenda Group and jumps to live in other chaebols when the Tenda Group runs out of steam. The company boss who inherited the data and intelligence system of the Tenda Group may think that he will become the master of the entire world, but in fact, it has been shown in the game that he is not the master but just a puppet. This boss is actually not fundamentally different from the empty swivel chair in the last scene. So I think this game is more about self-reflection than self-mockery. Rather than attacking a specific company, it is more about sounding the alarm for all companies. I know the story of The Future You Choose has a movie version, and it has already won an award. If I want to be safe, I should analyze it in depth after watching the movie. I may see more details by comparing the two. But people with real ability don't need to play it safe. I am very sure that the core and viewpoints expressed in the game must also be applicable in the movie. Of course, because of the different forms of expression in the movie, there may be more ways to interpret it. But no matter what, they must all end up in the same place. You can regard my video as a prophecy. Is this prophecy accurate? We will see after the movie is released. After watching Mr. Chiao's video of game interpretation, Liu Xiaoping leaned back in his chair, his mind was blank. He never expected that Mr. Chiao would actually predict his prediction. Although Mr. Chiao's video was created independently, in the process of explaining the connotation of the game, he cleverly solved the two biggest doubts about the game. Why is the gameplay relatively monotonous? Just like turning back is the shore, it is to break the dimensional wall. Is Tenda self-deprecating or openly criticizing and secretly praising? Neither. Tenda just used its own company as an incarnation. What he wants to criticize is not a specific company or an entity, but a nihilistic will. Compared with those accusations that stay on the surface, Mr. Chiao's video analysis can be incisive and hit the soul directly. When these cores are exposed, no one will care about those accusations that stay on the surface, which is equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. All the efforts made by the anti-Tenda alliance to hype public opinion will naturally go down the drain. Liu Xiaoping stood up and walked around the hotel room twice quickly. He couldn't give in at this moment. Even if he had to be unreasonable, he had to muddy the waters, because the movie is going to be released this weekend. If nothing is done to confuse the audience, the popularity of Qiao Laoshir's video will inevitably continue to ferment, thus creating an excellent publicity effect for the movie, The Future You Choose. This is bound to be a bad start for the movie, My Property. Liu Xiaoping thought about it for a long time and finally made up his mind. It should be impossible to find a higher purpose or find loopholes in Qiao Laoshir's video. Because Qiao Laoshir is indeed well-founded and the content of the entire video is very solid. But this does not mean that Liu Xiaoping has no room for operation. In order to escort his own movie, he still has the last two blinks. One move is overinterpretation, and the other is to force bundling and heat. On the one hand, while it is impossible to completely refute Qiao Laoshir's video, turning from offense to defense, emphasizing that Qiao Laoshir is overinterpreting the content of the game and making excessive extensions. Although this is not enough to reverse public opinion, it can at least continue the dispute between the two sides for a certain period of time. After all, metaphor is a double-edged sword. While it stimulates the imagination of players or viewers, it also causes some overinterpretations. Some normal meanings are also understood as overinterpretations, which to a certain extent dissolves the metaphor technique. On the other hand, it allows the movie, My Property, to be attached to it and tied to the movie, The Future You Choose. And it expresses that the movie, My Property, has a higher and deeper purpose. This approach can create a tense atmosphere of confrontation before the movie is released. The higher the popularity of The Future You Choose, the higher the popularity of My Property. Although the two sides will fight to the death, the fans of one side will always go to see the performance of the other side out of curiosity. All this is based on Liu Xiaoping's absolute trust in the quality of My Property. Liu Xiaoping immediately called Nia Yunxing and then ordered his men to do it quickly. After rounds of confrontation, the two sides finally entered the final decisive moment. Success or failure depends on this one move. Saturday, September 21st, midnight. Pei Qian sat in the theater, in a relatively corner, waiting for the movie to start. The midnight show is usually the most important show for a movie, because the audience who come to the midnight show are basically hardcore audiences, and the reputation of the midnight show will directly affect the reputation and evaluation of the movie during the entire schedule. However, Pei Qian was not watching The Future You Choose. It was My Property that Fanqi Media had been pushing with all its resources. For Pei Qian, since The Future You Choose had already won the Golden Lion Award, it was unlikely that he would shoot it badly. The key to success or failure lies in whether my property can surpass the future you choose in some aspects. The public opinion war between the two sides was very fierce, and the back and forth pushed the popularity of both movies very high. The Anti-Tenda Alliance continued to attack the game and movie The Future You Choose, but most of these attacks were resolved by Qiao Liang. But even so, the Anti-Tenda Alliance has not given up. Obviously, they regard this movie as the last line of defense. Judging from the various situations on the internet, the movie My Property seems to be very promising. Although it does not have many big-name actors and well-known directors, the script of this movie is very good. The entire team participating in the production is also very attentive, and it is very likely to become the biggest dark horse in the near future. Pei Qian is looking forward to it. Chapter 1649 My Property. The movie opens with a long shot. Under the warm sunshine, two children are happily kicking a ball on the bumpy lawn. They are laughing and playing, with innocent smiles on their faces. This is the backyard of a suburban house. The lawn, children's toys, and the entire structure of the house are standard Western backgrounds, and the characters inside are all foreigners. Two kind fathers are leaning against the wooden fence in the backyard, watching the two children happily kicking the ball and drinking cold beer. And the two kind mothers are cooking dinner in the kitchen. It is obvious that this is a very harmonious and friendly neighborhood relationship, and the two families get along very happily. The two fathers chatted about their jobs. One is a worker in a factory, and the other is a small vendor who opened his own shop. Although they have different jobs, they can all feel that the recent business is not good, and they are thinking of other ways to make some extra money to supplement their family expenses. Otherwise they may not be able to afford the high tuition fees for their children after school. At this time, a news report was broadcast on the TV next to them. The oxygen guard system has been officially activated today. It will be like oxygen, spreading in the environment we live in, omnipresent and indispensable. The oxygen guard system will protect the private property of every citizen, which is inviolable. It will maintain the justice of the law and make any criminals know where to hide. The oxygen guard system will not favor any class, any group, or any individual. It will faithfully provide the most complete protection for every citizen in accordance with the highest principle of the law and the inviolability of private property. A congressman said that the official activation of the oxygen guard system represents a new era in the development of human history, because under the protection of the oxygen guard system, the free regulation function of the market will be fully released. It can play the greatest role without human supervision, and the complete liberalization of the free market will inevitably create more wealth for human society and bring greater happiness. The news just got to this point, and a mother in the kitchen said loudly, "Children, it's time to eat." "Hey!" The two children responded, but they were still fighting for the last goal. The two fathers smiled at each other, one of them waved his hand, turned off the TV, and went to the kitchen to help clear the table. The sky gradually darkened, the lights came on, and the two families had a happy dinner together. A quiet and peaceful night. The film has a fast pace. The two children grow up slowly, and their life experiences begin to change. One child works in a factory as an ordinary worker like his father, while the other child is determined to do business and does small business. Both of them are diligent, get up early and stay up late, and work very hard. But as the business child grows up, he starts to use the money he earns to buy the latest educational chips, learn various knowledge, and gradually earn more money and move out of the community. Since then, the two children have drifted apart and have never contacted each other again. At this time, the camera focuses on the poor child. He originally had a stable job in the factory. But suddenly one day, the factory supervisor informed them that everyone was unemployed because the factory had a batch of the most advanced machinery, and the entire production line could be controlled by machinery, and no workers were needed. Many workers could not accept this reality. They angrily wanted to destroy these machines, but they were immediately stunned by the ubiquitous law enforcement units with high-voltage electricity. Some died on the spot, while others were completely bankrupt and became homeless because of destroying valuables and carrying heavy debts. The poor protagonist had no choice but to continue working in other factories, but other factories were also constantly laying off employees, and new machines were constantly replacing these workers. The poor protagonist could only do odd jobs, with lower and lower incomes and worse living standards. Finally one day, these big companies began to reach out to the necessary materials for daily needs. Food, water, air, and even space for activities were divided up by these big companies one by one. At first, these big companies were very generous to allow the poor to keep their houses, lawns, and old cars. But soon the various maintenance costs overwhelmed the poor protagonist, and he had to sell his old house at a high price and live in a small compartment with a life circulation system arranged by these big companies. According to the amount of the old house sold at that time, the poor could live a life without worries. But soon various problems arose. The poor had no income, and he found that the prices of the materials he needed were getting more and more expensive, and the speed of spending money was getting faster and faster. He wanted to sell his labor, but in a world where machines replaced people, his labor was as worthless as he was. Perhaps the only thing he had that was valuable was his attention and time. But I can only make a little bit of income by watching advertisements day after day to barely survive as a human being. His parents died one after another due to aging, and their bodies did not bring much. In addition to recyclable water resources and a certain amount of free air. The minerals and other elements rich in the human body can only be exchanged for a piece of delicious beef. This piece of beef is very luxurious for the protagonist, because the circulatory system will only supply him with living resources that barely survive, but the protagonist has almost forgotten what meat tastes like. He ate the beef carefully, with tears in his eyes, and murmured, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." The protagonist's living space is getting smaller and smaller. When he first moved into the small compartment, he could often go out for a walk and bask in the sun, but gradually more and more land was surrounded by large enterprises, and the space he could move around in became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could only watch the environment outside through the glass, changing day by day. A piece of vacant land was built with buildings and then demolished, turned into a square and then demolished and planted with lawns. In the end, the outside world seemed to have returned to the beautiful pastoral era, with fresh air and lush grass. But people were all isolated behind the glass. They could only watch, but could not breathe a breath of fresh air outside. The poor protagonist has ordinary glass in front of him, but he cannot break it, because if he does, he will have to pay for not only the glass, but also the fresh air outside. The price of this fragrant air with the scent of flowers is completely different from the polluted air in the circulation system, and he can't afford it at all. Because of the existence of the law enforcement unit, there is no need to purchase tempered glass. There is no need to spend extra costs. The poor protagonist can only look at the green land in the distance, imagining that it used to be the backyard of his house, there used to be a bumpy lawn, and there used to be a childhood playmate who played football happily with him on it. Just then, he saw a handsome and tall young man showing off his skillful football skills on the lawn. His movements were very graceful, just like the top football players. After staring blankly for a while, the poor protagonist suddenly noticed that the face of the young man seemed to be somewhat similar to that of his childhood playmate in his impression. This world can input the advanced knowledge of scientists and the sports skills of athletes into people's brains through educational chips. And advanced genetic technology can keep people young forever and extend their lifespans many times. So even though the poor protagonist has become an old man in his 50s who looks older than his actual age, his childhood playmate still maintains the image of a young man. The emotions of the poor protagonist seem to have erupted at this moment. It is difficult to describe his emotions, whether it is excitement or anger and despair. He smashed the glass regardless of everything, rushed towards the figure, and shouted the name of his childhood playmate. The omnipresent law enforcement unit did not shoot him on the spot. Because this playmate acquiesced to him, the poor protagonist breathed his own fresh air and talked to him on his own expensive lawn. He even asked the robot that served him personally to bring 2 chairs, and the 2 of them chatted on the lawn looking into the distance like their parents. The poor protagonist first recalled the unforgettable days in the past with him, but this childhood playmate just politely and perfunctorily responded to him, and did not evoke any emotional ripples. The educational chip filled the rich protagonist's brain with useful things, and those useless contents had been silently deleted. When discussing his own life, the poor protagonist's anger broke out. He questioned this unfair world and why the air that can be seen everywhere cannot be obtained freely. The rich protagonist asked in a somewhat strange way, "Air is a resource. Since it is a resource, it is scarce. Why can it be obtained freely?" The same is true for wealth. The wealth in this world is not scarce, but people are still flocking to it and pursuing wealth at all costs. For this society, there will always be many worthless people, and we rich people are out of pity and kindness. We bear the burden for this society and provide the most basic living security for these worthless people. We are the contributors to this society. Everything you see, including the grass under your feet and the air you breathe, is my personal property. If I want, you can also become my personal property. And my personal property is protected by law enforcement units and is inviolable. I have never done anything that violates the law. I started from scratch and have grown from a small business to the current scale. In this process, I have made unimaginable efforts and solved one problem after another with my own wisdom. The light in the eyes of the poor protagonist gradually dimmed. He could not refute this childhood playmate because the other party could cite all the legal provisions and was very eloquent. The poor protagonist was no match anyway. The poor protagonist was also powerless to resist. The ubiquitous law enforcement units would shoot him to death the moment he wanted to die with the rich protagonist. And just when he was discouraged and ready to go back, the rich protagonist stopped him again. "You are lucky. I am not a rich and unkind person. I am also the biggest philanthropist in today's society. Although you always infringe on my private property and cause me a lot of trouble, I have always maintained the greatest tolerance and restraint, and saved many people from the hands of law enforcement units. In order to solve this problem forever, I decided to donate generously and do the biggest charity plan in my life, providing you with spaceships and fuel, so that you can have the opportunity to explore the new world. Of course, this adventure is full of dangers. You have the right to choose freely. Whether you go or stay, I will respect your decision, but I also hope that you can respect the law and my personal property." At the end of the film, countless people like the poor protagonist boarded a spaceship to another planet. Before the spaceship ignited and took off, the poor protagonist saw the rich protagonist on the display screen in front of him. They looked at each other deeply across the screen. But no matter what kind of eyes and language they used, they could not understand each other after all. The poor and the rich have become 2 completely different species. In the end, the spaceship ignited and took off, crossing the sky and flying into the vast universe. The rich protagonist sat down in a rocking chair on the lawn with satisfaction, touched his pet dog, and continued to read. Although he has mastered too much knowledge, reading still brings him a sense of happiness. It's great, all problems are solved in a way that has the best of both worlds. The afterglow of the sunset gradually dimmed, and the rich protagonist leaned on the rocking chair with a smile on his face. He fell asleep peacefully like a baby. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1650, The Future You Choose movie. The movie was over. The audience immediately started talking in the theater. What does this movie mean in the end? I don't understand it. Have you not read the original novel? No, I just saw the large-scale online promotion recently, so I came to watch it. Alas, what this movie wants to express is too profound. It's normal not to understand it after watching it once. I can go back and look for movie reviews when I have nothing to do. Anyway, I was very touched after watching it. It's really a good movie with a profound meaning. Yes, especially the words of the rich man at the end really made me hate him. But I can't do anything about him. I didn't expect it. I thought this science fiction movie was another bad movie, but I didn't expect it to really film the original story well. The director deserves credit. The audience at the midnight show gave it a high evaluation. Although many viewers could not accurately grasp the details in the movie, the core idea conveyed by this movie could be felt by most people. And Pei Qian slowly got up and followed these people to leave, thinking silently in his heart, "It's stable. I didn't expect that the Anti-Tenda Alliance and Fanchi Media would actually launch a movie of such high quality. Not only is it well made, but the core of the story is also very solid. After all, it is a classic science fiction novel that has stood the test of time." In this science fiction story, a very terrible prediction is actually proposed, which includes the following points. First, wealth is increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few people, and the speed is gradually accelerating. In reality, the rich in some Central American countries actually have a wealth value equivalent to 10% of the entire GDP. Second, the gap between the rich and the poor will lead to physiological differentiation. In the story, with the continuous advancement of technology, a lot of knowledge can be obtained through educational chips, which leads to huge differences in knowledge insights and ways of thinking between people with wealth and those without wealth. In the end, the poor and the rich became two different species. The poor became garbage that was meaningless to the whole society, and the rich had all the good and kind qualities. In reality, the rich people use a lot of sponsorship to allow their children to get top educational opportunities, which is actually the prototype of some kind of physiological differentiation. Third, an unregulated free market will lead to an unprecedented expansion of capital's desire for value-added and ultimately lead to completely uncontrollable results, i.e. in the story, land, air, and even all resources have become privatized, so in the end, most people will be deprived of the right to access these resources. Similarly, whether the iron law of private property is sacred and inviolable, firmly defended by the oxygen guard system and law enforcement units, is valid under any conditions is also a big question mark. In short, this movie can be said to be completely in place in terms of its spiritual core. In Pei Qian's opinion, it is not inferior to The Future You Choose, and even far exceeds it in some aspects. What surprised Pei Qian the most was that the movie seemed to secretly blacken the Tenda Group. The rich man in the game is obviously the final winner and the biggest target of criticism. If you want to find a corresponding image in the real world, then the Tenda Group is obviously the most suitable. This rich man started from scratch and is smart and capable. He did not get much help from his parents. He was able to become the final winner because of his intelligence. This is very consistent with the image of Mr. Pei in the minds of ordinary people. Moreover, the industry of this rich man started from the bottom, and he rose step by step to other industries, and gradually monopolized most of the industries on the entire planet. This is very similar to the Tenda Group, which continues to expand into different industries. So if this movie is going to allude to a real company, it is the Tenda Group. The meaning is very clear. Those other companies, even if they have a monopoly, only monopolize a certain field, but the Tenda Group is seeking to occupy all industries and fields, and in fact, President Pei does have this ability because he is a business genius. This is even more dangerous. If Tenda is allowed to grow and develop, it is very likely that the situation in the movie will occur. The legitimate rights and interests of ordinary people will be encroached upon, and the resources that should be naturally enjoyed will be embezzled and become the company property of the Tenda Group, or even the personal property of President Pei. Of course, all the audience must know that it is impossible for reality to become the situation in the movie. After all, there is no oxygen guard system or education chip in reality, not to mention that the situations in the two worlds are completely different and cannot be generalized. But in any case, the idea that the expanded Tenda Group will cause harm has been subtly buried in the hearts of the audience. This subconsciousness is not easy to eliminate. For those companies that are against the Tenda alliance, it is a good counterattack. If this argument of all crows are black is valid, then it will improve the image of these companies, and it can also be said that this is their low-quality advantage. Pei Qian couldn't help but silently raise his thumb. I really want to give a thumbs up to the anti-Tenda alliance, especially Fanchi Media. I didn't expect that you guys could still turn the battlefield public opinion back under such an unfavorable start. It's really gratifying. Thinking of this, Pei Qian went home happily to sleep. I will have lunch after getting up tomorrow, and then go to see The Future You Choose in the afternoon. The anti-Tenda alliance is blacking Tenda Group Tenda, and I am also blacking myself. With double insurance, there will be no more problems, right? When Pei Qian watched the midnight show of My Property in the local cinema in Jingzhou, Nie Yunxing and Lu Xiaoping were also in the cinema in Magic City, watching the midnight show of The Future You Choose, a standard tactical converter. For Lu Xiaoping and others, they are full of confidence in the movie My Property, so they naturally don't need to watch it again. After all, the movie The Future You Choose has won the Golden Lion Award, and it was released later than the game. There must be some special considerations. Maybe it is President Pei's final trump card, and it cannot be ignored. Several bosses were very generous and booked a private theater in the cinema. Each of them had a serious expression and was fully focused. For them, this can be said to be a battlefield without gunpowder. Soon, the movie started. The movie opens with a distant view of a grand city. This city looks very technologically advanced, with countless skyscrapers towering into the sky, and all kinds of colorful neon lights make the whole city look prosperous and lively. There is a thin cloud layer at the waist of these skyscrapers, which seems to divide these buildings in half. The camera slowly dives towards the clouds and comes to the sky above the city. You can see various floating cars shuttling back and forth between the skyscrapers. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the upper part of the building, you can see upper-class people wearing neat suits or beautiful evening gowns in various high-end restaurants and other social places, drinking and chatting. There are also some skyscrapers with offices or residences for the rich on the top floors. On the roofs of some high-end apartment buildings, the rich can own several floors of housing, as well as artificial lawns and swimming pools. Just by glimpsing the leopard, you can also feel a sense of prosperity and wealth. Then the camera began to descend rapidly, passing through the clouds at the waist of the skyscrapers. At the moment of passing through the clouds, you can see some special devices at the waist of the building, spraying some white flocculent smoke outward to maintain the clouds. After passing through the clouds, the real landscape of the entire city was presented to everyone. Congested ground traffic, dilapidated old streets, wandering homeless vagrants, frequent violent incidents, and even shootings. The clouds seem to be divided into two completely different worlds. In the process, the billboards that can be seen everywhere on the buildings left a deep impression on the audience. These billboards are the industrial logos of Tenda Group, which are somewhat similar to the logos in reality, but with some different changes according to the style of this world. It feels like the whole city has been occupied by Tenda Group. The camera continues to go down. Passing through the chaotic blocks, it finally comes to a dark underground tunnel. 3 people are fighting each other clumsily and fiercely. Their movements are very unsystematic. Obviously, they have not learned any fighting skills systematically, and the fight is not beautiful at all. But in the process of fighting, they are constantly attacking each other's vital points, and using all the weapons they can get around, which is ferocious in the funny. One of the young men is obviously fighting 1 against 2. But he was like a trapped beast, baring his teeth and claws fiercely, and he did not lose the upper hand. The 2 opponents looked at each other, and one of them took out the dagger in his arms. However, the young man did not turn around and run away, but rushed forward even more desperately. Although the scene was very chaotic, it can be seen that the young man was not brave but reckless. During the fight, he used all means including his teeth, and obviously wanted to get rid of the enemy holding the dagger first. Even if the enemy behind him punched and kicked him, he just took it hard. In the end, the young man was stabbed twice in his left hand and left shoulder. He bit the opponent's right wrist with his teeth and took the dagger away. Then, he stabbed the enemy's carotid artery and killed him with one knife. Another enemy wanted to escape, but the young man did not give him this opportunity, but quickly caught up and stabbed him from the back. After getting rid of the 2 enemies, the young man suddenly collapsed on the ground. He covered the wound on his left arm with his right hand. He gasped for air. The light in the underground tunnel was dim before, so everyone did not see the 3 people clearly, and could only vaguely see the outline. The intensity of the fight between the 3 people was felt through the sound. But at this time it seemed that there was a train passing by outside and the rumbling sound of the train. The light shone in, making the entire underground passage bright and dark. Only then did everyone see clearly that the 3 people who contributed to the first fight scene of the entire movie were actually 3 homeless people. They were all ragged, unkempt, and had nothing valuable on them. They fell in the shadow of the underground tunnel, and would not be discovered unless you looked carefully. And the young man's face was finally revealed to the audience. Many people did not even realize that this was Liu Xiao. Because Liu Xiao's appearance in this movie was really different from his original image. His hair was very long, and it looked like it had not been trimmed for a long time, and it was tied together because of dirt. There were 2 scars on his face, and his face was hideous. One of the scars scratched his left eye, and at this time there was only a milky white and turbid artificial eye in his left eye socket. It was a bit like the image of an ancient pirate in some movies. The changes in his dress and expression made him look unlike himself, but like a homeless man who had just killed someone. He fumbled around the homeless man with a knife, found a few pills, and swallowed them directly. After another grope, he found a small but ugly stone sculpture. This is a very common stone, made of nothing special, not jade or emerald, nor any precious metal. There is no exquisite carving either, it is just carved into a ring and tied with a thin rope. This ring is irregular, thick in some places and thin in others. Although it seems to have become smooth due to long-term wearing, it does not seem to have any value from any angle. The protagonist very skillfully tied the broken line back to his neck and put it close to his chest. Then he patted his chest and seemed to be somewhat relieved that he had successfully taken the stone back. After doing all this, he tore off a few pieces of rags, simply bandaged the wound, and then limped to the exit of the underground tunnel. The camera turned and came to the underground of an abandoned food processing factory. This place seems to have been transformed into a gathering place for underground gangs. Many gang members with fierce faces are smoking and drinking while watching the cheap striptease performance on the stage. But in a room next to it, it is very quiet, and the noisy music outside can only be faintly heard. No criminal record? The fierce-looking gang boss was a little surprised and a little contemptuous. He extinguished the burning cigar in his hand. It was converted into a bright red mechanical prosthetic eye. He raised his head to illuminate Liu Xiao, standing opposite him. Liu Xiao's face didn't show much expression. I already have it, but it's not recorded yet. I killed 2 people. The gang leader looked at him and suddenly smiled. Not bad. The protagonist, played by Lu Zhiyao, then mixed with street gangs and started to do some petty thefts and street transactions. Even if it is just a simple errand task, it is very likely to encounter danger at any time and survive. However, despite being injured many times, the protagonist survived strongly, earned a lot of money, and modified himself with mechanical prosthetic eyes and some other prosthetic limbs. In this process, the protagonist would take out the round stone from time to time. However, this scene is becoming less and less. In the movie, the source of this stone is also explained through some memories. When the protagonist was seriously injured and dying several times, some memories flashed through his mind. In the dim basement where he used to live with his worried mother, because of the lack of toys, his mother picked up various stones everywhere and carved different toys for him. However, the so-called carving is nothing more than using a low-quality carving knife to slightly repair it into a barely acceptable appearance according to the shape of the stone itself. Then the mother would use her wild imagination to think of a bedtime story for this statue to coax him to sleep. There are cunning and vicious wolves, brave soldiers, and high-altitude hovercrafts. There is also the sun hanging high in the sky. It's just that the shapes of these statues are far from the real thing. Even if you tell them their names in advance, you still need a strong ability of association from a specific angle to connect them together. For the protagonist, the image of the sun is more difficult to understand than other images, because there is always a layer of white clouds in the sky. Although the sun can shine in, he has never seen what the real sun looks like. Finally one day, the seriously ill mother handed a ring-shaped stone to the protagonist. Then told him that this is a good luck stone and a wealth stone. As long as he carries it, good luck and wealth will come to him. Be a kind person and don't hurt others, so that good luck will always bless him. A few days later, the mother died. The rent collector came to the basement and threw everything in it roughly into the street, and handed it over to the next tenant who could pay the rent. And the stones that the protagonist carefully collected and put in a small box were also thrown roughly into the street, and the stones on the ground were washed away without a trace along the underground drainage ditch. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1651. As long as there is a dream. More updates at the end of the month. Please vote for the monthly ticket. From then on, the protagonist lived the life of a homeless person, looking for food in the trash can. Sometimes his shoes were stolen and he had to walk barefoot on the road, and sometimes he was robbed, and he fought back. No police would care about the disputes between homeless people. But even so, he always remembered his mother's teachings. Be a kind person and don't hurt others, so that the good luck stone will always be effective and protect him. Until then, two homeless people mistakenly thought that the stone worn by the protagonist was a valuable thing, and joined forces to steal the stone. The protagonist chased them relentlessly, all the way to the underground passage, and killed two people in a fierce fight. Since then, he joined a gang, worked hard to complete every task, and gradually made a name for himself. He didn't know whether the good luck stone would still bless him, but he still carried it with him all the time. Then the movie used a montage technique to explain the protagonist's activities at different stages. That is, a series of related or unrelated shots are put together to create a parallel structure, thereby showing the protagonist's behavior in different time periods. The protagonist receives tasks from the contact person and performs them. The protagonist, as the contact person, issues tasks to new subordinates. The protagonist was ambushed by other gangs while on a mission and managed to escape. The protagonist ambushed other gang members who were on a mission and killed them all. The protagonist was suppressed by the powerful firepower of other gangs and could not raise his head. He rolled in the sewer like a stray dog to avoid bullets. At the protagonist's command, his men opened fire on the fleeing enemies, and the blood of the fleeing gang members flowed along the drainage ditch. The original protagonist saw his companions bleeding and dying, and he was tortured himself, with a sad expression in his eyes. The later protagonist stood from the perspective of the abuser, watching all this expressionlessly, and even personally tortured the kidnapped wealthy businessman. The gang office that was originally used to interview him also became the protagonist's private place, and the gang boss was replaced by the protagonist. However, he made a huge mistake one day. One of his subordinates was obsessed with money and robbed a batch of goods transported by Nifeng Logistics. As a result, the corporate army of Tenda Group came to kill the whole gang. The protagonist was lucky enough to survive, but his years of hard work were ruined. He barely gathered the few remaining gang members and watched the armed hovercraft of Nifeng Logistics gradually moving away. The huge Tenda Group logo on it brought a suffocating sense of oppression. This also made him realize that no matter how much he paid, he was still just a rat rolling in the gutter. Occasional ups and downs could not change anything. If he wanted to climb out of the gutter, he had to find another way. In the late night of the disastrous defeat, he raised his head again and looked at the cloud layer with a faint neon glow. The cloud layer floated between the skyscrapers and seemed like a ditch, completely separating the lower and upper layers. The reason for the existence of this cloud layer was also very simple. It was just that the rich people living in the upper layer did not want to see the dirty and chaotic situation of the lower layer of the city. They traveled by floating cars, from the upper floor of a skyscraper to the upper floor of another skyscraper. For them, the whole world was a beautiful world floating on the clouds. They did not want to be affected by the ugliness of those lower layers and affect their views of the city. From then on, the protagonist made up his mind to climb above the clouds at all costs to the top of those skyscrapers and see the real sun. Then, the movie spent a long time showing the protagonist's strong personal ability and execution. Although the entire gang was beaten to pieces by the Tenda Group, the protagonist reorganized the street gangs with his extraordinary ability and made a comeback. This time, he carefully expanded his business and accumulated the necessary resources. While deliberately looking for the right target, he wants to find a rich man who is similar in height and appearance to himself to implement a plan of changing cages and birds. At first, the audience didn't know why he was looking for these people. They thought he was looking for a protective umbrella among the upper-class rich businessmen. Unexpectedly, the protagonist thought more long-term. Because as a gang leader, he went to these big chaebols to find a protective umbrella. Maybe the business will expand rapidly in a short period of time, but once there is a problem, he will be abandoned immediately. No matter how big the chess piece is, it is still a chess piece. The protagonist wants to become a chess player himself. Finally, after sufficient preparation, the protagonist focused his target on a young rich man. This rich man is an emerging rich man. He doesn't have much power. He is energetic, active in thinking, and adventurous. The protagonist seems to see his own shadow in this young rich man. The protagonist knows very well that it is this adventurous spirit that allows this young rich man to win again and again in business, and this adventurous spirit will also provide himself with an excellent opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the young wealthy man has a weak sense of security, the protagonist collected a lot of relevant information, found a plastic surgeon and a prosthetics doctor, and constantly transformed his body, making himself more and more like the wealthy businessman. At the same time, the protagonist also imitated the young rich man's walking and talking manners through a lot of video audio, and even bought the most advanced voice changer until he completely became this rich man. In fact, both of them were played by Lu Zhiyao, but their personalities are completely different. The young rich man's glorious front is always a bright and beautiful image, and his eyes seem to be full of tolerance and kindness, but also adventurous spirit and firm and persistent qualities. The protagonist, who is now the leader of a gang, is a fierce and vicious image, an out-and-out desperado. On the way to the rich man's trip, the airborne car broke down and caused a car accident. However, he still attended the meeting safely and talked freely at the meeting, successfully promoting the contract. It was just that after the meeting, sitting in the airborne car, he gently touched his chest. Then the rhythm of the film became cheerful. The protagonist who replaced the rich man began to make drastic improvements. On the one hand, he wanted to continue to expand the company's business, and on the other hand, he used the company to continuously launder the black money earned by the gang before. He finally got his wish and got rid of the gutter under the rain, becoming a man above the clouds. The protagonist began to look less and less like himself, and more like the rich man, and even the audience had an illusion that it seemed like two actors were playing the role. The protagonist not only managed the business that the rich man had left behind in an orderly manner, but also came up with some new ideas and developed new businesses, and the company also grew further. The protagonist pretended to be a rich man and began to appear frequently on various occasions. He seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to playing this role. But soon he encountered new problems. Whenever he tried to enter a new field, he would find that Tenda Group was already waiting there. And no matter what method he wanted to use, he could not cause any danger to Tenda Group's business. On the contrary, it was easy, and even natural, for Tenda Group to snatch business from him. In other words, as long as he made achievements in a certain aspect, Tenda Group would immediately come to pick the fruits. With Tenda Group, he could only eat some leftovers forever. However, there is no wall that is impenetrable. Even if the protagonist did everything perfectly, his identity would eventually be exposed. The movie did not directly describe the details and process of the protagonist's exposure. But there are hints in many aspects, such as the protagonist's inadvertent touching of the chest, some omissions in etiquette, or the protagonist's views and thinking on some issues have subtle but fatal differences from other rich people and the original owner. No one knows when the protagonist was exposed, and no one knows which partner or competitor reported it. In short, on a rainy night with heavy rain, the protagonist was drinking red wine in the top floor office of the skyscraper, looking at the rain outside the window. Suddenly, his subordinates called and said that there was a fight between gangs. The other side seemed to be well prepared and was besieging a very important warehouse of the protagonist. The protagonist was furious and took his company's bodyguards and hired mercenaries to leave the building and rush to the bottom floor in a hovercraft. The protagonist's bodyguards were strong and well equipped, and they could easily deal with these gang members. After arriving, the gang members of the other side really collapsed without a fight. However, just when the protagonist was sitting in the hovercraft and drinking red wine leisurely, thinking that everything had been safely passed, suddenly, he found that there were dense law enforcement units in the air, the corporate army of Tenda Group. They surrounded everyone, and the scene of the previous gunfight was also recorded in full video. The evidence was irrefutable, and these law enforcement units immediately opened fire on the gang members and bodyguards under the protagonist. The protagonist resisted angrily, but the difference in firepower between the two sides was too obvious. Obviously, the Tenda Group wants to wipe out all the protagonist's forces. Solve the problem in the most appropriate way, and do not allow any fish to slip through the net. The protagonist starts the hovercraft in desperation to escape, but the law enforcement unit of the Tenda Group is chasing him closely, and more reinforcements are coming. The protagonist returned to his apartment on the top floor, took out his most powerful weapon, and fought back. With his neat and nimble skills, he defeated several law enforcement units of the Tenda Group. But the subsequent reinforcements soon arrived, and the protagonist felt desperate in the face of the law enforcement units and drones covering the ground. He didn't want to die at the hands of these robots, so he fought and retreated, and went all the way to the top floor platform, and jumped in despair. He took a last look at the sky on the rainy night, and then fell rapidly. He clearly saw that the clouds below were getting closer and closer. At this time, he no longer needed to play the role of a rich man, and seemed to have turned back into the homeless man with nothing. He felt in a trance that he was still the rat in the gutter. Although he climbed to the clouds by chance, there will always be a day when he will fall back into the gutter and never turn over. His hand groped to his chest, trying to take out the lucky stone and take a last look. But at this time, the law enforcement units covering the ground had surrounded him in the air and blew him into a firework. And the stone passed through the clouds and finally fell to the ground, completely shattered. A homeless man who was shivering with cold and burning garbage in a tin bucket nearby was startled. He stuck his head out of the shed but saw nothing. Because the heavy rain had washed away all the fragments of the stone, he looked up in confusion, but it was still covered by clouds, and he couldn't see what happened in the upper part of the building. He could only see some light. The homeless man retreated back to the shed again with some disappointment, and started to roast the fire tremblingly. Just then, he suddenly heard footsteps not far away, and hurriedly shrank into the garbage dump next to him. Several young gang members walked by drunk with wine in their hands. I didn't expect that people like us could work for Tenda. Yes, although some brothers died in some risks, we also got the business of the gangs in that area. One day, we brothers will stand out and become real big men. Several young gang members walked by drunk. One of them raised his head and looked at the skyscraper next to him. I wonder when we can afford a luxury apartment on the top floor. Another gang member laughed, dream. As long as we have a dream, we will climb to the top of that building sooner or later. The camera climbs from the bottom to the top, passing through the chaotic streets and dilapidated buildings, and then through the clouds in the center of the building, and finally reaches the sky. The whole city is brightly lit, a prosperous scene. Chapter 1652 Success or Failure is Up to Fate. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The movie is over. After all, it is a private viewing, so the bosses are not in a hurry to leave, but are discussing the plot of the movie. They also want to know whether this movie, as the last trump card of President Pei, can really have a decisive effect. Nye Yinxing said with some doubt, although this movie is indeed well shot, it seems to be a little far from winning the Golden Lion Award. Does it mean that there are really no strong competitors in this year's Venice Film Festival, so this movie was picked up? Lu Xiaoping shook his head slightly. There are indeed no strong competitors, but the quality of this movie should not be underestimated. Although I haven't been able to analyze this movie in detail, from my first viewing experience, this movie is indeed unique in many aspects. It is not surprising that it can be recognized by the judges. Nye Yinxing was a little surprised. Oh? Mr. Liu, tell me how this movie compares to your property? Lu Xiaoping explained, the two have similarities in the themes they express, but one tends to be extreme in plot arrangement, while the other tends to be more detailed. Nye Yinxing and other bosses nodded, which even those who don't know much about movies can see. My property imagines a very extreme and bizarre scenario, that is, one person controls most of the wealth on the entire planet, and even monopolizes the air and water sources. The future you choose does not have such an extreme scenario, and all the plots still take place in a scene that seems extreme but seems to be logical. Even a small gangster can get to the top through various gray means. Although the whole world is in chaos, the ladder of ascent has not been completely cut off. So although their themes are similar, the final film gives people a very different feeling. Lu Xiaoping continued to explain, I will not analyze the theme and deep connotation of the film. This kind of content must be repeatedly watched in detail to summarize it. I will simply talk about some of the techniques used in this movie. In my opinion, this movie has done a very good balance between business and art. In some aspects, he is very straightforward, such as using different light tones to show the gap between characters. At the beginning of the movie, the camera drops from the highest point to the lowest point. The truly rich people live at the highest point. Not only is there plenty of sunshine, but even at night, they can see the most beautiful lights in the entire city. They live above the clouds, as if they were living in a fairyland. As the camera drops quickly, the audience sees the scene at the bottom. whether it is day or night, it is gray here. The cloud cuts off the sunlight and lights. The lower world has become a jungle society where the strong prey on the weak in a sense, and it has fallen into absolute chaos. At the end of the movie, the camera pulls up again from the bottom to the top, reinforcing this feeling. In my opinion, the design of this cloud is very clever. These buildings seem to tower into the clouds. Although they are indeed very tall, these clouds are actually emitted by the equipment in the center of the building. Although the film does not give a direct explanation, it can be guessed that the wealthy people living in those high-rise buildings do not want to see the chaotic and dirty scenes below, and do not want to disturb their mood when looking at the scenery by the window, so they block it with clouds. And the clouds can actually be seen as a means of isolation and monopoly, because those who live in the high-rise buildings are the upper class of the whole society, so they can monopolize the sunlight obtained by the whole city through such blatant means. Just like in My Property, the rich monopolized the air. When the protagonist played by Liu Xiao was plotting to replace the young rich man, he was clearly doing the darkest work, but he deliberately used a very bright light effect. After the protagonist replaced the rich man, he managed the rich man's industry, whitewashed his gang, and continued to gain wealth. The whole atmosphere was very cheerful. Even the soundtrack used solemn and elegant string music. Such a soundtrack and light formed a very sharp contrast with the treacherous and insidious plot, creating an absurd effect. But at the same time, this seems to imply that for a poor person like the protagonist who climbs up at all costs, the factors of right and wrong, good and evil in his eyes have all been distorted. In order to be able to climb to the highest point and embrace the sun, it has actually completely let go, abandoned or even deliberately distorted the recognition of morality. In addition, the film also uses a lot of montage techniques. For example, in the process of the protagonist's growth in the gang, the montage technique is used to compare the protagonist's activities when he just joined the gang and after joining the gang for a long time. The ugliness that the protagonist was not used to soon became commonplace. Through the beginning and the end, the intersection of the shots highlights the huge changes that the protagonist has undergone during this period, and also shows a sense of reincarnation. All members of the gang will actually go through such a process, from the naivety and immaturity of entering the gang, to gradually abandoning morality and unscrupulous ruthless characters. If it is told in a normal order, it will not be able to reflect this sense of reincarnation and fate, and it will also appear very dragged out. In addition, the details of the movie are also well done. The food and clothes that the protagonist can get at various stages of his life are all in line with his situation. For example, when he was a homeless person, joined a gang, or became a rich man, the protagonist's living environment and clothes changed. And I have to say that Liu Xiao's acting skills are really strong. He actually plays two roles, and one of the roles is divided into two different stages. The poor protagonist started out fighting with others at the bottom. Although he killed people, he still insisted on his inner self at this time. As his status in the gang became higher and higher, his personality seemed to become calm on the surface, but in fact he had given up his inner insistence on justice. Liu Xiao not only had to play the feeling of the poor protagonist, but also had to play the young rich man well. This young rich man has another personality. He is full of idealism and adventurism. He is full of enthusiasm and hope for life. In terms of the spirit of struggle, he seems to have many similarities with the poor protagonist, but if you look closely, you will find that their inner spirits are completely different. There is a detail in the film. The rich protagonist and the poor protagonist both have the same ornamental plants, but the rich protagonist's ornamental plant thrives because it is placed on the floor and can frequently get in touch with the sun. The poor protagonist's plant is frequently sick, with yellow leaves and half dead, and needs careful care to survive. That is to say, the different living environments determine that two people with the same adventurous and enterprising spirits eventually become two completely different people. The most exciting part is that Lu Jiao not only plays three personalities, but also plays the constant changes between these three personalities very well. It even gives people an illusion that the poor protagonist and the rich protagonist only look a bit alike, but their inner qualities are different. In fact, there are two people in the film. Being able to offer such wonderful and complex acting skills, he deserves the Best Actor award. Nia Yinxing nodded slightly, indeed. This movie has many small details. If I hadn't heard you say this, I really couldn't tell. I just felt that it felt very smooth and natural. What I care more about is the small stone on the protagonist's chest and its symbolic meaning. First, the homeless man mistakenly thought that the stone was something valuable and robbed him, and then he accidentally killed the homeless man, and was forced to start his gang career. In the end, it was probably because of this stone that he was exposed, and finally fell from the upstairs and shattered, implying the failure of the protagonist. It seems that director Zhu Xiaozi is really ambitious. This movie is well conceived and is likely to win awards from the beginning. Lu Xiaoping is a professional filmmaker after all. He has a much higher vision than other bosses and can see many tricks. Of course, he is not a particularly professional film critic and has only watched it once, so he only mentioned a few points that he could see based on his first impression. Since this movie won an award, it must not only be excellent in the artistic techniques of shooting, but there must also be something in the deep connotation that impressed the judges. Nia Yinxing said with some concern, "Boss Lu, do you think my property can win?" Lu Xiaoping thought for a while and said, "There is no first place in literature since ancient times. It is too crude and utilitarian to judge by winning or not. It is not good to say so. After all, we are not competing for box office and awards, but public opinion. From the current point of view, the movie My Property accurately hits Tenda Group, and the movie The Future You Choose has some impact on us, but the impact is not great. I even think that the lethality of this movie is not as good as that of the game. After all, the game attacks our anti-Tenda alliance through the final ending, while the movie does not even mention it. On the contrary, both movies are constantly portraying and trying to push Tenda Group to the position of a giant monopoly enterprise. The subtle influence on the audience cannot be underestimated. As public opinion continues to ferment, everyone will be more or less wary of the current state of Tenda Group. In short, I think the movie My Property is good enough, and the success or failure of the next right or wrong will be left to fate. Chapter 1653 All Good Works. After Lu Xiaoping's explanation, all the bosses, including Nia Yinxing, also realized the current situation. In short, the two films have their own focuses. From the perspective of imagination and cultural fit, My Property is undoubtedly better. Because this movie uses a wild imagination to show a very extreme situation. And this extreme situation is very novel and resonant for domestic audiences. Although it has a certain impact on foreign audiences, the satirical effect may not be so strong. After all, there are certain cultural differences. And from the perspective of the filming techniques and details of the film itself, The Future You Choose has the upper hand. Because the movie The Future You Choose has a lot of detailed plots and rich worldview settings. The protagonist develops from an ordinary tramp step by step to the leader of a gang, and then takes over the magpie's nest through specific means to become a rich man. This image is easier for the audience to substitute. Moreover, in these complex plots, director Zhu Su used many pleasing shooting techniques and some metaphors. Therefore, the artistic quality of the film will be more favored by the judges. If both films are really taken to participate in the Film Festival Awards, then the film The Future You Choose will most likely win in the end. But the key is that the two sides are not competing for awards at foreign film festivals. In fact, in recent years, the domestic film industry has increasingly shown a trend. More and more domestic directors have begun to turn their attention to the domestic market, and the primary goal is to satisfy the viewing experience of domestic audiences. And the core of the ideas expressed are increasingly in line with the tastes of domestic audiences. If a film does not win an award abroad, it does not necessarily mean that it is a bad film, and vice versa. Therefore, after the two films are released in China, the specific reputation of the two films remains to be observed. Liu Xiaoping has no idea about this. A literary and artistic work ultimately needs to be widely tested before its value can be determined. And these two films also have an important mission, which is the extension of the commercial war and public opinion war between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance. In Liu Xiaoping's opinion, the purpose of My Property to allude to Tenda Group has basically been achieved, but The Future You Choose may have paid great attention to artistry in order to participate in the film festival, but it has sacrificed a lot of offensiveness. This movie basically poses no big threat to companies like anti-Tenda alliance. From this point of view, there is no doubt that the anti-Tenda alliance has seized the initiative. Although the Tenda Group has completed the front and back blockade of anti-Tenda alliance through games and movies, if the movie anti-Tenda alliance can achieve miraculous effects, it can also break the situation instantly. However, the final result will still be left to the public opinion for the final test. Nie Yinxing nodded slightly and said, "Boss Liu has made good arrangements. We have done our best to follow orders for the content of the movie. But I have another question. Is there any unexpected connection between the game and the movie? The game, The Future You Choose, has already shown its potential, and Mr. Qiao's interpretation seems to be very lethal to us. In this case, if the game and the movie really have any deep connection, we will be attacked from all sides, and the situation will be very bleak." Liu Xiaoping thought for a while and said, "So far, I haven't seen any particularly close connection. The game and the movie have completely different plots and can even be completely different stories. In addition to the fact that Tenda Group is the villain in both works, there seems to be no deeper connection. Of course, for the sake of safety, we still have to do something. In the future, we will mainly focus on the movie in the public opinion war, and try not to mention the game-related content. We will pursue the movie relentlessly, and most of the attention will be attracted to the movie. After all, there are relatively few players on the game side." The bosses all agreed with this strategy. After all, the anti-Tenda alliance has no game works, and even if it has, it is estimated to be at a disadvantage. At this time, it is necessary to play a Tianji horse racing game. Try to shift the battlefield to its own advantage area. Xing Hao said with some concern, "Then why did President Pei use the same name for the movie and the game? If there is no deep connection between the two works, then I think this is not in line with President Pei's usual style of doing things." After thinking for a while, Liu Xiaoping said, "Tenda is a monolithic organization. It is difficult for us to get the first-hand information of President Pei's decision-making at the time through internal employees, so we can only make some guesses. I think this may be a relatively safe consideration. If the game and the movie plot are highly related like mission and choice, then if one project fails, the other project will also be dragged down. For the former Tenda Group, it was not a problem to concentrate on doing big things, but now Tenda Group has taken advantage, and the goal should be to win as steadily as possible. I guess President Pei is likely to let the heads of the game and film departments conceive separately, and each come up with an idea to produce it, so that the two do not affect each other. In this way, the possibility of both projects failing is very small. Even if one of the projects is not effective, the other project can make up for it, and Tenda always has the advantage in hand. But such a conservative decision will be a bit of a loss when both projects are successful, and it is difficult to form a deep linkage. At least so far, we can see that Tenda has played a cameo role as a villain in both the game and the movie, and the story content of the game and the movie itself is also close, but there is no deep connection between the two after all. We concentrate our efforts on the movie side to gain a comparative advantage, at least at present, it seems to be the best solution. The bosses nodded one after another, thinking that Lu Xiaoping made sense. Okay, in that case, let's wait for good news. The second afternoon. Pei Qian also finished watching The Future You Choose. His first feeling was regret, great regret. How did he discover such a treasure boy like Lu Xiao? After filming one movie after another, Lu Xiao's acting skills have improved visibly. This time, he played 2 roles by himself, and he performed the roles in different stages very well. It is not unfair for him to win the award. For Pei Qian, Lu Xiao is almost like Ruan Guanjian and Xiao Liang, who are lifelong enemies. However, Pei Qian thinks that the 2 movies, The Future You Choose and My Property, can only have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although the 2 express similar themes, they are very different in form. If Fanqi media can help a little and create public opinion, it is not impossible to turn the tide against Tang and the alliance. I still feel that it is not safe enough. I really want to help Fanqi media, but I can't find Water Army anymore. Until now, Pei Qian is still a little worried, fearing that someone will find out that he found Water Army. It is a blessing in disguise that he was not discovered the first time. If he still went against the wind to find Water Army under such circumstances, it would be his own death, and he can't blame others. But after his only good brother was caught, Pei Qian felt very melancholy and confused. At this critical moment, he could do nothing. Pei Qian sighed silently and could only wait and see. Since both movies have been released, the first batch of audience reviews have also come out. Pei Qian felt that it was about time to take a look at the overall public opinion. He decided to watch The Future You Choose first. Lu Xiao's acting skills have improved greatly, and he really deserves the title of Best Actor. It is worthy of being an award-winning work. There are no shortcomings in all aspects of the whole film. Moreover, this film reminds me of the feeling when I first watched Beautiful Ming. I have to say that it seems that only Tenda can perfectly shoot this taste in China. The editing of the film is very good, and at the end there is a kind of powerlessness. A poor man was born in a poor family and tried every means to change his fate, but in the end he only ended up with a death without a burial place. Tenda Group is also a villain in this movie, even more excessive than in the game. Yes, the game also uses a way of borrowing corpses to revive. In Ling Ying, it is directly powerful and invincible. The overall special effects level is also excellent, especially the 2 long shots at the beginning and the end. I was amazed. The 2 worlds through the clouds are like heaven and hell. Through the city with a cyberpunk background, this feeling of rich and poor division is perfectly presented. It is definitely a rare good movie. I am going to watch it twice to support it. Pei Qian felt a little guilty, but the movie The Future You Choose had won an award after all, so it seemed expected to receive such a good review. He clicked on My Property to check. So far, the ratings of the 2 movies have hovered around 9.5 points, neither of them giving in. When Pei Qian saw the netizens' comments on the movie My Property, his eyes lit up. He saw hope again. The fans of the original novel said it was so exciting. The essence of the original novel was really captured. It turns out that this kind of solid film is the most exciting. Without too much interference from traffic, every character in it has good acting skills, especially the poor and the rich. The last rivalry was really frustrating. The poor tried every way to question, but the rich refuted it all with a condescending attitude. I wanted to smash the computer screen when I watched it. In fact, all the emotions were released in the last scene, but there are many commendable parts in the film. For example, the changes in the protagonist's life, the aging and death of unemployed parents, and the constant changes in the living environment. These scenes were all expressed by the director with very detailed content. The protagonist's sentence, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." It really broke the defense. I think this movie is not inferior to The Future You Choose in all aspects. I even prefer My Property. I don't know what's good about it, but I think this movie is more concise, more brutal and direct, and it lays the cruel reality directly in front of everyone, which naturally shocks people more strongly. The connotations of both movies are very profound. Let's wait for the reviews. Only when the reviews come out can we know which movie is better. I blamed Fanchi Media before. I thought they invested in this movie to promote the anti-Tenda alliance and discredit Tenda Group, but after watching it, I think this movie is well made. I hope more companies can invest money to make such a really good movie. From the current point of view, the performance of the two movies is actually on par. Even if there are some differences, they can only be differences in trade-offs and tastes. A movie is limited in length, and it is impossible to cover everything and make all the content perfect. The two movies chose different angles and different methods to show similar themes, and they were done very well. The final success or failure may only depend on some very small details. Many people are waiting for the voices of film critics. Because in the process of film critics' in-depth interpretation of these two films, some deep-seated connotations will be analyzed out, and the two films will truly be distinguished. Chapter 1654, The Truth is Revealed. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. September 23, Monday. Fei Huang Studio. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi are looking through the online reviews of the two movies, My Property and The Future You Choose. For them, after filming The Future You Choose, the work task has been completed. Being able to win the Golden Lion Award and the current good box office performance has proved that they have exceeded the goal set by President Pei. But even so, the two people still did not relax. When the entire studio has entered a semi-holiday celebration state, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi are still keeping a close eye on the online film reviews and public opinion. Because they know very well that the battle is far from over at this point. Although this movie has achieved both word of mouth and commercial success, it is still the most important end of the public opinion war. The anti-Tenda alliance has not lost yet, and My Property is still a fulcrum for the opponent's counterattack. Similarly, Tenda Group naturally cannot relax in the public opinion war. Zhu Xiaozi said as he browsed the web, it is currently unclear how many film critics Fanchi Media has found, but 2 points can be confirmed. First, they adopted a very smart strategy this time, which is very tricky. It's not forced to blacken it like before, but they made 2 preparations. First, they attacked The Future You Choose for being more superficial in expression than My Property, without touching the core and essence, and slightly inferior in depth. If this point is not true, then praise both movies together, but focus on expressing the allusion to Tenda Group in My Property. Second, they should have found a lot of film critics and raised the strongest one through the model of raising Gu. It has basically surfaced, and this is it. Huang Sibo looked at Zhu Xiaozi's computer screen and found that it was a very popular film review titled Double Stars Shine. Domestic science fiction movies usher in a bright moment. The content of this film review is very long, because he analyzed both movies in detail. From the content point of view, this film review did not have obvious behavior of stepping down on one and praising the other. The analysis of the two movies was incisive and described the techniques in the film. This is obviously a natural choice formed by netizens, in order to create a greater public opinion. Fanchi Media obviously found many film critics to write film reviews, and gave them a general direction to express themselves freely, because they did not want their own ideas to cause too much interference. Some of these film critics are more obvious in their praise of one and the other, but this kind of criticism can basically be seen through at a glance and cannot form effective heat. This film review praises both films, but it has a different emphasis, which is the best among all film reviews. And this film review really praises the point, whether it is analyzing the deep connotation of the two films, or analyzing some specific techniques in the filming process, or analyzing the superb acting skills of the actors in the film, they all hit the point just right. But the essence of this kind of film review lies in 9 truths and 1 falsehood. That is, after enhancing the credibility of the manuscript through a large amount of real content, a misleading statement is made in a very subtle aspect. Ordinary people can't even see any problems at all, and this kind of manuscript has the greatest impact. And the main focus of this film review is in the following paragraphs. Comparatively speaking, I think both movies have their own advantages and disadvantages, but they just express different focuses. The Future You Choose focuses on a small person, and through his life changes, it implies a closed and desperate state of the entire society. It can be said that it sees the big picture from the small. In the process of fully showing the life of this little man, the audience can be well brought into the heart of a specific person, and naturally will be more empathetic to this emotion. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why this film won the Best Actor and Golden Lion Awards at the Venice Film Festival, because the audience can deeply empathize with the character played by Liu Zhiyao. But My Property did not make the audience feel too much substitution, but always showed the whole society from a calm bystander's perspective. Although it also spent a lot of space to show the life of this poor protagonist, this emotion is rational, and the coldness is almost not mixed with subjective emotions. The changes in the life of the poor protagonist are actually, it is just a microcosm of the changes in the whole society. On the surface, it is describing the changes in a person's life, but in fact it is describing the changes in the whole society. So from this point of view, The Future You Choose is easier for people to empathize, while My Property is from a more objective perspective and is easy to make people think deeply. The Future You Choose is more likely to win awards at international film festivals, because the emotions brought in are also common to foreigners, but the way of thinking of My Property is more in line with the thinking of domestic audiences. From my personal point of view, I still prefer the expression of My Property. After all, since we have decided to shoot this subject, the profoundness of the connotation of the thought must be put first. In order to win the award, the movie The Future You Choose added some techniques, which made the focus biased. In my opinion, this is a minor flaw that is not a problem, and it is like nitpicking. Of course, both movies are actually very good, and it is difficult to tell which is better. I don't think it is necessary to step on one and praise the other, but we should focus on the profound connotations that the two movies want to express. The two movies actually express the same connotation, that is, when a monopoly company controls every aspect of our lives, it will inevitably stand on the opposite side of ordinary people and consumers. Even in some special circumstances, some companies achieve a monopoly position through legal means, which is also a phenomenon we should be vigilant about. Therefore, each country has antitrust laws. When the law does not match the actual situation, it is necessary to consider making certain adjustments to the law so that the power of capital will not be overexpanded. In the movie My Property, there is a very thought-provoking clip. The rich man started from scratch and achieved the current scale step by step. Every step he took was completely legal. So the poor protagonist was speechless. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. If we want to disassemble the life of this rich man, then in the first half, he is a glorious and righteous fighter. He started from scratch, and constantly defeated his competitors through his own intelligence. Of course, in the process of business innovation, he must have provided a strong driving force for social development. But in the process of development, as he continued to extend his hands to different fields and achieve monopoly, he eventually became such a villain. From his own perspective, everything he did seemed to be without any problems, but in the end it brought disaster to the whole world. In reality, we should also be in awe of this, be vigilant, and always keep capital in a cage. Of course, this is not aimed at any company or individual. Just like what the game The Future You Choose wants to express, the villain in it is not a certain company, but the invisible will that can parasitize on any company. After reading this film review, Huang Sibo couldn't help but nod slightly. It's not that I agree with the statement of this film review, but I agree with the analysis made by Zhu Xiaozi before. The influence of this film review is far-reaching, because it is indeed rich and detailed and analyzes the two movies well. But the last paragraph seems objective and fair on the surface, but in fact it has a special hint and inducement. First of all, it expresses that the future you choose pays more attention to details and sense of substitution, while my property pays more attention to connotation and thought. It induces the audience to make a judgment. My property has a deeper connotation and is naturally superior. At this point, some viewers have already established this idea, but some people will disagree and even resist. So the author immediately made a round, saying that both movies are good and there is no difference between them, and quickly shifted his attention to other directions. The connotations of the two movies are to attack monopoly enterprises, and the film review focuses on the rich characters in My Property, intentionally or unintentionally directing the target of attack to Tenda Group. The boss started from scratch and constantly defeated competitors through his own intelligence and wisdom. In this process, he provided a strong driving force for social development, but he continued to develop in different fields and achieved monopoly. If you have to identify the person, this person can only be President Pei. Although at the end of the film review, it is said that it is not aimed at any company or individual. It is aimed at the invisible wolf that parasitizes on the company. But in fact, the spearhead is directly pointed at Tenda Group. Because everyone can see that in the war between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance, Tenda Group has actually won a great victory, and will continue to achieve this strong and even monopolistic position in many fields in the future. At this time, many people's fear of monopoly enterprises is actually growing secretly. Even though many people have a favorable impression of Tenda Group, the uncertainty about the future still makes people feel wary. Just like what is described in My Property, all the actions of the rich protagonist are completely legal and earned through his own intelligence. Even at the beginning of his business, he might have bravely fought against monopoly enterprises and won the support of ordinary people. But once a monopoly is really formed among most industries, and even the various industries can cooperate closely and connect with each other, will the companies that control such huge power gradually change for their own interests? It is not surprising that changes occur. This is human nature, but it is strange that no changes occur. So through the interpretation of the two movies, the spearhead was directed to Tenda Group intentionally or unintentionally in the end, which undoubtedly perfectly achieved the effect that the anti-Tenda alliance originally wanted. The dagger is revealed. Chapter 1655. This is my original purpose. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Huang Sibo frowned and thought for a while, then asked, "Then how should we deal with it?" Zhu Xiaozi shook his head slightly. "We are powerless in this matter. Because the opponent's attack is very clever, it is at such a special time point when the power comparison between the two sides is unbalanced, using this special means to launch an attack, which is equivalent to going with the flow. In the face of this big trend, any explanation within the opponent's framework is pale and powerless. Unless you can jump out of the opponent's framework, but this is not easy. Another very important point is that the rapid development of Tenda Group has achieved a dominant position in many fields. This monopoly trend will indeed cause concerns among many netizens. This is an inevitable result of the company's development. Because the larger the scale of the company, the more resources it controls, the greater the energy it has, and it will naturally arouse vigilance. This is almost unsolvable. Other large companies cannot solve this problem. As for Tenda, I dare not directly conclude that President Pei cannot solve it. After all, President Pei's thinking is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. But I can only say that this is the most severe challenge Tenda is currently facing. Tenda's opponent is no longer a specific company, but people's hearts. Huang Sibo nodded. In fact, it is a great thing that Tenda Group can still maintain a balance in the public opinion war under such circumstances. This is the result of Tengda's continuous good deeds and accumulating word of mouth among netizens. If this situation were replaced by any other company, it would have been defeated and collapsed. It is easy for Tengda to defeat a specific company. But it is too difficult to win people's hearts and make everyone believe that even after achieving absolute dominance in the market, Tenda Group can still maintain its original intention and maintain the image of the dragon slayer instead of transforming into a dragon. However, Huang Sibo thought for a moment and then said, I think although the situation is very serious, we can't say that we have absolutely no chance of winning. Because President Pei has already made arrangements in advance. President Pei has spent so much effort to produce the movie and game The Future You Choose, and arranged Tenda Group as the villain, which should be to prepare for today's situation. But so far, we are still unable to determine whether President Pei has any tricks. In this case, we can only trust President Pei. At this stage of the war of public opinion, the specific tactics are no longer important. What plays a decisive role is the strategic planning. Whoever can stand higher and see farther in strategy can achieve the final victory. So far, although Tenda Group is at a disadvantage, as long as President Pei's layout is there, no one dares to say that there is no possibility of a comeback. At the same time, in a small cafe near the headquarters of Tenda Group, Xiao Liang is anxiously waiting for President Pei to arrive. After the movie was released, Xiao Liang has been staying at home and pulling his hair for 2 whole days. In the end, he didn't pull out any results. After the release of the game The Future You Choose, Xiao Liang actually released a video to interpret the content of the game. Xiao Liang was very satisfied with that video, and the response was very good. And at the end of the video, Xiao Liang also boldly predicted that after the movie was released, his video would play a fatal role, and the theme of the movie should be not far from the content of his analysis. But after the movie was released, Xiao Liang realized that he seemed to have said this too early. The themes of the game and the movie seem a bit out of place. Although the names are the same, the themes they express are also about the monopoly of large enterprises and the polarization of the rich and the poor. However, the forms of expression and the entry points of the two are worlds apart. In other words, except for the similar themes, the other aspects cannot be forced together. With this degree of connection, there is no way to make a video with it, and there is no way for Xiao Liang to make up for his previous boast. Seeing that many people are still urging him to make a video and interpret the game and the movie together, Xiao Liang feels helpless. So he decided to ask Mr. Pei for some advice. As the source of the idea of the game and the movie, and the person who understands the spirit of Tenda the most, there should be no one in the world who understands the connotation of the game and the movie better than Mr. Pei. Of course, Xiao Liang did not expect Mr. Pei to drag out these connotations with him. He just wanted to get some inspiration and enlightenment through a simple exchange with Mr. Pei, so as to better complete this video and refute some online remarks. So far, the wind direction on the internet has been a little distorted by Fanchi media, and the objects of the two movies are increasingly close to Tenda Group, which is a very dangerous phenomenon. For Xiao Liang, he is definitely on the side of Tenda Group. Because he is deeply influenced by Mr. Pei's personality charm, he believes that Mr. Pei is the one who can put capital in a cage. As long as Mr. Pei is in Tenda Group, it will not deteriorate, but ordinary people outside don't know this. Although they can feel this temperament from the style of Tenda Group, they have never met President Pei in person or worked with him. In this case, it is normal to have doubts about Tenda Group. Xiao Liang didn't have much hope for this meeting. He just sent a message to President Pei and briefly told him his thoughts. Unexpectedly, President Pei readily agreed and made an appointment in this small cafe. Xiao Liang was ready. At this time, he felt like a reporter who specialized in interviews. He wanted to restore the truth as much as possible through a conversation with President Pei. Pei Qian hummed a little song while strolling to this cafe. For him, the current situation is developing well. Fanchi Media's goal has been achieved. The objects implied in the two movies have a tendency to move closer to Tenda Group. This is great news for Pei Qian. But Qiao Laoshir's threat has not been finally eliminated. The videos released by the game before almost ruined things. Fortunately, Fanqi Media was very clear-headed and focused the public opinion war on the movie. The attention to the game was relatively low. But Mr. Qiao might release another video at any time, combining the content of the game and the movie, so we must be on guard. Pei Qian didn't want to meet him at first, but then he thought, if he let Mr. Qiao stay in the room and think hard, he might come up with something outrageous again. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to meet Mr. Qiao and tell him what he really thinks. Although the truth may hurt people, Pei Qian feels that he has to slowly let Qiao Liang accept this painful fact. It would be even better if he could convey his true meaning to all netizens through Mr. Qiao. After arriving at the cafe, Pei Qian sat down opposite Qiao Liang. The two were already familiar with each other, so there was not much greeting and they quickly got to the point. Qiao Liang was well prepared and said, "Mr. Pei, thank you very much for taking the time to come and answer my questions. Don't worry, I will only ask a few simple questions this time. I won't ask too much details, and I won't touch on the connotation of the design. After all, for creators, some questions need to be left blank, I understand this. Generally speaking, creators are reluctant to interpret their works in too much detail. The reason is simple. Literary works are a carrier and a channel for conveying ideas. Sometimes it is because of the blank space and multiple interpretations that there is beauty. Once the creators come out to interpret it themselves, the beauty of the blank space is destroyed. Obviously, this is also Mr. Pei's usual style of doing things. He never interprets his own games or movies by himself, but instead leaves this important task to all netizens to complete together. So this time Qiao Liang didn't plan to ask too many details, he just wanted to ask a few key questions to answer his doubts. Pei Qian felt a little regretful. In fact, Mr. Qiao could ask more details, and he would give a more detailed answer, but for Mr. Qiao, this answer would probably make his worldview collapse even more. Pei Qian thought about it. This is good, leaving some room for both of us. Although his answer was very straightforward, it could make Mr. Qiao accept the cruel facts, but it was not too straightforward, which would be too heavy a blow to Mr. Qiao. So he nodded, okay, ask. Qiao Liang thought about it and asked the first question first. At the beginning of the creation of the game, The Future You Choose, and the movie, were there any deep connections between the two? Pei Qian shook his head. No, the only connection between the two is that the background of the whole world is roughly similar, and Tenda Group plays the role of villain in it. Apart from that, there is no deliberate connection. Qiao Liang was stunned for a moment, and this first question made him confused. Because he had a preconceived notion that there must be a deeper connection between the game and the movie, and there are many deeply buried Easter eggs that can influence each other in the plot. Unexpectedly, President Pei rejected him right away. Qiao Liang frowned slightly and asked, then, the target of the game and the movie should not be Tenda Group itself, but some invisible existence, right? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, actually, relatively speaking, I still hope that everyone thinks that the target of the criticism is Tenda Group itself. Qiao Liang was stunned again, because President Pei's answer was beyond his expectations. And this question blocked many of Qiao Liang's subsequent questions. Qiao Liang originally thought that in the game and the movie, Tenda Group was just a reference image, not a specific image, and many of its judgments were based on this point. But I didn't expect President Pei to directly deny this point. Qiao Liang frowned slightly and asked, but now many people have a negative impression of Tenda Group because of these two movies, and even regard Tenda Group as an imaginary enemy, and foresee the consequences of Tenda Group's monopoly of multiple industries in the future. Is this also within your expectations, President Pei? Pei Qian smiled slightly. This is the original purpose of my making this movie and game. Chapter 1656. Is the final judgment coming? Qiao Liang was completely stunned. He never expected that President Pei would answer this question in this way. How is this possible? President Pei actually made it very clear that he made games and movies to discredit himself. Is it really because Tenda Group has a good reputation? If this is true, then it is not difficult to understand the current trend of public opinion. President Pei is equivalent to cooperating with the anti-Tenda alliance. They all came out of Lingying, and they are all discrediting Tenda Group. Under the double blessing, it is natural for netizens to have distrust of Tenda Group. Seeing Qiao Liang's expression of doubting life, Pei Qian couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Old Qiao, I didn't expect you to have this day. He was afraid that his words were not clear enough, so he added 2 more knives. You can record the following paragraph and put it in the video. In fact, I have always had a biggest wish, which is to hope that all consumers can regard Tenda Group as the biggest enemy. But these consumers just regard Tenda Group as their biggest friend. I think Tenda Group is a very dangerous and scary company. It's just that many people don't know enough about its danger. I hope to use the opportunity of games and movies to make everyone realize this deeply. From the current situation, this goal has been perfectly achieved. So, I think that the Future You Choose project has been a great success so far, and I have no other expectations for it. If you want to make a video, I hope to convey this concept to all players and consumers. Tenda Group is the most evil company in the world. Please attack it together and make me lose all my money. After saying this, Pei Qian felt refreshed. Comfortable. In fact, he thought of this 2 or 3 years ago, but he couldn't at that time, and it was useless. Because Tenda Group was still a company at that time, it was still in a stage of thriving development. There was really no danger. Even if Pei Qian said it, no one would really take it seriously. But now the situation is different. Tenda Group has developed rapidly and has gained a dominant market position in many industries. The entire company has also grown into a behemoth. It is an indisputable fact that it does have certain dangers. It is true to some extent that Pei Qian came out at this time, and it can indeed play a very good role, ensuring that this information will not be misinterpreted or missing during the transmission process. Looking at Qiao Laosher's expression of doubting life, Pei Qian smiled slightly. He even imagined a scene of love turning into hate, turning sides in the new video, and refuting everyone about Tenda Group. If that is the case, it would be perfect. Qiao Liang was still in a state of confusion until he returned to his home. Meeting with President Pei should have been a happy thing, and listening to President Pei's personal interpretation of games and movies was even more gratifying. But these 2 high mysteries combined brought Qiao Liang great confusion. He was already confused, and now he is even more confused. Because all the judgments made by Qiao Liang before had the same premise, that is, Tenda could not really blacken itself. Whether it is a game or a movie, using Tenda Group as a villain is just an artistic expression, and there must be a deeper connotation to nurture it. But now President Pei has directly hammered it. Yes, I am blackening myself. He also provided a recording, saying that his Tenda Group was a very dangerous and scary entity, and hoped that everyone could realize this and attack it together. This is simply inexplicable. Qiao Liang was still wondering why he couldn't think of the correct answer no matter how hard he thought. Now it seems that he has ruled out the correct answer right away. But this correct answer made him feel very incredible. How could the boss of a company criticize his own company? If it is a company with a complicated power structure, it would be fine. Maybe the president does not have absolute control in many cases, and the development of the company is not entirely based on the president's will. But everyone in Tenda Group is obviously convinced by President Pei. Tenda Group is the direct embodiment of President Pei's will. Isn't it the same as self-denial when President Pei criticizes Tenda Group? Could it be that President Pei means that the thing he regrets most is to establish Tenda Group? Well, President Pei seems to have said something similar, but no matter how you think about it, this kind of talk is just pretending. Qiao Liang sat in front of the computer and deleted all the manuscripts he had prepared before, very depressed, because these manuscripts were obviously no longer useful. But he still didn't give up and was still thinking hard. Can we find some new breakthroughs in the cracks? Mr. Pei's expression is very sincere, not fake at all. What if I use this as a starting point for analysis? Assuming that Mr. Pei really wants to blackmail Tenda Group, then what exactly does he want to blackmail? Is it to hack a specific employee or person in charge? That's impossible. If President Pei didn't like someone, he would have fired him long ago. Is it to hack the company's corporate culture and internal atmosphere? It shouldn't be the case. Although these are troublesome, President Pei, as the president, can slowly change them. Could it be to hack myself as the president? That's even more outrageous. Or President Pei didn't hack these things, but something else that existed inside the Tenda Group. That is, the invisible will. Maybe it's because President Pei saw this invisible will floating over the Tenda Group, so he came up with this method to make everyone wary of him. Like what I said in the video before, this is more like a kind of self-reflection. In this way, the fundamental goal of President Pei in making games and movies is not to win the public opinion war with the anti-Tenda alliance, at least this is not the primary goal. The real goal is to restrict the Tenda Group. From this point of view, President Pei is indeed the biggest ghost in the Tenda Group, but this also means that President Pei is the one who has been trying to put capital in a cage. What he is actually fighting against is the will of the entire Tenda Group to continue to expand and increase its value. For this reason, President Pei even did not hesitate to be on the same front with the anti-Tenda alliance for the time being, using such an extreme gambling method to restrain himself. It's all connected, all connected. In this way, many problems will be solved. Qiao Liang suddenly realized his problem. It's too shallow, or too shallow. In fact, the premise he set at the beginning was wrong, so he couldn't deduce the correct conclusion. But if he negated his previous premise and raised the whole idea to a higher level, he would suddenly find that all the problems that were originally troubling were solved. And in this way, he finally found a deeper connection between the content of the game and the movie. Once this connection is established, it will bring a heavy yoke to Tenda Group, but at the same time, that is also the strongest armor and the noblest crown. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang immediately decided to work hard on another video. This time he wants to interpret not only the game or the movie, but also to make this public opinion war completely concluded. Let President Pei's true intentions be clear to everyone, and let everyone and President Pei work together to firmly curb that invisible will. September 25, Wednesday. Pei Qian was in the office, watching the online discussions, and he was in a good mood. The current trend of public opinion is very favorable to him. If he can take advantage of this trend of public opinion, reduce Tenda's performance, and combine it with some money-burning activities, then the settlement of this period will be completely stable. It's just a pity that the anti-Tenda alliance has not been able to give the final blow so far. It seems that this role can only be played by Qiao Laoshi. Pei Qian still remembers the shocked, confused and puzzled expression on his face after he shared his inner thoughts with Qiao Laoshi in the cafe. So it should only be a matter of time before love turns to hate. If Qiao Laoshi can change his past, cut off his connection with Tenda Group, and make Pei Qian's recording public, then it should also have a decisive effect. It will be a great help to Pei Qian's loss-making cause. At this time, the Ilideo website app popped up a special attention prompt again. Qiao Laoshi finally posted a new video. Oh, is the final judgment on me finally coming? With great excitement, Pei Qian hurriedly clicked on the video to check it out. Chapter 1657 Capital Never Sleeps. Hello, dear audience. I am still your good friend, Mr. Qiao. Today's video is the second half of the previous video. Today I will finish the second half of this video in a relatively serious manner, and I also hope that everyone can participate in the interpretation with me. Because the more I study, the more I feel that I can no longer interpret all of these contents by myself. It should also be Mr. Pei's intention to let everyone participate and conduct in-depth analysis of this topic. Please start today's content with me with questions and thoughts. After reading this beginning, Pei Qian already felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Are the words I said to Mr. Qiao in the cafe before all my hallucinations? Why does Mr. Qiao seem to have not listened to a word? I have already laid my cards on the table and said it so clearly. Shouldn't Mr. Qiao's belief be hit and his mentality explode and he will fight back against me? Why did he still want to interpret it seriously, and even drag everyone to interpret it together? Could it be that he misunderstood something again? Pei Qian felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and hurried to continue reading. In recent days, many people have left comments under my last video saying that my prediction failed. Because I said at the end of the video that I am very sure that the core and views expressed in the game must also be applicable to the movie, and they will reach the same conclusion. As a result, after the movie was released, many people felt that although the expressions of the movie and the game were barely related, they were actually completely different themes. Many people say that the content reflected in the game is more profound, while the content of the movie is for the sake of winning awards, floating on the surface, and paying more attention to details. Some people even say that The Future You Choose is far behind My Property in terms of core and meaning, and is far inferior in terms of ideological height. I don't want to say this statement is right or wrong, but it must be very one-sided. My Property is indeed a very good movie, but there is no need to use it to step on The Future You Choose. Because the two movies are only different in the direction of expression, the actual core is completely the same, and they can even achieve complementary effects in some aspects. Next, let's start with the movie The Future You Choose and combine it with the game The Future You Choose and My Property to unravel the biggest mystery that President Pei has left us so far. Of course, before that, I have a very valuable recording that I want to show you. This is what President Pei said to me in person during my interview with him. After listening to it, everyone may be confused, but as I analyze it, everyone will find that everything is perfectly connected and points to a definite answer. Then Qiao Liang played what Pei Qian said to him before. In fact, I have always had a biggest wish, which is to hope that all consumers can regard Tenda Group as their biggest enemy. But these consumers just regard Tenda Group as their biggest friend. I think Tenda Group is a very dangerous and terrible existence. It's just that many people don't know enough about its danger. I hope to use the opportunity of games and movies to make everyone deeply aware of this. From the current situation, this goal has been perfectly achieved. So, I think that the Future You Choose project has been a great success so far, and I have no other requests for it. If you make a video, I hope to convey this concept to all players and consumers. Tenda Group is the most evil company in the world. Please attack it and make me lose all my money. Looking at the question marks floating on the screen, Pei Qian's head was also full of question marks. Obviously, he was now feeling the same confusion as the audience of the video. Although the content of the confusion of both parties was different. Qiao Laosher did not cut a single word and released all his original words. From the literal meaning of these words, it is clear that he holds a very hostile and vigilant attitude towards Tenda Group. The purpose of making the movie and game The Future You Choose is to portray the danger of Tenda. And this portrayal has far exceeded the scope of self-deprecation. Even at the end, President Pei used a very sincere tone, hoping that everyone would attack Tenda Group and make him lose all his money. Mixed in the question marks on the screen is the confusion of the audience in the barrage. Good fellow, Mr. Pei, this is the ultimate Versailles. Are you really regretting starting Tenda? You made too much money, so you want to lose money? That's outrageous. What Pei Qian was puzzled about was that Mr. Chow really released all the original words without cutting them, so how was he going to explain it? From the current situation, Mr. Chow seems to have his own understanding, which is not the reason for the loss, but it is also not what the barrage audience understands. As if he had anticipated what the barrage would say, Mr. Chow immediately explained, "Many people may think that Mr. Pei is being tactful, but I can assure you that this is not being tactful. Every word here is from Mr. Pei's heart." Mr. Pei has indeed always been very wary of the power of the Tenda Group. He even regards the Tenda Group as the most dangerous and evil company in the world. The production of the game and movie, The Future You Choose, is precisely to use the power of everyone to curb the Tenda Group. That's why Mr. Pei said that everyone must attack together and make him lose all his money. As for why this is Mr. Pei's true words, let's start with the content of the movie. There are already many analyses of the movie, The Future You Choose, on the internet, so I won't go into details here. From the current point of view, the best aspect of this movie is that it describes the life struggle of the poor protagonist from a homeless man to a pretend rich man in a rich and detailed way, and through various techniques and metaphors, the audience has a strong sense of substitution for the protagonist. Especially when the protagonist jumped into the air and was blown into fireworks by the law enforcement unit of the Tenda Group, and the stone fell to the ground and shattered, I believe that all the audience will have a complex emotion in their hearts. It is not just anger, despair, or pain. It is a more difficult to describe and more complex emotion. Many people say that compared to the game, the presence of Tenda Group as a villain in the movie is not strong, and the revelation effect of the movie is relatively not as obvious as that of the game. Everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding here, that is, games and movies are regarded as competitors on the same track, rather than as close partners fighting side by side. In fact, we should not look at games and movies in a comparative way, but should look at them from a complementary perspective. Games and movies are actually the two sides of the same coin. Only by combining them can we see the complete theme. And the invisible will runs through it all. Everyone, you must still remember the plot in the game. Other chaebols overthrew the Tenda Group with the help of the resistance army, but the invisible will did not die with the destruction of the Tenda Group. Instead, it parasitized other chaebols and made a comeback. So the plot in the game is from a macro perspective, from the overall perspective, and is described from the perspective of the resistance hero Captain Lude. It can also be said that the top-level power cannot destroy this invisible will. On the other hand, the movie is from a micro perspective, from the perspective of details. It is described from the perspective of an ordinary homeless man and gang member. It expresses that the bottom-level power cannot destroy this invisible will. Some people may disagree with this and think that the movie does not seem to express the content of eliminating the invisible will. But please think about the circular stone of the homeless protagonist in the movie. Some people interpret that this stone represents the remaining innocence and humanity in the protagonist's heart, because it is a symbol of his mother's love. This interpretation is of course fine, but it is not comprehensive enough. It is clearly stated in the film that while the protagonist continues to expand his power and gain more wealth, his career is rising step by step, but the number of times he touches, and observes the stone is getting less and less. That is to say, this stone represents the concept of making money and getting rich. The opposite side. If we follow the common interpretation that this stone represents innocence and humanity, and the stone represents making money, then we will naturally come to a conclusion that only by giving up humanity can we get rich, which is obviously a relatively simple and superficial explanation. I am more inclined to interpret it as the opposition between humanity and the will of capital, that is, the struggle between humanity and the invisible will. Because the protagonist chose to embrace the invisible will and strengthen his own power in order to defend humanity, he stepped onto this road of no return step by step. In fact, a careful analysis will reveal that in the movie The Future You Choose, the invisible will also exists in all aspects. Needless to say, the poor protagonist is trying to gain more wealth and higher status for himself with every action he takes, and he seems to be fighting for his own happy life. But think about what his original intention was. He just wanted to defend his dignity, not be insulted, keep the good memories with his mother, and get rid of the difficulties in life. But in the middle of the film, he has already lived a rich life, but the pursuit of higher wealth and higher status has never stopped, and his methods have become more and more outrageous. Until the kidnapping and murder of the young rich man, the outrageous behavior has reached its peak. Then, on the surface, his business is going smoothly, but in fact, it is not him who is going smoothly, but the invisible will. His side as a person has been it is dying quickly. The protagonist is the one who dies in the end. It is the remaining good thoughts in the protagonist's heart. The invisible will parasitizes the gang members at the end of the film. It is conceivable that they will inevitably follow the same cycle as the protagonist. Isn't the rich man controlled by the invisible will? On the surface, he seems to be a kind rich man, but he has suffered an unjustifiable crime, kidnapped by the poor protagonist, and occupied by the cuckoo. But in fact, if we analyze it in depth, we will find that this rich man is also controlled by the invisible will to a certain extent. It's just that he has been trying hard to fight against it and want to maintain his bottom line. And at this time, the invisible will found another way to defeat him, which is to replace him through another spokesperson. In other words, the young rich man controlled the devil in his heart, but the devil immediately occupied another person with a clone. The young rich man was physically eliminated and replaced. We can even see some hidden details in the film. The young rich man was out of tune with other rich people, because he insisted on his bottom line too much. At this time, the eyes of other rich people looking at him were already full of murderous intent. We can't be sure whether the poor protagonist's focus on this rich man is a coincidence or whether there are other rich people who secretly support and arrange it. Just like in the game The Future You Choose, those tycoons support the rebels. But no matter what, this world, from the bottom to the top and then to the highest, the top level, even the Tenda Group, which nominally occupies the highest position, are actually operating under the control of this invisible will. The reason why the Tenda Group is not described too much in the movie is that the top part has been described in detail in the game, and the movie focuses on the middle and lower levels. The lower level strives to climb up to become the middle level. And the middle level is calculated by the lower level in the process of climbing to the upper level, falling from the clouds and being shattered. Even if the upper level Tenda Group seems to be stable and difficult to be replaced, there is a way to replace it after all. Only that invisible will is the only winner at any time. Capital never sleeps, capital never loses. Chapter 1658. It seems right, but it also seems wrong. Add more and ask for monthly tickets. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Joe paused for a moment and continued, so, the game and the movie seem to have nothing to do with each other on the surface, but in fact a hidden line connects them tightly together. It actually expresses two forms of resisting this invisible will, but both forms ended in failure. The game actually introduces the form of the upper class, whether it is the persistence and change within the Tenda Group or the resistance and interference of external forces represented by the rebels. In the end, it just forces the invisible will to change a carrier and host. But it will soon become more and more serious and come back. The movie introduces the form of the lower class, whether it is the alienation and struggle of the poor protagonist, or the persistence and change of the young rich, or the obstruction and calculation of other rich people, the high and ruthless harvest of the Tenda Group. In the end, it can't shake the slightest. The more people resist, the more the clones of the invisible will be bred in more carriers. You may be curious why the protagonist of the game is called Captain Lud. Captain Lud's full name is Lud York. If you only look at the first name or the last name, you may not have any associations, but when combined, you will think of a famous event, the Lud movement. One of the main places where the Lud movement took place was Yorkshire. The coal mine strike that took place in Yorkshire at the same time was the last glory of this movement. The Lud movement was a spontaneous movement of workers to resist by destroying machines. From the results, this movement is sympathetic, but it actually does not have much significance. This actually implies that the rebels are doing the same thing. They are indeed fighting and causing damage. But from the results, it is also sympathetic, but it doesn't make much sense. Whether it's a game or a movie, they all end up in a seemingly unsolvable cycle. No matter what form it takes, the invisible will find a new host and carrier and quickly make a comeback, and whether it's Captain Lud or other protagonists, they are just passing by in this process. From the perspective of the audience and players, perhaps their lives are epic, wonderful, and heroic. But from the perspective of that invisible will, they are actually no different in essence. They are just pieces on the chessboard. It's not worth caring about which piece is eaten and which piece contributes the most to itself. Looking at my property from this perspective, you will find that the film actually tells the same story. It's just that the future you choose tells the story of people's struggle against this invisible will, while my property tells the story of this invisible will expanding with people as carriers, and eventually destroying everyone. Many people say that my property, but I don't think so. Both sides actually express the same connotation, but they are at different stages, and expressed in different forms. Because my property chooses a more extreme situation, it will be more eye-catching in expression. If you don't analyze it in depth, it is difficult to find the deep connection between the game You Choose the Future and the movie, as well as My Property. So I think the movie My Property is excellent. At the same time, it is not a direct competitor to You Choose the Future, but a complementary relationship. Its appearance only further proves what Mr. Pei wants to express. It is actually meaningless to compare the two movies. It's like arguing about which is more important, Chinese or mathematics, which are obviously necessary subjects to get high scores. What we should really focus on is the true connotation behind these three works, and their deep connection with reality. Let's listen to what Mr. Pei said again. Mr. Pei said, "Please, consumers do not regard Tenda Group as their biggest friend, but as their biggest enemy. The main purpose of the You Choose the Future game and movie project is to make everyone clearly aware of this, and it has been achieved so far. Please treat Tenda Group as the most evil company. Attack it together and make it lose all its money." What does Mr. Pei mean by this? Obviously, Mr. Pei is not targeting a certain employee or senior executive of Tenda Group, nor the overall atmosphere of Tenda employees, nor himself, because these are all within Mr. Pei's control. In fact, if other companies are used as a reference, Tenda Group has done almost perfectly in these aspects and is impeccable. So Mr. Pei's meaning is very clear. He is not targeting a tangible entity of Tenda Group, but the intangible that will eventually appear above Tenda Group. In fact, Mr. Pei seems to have never regarded the anti-Tenda alliance as a danger, but as an external help. On the one hand, the Tenda Group is expanding rapidly, launching new business model changes in various fields, and providing better services for ordinary consumers. This will inevitably hit the power of the anti-Tenda alliance, which puts the two sides on natural opposite sides. But for President Pei, the anti-Tenda alliance does not pose any threat in terms of business model, so naturally there is no need to take it seriously. But on the other hand, as the power of these companies and the anti-Tenda alliance continues to weaken, the invisible will eventually find a better host, that is, the Tenda Group. The moment the dragon-slaying warrior picked up the sword, the danger of becoming a dragon has been hovering over him. Boss Pei has always been very vigilant. Everyone should be impressed by the empty chair at the end of the game, The Future You Choose. In the game, all decisions made by Tenda Group actually reflect the will of the entire company. It is constantly expanding and developing, and the reason why it can be defeated by the rebels is that part of the company's will reflected by the responsible people is the last good intention, that is, not letting this will take over the company's military and defense. The throne in the game is empty, but there is someone on the throne in reality, that is, Boss Pei. This throne is not a kind of power, but a shackle. President Pei, who sits on the throne, doesn't think about how to continue to expand his territory every day, but racks his brains to think about how not to be controlled by this invisible will. He won't become its puppet, and he won't become the spokesperson of the invisible will in the world. No one else can feel this danger. Netizens feel that Tenda Group is booming and excited, and the leaders also think that they are doing very meaningful things and constantly realizing their own life values. But only President Pei sees all this from the highest perspective and realizes that a terrible shadow is gradually looming. So this work can be seen as a warning letter from President Pei or a crusade. He warned everyone to always pay attention to the changes in Tenda Group. Be prepared for the possibility that Tenda Group will become the most dangerous enemy. At the same time, he also hopes to use the power of all netizens and all employees of Tenda Group to firmly cage this invisible will so that it will never become the real master of Tenda. This is a very difficult task. It is absolutely impossible for President Pei to complete it alone. It requires everyone's joint efforts. No one will always be on the throne, but the throne will last forever. I think this is the most severe challenge for President Pei. And why the title of the game and the movie is called The Future You Choose is very clear. It does not imply a certain future, nor does it mean that in the future Tenda will definitely develop into a terrible monopoly enterprise, and when such a terrible monopoly enterprise really appears, it may not be Tenda Group. This name implies a big trend. It can be interpreted as if everyone is not vigilant, then in the future, the scenes in games and movies are likely to appear. Although they will not be exactly the same, they will be similar in core. At the same time, it can be interpreted as in reality, how Tenda Group will develop also depends on the common choice of everyone. The future is still in the hands of everyone. And this, of course, the above is just my personal opinion, and there are certainly many immature parts. This time I hope everyone can join me in completing this interpretation. As an interpreter, I have analyzed many games and movies of Tenda, and there are also comrades like Senior Qian who have fought side by side with me. This time I hope everyone can join in this interpretation, and together in virtual and real life, solve the puzzle left by President Pei for us, and do their best for the next development of Tenda Group. Thank you everyone. After watching the video, Pei Qian was completely stunned. It's even possible? Pei Qian originally thought that he had blocked all of Mr. Qiao's roads. The only thing Mr. Qiao could do was to interpret it according to his original intention. Thus, he could get the final truth buried in Pei Qian's heart. But he didn't expect Mr. Qiao to drift coquettishly. On the surface, he was moving along the path given by Mr. Pei, but in fact, he was walking backwards. Now everything is messed up. Not only are the plots of the game You Choose the Future and the movie well combined, but My Property is also included. These three works, together with what Pei Qian said before, point to reality and give it a new meaning. To say that this is a misunderstanding of Pei Qian's original intention, it seems that it is not entirely a misunderstanding. There are many words in it, especially Mr. Pei regards Tenda Group as the biggest enemy. This sentence is quite right. Mr. Pei hopes that everyone can fight side by side with him to curb Tenda Group. This sentence is also quite right. But the specific interpretation seems to be very wrong. The direction of the interpretation seems to be right, but not completely right. It was a misunderstanding, but the final result seemed to be not far from Pei Qian's original expectation. From Pei Qian's own perspective, what Qiao Laoshi said was a complete misunderstanding. But if Pei Qian did not put his own subjective emotions into it and evaluated Qiao Lasher's video from an objective perspective, he would feel that what he said seemed to make a lot of sense, and he was almost convinced by Qiao Lasher. Judging from the results, if everyone can work together as Mr. Qiao said, targeting Tenda Group and being vigilant against Tenda Group, then it doesn't seem to be a bad thing for Pei Qian's money-losing business. Pei Qian was helpless. The current situation has completely exceeded his expectations and completely exceeded his control. Forget it, take it one step at a time and let nature take its course. Chapter 1659 Laughter and Joy, Type GG. September 26, Thursday. Conference room at Qingshan Group headquarters. Bosses of various companies, including Nie Yunxing, Lu Xiaoping, and Jing Hao, gathered together again. But the expressions on everyone's faces became extremely solemn. Because since yesterday, public opinion on the internet has reversed again. Originally, they had basically achieved their goals with My Property, and the overall public opinion trend was very favorable. But now, everything has changed. Lu Xiaoping is using his mobile phone to browse the hot topic online, #together, interpret the future you choose #. After Qiao Lasher issued this initiative in the video yesterday, it quickly aroused enthusiastic responses from everyone. Whether it is major film review websites or video websites, or public social platforms such as Weibo, everyone is interpreting the connotation of the game and movie, The Future You Choose, from their own perspectives and understandings. And many of them are discussions related to the movie, My Property, and the Anti-Tenda Alliance. That is to say, the situation has reversed. At first, everyone thought that the movie and game, The Future You Choose, were set up by President Pei to fight against the Anti-Tenda Alliance's public opinion war, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. President Pei did not regard the Anti-Tenda Alliance as his opponent at all. That's right. It is too easy for President Pei to defeat the Anti-Tenda Alliance, so President Pei's goal is to target the Tenda Group itself. Instead, President Pei used the power of the Anti-Tenda Alliance to stimulate public opinion and attract attention, and thus jointly pointed the spearhead at the invisible will. From this point of view, the Anti-Tenda Alliance has been fooled by President Pei again. They did invest a huge amount of money to produce a movie that has both good revenue and good reputation, but the views expressed in this movie are exactly the same as what President Pei wants to express. In fact, it is a perfect match with President Pei. You can see a paradox of the Anti-Tenda Alliance: if they don't fight in the way of Tenda, then they stand on the opposite side of ordinary consumers and will never win. But if they fight in the way of Tenda, they will become Tenda's helpers and comrades in arms. In fact, it can be analyzed like this: the invisible will is the will of capital to proliferate. It has actually been living in the companies of the Anti-Tenda Alliance for a long time. So when the Tenda Group develops rapidly and poses a threat and challenge to it, its primary goal is to suppress the Tenda Group, whether through commercial means or public opinion means. But once the Anti-Tenda Alliance fails, this invisible will quickly abandon them and seek to live in the Tenda Group. So the Anti-Tenda Alliance filmed the movie, My Property, on the surface to attack the Tenda Group, but in-depth analysis found that their own situation and problems are much more serious than those of the Tenda Group, and they are actually criticizing themselves. And President Pei is using this opportunity of external siege, through a game and a movie, plus external movies to cooperate. Pointed out the existence and harmfulness of this invisible will. Although no one can give a clear answer on how to solve this problem, recognizing the problem is the first step to solve it. Alas, from this point of view, the Anti-Tenda Alliance was really blown to pieces by the wisdom of President Pei alone. Yes, the business war cannot be won, and the public opinion war cannot be won. The most important thing is that when the Anti-Tenda Alliance is still focusing on these very superficial perspectives, President Pei has actually seen deeper and has consciously used this struggle to achieve more noble and more ambitious goals. The pattern of the two sides is really more than one level different. So President Pei is truly a rare genius. Not only was he able to build Tenda into a commercial giant in just 4 years, he is also a true business genius. What is even more valuable is that he has a superb vision that other business geniuses do not have. Other business geniuses are complacent when they build giant companies and hold huge wealth, or they have a natural sense of superiority like Qingshan, thinking that they deserve it. But when President Pei did this, he was cautious and felt an unprecedented crisis. That's right, those other companies can actually be seen as hosts that are completely parasitized by the invisible wool without knowing it. Those bosses are on the surface, the president of the company holds the power of life and death of the company, watching the continuous accumulation and growth of personal wealth, and enjoying the material enjoyment brought by huge wealth. But in fact, he does not know that those decisions that are apparently made by himself are actually the choices made by the invisible will. The moment a kingdom is content with pleasure after expanding its territory, it is actually doomed to decline. Only business leaders like President Pei, who always remain vigilant and always look to the longer-term future, are the ones who truly control the company and the masters of capital. I have a very important discovery, that is, after President Pei raised this question, he actually solved an unresolved question, which is the harm caused by monopoly. The anti-Tenda alliance has been inducing everyone to be wary of Tenda, and the reason is that Tenda Group has a tendency to monopolize more and more industries, and monopoly is inherently bad. So we must resist it. But after President Pei proposed the existence of this invisible will, let's think carefully about whether monopoly is inherently bad. I think the key lies in who holds the power after the monopoly. Take electricity as an example. Our country's power grid can cover remote rural areas, and high-voltage transmission technology has always been the world's first. The power supply has always been stable and reliable, and power outages are becoming less and less. The power industry in some countries is privately owned and theoretically fully competitive. However, there will be high electricity prices on snowy days that freeze the poor to death, power facilities are in disrepair, and even power grids in different regions cannot be shared. Which one is better? Similarly, the anti-Tenda alliance's excuse for attacking Tenda is nothing more than that Tenda Group is gradually monopolizing. But let's think carefully. If Tenda can still keep its original intention after taking all the market share, always provide everyone with the best service, and can also make greater achievements through resource allocation, then this result must be bad? On the other hand, the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance have not achieved a monopoly, but they are only concerned with making money for themselves and increasing profits, and they do not provide good services. Although there is sufficient competition, all companies in the industry are equally bad. Is this so-called fully competitive industry necessarily good? So it is meaningless to discuss it simply from the perspective of monopoly or non-monopoly. Good companies cannot fully allocate resources in various regions without monopoly, which will inevitably cause huge development imbalances. After the bad companies have monopoly, they will squeeze profits even more and cause greater disasters. So the key lies in what kind of company this is, and whether it represents the will of capital or the will of the people. Now, the key issue is that we must work hard with President Pei to curb the shadow of the invisible will over the Tenda Group. As long as the Tenda Group still stands on the side of ordinary consumers, even if it squeezes out all the other junk companies on the market, what does it matter? On the other hand, if one day the Tenda Group no longer stands on the side of consumers, but is parasitized by that invisible will, then the Tenda Group, no matter how big or small, no matter how much market position it occupies, should be resolutely eliminated by us. You are right. Before, everyone was entangled in market position and monopoly trends, but in fact they were led astray by these companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. To talk about monopoly, we must first talk about the nature. If we talk about market position without talking about the nature, that is all hooliganism. Everyone's interpretation is very good. I think that if you don't argue, you won't understand. This kind of discussion should be carried out more widely in the future, and it should be read frequently and updated. I declare that from today on, xuanxue is officially established. Let's analyze and interpret this knowledge together, so as to better guide the reality to make the right choice. There are many similar discussions, but Liu Xiaoping is most concerned about the part related to the anti-Tenda alliance and other companies. Netizens even spontaneously established a new discipline, xuanxue. In short, it is a discipline to study the game and movie, The Future You Choose, and related derivative content. Under the call of Mr. Chiao, netizens can be said to be 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Some study the details of the game, some dig movie Easter eggs. There are also some cases in reality, such as the business war and public opinion war between Tenda Group and anti-Tenda alliance for comprehensive analysis. In short, anything related to this theme can be included in the research scope of xuanxue. And one thing that everyone recognizes is that the two sides in this final war are President Pei and the invisible wolf floating above Tenda Group. As for the anti-Tenda alliance, they are just hosts abandoned by that invisible will, and they are actually not qualified to be Tenda's enemies, because until they had completely lost, they still didn't realize their real problem. They were still trying to attack the open enemy, Tenda Group, so there was such a funny scene that the movie they worked hard to make was a wedding dress for Tenda. Not only that, all the attacks on Tenda Group that everyone in the anti-Tenda alliance had racked their brains to come up with before were all broken. Because in front of President Pei's all-round and no-dead-angle self-deprecation, the attack angles that the anti-Tenda alliance thought of were too weak. It's like they tried their best to use many needles to poke Tenda Group, pricked blood, and felt that they had achieved fruitful results. But when they turned around and looked again, President Pei had a "that's it" expression on his face, and stabbed himself with a machete. Obviously no one would regard this group of people holding needles as enemies of Tenda. After posting a lot of comments, Liu Xiaoping sighed and threw his mobile phone on the table. This time I really ran out of options and was helpless. Chapter 1660, Getting More Wool is the greatest support for President Pei. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a long time, Nie Yunqing sighed, "It seems that as long as President Pei is still here, we will never have a chance to make a breakthrough. Disband. Disband. The bosses present are all smart people. They don't need too much explanation and have already understood their current situation." In their opinion, the desperate attack planned by Liu Xiaoping this time can be said to be the closest attempt to success. If it were other companies, they would not be able to withstand such an offensive. And even if they could survive, they would inevitably be seriously injured and would not be unscathed. But President Pei was like a cheat, predicting their actions in advance, and even resolving them smoothly from a higher dimension. Even the movie content they carefully prepared made wedding clothes for Tenda Group and helped President Pei increase the popularity and attention. All the preparations have added fuel to the fire of Tenda Group. At this point, the anti-Tenda alliance has lost everything and there is really no need for it to continue to exist. And these companies actually have only two options: either continue to fight against the Tenda alliance, maintain the current business model and fight with Tenda. But it is conceivable that these companies united to attack the Tenda Group, and all the companies worked together to help each other, but still failed. Can they win alone? That is absolutely impossible. Or they will gradually move closer to the Tenda Group like some other companies. If you can't beat them, you can join them. At least you can get some soup by following Tenda. But no matter what, no matter which path you choose, it means that their good days of lying down and making money are gone forever. This is actually a major failure that many companies have to face. But what can they do? No wonder Nie Yunqing said that as long as President Pei is still there, they will never get ahead. This is actually a process of good money driving out bad money. In the end, all companies will be assimilated by the Tenda Group. Because those who don't play according to President Pei's rules of the game will naturally be eliminated, and they don't have the qualifications to persist at the table at all. Many bosses stood up and shook their heads and left. The Anti-Tenda Alliance was launched with great fanfare, but disappeared without a trace in just a few months. 1 week later. October 3rd, Thursday, Qiao Liang is passionately playing with several netizens, killing all around in the online battle mode of The Future You Choose. Be careful of the sniper on the opposite high ground. He should have upgraded his smart prosthetic eye. Hurry up and earn money. Save up some money to upgrade your legs and jump to cut him, otherwise the pressure from the front will be too great. My mantis knife is finally made. Everyone, hold him back from the front. I'll try to use optical camouflage to go around and cut the back row. Now we must concentrate on taking down Highland number 3 first. Only by mastering the commanding heights can we have the initiative on the battlefield. Qiao Liang is discussing tactics with netizens in the voice chat. When the game The Future You Choose was just released. Because of the guidance of public opinion, most players focused on the single-player gameplay and plot interpretation of this game. After Qiao Liang released the first half of that video, the movie The Future You Choose came again, and everyone's attention was diverted again. Until everything was settled, many players found that the online battle gameplay of the game The Future You Choose was also very interesting. In fact, it can be seen from the standalone mode of this game that it is very suitable to be changed to online gameplay because the game The Future You Choose does not focus on restoring the details of the city. The main plot of the protagonist is to participate in one battle after another in one scene, and these scenes are actually ready-made battle mode maps. In the game, players play the role of the rebels against the Tenda Group, which has a natural opposing force. In the battle mode, as long as the players play the roles of the two sides, they can fight naturally on the maps of these battle modes. The game's combat mechanism is also relatively rich. Players can obtain different combat capabilities by modifying their prosthetic limbs. For example, modifying the legs can gain jumping power and better mobility, modifying the prosthetic eyes can gain better vision, and matching with smart guns can gain better shooting accuracy. Modifying hard skin and mechanical armor can reduce the lethality of bullets to oneself. In addition, there are optical camouflage, mantis knives, etc., so that the cold weapon combat mode and hot weapon combat mode in the battlefield can be well integrated, making the player's battle more diversified. The game has 3 different basic battle modes. The first mode is similar to traditional shooting games, and it mainly emphasizes the fun of shooting. The effects of armor, optical camouflage and melee weapons will be weakened in this mode, and the main experience is still the traditional shooting gameplay like Sea Fortress. The battle maps in this mode are generally small maps, and players can enjoy the pleasure of shooting in this map. The second mode is the balanced mode. In this mode, players can achieve a circular restraint effect in different ways, such as upgrading heavy firepower. Smart guns can cover firepower at key positions, which must be restrained by snipers. Snipers are easily assassinated by assassins equipped with optical camouflage and melee weapons. Such a circular restraint effect requires players to choose their next prosthetic upgrade according to the characteristics of the map and the specific situation of the battle. Team members must also allocate resources and emphasize division of labor. With the blessing of various prosthetics, all soldiers have specific strengths and skills like superpowers. The battle map of this mode is generally a medium-sized map, and there are relatively rich map mechanisms. The main way to win is to score points at interactive sites with the map mechanism. The fun is somewhat similar to MOBA games. The third mode is PvE mode. It can also be seen as a multiplayer network to jointly complete the original game campaign goals. In this mode, players can play the role of attackers or defenders. It is a bit like a variant of the endless mode, which can continuously increase the difficulty and carry out higher-level challenges. In addition, the charging model of the game is also very interesting. If players are not interested in the game plot, they can directly experience the online battle mode, which is just like GOG without any threshold. However, they can spend money to buy skin characters and appearances in the game later. The game itself is absolutely fair. Just like GOG, the plots that need to be paid for are not just the plots of the game. They also include some skin characters and appearances, etc., which is equivalent to selling the standalone plot content of the game and some value-added services on the appearance in a package. Obviously, for Tenda Games, it is to encourage standalone game players and online game players equally. Online game players go to experience the standalone plot of this game, and they are also encouraged to go online to fight with other players. The standalone game mode and the online game mode are well integrated together. And this is just a preliminary plan for future games, and more content will continue to be updated. For example, new mechanical prostheses, new characters, new skin appearances, new game maps, new battle modes, etc. Obviously, Tenda Games should want to use the game background of the future you choose to strive to integrate the gameplay of high-tech gunfights to the extreme. In this way, Tenda Group is equivalent to holding 3 different shooting games. One is the traditional Sea Fortress and the other is Bullet Hole 2, which focuses on collecting supplies and battle royale gameplay. The battle mode given by the future you choose is actually not the same as these 2 games. Instead, it focuses more on the battle mode where everyone has different upgrade routes and special skills, and wins through close cooperation. In this way, Tenda Games is equivalent to standing firmly on the entire track, basically eliminating the possibility of any latecomers. Xiao Liang has been playing the online mode of the future you choose these days, and he is having a lot of fun. As the influence of his videos continues to expand, his number of fans is increasing, and the live broadcast room is becoming more and more lively. Xiao Liang is playing the game while responding to questions on the barrage. What? I said I wanted to fight against Tenda Group, but now I'm playing Tenda's games and having a lot of fun. This viewer obviously didn't watch my video carefully. I'll punish you to watch my video carefully again and don't interpret my meaning randomly. Didn't I tell everyone how to fight against Tenda Group? One is to keep supervision, and the other is to grab any opportunity to get something for free. Don't miss any benefits given by Tenda. Look, there are new games on the Chaolu game platform. Why don't you go and get them? Don't treat Tenda as your own. If you see any money-spending activities held by Tenda, you must actively participate. Find ways to take advantage of Tenda. This is the biggest help to President Pei. What do you mean you don't believe it? When did I, Qiao Laosher, lie to you? I said I know President Pei the best. You must know President Pei the best. Just do what I say. It's right. Maybe President Pei will thank you. Xiao Liang chatted with the barrage while playing games. For him, the last issue of Fengshan work can be said to be his most proud work in recent years. And with the aftermath of the game and movie The Future You Choose, the anti-Tenda alliance finally declared a complete failure. The heated public opinion a while ago gradually calmed down after this selection of learning craze. Of course, selection of learning is a subject that is always new. Maybe it will be turned over again by people at some time in the future, and some new connotations will be read. But for now, everyone has achieved a staged victory. People are truly aware of the existence of the invisible will, and together with President Pei, they have established a vigilance and offensive posture against it. Xiao Liang also said in the video that this will be a protracted war. Everyone should keep this string in mind, but they should also eat and drink as usual, continue to use Tenda's products, and continue to live their own lives. Taking more advantage of Tenda is the greatest support for President Pei. Chapter 1661, Chaolu Game Editor. After chatting with the barrage for a while, Xiao Liang suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I was so busy chatting with you that I almost forgot the main thing. Tenda Games has a big move today. Xiao Liang said, and hurriedly opened the Qiaolu game platform, and then immediately saw 3 eye-catching promotional columns on the homepage. The first is that the Qiaolu game editor is officially launched. The second is that the game, Humbly, is officially released. The third is that the merger of GOG and IOI is officially completed, and today is the day when the revised GOG is officially updated. Each of these 3 things is heavy news. If it were other companies, these 3 events would definitely be promoted separately to gain the most popularity. But Tenda Group seemed to have given up on itself and put all 3 projects together, and even had the suspicion of sharing the popularity with each other. But no matter what, Tenda Games' continuous big moves during this period really made players very excited. The Qiaolu game editor has been in the planning and development for a long time, and the current version is only the initial version. However, before the launch, the official has already released an announcement in advance to explain this editor. What makes independent game players cheer is that compared with other game editors, Qiaolu game editor has 2 outstanding features. The first is that all game producers can use this game editor for free. If the revenue of the finished game is less than 10 million after it is released on the Qiaolu game platform, the game editor will be free to use without any fees. If the revenue of the game exceeds 10 million after it is released on the Qiaolu game platform, 5% will be charged according to the final actual profit. In addition, this commission is also capped. No matter how popular this game is, whether it makes tens of millions or hundreds of millions in the end, the cap is only 1 million. The second is that Tenda Games will share all the resources of its own games in this game editor, completely free of charge. As for new games that have not yet been released, all resources will be shared in the editor 3 months after the release. In addition, this editor can basically realize all the functions of the official editor, such as different users can purchase or share game resources from each other. Just these 2 points, Qiaolu game editor has a unique competitiveness. Compared with other commercial editors, the charges of Qiaolu game editor can be said to be very conscientious. It is equivalent to being open to all independent game producers for free. If the game is really a big hit and the revenue exceeds 10 million, they will not care about the 5% editor copyright fee in the end. Compared with the official game platform, the biggest advantage of this editor is that it shares all the resources of Tenda Games, and these free resources will continue to be updated in the future. Although there are many game resources on the official platform, after all, it is not mandatory for all manufacturers to share valuable game resources, so everyone can only buy some relatively ordinary resources. Really high-quality resources must either be bought or made by themselves. For those independent game producers, making games on the official platform will inevitably face the problem of tight budgets, and the quality of the game is also difficult to guarantee. However, most of the high-quality resources can be found in Qiaolu game editor, so that the game has a good appearance at the beginning, which undoubtedly greatly increases their success rate. Of course, the most important point for the success of a game editor is whether it is easy to use. From this point of view, Qiaolu game editor also has certain advantages over the official editor. After all, the official editor was developed by integrating several different editors, and the developer's understanding of game design was not particularly deep. In addition, as time has passed, many designs no longer seem to be in line with current trends. The Qiaolu game editor was developed by Lyada and many developers of the Qiaolu game platform. During the development process, the developers' usage habits were taken into consideration, and many redundant functions were deleted, making it easier and smoother to use. Xiaoliang plans to play this editor in a while, and maybe he can also achieve a gorgeous transformation from an upmaster to an independent game producer? As for the official release process of the game Humbly, it is similar to the game content, and it feels a bit disaster-ridden. Now the release time has actually been postponed for more than 3 months. This is not entirely because of the delay. There are some minor flaws in time management when developing such a large-scale project for the first time. The main reason is that Humbly needs to cooperate with the Qiaolu game editor. Liada considered that after the Chaolu game editor went online, there seemed to be no game to promote the editor and show the powerful functions of the editor to all independent game producers and players. So he discussed with Yan Qi whether it is possible to consider redoing Shuli with the Chaolu game editor. After examining the Chaolu game editor, Yan Qi found that the effect would be better if the Chaolu game editor was used, and many of the functions he had designed before could also be implemented more conveniently for an action game. Many details, including the sense of attack, will directly affect the player's gaming experience. If switching to the Chaolu game editor can bring a better experience, then why not? It's just the right opportunity to expand the game content. So the game Shuli was redone before it was officially released. Of course, this is not a complete overthrow and redo, because Liada had already thought about this possibility before designing the Chaolu game editor, so the project plan in the official editor can be directly packaged and transplanted to the Chaolu game editor. After the transplant, the producer only needs to use the editing function of the Chaolu game editor to make minor changes to the original project. It is also convenient for the two editors to communicate with each other, and those independent game producers can freely use two different editors for editing. Of course, this transfer is not without cost, and each transfer may induce some small bugs that need to be fixed. But in any case, this gives independent game producers a new solution. As for the merger plan of GOG and IOI, it has been advancing efficiently and steadily. And before this major version update, Tenda Games has already found a large number of people to conduct testing, especially professional players of the two games. After all, professional players represent the ceiling of the game level. If the requirements of professional players can be met, then ordinary players should not have much objection. These professional players also participated enthusiastically. After all, this concerns their jobs. As for the specific details of the internal test, because the people who participated in the test were very strict, not much information was leaked, and most players can only wait anxiously for the launch of this merged new version. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. I always feel that Tenda Group's recent actions are getting faster and faster, and President Pei seems to be in a hurry. He doesn't want to retire after graduating from college. That's too outrageous. I don't think anyone with a normal mind would do such a thing. I don't know when, a rumor circulated on the internet that President Pei has actually planned his work after retirement. Whether it is training responsible persons or accelerating the expansion of new fields, it is paving the way for his smooth retirement. If you ignore President Pei's age, just looking at this series of measures will seem quite reasonable. But the problem is that President Pei has just graduated from college. Not to mention working until the legal retirement age, people in their 40s and 50s are in their prime, so they should at least work until they are 50 before retiring, right? Tenda Group is booming and the situation is very good now. Even if President Pei wants to retire, it would be too early. This rumor is really outrageous. Okay, dear audience, let's take a look at the new editor of the Chaolu game platform. I think that with my appreciation of games and rich experience, I should not be much worse than those independent game producers. I declare that I will definitely make the next Ink and Clouds. At that time, my next issue of Fengshan Works will be to explain the game I made. Xiao Liang confidently told the audience in the live broadcast room about his ambitions. He opened the Chaolu game platform editor seriously and began to compare it item by item with the official game editor. You can directly use the editor to create a new project, and you can also provide corresponding guidance based on the player's account data on the Chaolu game platform. It will give priority to recommending players to make the game type they prefer, and will also provide certain guidance based on the difficulty of production. This novice guide is very good, very detailed, and very suitable for players like me who have no foundation at all. Compared with the official editor, the threshold will be lower. Okay, now we have successfully created a grassland in the game. However, the grassland currently only has textures, which looks very unreal. Let's put a realistic grass on it and put a sheep eating grass. Well, not bad, very perfect. Then our first game is completed, and its name is Sheep Eating Grass. Players can walk around happily on this green grassland from the perspective of sheep. This is a game with rich gameplay. But relatively speaking, the content is still a little thin. Let's make a wolf invasion gameplay. Well, but how to add attack actions to this wolf? I understand, so it's done this way. Oh, no, it seems that something is missing. Oh, I understand, that's it. Oh, no, there is still a small problem. It doesn't matter, don't panic, you must be patient and meticulous when making games. Let's study it carefully. This study took an hour. Looking at the mocking voices on the barrage, Qiao Liang scratched his head and felt very puzzled. Something's wrong. What was I trying to do in the beginning? It seems I just wanted to give this wolf an attack action. Then what are all these things I made now? After struggling for a while, Qiao Liang silently clicked the close button and clicked no on the pop-up dialog box. Do you want to save the project? Qiao Laoshir's attempt to transform into an independent game producer failed after just 1 hour. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1662 Shuli. The audience laughed at him. It's so funny. Old Qiao is like a self-satisfied food critic who insisted on trying to cook by himself, and ended up like this. People should not be too confident. Why do you think you can be an independent game producer? Don't you have any idea in your mind? I can see that the difficulty of the Qiaolu game editor is indeed lower than that of the official editor, but it is still not something that someone with the IQ of old Qiao can handle. Qiao Liang defended himself very unconvincedly. You wait, after the broadcast, I will secretly work hard to study this editor, and one day I will bring out a finished game to blind your eyes. However, my failure today at least proves one thing, that is, independent game producers are really not easy. Every rubbish game that everyone sees may have condensed the hard work of a group of people. Of course, rubbish games should be criticized, but everyone should also appropriately support the work results of independent game producers and look at their excellent aspects. That saying is right, what you learn from books is shallow, and you must practice it to know it. From the perspective of a player, you can criticize any game without restraint. Only when you are a designer can you understand the difficulty of this. Qiao Liang recalled the process of his previous attempt to make a game. In fact, at the beginning, he just wanted to make a wolf that would eat sheep, but then he found that he encountered a small problem, that is, he didn't know how to add attack actions to the wolf. This small problem was solved quickly, but after solving it, new problems were discovered. For example, within what range does the wolf make an attack action? Should there be blood splashing after the action? Should there be more attack actions to make it more realistic? What if the wolf's attack action does not match the sheep well, and there is a situation of biting in the air or penetrating the model? There are a lot of such problems. In order to realize a very simple function in the game, the design behind it is huge. It's like cooking. It's easy for diners to taste a dish that is salty or bland, but for chefs, the final taste of a dish may be completed through more than a dozen different processes, and any problem in any process may cause the final result to deviate greatly from their expectations. The difficulty of this is incomprehensible to those who have never really cooked. Qiao Liang discovered that this editor actually had an unexpected benefit, which was to allow ordinary players to experience the daily work of game designers. Because the original official editor was not open to everyone, there was a certain threshold. And most players basically would not deliberately download the official game editor, so there were still a few players who had truly experienced making games. But the Qiaolu game editor is built into the Qiaolu game platform. The initial program is actually not large, but it contains a large number of plugin packages and resource packages. Many players will try the editor function when opening the Qiaolu game platform out of curiosity. Those who try it out like Qiao Liang can at least understand the difficulty of game production. And those who are really talented and like game design can continue to download new packages and resource packages. Continuously improve your design level through self-study. Maybe one day in the future, another excellent independent game producer will appear. After reading the Qiaolu game editor, Qiao Liang looked at Xu that he had been waiting for a long time. The game Xu has been delayed a lot, but the official has made it very clear when it was delayed that this time they will make some changes to the new editor and explain that new game content will be added. So although the players are not happy, they are still full of expectations. After all, there is a saying that no one will remember a rubbish game that is released on time. Unless this rubbish game has enough bugs to become a meme. Of course, this is just a joke. But the truth is correct. If a game is released 1 or 2 months earlier or later, the impact is actually not great. The key is to see how good the game is. Qiao Liang had already purchased and downloaded Xu and entered the game directly. The game opens with a promotional animation, which is not fundamentally different from the promotional animation released during the preheating, except that the details are more refined. The last scene is still the old Taoist priest picking up the baby in the monster village, turning around and leaving, and a raging flame burned everything. The camera turned and officially entered the game plot. A young man with a sword on his back kowtowed to an unnamed grave next to a mountain hut. Obviously, according to the development of the plot, the old Taoist priest should have taken the child to the deep mountains to teach martial arts, and at this time the old Taoist priest had passed away, and the young man was going down the mountain to kill monsters. Then, the initial novice guidance phase began. Qiao Liang found that he could control the protagonist to move, attack, use some simple spells, or pick up items. Players can enter the small hut to pick up some props. You can also go to the open space around to hit a few wooden stakes or perform the various operations in the novice guide. While doing this, the boy will also recall the old Taoist's exhortation. The 4 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and military have their own strengths. Although you are learning from me, you don't have to stick to the Taoist method. As long as the 4 Taoist magic can save the people of the world, they are all worthwhile. The world is in chaos, and demons are causing trouble for the world. We should eliminate demons and defend the way to save the people, so that the people of the world will no longer suffer from the pain of exile. Let people of insight no longer lament the sadness of the millet. People follow the earth follows the sky follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The road is under your feet. How to walk, remember, think twice before you act. After a simple study and familiarity, the boy went down the mountain. Qiao Liang also officially began his journey of suffering. Although Millet has released some trial videos before, Qiao Liang still thinks it is just a turning back as the shore with a changed background. After all, the feeling of suffering given by the entire combat system is very similar to that of turning back. But after playing it, Qiao Liang found that there are actually big differences between the two. Xu is not a poor imitation of turning back, but has its own design concept in it. In the plot of Xu, the protagonist will inherit the 4 schools of Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism and military science. Each system will give the protagonist powerful abilities beyond the basic combat system. The basic combat system is similar to turning back. Various weapons such as swords, spears, swords, and halberds have different uses. It is certainly a way to play by simply honing your own operating skills and skillfully using various weapons to pass the level. But if the powerful abilities of 4 different systems are used, it can have an effect of adding wings to a tiger. Although the 4 systems can improve player attributes, they have their own characteristics. For example, Taoism is suitable for players who make full preparations before the battle and pursue maximum improvement. Buddhism provides permanent gain effects, which are suitable for lazy people. Confucianism can target the enemy's weaknesses and is the best choice for speed running. Only the big players with superb operation can maximize its effectiveness. The military law is a very versatile effect, suitable for players who are just getting started. You can make preparations before the battle in advance, and you can also improve the group gain effect when online or summoning NPCs. It is a brainless choice for novices. This reflects that the design concept of Humbly is fundamentally different from Huishuren. Humbly allows players to reduce the difficulty of the game through a variety of rich game mechanisms and skill combinations, and even achieve the effect of mowing the grass in some key battles in the first round, so that players can pass the level without thinking. Of course, the premise is that you have a very deep understanding of the game mechanism. If players don't like to study the game's combat mechanism and turning back is the shore, it doesn't matter. As long as they die a few more times, they will always get better with practice. But in Humbly, if the player is stubborn and doesn't learn the game mechanism, but always insists on using the flesh to fight monsters, then the final outcome will most likely be quite tragic. Of course, it is difficult to say which of these two designs is better or worse. It can only be said that they are aimed at different groups of players and focus on different game fun. In addition, there were rumors that Humbly might adopt a level-based layout. This once seemed to be a plan of the design team, but this plan obviously did not continue in the official game. Humbly is still a seamless large map like Turning Back is the shore, and each scene is closely connected. There will be no stiff operation of switching levels. Players play the role of this young man and travel around. They will come to many different scenes during the game. For example, in the northern border, the protagonist will participate in the battlefield between the Central Plains Army and the foreign cavalry. You will also personally experience the scene of countless pagodas collapsing in an instant and soldiers destroying Buddha. In addition, you will enter the heavily guarded imperial city, talk to several important characters in the current plot, and choose to support one of the princes to become the new emperor. All these scenes are connected to each other, and each scene has a magic circle for players to teleport between different scenes. In this way, a miniature version of the fictional world is constructed in the game. Of course, the earliest Humbly project team wanted to make it in the form of levels, and this statement is not groundless. Yanqi did have such an intention at the beginning. Because such a seamless large map and level mode, these two approaches actually have their own advantages and disadvantages. Because the game mechanism of Humbly also includes the gameplay of brushing, players may repeatedly experience the battle in a certain area to obtain the props or resources they need most. At this time, it will be more convenient to use levels to make. However, after repeated consideration, Yanqi felt that the level mode still weakened the player's sense of immersion in the game too much, so he decided to make more efforts to achieve the same effect on the seamless large map. In short, players can use special props or symbols to temporarily change the state of a certain area, let themselves return to a special time node, reparticipate in a specific battle, and then get relevant rewards again. The entire seamless world will still change according to the progress of the plot. Although this approach is not perfect, it at least combines the seamless large map and the level mode as much as possible, and creates a swipe-swipe gameplay on the seamless large map. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1663 Miraculous Merger Success. Additional updates, please give monthly tickets. During the game, there are not many plots, but each plot is very important. The game, Humbly, has several endings. First, within the Imperial City, players can choose to support different princes and give suggestions when the prince makes a certain decision. The choices made by these princes and the suggestions given by the protagonist are directly related to the following plot. For example, when aliens invade, different princes will have different choices, and the protagonist can participate in the war at different stages of the alien invasion. The earlier you go, the more likely you are to expel the aliens and reduce the massacre of civilians, but you may not have time to resolve the internal conflicts in the Central Plains. If you solve the internal conflicts in the Central Plains first, such as participating in the anti-Buddhist campaign or helping monks escape, it will delay time and may cause changes in the situation on the alien border battlefield. In addition, players will also have close ties with the four schools of Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism and military. Choosing to help them can obtain resources and help from them, but it will also trigger hatred from hostile forces. During the course of the game, players have to constantly make choices at some key nodes. It is not only a matter of choosing A or B, but also a matter of the timing of making choices. The various paths are complicated and may affect the final outcome. It should be difficult for players to understand it in 1 week, but this game is originally designed for multiple weekends. In multiple weeks, players can experience different story endings and cultivate their own characters in a targeted manner, so as to experience different combat modes. This plot mode arrangement is fundamentally different from Turning Back on the Shore. Turning Back on the Shore actually has only one main line. Although players can also play different endings, generally speaking, they do not need to make too many choices, but more to feel the most original emotions brought to them by the game. But Humbly is more like a world that is constantly changing dynamically, and every choice made by the player will affect most areas in the world. Maybe the final ending will not make the player's feelings so profound and strong, but the player can indeed feel that his every move is affecting the world, and the final ending is ultimately cast by his own series of choices. Xiao Liang played for several hours in a row, but still felt unsatisfied. This game is really fun, and it is very different from Turning Back to the Shore. It's worth waiting for it for so long. The key is that this game integrates the game mechanism and cultural background very well, and people don't feel the slightest sense of disobedience. Mr. Pei's decision to invest in this game was really far-sighted. After all, the producer of this game was still making mobile games at the time. Who would have thought that he could make such a high-quality standalone game? The key is that this game can be played repeatedly. This kind of random gameplay is really irresistible. No more words, this game takes at least 300 hours. What, the new issue of Fengshen's Hezu? Forget that. I need to take a good rest recently and revisit the fun of the game. Xiao Liang ignored the barrage asking him to release a new issue of Fengshen's Hezu to interpret Humbly because he inexplicably had an urge to retire. The anti-Tenda alliance has already fallen, Tenda Group has won a great victory, and Tenda Games has too many good games, one after another, and he even feels that he can't do it. Moreover, Xiao Liang felt that his career as a game review-up host seemed to have reached its peak after the release of the 10th issue of the masterpiece, which had a profound impact on the battle between Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance. There was no room or space for further progress now. He wants to be a simple game player, put aside those complicated analyses, put aside those profound connotations, and feel the initial fun that the game brings him. This should be considered a return to nature in a sense. After the game experience of Humbly came to an end, Xiao Liang finally opened GOG, which he had not logged in for a while. He wanted to see what this game would look like after a major update and the successful merger with IOI. It must be said that only President Pei has the brainwave and courage to merge the two most successful MOBA games on the market. Since the news was released, many players have expressed concerns about this, and Xiao Liang is no exception, fearing that this change will accidentally smash the two games at the same time. But President Pei seems to be very determined about the merger and has been pushing it firmly. Now this situation is a one-shot deal, and there should be no turning back whether it is good or bad. After logging into GOG again, Xiao Liang felt that this game was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Familiar, because the overall interface style has not changed much. And unfamiliar because some small changes have been made to some details. These changes are the kind that you can get used to at a glance, and even some careless people will not notice them. But they do make a huge difference to the revised GOG. After entering a pleasant match, Xiao Liang happily locked the Wind Inkman, and then happily ended the game with a record of 0-11. It seems that there is no big change. There were 3 IOI heroes in the previous game, but I don't know why I didn't feel any sense of disobedience at all. It's like GOG has released a new hero. The map seems to be a slight compromise between the two games. In the past, GOG's map was smaller, and IOI's map was larger. Now it feels quite suitable after a compromise. Some map mechanisms in the game have also been slightly changed, but I don't think there is anything wrong. It's outrageous that there is no big sense of disobedience. Before entering the game, Qiao Liang had imagined 2 possible situations. The first is that the game changes are not very successful, and the traces of splicing and splitting can be clearly seen. There is a forced softness and a sense of incongruity. The second is that the game changes are relatively successful. The sense of split is not obvious, but the entire game mechanism has changed dramatically and has become a brand new game. Many game contents have to be learned from scratch and slowly adapted. But what he didn't expect was that neither of these 2 situations would happen. The 2 games actually blended together perfectly and so naturally, as if they were supposed to be like this. If you have never played these 2 games, you may think that both GOG and IOI are split from the current game. This is really amazing. If you think about it carefully, this situation can be barely explained. In fact, the difference between GOG and IOI was quite obvious at the beginning, and they went to 2 extremes. It was this differentiation that allowed GOG to overtake with a series of strategies and means. But after that, IOI made adjustments and modifications to the game several times, and kept moving closer to GOG in the core of the game. At the beginning, the FV team was able to achieve results in the IOI World Competition with the routines and playing methods of GPL, which shows that the 2 have already shown some form of convergence. And with the continuous development of the 2 games, in order to bring players a better gaming experience, this trend is constantly strengthening. Of course, Finger Company does not want to admit this, so they made some changes, especially in the picture style and some details that were deliberately made different from GOG. But this change is ultimately superficial. Therefore, with the joint efforts of the GOG project team and the designer team of Finger Company, and after a large number of test feedback and adjustments from professional players, the merger of the 2 games was finally completed. After the merger, of course, we also took the players' feelings into consideration, and tried not to make too many changes as much as possible, so that players can get started more easily. Now it is finally released for ordinary players to experience, and it is obvious that this change has won the unanimous satisfaction of professional players and designers. This feeling is a bit like some players who quit the game and return to the game a year later. The content of the game has indeed changed a lot, and there are many new heroes that I have never seen, but as long as I play 2 games, the familiar feeling will slowly emerge and I will adapt quickly. Qiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. I actually succeeded in merging the 2 games. In addition to being awesome, I can't think of any other words. And this merger is equivalent to 2 games, both of which have been updated with several major versions, and hundreds of new heroes have been released at the same time. These new game contents are enough to play for a year without repeating, and I feel like I'm back to the feeling when I first came into contact with MOBA games. No wonder President Pei is so determined and even formulated a rectification plan for the 2 major leagues. Obviously, he is confident in this merger. These 2 games have changed. The corresponding World Championship and the entire league system will naturally change. Previously, the FV team was still struggling with whether or not to transition from IOI to GOG. Now they don't have to worry about it anymore, and everything is starting over. This year's competition will go on as usual. After all, these players have been playing the old version for a year. It is a bit unfair to them to make drastic changes suddenly. But starting from next year, the 2 leagues will merge into 1 league. Of course, it is hard to say whether the GOG team or the IOI team will have an advantage after the merger. Everyone has to learn each other's heroes, the changed game mechanisms, and new playing routines. In this process, some players may not adapt, and perhaps a group of new talented players will stand out. But this change is also the fun of MOBA competitive games. For GOG players, the competition is certainly fierce, but it also means that the entire league has more attention and more players. The commercial value of these players will also be improved. And in this competition, they feel that they will have more advantages. For IOI players, it is not a loss. After all, this game has been getting worse and worse before, and it is even about to be merged into an Asian server. The value of the league is constantly declining. What they face is not the question of whether they are competitive or not, but whether the league can continue to be held, and whether they still have commercial value as players. Many games were once very popular, but becoming a professional player is ultimately a job for young people. Once the game declines, the professional careers of these players will be over now that the two games have merged, although they will be under tremendous pressure and challenges. At least it is the strong ones who speak with their strength. The weak ones will be eliminated, instead of losing their jobs with the decline of the game, regardless of their quality. For the audience, this is also a good thing, which means that the entire league will be more popular, the economic level will be higher, and more exciting games can be presented, and higher attention will be obtained. In short, this is a difficult choice with huge risks. But the Tenda game department still succeeded in this miraculous way under tremendous pressure and misunderstanding. Once successful, the previous problems will naturally no longer exist, and there will be countless benefits. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1664, Maybe Tenda Will Be Better Without Me? October 20th, Sunday. Nameless Restaurant. Today is the day when Tenda Group reserved the restaurant. The heads of various departments gathered together, eating snacks and drinking tea while waiting for President Pei to arrive. Although the 20th of each month is a fixed day for reserved dinner, today's dinner for the heads still made everyone feel a bit unusual. Yufei is the least experienced among these heads, so he doesn't know much about the current situation. He turned to ask Huang Sibo, who was sitting next to him. Brother Huang, you all said that President Pei may have something important to announce this time. Why? Isn't this a regular dinner? Since the great success of the game and movie, The Future You Choose, the novel of the same name written by Yufei has also been very popular. For readers, Yufei's transformation from a novelist to a game producer can be said to be a very successful transformation. Many people even advised him to stop writing novels and concentrate on making more good games. As a result, Yufei is now in a very tangled state. He feels that he can make such a game mainly because of the guidance of President Pei. He does not have any strength, but on the other hand, he feels that he has gradually felt the joy of making games, and feels that it is not bad to be a game producer and write novels. Especially in the special atmosphere of working in Tenda Group, he can grow rapidly under the guidance of President Pei, which makes him feel that the current state is pretty good. It's just that this seemingly regular dinner with the leaders made him feel an unusual atmosphere, so he wanted to find the answer from Huang Sibo. As one of the veterans of Tenda Group, Huang Sibo is also one of the earliest employees who followed President Pei. He is obviously more sensitive to the direction of the wind than Yufei. He took a sip of tea and said, in fact, since the success of the game and movie The Future You Choose, President Pei has not come to the company for more than half a month. Even when he came to the company, he just stayed quietly in the president's office alone, rarely calling the department heads over to explain the work or ask questions. Although this seems to be a regular dinner, since President Pei came out, he must have something very important to announce. Yufei suddenly realized, oh, is this the President Pei you often talk about in good times? That is to say, President Pei will have to find ways to develop new businesses or carry out in-depth reforms in the company in the next period of time? Huang Sibo shook his head slightly. I don't think things are that simple. Indeed, when Mr. Pei is in good times, he always thinks about the next stage of problems in advance, but this time Mr. Pei's reaction is a bit abnormal. After each success before, Mr. Pei was often able to quickly give the next stage of planning. But this time Mr. Pei took a long time to think and did not ask for opinions from the person in charge, which shows that Mr. Pei is probably not thinking about business issues, but some deeper and more complex issues. And at this dinner with the person in charge, Mr. Pei may announce the next stage of the plan. This plan may be very bizarre and very unexpected, so be mentally prepared in advance. Yufei nodded, and had a clearer understanding of the current situation. He carefully sorted out the work of Tenda Game Department in recent months, and also guessed what kind of new plan Mr. Pei would give. As everyone was talking, Mr. Pei arrived. The persons in charge stood up to greet him, and Mr. Pei waved his hand to signal them to sit down. Yufei looked at Mr. Pei carefully and found that Mr. Pei's expression was a little serious. He hadn't seen him for a while, and Mr. Pei seemed to be a little haggard. I don't know if it was his illusion. Maybe Mr. Pei was really thinking about a very complicated problem, so he spent so much energy on it. Pei Qian looked around at everyone, and then said, "Today, I invite everyone to dinner, and I have two small things to talk about. It has nothing to do with the company's business, so just let everyone know." The responsible people all listened carefully. Although President Pei said it was a small matter, everyone knew that it must be a big deal. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough to send a notice? There is no need to make such a big fuss. Pei Qian said, "First thing. In the next 2 months, that is, until the end of December, each of our departments will hold a negative profit activity. That is to say, we will try every means to make the profits of our department negative by giving benefits to users, expanding production scale, and laying out new industries. Without affecting the company's cash flow, we will try to reduce profits to the lowest possible level and maximize turnover. In the future, we will hold such an activity at the end of every year. Everyone should always remember that there is no need to keep so much useless funds in Tenda's account. Because the funds lying on the books represent a huge waste of resources, all departments must keep this in mind. In the future, each department must not only be able to make money, but also be able to spend money. The second thing. From today on, everyone should try to get used to the fact that without me, all work can be carried out smoothly. Let Tenda Group continue to develop along the previous route. Because I will not come to the company again in these 2 months. And starting from January next year, I will leave Jingzhou. I may go anywhere in the world for a year, but I may not come back after a year. So you have to get used to the fact that I don't exist in the company." When this was said, the responsible persons were in an uproar. In fact, many responsible persons have prepared themselves in advance and think that President Pei must have a major announcement this time, but no matter how well they prepared themselves, they would never have thought that President Pei would say such a thing. Although this negative profit activity is a bit strange, it is understandable in terms of the corporate culture and corporate values of Tenda Group. The responsible persons can come up with many explanations themselves. For example, we should focus on taking social responsibilities, giving wealth back to society, always pay attention to the capital turnover rate, ensure the speed of the company's development, etc. For the responsible persons, how much money the department spends and how much money it makes was originally coordinated by President Pei. Now it has been changed to each department to spend money by itself, although there will be some inconvenience in terms of coordination and efficiency. But for the responsible persons, this obviously gives them more power and makes them more handy when handling the work of their department. The key is the second point. President Pei is actually leaving Tenda Group. First, he will not come to the company for 2 months, and will leave Jingzhou in the next year, and may not come back even after a year. How can this be possible? Although Tenda Group is now a giant company with business covering all fields, extending to the whole country, and even developing overseas. But the responsible people still feel that the company has grown under the wings of President Pei. Without President Pei, wouldn't the company lose its backbone? It seems that the building is about to collapse. Although all the work of Tenda Group is currently being carried out by each department, it is not known whether President Pei has read the work reports submitted by everyone. But at every critical moment, President Pei will always come out, overcome all objections, turn the tide, and let Tenda Group go on the right path. President Pei does the work of a decision maker, which is the most important job. Everyone in the company can be replaced, except President Pei. It's like the empire is booming, but the young and strong emperor suddenly announced that he will ignore the government from now on and bury his head in cultivating immortals. It is unacceptable for a loyal minister. Huang Sibo was particularly confused. He raised his hand and asked blankly, "Boss Pei, do you mean to retire?" He himself didn't quite believe it. It is not uncommon for company founders in their 20s to achieve financial freedom and decide to retire, but such founders usually choose to sell the company before retiring, but that is mostly because these people feel that the company can no longer go further under their leadership and cannot achieve greater development. It is better to retire after success, achieve financial freedom in advance, and look for the meaning of life in other directions. If a company has grown into a huge giant, it is invincible in all fields and is deeply supported by all customers. In this case, which founder will retire? The company is the founder's life's work. Under the premise of broad development prospects, how can the founder feel at ease to hand over the company to others to operate? What's more, the so-called retirement after achieving financial freedom. This is obviously a complete separation of work and life. Only those who think that work is to make money and to enjoy life better will think so. For those who regard work as the goal of their life struggle, or even the highest meaning of their existence, they will work until they can't work anymore, and even after retiring in public, they will secretly maintain control of the company. From any aspect, it is extremely unreasonable for President Pei to retire at this time. Pei Qian shook his head. "It's not retirement, but I won't interfere in the company's specific business unless it's necessary." To put it bluntly, he is just sitting in the position of president, but not doing the president's work. Hearing this, the responsible persons were a little relieved. Fortunately, as long as President Pei is still the president of Tenda Group, everyone still has a backbone in their hearts, and they always feel that someone is there to cover for them when they encounter critical problems. Yufei was the most confused. He slowly raised his hand and asked, "But, President Pei, if you are not in Jingzhou, what should I do if I encounter problems in the company's department business in the future?" Pei Qian smiled slightly. "You can ask Huang Sibo or other responsible persons. If you encounter any problems that are really difficult to solve, the responsible person will hold a meeting to discuss. There will always be a relatively reliable conclusion. There is no need to pursue perfection in everything. For the current size of Tenda, it is important to be enterprising, but more importantly, don't forget your original intention. Maybe without my meddling, you can make Tenda Group develop better?" Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1665 Regrets Starting Tenda. The people in charge thought that President Pei was being modest and trying to comfort them, but Pei Qian knew in his heart that what he said was all true. And it was a helpless true statement. Is it the joint efforts of all employees that has enabled Tenda Group to grow to its current size, or is it that President Pei is destined to succeed in every reverse guidance? This is already a messy account that cannot be calculated at all. However, Pei Qian felt that from his own perspective, he obviously believed that the company could still run smoothly without him. After all, no one knew better than him that he, the president, actually did not do any work at all. In addition to making things worse, he was just a mascot. To be honest, he felt that the meaning of his existence might be similar to that of Xiao Tang. Seeing that the responsible persons were still puzzled and wanted to raise their hands to ask questions, Pei Qian hurriedly said, "Okay, this matter has been settled. Everyone should focus on the negative profit activities in the next 2 months. I will not come to the company in these 2 months, but I will continue to think about how the company will develop in the future. I will hold another meeting in 2 months to make new arrangements. Maybe I'll change my mind by then. The responsible persons looked at each other and stopped talking. They clearly saw that President Pei had made up his mind, and no one could persuade him in this situation. And President Pei didn't say anything final. Since President Pei will seriously consider the future development direction of Tenda Group in the next 2 months, maybe there will be some new discoveries in the process of thinking, and he will change his mind. Then let's wait and see after 2 months. If President Pei still insists on his decision at that time, it may mean that this decision is indeed a better choice for Tenda Group. At that time, all the responsible persons can only obey, and then carefully analyze the deep meaning behind President Pei's move. Pei Qian raised his glass. Everyone has worked hard during this period, but I still hope that everyone can make persistent efforts and achieve better results in the next negative profit activities. After the dinner, Pei Qian strolled to the nearby esports Holy Land ruins accompanied by Zhang Yuan. The reason why this place is called Esports Holy Land Ruins is that this area once gathered most of the teams in the entire GPL league, and many domestic esports clubs developed from here. However, with the rapid development of the domestic esports industry, mobile villas alone are not enough to support the daily training of these large teams. Therefore, the major teams began to gradually move their bases to other places in Jingzhou, and the buildings of esports bases became taller and taller. As for the several old bases here, they were preserved as a tourist area for esports enthusiasts from all over the country to come and make pilgrimages regularly. After arriving in Jingzhou, go to the stadium to watch a game, and then take a look at the old site of this large base. For many esports spectators, it is a very attractive route. Pei Qian came to the old site of the DG Esports Club, sat on the sofa, and recalled the various past events of the founding of this esports club. He even felt a little sad. How are the preparations for the new league going? Pei Qian asked. Zhang Yuan replied, from the current situation, everything is going well. For the esports players on both sides, although there are different disadvantages and advantages. But overall, everyone is still standing on the same starting line. This merger will inevitably lead to the emergence of a group of newcomers and the retirement of a group of old players. There is nothing we can do about it. We have been expanding the esports industry as much as possible and finding the most suitable jobs for these eliminated athletes. I think this is a very difficult but necessary thing to do. It can't be rushed. It may take 2 to 3 years or even longer to finally fully integrate the players and spectators of the two games together. Pei Qian nodded slightly, thought for a moment and then reminded, the popularity of esports is getting higher and higher, which is of course a good thing, but we must always pay attention to it. Guide the enthusiasm. Although it is common for fans of both sides to be too involved in similar fierce competitions and to attack and abuse each other. But we still have to try to avoid it and maintain a relatively healthy environment. The more difficult many things are, the more we have to do them. Zhang Yuan nodded quickly, okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Yuan hurriedly asked, Mr. Pei, are you really going to leave Tenda Group? I'm not sure why this is necessary. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, I can't give you a very powerful explanation now, but I believe this choice is right. Back home, Pei Qian leaned on the sofa, and the whole person suddenly felt a sense of relief. Since the great success of the game and movie The Future You Choose, Pei Qian has not been to the company for more than half a month, but has been staying at home. At the beginning, he was a little desperate and a little skeptical about life. Because no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out how such a situation that was bound to lose could be reversed. The anti-Tenda alliance had clearly dealt a fatal blow, but the Tenda Group still inexplicably managed to escape danger, from now on, the development of Tenda Group will be smooth, and no company can really hinder Tenda. Of course, as a giant, Tenda Group only exists in China, and its influence in the world is not very strong. But the problem is that how far a company can go in the international business does not actually depend on the real strength of the company. It depends more on some other factors. Objectively speaking, Tenda Group has reached its peak at its current level and scale. This peak does not mean how much market it occupies in the world, nor how big its size is, but that it is on the most correct path. Its booming trend and the appeal and brand image established in the minds of domestic consumers have formed a cross-dimensional blow to other companies. It's like a large-scale battle. The moment of real victory may be to attack the enemy's base camp and bring the culprit of the entire war to justice. But in fact, the result was doomed as early as the turning point of the war in the key battle. Pei Qian was standing at this turning point at this time. He looked back at the past development of Tenda Group and looked forward to the future of Tenda Group. What he saw was a soaring curve. At this time he felt confused and lost. This confusion and bewilderment is not just about his worry about losing money when settling this cycle. It comes more from the unbridgeable gap between Tenda Group and President Pei in the eyes of the outside world, and between the real Tenda Group and Pei Qian himself. There is no other person in the world who can empathize with this gap. Pei Qian has never agreed with any praise from the outside world. He always feels that he is just an ordinary person who has a little determination and can stick to the bottom line of being a human being. But now the praise and admiration of the outside world for him has reached an increasingly outrageous level. There is a saying, if virtue is not in line with the position, there will be disaster. Pei Qian thinks this sentence is really appropriate to describe himself. So Pei Qian has become more confused about his future and the future of Tenda Group as the final business war comes to an end. On the one hand, Pei Qian is worried that he will fall down and be smashed to pieces one day because he is praised so highly. On the other hand, he is worried that Tenda Group has developed into the current behemoth and has mastered such huge resources. Will there really be any accidents one day? Sometimes mastering resources is a kind of danger in itself. The scene depicted in The Future You Choose is not just Pei Qian's attempt to make fun of himself, but he does have this underlying worry in his heart. Tenda Group is so powerful that even he, the president, does not have complete control over it. Maybe others think that once Tenda Group goes astray, President Pei will immediately take action and bring Tenda Group back on track with an iron fist. But Pei Qian may have to ask one more question at this time: am I worthy of it? Netizens, including Xiao Liang, have conducted in-depth analysis of the game and movie The Future You Choose. And Pei Qian has naturally read a lot of similar analyses. Although these people have made all the wrong analyses of President Pei's initial intentions and motives, the content of these analyses themselves is very meaningful. So what Pei Qian is worried about now is not only how to complete the periodic settlement, but also how to get a big hand from the system in the end. He is more worried about where Tenda Group will go in the future. He has been thinking about it for more than half a month, but he has only come up with a little bit of preliminary ideas. Next, he will have to spend 2 months, even a year, or even longer to think about this issue more deeply. Pei Qian really regrets starting Tenda. His original goal was just to get a villa from the system, but now he has inexplicably received a lot of praise that should not belong to him, and naturally he is in shackles. If there is any problem in the future of Tenda Group, then he, as the president, will be the first person responsible. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sighed softly, feeling a little melancholy. In short, things have developed to this point. Don't think about anything else in the next 2 months. Let the person in charge handle the loss. Whether there will be a loss or not depends on God's will. I can't do anything about it anyway. Pei Qian found that the system seemed to have fewer and fewer restrictions on him. If Pei Qian had directly issued negative profit activities to the heads of various departments a year or two ago, such an order would definitely be warned by the system. but now he can say it directly. If we really want to dig deeper into the reasons, it is very likely that the original heads would consider the negative profit activity as a deliberate loss of money, but now they will not. Even if Pei Qian mentioned the negative profit activity, these heads will only think that this is something that President Pei has special requirements for the development of the company. It is difficult to say whether the lifting of this restriction in the system is a good thing or a bad thing. From the positive side, this lifting means that Pei Qian can issue more and more clear instructions to achieve his goal of losing money, but from the pessimistic side, perhaps this means that everyone has misunderstood Pei Qian, and even if he speaks the truth, everyone will always think in other directions. It has to be said that this scene seems to be full of black humor and irony. Pei Qian leaned on the sofa and looked up at the sky, his whole body filled with melancholy. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1666, Game of the Year. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. December 7th, Saturday. In the Moyu Internet Cafe, Xiao Liang, Cui Geng and several other online novel authors were playing in the new version of GOG while paying attention to the big screen not far away. With the rapid development of the Chinese website, Cui Geng, the Pigeon Spirit, is now a well-known big author. Xiao Liang is now a well-known anchor, but there are too many people in Jingzhou, and everyone doesn't care much about the occasional celebrities and internet celebrities. The big screen should have played the latest GPL League games or internal games in the internet cafe, but today is different. On the big screen is the TGN Awards ceremony on the other side of the ocean. TGN is also the most influential Game Zone Awards ceremony in the world, known as the Oscars of the game industry. Of course, there may be some people who don't believe in its credibility. Every time the annual game is evaluated, there are some people who disagree or rush the judges. But in general, it is still the highest honor in the current game circle. Many game producers are proud to win the Game of the Year award at TGN. Xiao Liang played the game for a while, then looked at the big screen and asked, "Where is it?" Someone immediately answered, "It's almost there, don't play the game yet. The Game of the Year will be announced soon." Hearing this, almost everyone in the internet cafe put down the game they were playing and turned their heads to look in the direction of the big screen. A few players even stood up from their seats and got close to the big screen to watch carefully. Yu Fei went to the award ceremony with several key employees from the game department. President Pei still didn't seem to plan to be there, which made fans who loved Tenda games feel a little sorry. Although it's not certain that you will win an award if you go, what if? In fact, Tenda Games has won several small awards at the TGN Awards ceremony in previous years, but they didn't cause much waves. The reasons for this are also complicated. On the one hand, President Pei seems to be very passive and unenthusiastic about such award ceremonies. Neither the game department nor the film department actively participated. On the other hand, Tenda Games' main influence is still the first in China, and its target audience is also in China, so its influence abroad is relatively weak. The previous games, whether Turning Back, Struggle or Mission and Choice, are all excellent, but their main advantage is that they have achieved the ultimate in the same type. However, if they want to be the Game of the Year, they are still subject to many constraints. This time, the future you choose is undoubtedly a strong contender for the best Game of the Year. Although the players all say that for President Pei, there is no need for a so-called Game of the Year to prove his position in the global gaming circle, but it is always a bit sour to say this without winning this award. Everyone is still looking forward to winning the Game of the Year and putting President Pei on the list of world-class game producers. The TGN stage is huge. It has been in the waiting stage before. The latest promotional videos of several games have also been played on the big screen. These are the new expansion packs of masterpieces that are highly anticipated by global players, which aroused cheers from the audience. The host came to the front of the stage, and the scene was quiet. Everyone in the internet cafe also gave up their concentration and waited for the results of the awards ceremony. The host cleared his throat solemnly and said, "This year is a very special year. While the game industry is developing rapidly and traditional game companies are making great efforts, we are also delighted to see the rapid rise of many emerging game companies. Games from some countries and regions have injected fresh blood into this awards ceremony. This is a very good phenomenon for TGN. We look forward to more game companies emerging and making the global game industry more colorful. Now please invite the TGN band to play a song for all the nominated games." The camera switches to the live band, which is ready to play the theme music of the game. The theme music of several nominated games is well integrated, and along with these theme music, game clips begin to appear on the big screen, each game lasting about 1 minute. These are all the top 3A masterpieces this year. The world's gold medal game producers have devoted their efforts and spent a lot of money to win the title of Game of the Year. When the screen of The Future You Choose appeared, warm applause and cheers broke out at the scene and in the Moyu Internet Cafe. It was also a mobile game, but domestic players were obviously more surprised. They didn't expect that this game would be so popular abroad. I didn't expect the people on the scene to respond so enthusiastically. Do foreigners like this game too? Yes, You Choose the Future has a great influence abroad, whether it's a game or a movie. I can only say that the subject matter chosen this time is very pleasing. I think the gameplay of the game You Choose the Future is very interesting. Whether it is the game mechanism or the map structure, this kind of online game gameplay can attract the largest group of players. Secondly, the plot is more profound, and both domestic and foreign players can interpret what they want, although the two interpretations may not be the same. Yes, the same is true for movies. The game You Choose the Future obviously has different interpretations for domestic players and other foreign players. Although foreign players do not pay attention to the business war between Tenda Group and the Anti-Tenda Alliance, and do not necessarily agree with Xiao Liang's interpretation of the business of this game, this does not prevent them from interpreting and understanding this game from their own perspective. Foreign players also have no shortage of hatred for big companies and concerns about similar cyberpunk worlds. Moreover, You Choose the Future, whether it is a game or a movie, tends to show the whole picture of the world from the personal perspective of the protagonist, and uses foreign names and background settings, which is easier for foreign players to substitute and accept. All the candidate games have been revealed, and the next step is the final award ceremony. The host came to the stage again with the trophy in hand. The awards here are different from those in movies. They are presented by the host. Now I am very happy to announce that the winner of the Best Game of the Year, selected by 47 media and fans around the world is Tenda Games, The Future You Choose. As soon as the host finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers broke out at the scene, the camera turned, and Yufei hugged his colleagues one by one in a somewhat incredible way, and then came to the stage. It can be seen that he was very surprised and a little nervous. Even when he took the TGN Game of the Year trophy from the host, he still felt a little sleepwalking. First of all, thank all the judges of TGN and the players around the world who love Tenda Games. On behalf of the production team and all the staff of Tenda Group, I thank all the players for their long-term support. To be honest, I am still a little dazed now, because I didn't expect that as an ordinary novelist, I could win the honor of the Game of the Year. Although I am the producer of this game, President Pei is the one who gave this game its soul. President Pei did not come to the scene today, but under my repeated requests, he finally agreed to write a short paragraph of what he wanted to say to the players, and I read it on his behalf on this occasion. As he said, Yufei took out the letter he had prepared in advance from his pocket. After the on-site translator relayed his words, the scene broke out again with applause and cheers. Foreign players have long heard of Mr. Pei, so it is a pity that he did not come to the scene this time. However, Yufei said this for Mr. Pei, so it was not a loss at all. I am deeply honored and pressured by the love of players all over the world. The meaning of the existence of games is to bring happiness to people, and at the same time it has the power to change the world. As a player, I think the most wonderful feeling that games bring me is the sense of unknown, because we don't know what will happen in the next second in the game, so we are obsessed with it. Just like in reality, you can never predict what consequences will occur after you make a decision. I sincerely hope that Tenda Games can also bring happiness to all players in the future. I also hope that all players can find the carefree spiritual world of childhood in the game and gain the power to change reality from the game. Some free-spirited people like to play games, but for us players, games are life. Thank you again for your love for Tenda Games, and I hope that all employees of the game group can continue to work hard to bring better games to players. The scene broke out into thunderous applause and cheers, which lasted for a long time. And this award represents the beginning of the era of Tenda Games. Everyone believes that this is not only a leap for Tenda Games, but also a brand new beginning for the domestic game industry. When an era is truly opened, it will not end easily. The development of the domestic game industry can be said to be ill-fated, and the honor of finally winning the Game of the Year is not only due to the joint efforts of President Pei and all employees of the Tenda Game Department, but also to countless independent game producers who insist on their dreams and players who always unconditionally support the development of domestic games as a strong backing. And as the industries laid out by the Tenda Game Department gradually gain momentum, more producers will surely be inspired to work tirelessly for higher pursuits in the future. Chapter 1667 Settlement. Tuesday, December 31st. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Qian lay on the sofa, silently waiting for the final moment of the system settlement. During these 2 months, he basically stayed at home and did not go to the company again. All the affairs of the company were discussed and decided by the responsible persons themselves. Each department carried out negative profit activities, and naturally the responsible persons racked their brains to think about how to spend money for Pei Qian, and the traditional spending patterns including charity activities were naturally carried out step by step according to the original process. Although the charity activities of Tenda Group have not yet formed a particularly large scale, they have formed a good inertia. Led by Tenda Group, many companies across the country have participated in the Chuzui plan. This charity activity has developed rapidly, and many companies and individuals have responded. Pei Qian always fully utilized the charity quota allowed by the system, so these charity activities naturally grew stronger and stronger, and it was difficult to stop. During the 2 months of seclusion, Pei Qian also thought about many things, including where he should go in the future and how the entire Tenda Group should develop. At this moment, the transparent light screen of the system in front of Pei Qian gradually unfolded, and lines of handwriting emerged. Wealth Conversion System 2.0. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 1000 to 1, loss conversion ratio 10 to 1. Settlement will be completed soon. Fixed asset value will be re-estimated soon. System funds, 15.77 million plus 42.47 million plus 15 million. Fixed assets, 424.73 million. Infrastructure projects, 1.5 billion. Click to expand fixed assets and infrastructure project details. Personal property, 5.08 million. Seeing the final system fund figure, Pei Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, handing the work over to the responsible persons is much more reliable than racking your brains to do it yourself. The responsible persons racked their brains to spend money and rushed to organize activities to expand the market, which made Tenda Group develop rapidly while consuming cash flow rapidly, directly suppressing the system funds to the point where only more than 10 million were left. Of course, since Tenda Group has better cash flow than most companies, the working capital in the company's account may be recovered soon, but it is enough to deal with the settlement. This result is far better than Pei Qian's initial estimate. Although some fixed assets were added, according to the final result, Pei Qian was still able to get more than 10 million yuan as planned. Although there were some deviations in the process, the final result was achieved as Pei Qian had originally expected. However, after the dust settled and saw this number, Pei Qian did not feel ecstatic or excited, but greeted this fact with a rather calm mentality. Even a little bit of worry and confusion appeared in his heart. The system screen continued to roll. Settlement in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 15.77 million plus 42.47 million plus 15 million. Fixed assets, 424.73 million. Infrastructure projects, 1.5 billion. Personal property, 19.01 million. When Pei Qian settled last time, he already had about 5 million yuan in personal property, and he had many ways to earn extra money, whether it was bonuses from cooperation with other companies or other income. The extra income every month ranged from hundreds of thousands to several 100,000 yuan. Pei Qian actually spent a lot of money this year, buying all kinds of the latest digital products and some more expensive odds and ends. He spent more freely this period, but even so, his personal wealth did not change much. Now that the 10 million yuan converted by the system has been received, Pei Qian's personal property has been directly raised to a huge figure of 19 million yuan. But unlike usual, this change did not bring any happiness to Pei Qian. He still remembers how ecstatic he was when he first got more than 1 million yuan from the system. He kept thinking about using the money to buy a new house for his parents, a new car, and decoration expenses, and he was full of energy. But now, for Pei Qian, the 10 million yuan in the account seems to be just a change in numbers. Pei Qian now has 2 or 3 properties, and most of the expenses in life can be completed through the company without spending money himself. Originally, he wanted to get another 10 million yuan in the end. In addition to the dream of buying a villa, it was more of a reluctance. He felt that it was a bit embarrassing that he had to go through so much trouble to get a few million yuan from such an awesome system. But now that the short-term goal has been achieved, he feels a little confused. What's the point of just leaving the 10 million in your account and earning interest? There's no way to create real value. There are many places in the world that lack money, but Pei Qian himself doesn't really need the money. Yes, buy a villa, decorate it well, and hire 2 nannies to take care of your daily life. Then what? Buy a bigger villa, a seaside mansion, and build a manor. The manor is full of luxury cars worth millions, and has its own private jet. Or just buy an island and live an isolated life. If these are the goals, Pei Qian can continue to fleece the system until the day he dies. But such a system is used to satisfy these selfish desires, which is a bit of a waste of resources. If Mr. Pei's existence is like other rich people in the world, proud of the personal property numbers on the wealth rankings, and focusing on manors, yachts, private jets and luxurious life, then what is the difference between him and an ordinary person who is mediocre and controlled by material things? The word richest man may literally mean the person with the most wealth. But if you just greedily possess wealth without using it, then this person should not be called the richest man, but a vampire. Money has become a number, and this feeling makes Pei Qian feel alert from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, new words appeared on the system screen again. The system will be updated and upgraded. Please read the update instructions carefully and make a choice after the update. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that he would enter a settlement cycle of 1 year or longer, but he didn't expect that the system would be updated and upgraded again. The last upgrade was very far away for him. At that time, the system adjusted the profit and loss conversion ratio based on the Matthew effect. I wonder what kind of adjustment the system will make this time. Combining the industrial scale system of Tenda Group, the capital quota, the personal property of the host and other factors, the system will be finally upgraded to version 3.0. After the upgrade, the system will enter a fixed settlement cycle and settle once a year. The profit and loss ratio will be finally adjusted. After the adjustment, the profit conversion ratio is 50:1 and the loss conversion ratio is 50:1. After the adjustment, the host can only choose one of the settlement methods of profit or loss, and after the selection, it cannot be changed in the future. The system will combine the development and operation status of Tenda Group to dynamically determine the initial system capital quota at the beginning of the cycle to ensure that the host can achieve an appropriate conversion quota regardless of whether it is a profit or loss goal. The result of this selection cannot be changed. Please consider it carefully. Pei Qian was stunned. He didn't expect the system to make such an adjustment. This adjustment does not have any additional benefits. It is very simple and crude, and only changes 2 points. The first point is to fix the settlement to once a year, the second point is to adjust the profit and loss ratio, all become 50:1, and dynamically determine the system's initial capital to ensure that no matter whether you choose profit or loss, the theoretical income at the time of settlement is considerable. But at the same time, the system also requires Pei Qian to choose between profit and loss, instead of the previous one. During the cycle, Pei Qian can decide whether to make a profit or a loss based on the actual situation. Although the wealth conversion ratio of profit and loss was very different before, the wealth converted from making money is actually not small when there is no loss. And now Pei Qian must make a choice, and he will never be able to change it after the choice. The conversion ratio of profit and loss is actually 50:1. That's right, this system is called the wealth conversion system, but it has never been called the loss system, and the initial wealth conversion ratio seems to be randomly generated. Conversion through making money or through losing money is within the rules allowed by the system, but I didn't expect that this time making money and losing money would become the same ratio, and only one can be chosen. The current situation is actually not difficult to analyze. Pei Qian has been studying this system for so long, and has basically mastered the use of the system. Judging from the current situation, it is obviously more beneficial for him to choose to make money. Because there is a limit to the personal property converted from losses, but there is no limit to making money. Let's take a simple example. For example, at the beginning of the next cycle, the initial funds given by the system are 300 million. Then, according to the current conversion ratio, even if Pei Qian reduces the system funds to zero at the time of settlement, the money he can convert is only 6 million. But if he can use some means to make the system funds at the time of settlement become 600 million or even more, then the income will exceed the income achieved by the loss. It is not difficult to turn the system funds from 300 million to 600 million. There are too many loopholes to exploit. Tenda has so many benefits and so many industries. Just a little bit of money can be made. What's more, Tenda Group has now taken off. It has entered more industries to make more money. The company may have several years of rapid development in the future. Under this continuous expansion, overall, the difficulty of making profits in the future will be less than the difficulty of losing money. And even if he chooses to make profits, Pei Qian does not need to have too much psychological burden. The bosses of other companies also benefit from the development of the company, but the money is so much. If it is given to the boss, the company's development funds or employees' wages will naturally be reduced. But Pei Qian's income still comes from the system, and the company's funds are still the same. Pei Qian gets money from the system, which will not have much impact on the company's operations. Even if they all earn personal wealth through the company's profits, Pei Qian is still very different from other company bosses. From a personal perspective, no matter how you analyze it, it is more advantageous to choose profit. Pei Qian couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. It seems that the system is going to give me the ultimate test. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1668 The Choice Between Loss and Profit. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian did not spend too much time thinking, although the system suggested that he could consider this question for a long time and was not in a hurry to make a decision. I choose loss. His decision was not immediately adopted by the system, and another line of text appeared on the screen as a second confirmation. Once the choice is made, the system upgrade is completed, and it will never be changed in the future. Do you confirm? Pei Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. It is because the future cannot be changed that I am so sure. If the future can be changed at any time, I am really afraid that one day I will make a decision in a hurry because of a private jet, an island of my own, a world-limited top sports car or something else. Once the choice is made, it can never be changed. I don't want to have this opportunity to regret it. Because once I regret it, it means that my last line of defense as Tenda has also been lost. In fact, this multiple-choice question is not about choosing a way to convert wealth, but choosing two different identities. I can choose to be a rich slave, or I can choose a not-so-rich and upright person. The one who has the most property is just a slave of capital, and I want to be the master of capital. Wealth is not about how much you have, but how you use it. The richest man should not be the one with the most wealth, but the one who knows how to use wealth properly. I am just an ordinary person. It is impossible for me to resist this temptation forever, but fortunately I can make this decision when my mind is clearest, once and for all, so that I will not have the opportunity to regret in the future. The font on the system screen scrolled again. Wealth Conversion System 3.0. Host, Pei Qian. Loss Conversion Ratio, 50:1. Fixed Settlement Time, December 31st of each year. Initial system funds for the next cycle, 250 million. Click to expand details of fixed assets, infrastructure projects, and personal property. Seeing that the system has been upgraded again, Pei Qian's heart finally fell to the ground. After the dust settled, it was impossible to regret, which was a good thing. In the past 2 months, Pei Qian has been reading some people's analysis of Tenda Group's business model and the game and movie You Choose the Future. Some people praise Tenda Group and President Pei to the sky, while others want to trample Tenda Group and President Pei to the ground. Some people say that Mr. Pei is a business genius who has never appeared before. He is also a wise man and philanthropist who can see through the fog of history and has the whole human race in mind. Mr. Pei has created a behemoth like Tenda Group with amazing business wisdom, but he can stick to his original intention and use his idealistic brilliance to illuminate all employees of the entire company and all users. Let the light of his idealism continue to expand and affect more and more people. Tenda Group is a process of good money driving out bad money. Under the leadership of Tenda Group, domestic companies are either defeated or assimilated. From the game industry to other fields, the entire business environment has undergone earth-shaking changes. And it is not an exaggeration to call Mr. Pei, who created all this, the savior. Some people also say that Tenda Group is a huge scam. Mr. Pei and Meng Chang are both genius liars, but Meng Chang's rank is too low, and Mr. Pei's rank is so high that no one can see through it. Everyone thinks that Mr. Pei is a perfect person, but this is precisely the most dangerous thing. During its development period, Tenda Group can defeat all opponents through the will of the people, but no one can guarantee that one day Mr. Pei and Tenda Group will suddenly reveal their true colors and stand on the opposite side of everyone. And by that time, he will be the most terrible enemy. Pei Qian was a little amused and helpless while sighing, because these two statements are obviously not the truth of the matter, but they are both very close to the future that can be touched. Will Tenda Group never deteriorate? Pei Qian doubts this more than anyone else. Is there anything in this world that will never deteriorate? Many people think that President Pei is the embodiment of Tenda's soul and will, but Pei Qian himself knows that he is just an ordinary person. In the future, he will face various temptations. As Tenda Group grows bigger, the temptations it will face will become stronger. And President Pei actually has the supreme power of the entire Tenda. No one can compete with him for this power. Once Pei Qian's heart is lost, even if it is for a limited edition luxury car or a yacht, a private jet, he wants to make more personal wealth through the company's profits. Then perhaps the entire Tenda Group will collapse quickly. Either it will be quickly abandoned by the people, or it will be above the people and become a more terrifying existence. At that time, the scenes depicted in the game and movie The Future You Choose will no longer be a fantasy. So Pei Qian has always been thinking about how to firmly defend his inner defense line. Relying on personal willpower, that is absolutely impossible. This upgrade of the system gave him a perfect solution. As long as Pei Qian never directly benefits from the development of Tenda Group, but chooses to stand on the opposite side of Tenda Group, then he will be the biggest threat to Tenda Group. When he finds that something is wrong, he can cut the Gordian knot without pressure at any time. After making this choice, it also means that Pei Qian's identity is no longer just the president of Tenda Group, but also a ruthless regulator, so that Tenda Group can be forever free from the trouble of the capital appreciation curse. Pei Qian himself can also be forever free from the terrible situation of being controlled by capital. Maybe in the future, Pei Qian will regret the decision he made today countless times. Maybe this decision will cause him to lose a private island, several private planes, many luxury sports cars, and many sea-view villas, and many expensive things. But Pei Qian firmly believes that in the last second of his life, he will definitely insist on and be grateful for his decision today. Because this decision can allow him to step on the head of capital forever and be an upright person. It also allows countless people who may be oppressed by capital to live with dignity. Pei Qian thinks that using some planes and yachts can exchange for such a better future. It's really a good deal. So I have to thank the system. Without the system, I can't do anything. I don't know if I am the worst host in the system. After all, I have been dragging my feet for 4 years to get 20 million yuan by losing money. It's really embarrassing for the host. But maybe my way of playing is the most correct way to open this system? By accident, I chose the most correct way. I have to say that my luck is really good. Pei Qian sighed sincerely. January 3, 2014. The New Year's Day holiday is over, and Tenda Group has resumed its daily work. At this time, in the large conference room of Tenda Group headquarters, the responsible persons gathered together, with some worried and expectant expressions on their faces. Pei has not been to the company for 2 months. And the amazing thing is that although there is no decision from Pei, all the work of Tenda Group is still progressing smoothly, and even many businesses are developing better than before. The negative profit activity proposed by Pei not only has a warm response in the society, but also makes these responsible persons have some new insights into the Tenda spirit. Perhaps negative profit activities mean temporarily abandoning the company's profit attributes, taking on more of the company's social attributes, and using the company's development to feed back to society. Seriously think about the company's mission. In addition to making money, can it do something more important? Today, President Pei came to the company to hold a meeting with all the responsible persons. According to Mr. Pei, he wants to make some simple arrangements for the future development of the company. At the last dinner with the heads of the company, Mr. Pei once said that he would leave the company for a year or even longer. But at that time, Mr. Pei did not say it firmly, but left room for him to change his mind. So at today's meeting, Mr. Pei may also announce that he will not leave and continue to lead Tenda to fight for 20 years. Many heads of the company came to the meeting with such expectations. And this meeting is not only attended by the heads of various departments, but also by Lin Wan, Li Shi, and other company bosses who have close ties with Tenda Group. And the company bosses who follow Tenda Group, such as Lin Wan and Li Shi, have the same concerns as the heads of various departments of Tenda, and even more, For example, Leisure has always regarded Mr. Pei as his investment secret. No matter what project Mr. Pei does, he just needs to follow the investment without thinking. But now if Mr. Pei is no longer responsible for the various investments of Tenda Group, then his investment secret is equivalent to disappearing, right? Could it be that Leisure is also going to retire with Mr. Pei, which seems a bit unreasonable? Mr. Pei doesn't mind retiring early, but Leisure feels that he is still in his prime and there is no problem for him to work for another 10 years. As for Lin Wan, although Qingshan Studio is not cooperating so closely with Tenda Group, and Qingshan Studio has formed its own brand and game design concept, and even made great achievements in VR games. But without President Pei, Tenda Group always feels empty. President Pei is like a banner, which can unify everyone's spiritual world. Even if President Pei does not intervene in any actual company business, as long as he sits in the office, people will feel very at ease. It makes people feel that everything is on the right track and there is no need to worry if there are problems. But once President Pei is not in that office, but in a corner of the world where no one can find him, everyone will inevitably have a strong worry. In this atmosphere, Pei Qian stepped into the meeting room. Everyone looked at President Pei and found that he was not shy as before, but had a relieved expression, as if some problems that had been bothering him for more than 3 months of long thinking had finally been solved. Chapter 1669, Thanks and Arrangements. Pei Qian motioned for everyone to sit down, and then said, I invited everyone here today to announce some decisions. But before that, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone present. It is through everyone's joint efforts that Tenda Group has achieved its current scale and achievements. I just became the person who founded Tenda by accident, and you are the real founders of Tenda Group. Here I would like to express my gratitude to you one by one. Huang Sibo, LV Mingliang, Li Yada, Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaoban, Hu Xianbin, Min Jingchao, Zhang Nan, Yu Fei, thank you very much for being the head of the game department. Through your wild imagination and diligent execution, you have turned ideas into reality and brought one fun game after another to the players. Director Zhu Xiaozi, thank you for making so many wonderful movies, which has changed the atmosphere of the entire domestic film market. Bao Su, although you have been in many departments before finally becoming the head of Suffering Journey. But you have played a vital role in every job position, and I am proud of you. Zhang Yuan, Xiao Peng, thank you for finding a better operating model for Moyu Internet Cafe and supporting the esports industry of Tenda Group. Lin Sanrong, Rui Yuchen, thank you for changing the catering model of Moyu Takeout and even the entire Jingzhou, allowing many people to eat healthy and safe takeout. Pei Qian expressed his gratitude to the heads of various departments and fully affirmed their contributions during their tenure as heads of Tenda Group. This process was very long. Although Pei Qian's praise for each department was very concise, with only 2 or 3 sentences, Tenda Group now has too many departments and its business spans many fields. There are 40 or 50 departments of all sizes, and each department has 2 or 3 or even more heads and people who have made outstanding contributions. In addition to the bosses of other companies like Leisure, Pei Qian took more than half an hour to thank everyone one by one. Pei Qian has complicated feelings for these people. When Pei Qian was obsessed with creating losses to transform his personal property, these people were the biggest stumbling blocks on his road to success, always trying to find ways to backstab him and make money for him. Although Pei Qian sometimes felt extremely angry, at most he would send them on a torture trip or a haunted house, or transfer them to other departments through a first-in first-out system, but he never thought of demoting or firing them, because Pei Qian knew very well that they were all people who contributed to the company and the whole society. The biggest credit for Tenda Group to develop to its current scale should belong to them. As for Pei Qian himself, he might just be a lucky koi. And Tenda can achieve today's achievements and become the most beloved and popular company. Pei Qian has received so many praises that should not belong to him, which should obviously be attributed to these leaders. So Pei Qian wants to express his gratitude to them from the bottom of his heart, thanking these leaders for being able to complete this great cause with him. After Pei Qian thanked all the leaders, many people were a little uneasy. For example, Bao Su was one of them. Bao Su still remembers that he was once an internet addict boy who had no goals in life and wasted his time every day, but President Pei found him in a dim internet cafe, invited him to Tenda Group and changed his life. Although he was forced to travel countless times in this process, Bao Su is now grateful for his experience and is sincerely grateful to President Pei. And President Pei thanked all the heads of departments on such an occasion, revealing a very dangerous signal. Obviously, President Pei did not change his mind. He did not intend to lead these leaders to fight for Tenda Group for another 20 years. Instead, he would follow the previous decision. Although he would serve as president, he would still have to leave Tenda Group for a period of time. Maybe it would be a year, or many years. As soon as Pei Qian finished speaking, the leaders had already tried to persuade him to stay. President Pei, you are not really going to leave the company, are you? President Pei, the company cannot do without you. Yes, if we encounter new business problems or the company needs to transform, who should make the final decision? Yes, Tenda Group is incomplete without President Pei, I cannot accept it. Seeing the leader's excitement, Pei Qian waved his hand and signaled everyone to calm down. He smiled slightly, you don't have to be so excited. In fact, the current Tenda Group is already a whole that can operate perfectly on its own. There is actually not much difference between having me or not. It may even develop better without me. After all, no one is holding the company back. The leaders regarded this as President Pei's consolation or some kind of cold joke, but this cold joke was not funny at all. Pei Qian continued, I have thought deeply about this decision for a long time. As for why I finally made up my mind, there are mainly 3 reasons. First of all, each of you is very capable. If I were here, you would always want to ask me when you encounter major problems. This is not conducive to your true level. I hope you can explore a way to not only perfectly replace me, but also surpass me. I don't think it's difficult to surpass me. You should try it. Secondly, the continued development of Tenda Group will always go through such a process. After all, this company belongs to all employees and even all users of Tenda Group. The company's continued development must always try to use the most appropriate way to include everyone in the decision-making system and let it move in a more correct direction. Before, I just relied on I was lucky enough to avoid making big mistakes, but I dare not make such a guarantee in the future. So everyone needs to use their wisdom to let Tenda Group enter a new stage. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. I think it might be better if I stand in the position of a bystander. Finally, I don't want my identity to be only the president of Tenda Group. I also hope that I can have more identities. I feel that my ability is still far from enough, so I want to travel around the world. I want to have more time to study and think more deeply. I want to continue to grow and gradually become a person worthy of everyone's praise, and all of these require time and concentration. I don't want Tenda Group to be the limit of my life, so I don't want to be bound to it forever. The responsible people looked at each other. What Pei said seemed to be too modest, but it did make sense. As the president of a company, if you want the entire company to develop better, you have to pay too much. In the tedious things, many company bosses will completely lose their time and life. For those bosses who regard the company and career as the most important part of their lives, this is the life they want. But if Pei has higher pursuits and thinks that his life should not be limited to Tenda Group, then he also has the right to choose other lives. If Pei has been tied to Tenda Group and bound by the identity of president, then he really has no more time for self-improvement and self-improvement. So in Pei's eyes, his temporary separation from Tenda Group is for both parties to have better development prospects. At this time, Director Zhu Xiaozi, who had been silent, raised his hand and asked, But Mr. Pei, if all the responsible persons make decisions together, how can we be sure that the situation in the game, the future you choose, will not occur in the future? Without you, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist this temptation forever. It's easy to say no selfishness, but how many people can do it? If it's really in some extreme situation, I have no doubt that many leaders will put their personal interests or the interests of the company above the interests of ordinary people. As soon as this was said, the leaders echoed. It is obvious that they have the same concerns as Pei Qian, especially after The Future You Choose has pointed out this risk. More and more people have realized the necessity of this concern. At present, Tenda Group is still in a stage of vigorous development, and the leaders are also selfless, but no one can be sure whether it will be the same in 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. With President Pei, it is easy to suppress everyone's selfishness. Once there are signs, thundering measures can be taken to prevent it before it happens. But if President Pei is not in the company, and there is a large-scale degeneration among the entire group of leaders, who will turn the tide? Pei Qian smiled and said, I have also thought about this. I have also made some simple arrangements for this. First of all, I would like to share my ideas with you briefly. I think the so-called richest man should not be judged by how much wealth he has, but by what he does with the wealth. Having wealth does not mean mastering wealth. If you only think about increasing the value of your wealth, then you are actually just a slave to money. If the person who controls the wealth can use the wealth to do more meaningful and valuable things, then even if he does not have too many personal assets, he is actually the real owner of the wealth. The richest man should not only have money, but also have intangible power such as reputation, trust, cohesion, etc. Even if a person is temporarily poor in material, as long as he is rich in spirit, he can also be called the richest man. It is very narrow-minded to limit the concept of the richest man to the property owned by a person and to judge a person by the money he owns. This is actually to regard a person as a slave to money. People may not be able to live without money and material, but they cannot only have money and material. Money is a resource. People should know how to make good use of resources instead of becoming slaves to resources. I will always use this concept to restrain myself, remembering that I have to do as much as I have resources. If I waste these resources or use them for personal gain, then I am a sinner. I hope everyone can always keep this in mind. All of you together constitute the entity of Tenda Group. What Tenda Group will become in the future depends on the choices of each of you. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1670 Supervision. Last time to add more to ask for votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian paused for a moment and continued, Second, I will set up a supervisory committee above the original responsible meeting. The future development direction of the company will be decided at the responsible meeting to discuss the specific allocation of company resources. The supervisory committee will supervise the development of the entire company. This supervisory committee will be composed of 3 types of people. First, the senior responsible persons of Tenda Group, followed by the bosses of cooperative companies including Lin Wan and Li Shi. Finally, there are senior users or related personnel who have deep ties with Tenda Group, such as Ruan Guangjin, Xiao Liang, and Chui Geng. When a decision made at the responsible meeting causes strong controversy and more than 1/3 of the people in the entire supervisory committee express opposition, I will know immediately. Third, from now on, I will encourage various departments of Tenda Group to compete. No matter where I am, I will always pay attention to the development of Tenda Group. Whether a department develops well or not depends not only on how much money the department makes, but also on what kind of social impact it has, and how it is well known among ordinary people. All these factors will be taken into consideration. If the heads of some departments change their minds, I believe that the one that is more in line with the Tenda spirit will win. Even if there are mistakes for various reasons, I will come back at any time to correct them in time. For the Tenda Group, a complete split is not necessarily a good thing. After all, once the departments are split, it means that it is no longer possible to support those unprofitable departments through the allocation of resources from each department. However, it is not a good thing for each department to be highly concentrated, because this will make Tenda really enter a monopoly state. After losing competition, it will gradually decline. So I hope that every department head can become the successor of the Tenda spirit. I hope that the best talent will emerge among you and truly inherit the Tenda spirit. And I will always stand from the perspective of a bystander to observe the actions of the Tenda Group and be vigilant of its changes at all times. Pei Qian paused for a moment, then said, "Of course, maybe one day all the means will be ineffective. After all, there is nothing in this world that will never deteriorate, nor a dynasty that will never go downhill, let alone a mere company. But I believe that when that day really comes, we don't need to be too sad. Because the Tenda Group has been here, it has changed the world, and it has planted a seed in everyone's heart. If one day Tenda Group becomes a new evil dragon, there will definitely be someone who inherits this will and becomes the new dragon slayer." The responsible persons all bowed their heads and remained silent. For them, Tenda Group is still in its thriving youth, its future is immeasurable, and it can make many contributions to the world. Boss Pei's worries at this time seemed to be too far-sighted, as if he had seen his twilight years in advance in his youth. But this is not a kind of pessimism, but a kind of calmness and open-mindedness. Everyone should indeed accept this kind of calm and open-minded spirit. True idealism is not to have illusions, but to choose to stick to one's ideals until the end after recognizing the reality of this world. In that case, this matter is settled. Don't be sad or too emotional. The company's business will not change after I leave, and you should make decisions as you should. If the company really encounters difficulties one day, don't worry, I believe you can solve them properly. In a real critical moment, maybe I will suddenly appear in the president's office and take over Tenda Group again. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. I'll call a few people and you come to my office. Many leaders still don't want to accept this reality, and some even feel a little sore in their eyes. They feel sad when they think that they will never be able to ask Pei for instructions when they encounter problems. But they have to admit that what Pei said makes sense. All good things must come to an end. The reason why Pei is that he always makes decisions that are completely different from ordinary people at special times, and these decisions are finally proven to be correct. So this time, the leaders still choose to accept Pei's decision as usual, and then slowly figure out the deep meaning of Pei's decision. 10 minutes later, Pei Qian was in his office, took a last look at the furnishings inside, and carefully put his small blanket away and put it in the cabinet. Then he began to meet with several important veterans and ministers he named. First is Qian Hailu, Assistant Qian. In fact, with your ability, it is a bit of a waste of talent to be the president's assistant in Tenda Group. Of course, you are actually doing the work of the company's vice president, and your treatment and actual rights are also on par with the company's vice president. From today on, you are the company's highest executive vice president. When conflicts and disagreements arise among departments, you will coordinate. I am not worried about your ability at all. You will definitely be able to do a good job. For Tenda Group, you have always been an almighty guardian, and I hope you can continue to protect it in the future. Qian Hailu nodded as usual and said neatly, "Okay, Mr. Pei." But she paused for a moment and added, "Before making each decision, I will think carefully about the decisions you made before. I hope I will not let this responsibility down." Pei Qian nodded. The second person he wanted to meet was Ma Yang. Ma Yang said as soon as he entered the door, "Brother Qian, I don't want to work anymore. I think I have achieved financial freedom. I also want to travel around the world with you, continue to study, and we can still be classmates." Pei Qian smiled, "Forget it. You still want to play with me, are you trying to trick me? Whether you choose to stay in the company or leave the company, I support your decision. But I prefer to let you stay in the company because I know you. Although you have no idea about your level when playing games, and sometimes you always have a mysterious optimism, you can distinguish between right and wrong. You can also not be swayed by too much temptation of interests, which is the best quality. I think you can stay in the company, although you don't need to be responsible for specific business. But you can play a supervisory role. I don't ask how fast and smooth the future of Tenda Group will be, I just hope that it won't go astray. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Ma Yang was deeply moved. Okay, Brother Qian, since you trust me so much, I will continue to stay and shine for Tenda Group. The third person to enter the president's office was Lin Wan. Although Lin Wan is no longer an employee of Tenda Group, but the president of Qingshan Studio, Pei Qian still feels that some words should be reminded. I have always known that you are an idealist and a very executive person. Qingshan Studio has developed to its current scale, and your dream is being realized step by step. But for an idealist, the realization of the ideal is only the first step. I hope you can supervise Tenda Group from the outside with other companies. If Tenda Group deteriorates one day, then I hope you can lead Qingshan Studio and continue the spirit of Tenda Group. Lin Wan nodded, I will. If one day in the future, Tenda Group really becomes the target of public criticism, then Qingshan Studio will be the first to raise the banner of rebellion. But, Pei, you will still come back to Jingzhou often in the future, right? Pei Qian smiled, of course. The fourth person to enter the president's office was Huang Sibo. As a veteran of Tenda Group and a core employee of both the game and film departments, Huang Sibo is the representative of all Tenda employees. He has created huge achievements for Tenda Group, and it is also the Tenda Group that has transformed it from a frustrated and miserable planner to a world-renowned game and film producer today. Pei Qian said, about the future game business of Tenda Group. In the past, the game department has been making the games I want, and you leaders have never had a good opportunity to display your talents. Although Yu Fei is the head of the game department, his ideas are limited after all, so I hope you and producers such as Lu Mingliang will not give up game design. Whenever you have some new ideas, make a new game. The game department has always been the most important pillar of Tenda Group, both materially and spiritually. Huang Sibo nodded seriously, okay, President Pei. I will definitely pass on your game design concept and carry it forward. We must remember to cultivate more talents for the domestic game industry and contribute more good works. The last person to enter the president's office was Tang Yishu. Seeing his little mascot, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Xiao Tang, the company's management trainee system must continue to be upheld and deepened. I hope that you can form an independent department outside of the Tenda Group with the management trainees without being influenced by the company, and monitor the actions of the entire Tenda Group from within each department. If you find any problems, you can report to me directly. Tang Yishu nodded timidly, well, senior. If there is nothing special, can I ask you other questions? Pei Qian nodded, sure. Tang Yishu said, okay. Senior, I will complete the task. Pei Qian finally looked at the CEO's office and reviewed his legendary business life. In fact, at first, he just wanted to spend 50,000 yuan. But under the constraints of the system, Pei Qian accidentally took another path. When other people start a company, they desperately cut costs, reduce expenses, and do 996. Employees work overtime and are inefficient. When laymen guide professionals, the products they make are full of the smell of making money. So those who want to make money often make a little money, but their companies will never be able to grow and develop, and the final result must be a sad departure. When Pei Qian started a company, he tried every means to increase costs and expenses, giving employees enough rest time and overtime pay, so that employees could fully exert their enthusiasm and abilities. For employees, although they did not hold shares in the company, they were actually shareholders of the company, because if they left the company, they would never find a better job. So, the employees worked hard, coupled with innovative and unique product ideas, and appointed people who really knew the business as the person in charge, and the entire company naturally developed rapidly. Pei Qian couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if he really lost the 50,000 yuan? Maybe he would have a considerable amount of personal property now, but in that case, he would be no different from those rich second generations who eat, drink, play, and have fun every day and do not work properly. Wealth does not lie in how much you have, but in how you use it. The various restrictions imposed on Pei Qian by the system on the surface prevented Pei Qian from becoming the owner of the system funds, but in fact it was guiding Pei Qian to spend the money on more meaningful places. Wealth is a resource that can change the world. Maybe at the beginning, this change will be very small, but as long as it accumulates, it will eventually cause earth-shaking changes. Pei Qian is like that butterfly, gently flapping its wings. It triggered a violent storm. Now, Pei Qian has understood how he should use this wealth. He will continue to spend all the system funds on meaningful places as before, do high-tech research, work hard to make technological products that benefit ordinary people, revitalize those weak industries, advocate a healthy lifestyle, and subtly change the world to make it a better place. Nothing in Tenda Group will change. There will still be no overtime, the benefits will still be full, and they will still spend money to do things that other companies are unwilling to do, and they are still willing to do their best to make the world a better place. It's just that Pei Qian, who only thinks about losing more money, has to really work hard to become the President Pei in the minds of employees. Thinking of this, Pei Qian left the office and came to the office area. Looking at the serious-looking and hard-working employees, he smiled for the first time. Everyone, put down your work for a while. I have something to announce. Everyone looked at him in unison. Pei Qian cleared his throat. Since the establishment of the company, everyone has worked diligently and tirelessly, and they have all worked hard. Next, I hope everyone can continue to work hard to better achieve our goals, make Tenda Group better and better, and make more contributions to society. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then applauded enthusiastically. It has been a long time since I heard such an impassioned speech from President Pei. The employees were very excited, and it seemed that President Pei had something big to announce. Is there a big project to be done? Or has the new development goal and direction of Tenda Group been determined? Everyone was ready to fight and wait and see. Pei Qian had a serious expression, and he raised his hands in the air, and the applause stopped. Today is a good day. To celebrate, let's go off work early. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, we will have 3 days off. Everyone go home and have a good rest, and come back to work after you have recovered your energy. In the blank expressions of the employees, Pei Qian walked out of the company happily. The warm sunshine sprinkled on him, and he felt very comfortable. He still remembered that when he had just established Tenda Company, he had given employees 3 consecutive days off to celebrate the first day of work. Now, in order to celebrate himself and Tenda Group entering a new stage, he gave them 3 days off again. This is called a beginning and an end. Pei Qian looked up at the blue sky, and for the first time he felt so clearly that he had unlimited possibilities in this world. After leaving the company, Pei Qian returned to his residence. He took off his suit, took off his glasses, and changed into his usual casual clothes. He went downstairs to get a new haircut. I have to say that the barber shop on the street is really good. Pei Qian was a serious company president just a second ago, but after a few scissors from this street barber, Pei Qian turned back into a young man who had just graduated from college. I have to sigh that these magical barbers have the ability to turn magic into decay, but it's good that way. I'm afraid that few people would recognize Pei Qian in his current state if he walked in other cities. This reminded Pei Qian of the Superman joke. Many people say that Superman just took off his glasses, so why can't so many people recognize him? In fact, the reason is very simple, because Superman did not just take off his glasses and change his clothes, but more importantly, his image and temperament as well as the environment he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. Most people would not associate Superman with that ordinary, timid reporter. Pei Qian was the same. When he changed out of his expensive suit, changed his hairstyle, and walked on the street as an ordinary person, others would not associate him with the powerful President Pei. Moreover, Pei Qian had always avoided showing up in public before, and he also used his identity as an actor to cover himself up, which also helped to a certain extent. Of course, Pei Qian could not and did not intend to really change his appearance and live a new life in anonymity. He just wanted to be less disturbed. At this moment, he felt that he had finally put down the heavy burden on his shoulders. At this time, the president of Tenda Group is no longer his most important identity, and he has become his true self again. Well, next I will buy a villa. Then I will travel around the world, and then sign up for some courses to continue my studies. Oh, it's all Tenda's fault. If it weren't for this broken company, I wouldn't have neglected my studies. Pei Qian imagined a bright future while walking away. He was very grateful because he was in the most free state at this moment. He didn't need to be bothered by material things. This money was enough for him to live freely in this world and support most of his pursuits. On the other hand, he would not be tied to the company like other bosses, and become a tool man from then on. No matter how much money he made, he could not have his own life. Pei Qian's future goal is to work hard to improve himself. I hope that one day he can truly live up to everyone's expectations of President Pei. At the same time, he will always supervise Tenda Group to ensure that the company continues to be on the right path. Chapter 1671 Headquarters Building. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. 1 year later. January 3, 2015. Jingzhou City, Tenda Group's new headquarters. Tenda Group was founded in Jingzhou City 5 years ago. No one could have imagined that this small game company would develop into a world-renowned giant company in just 5 years. No one would have thought that the entire Jingzhou City would change with each passing day due to the rapid development of Tenda Group, and landmark buildings would rise from the ground in Jingzhou City. Whether it is the Jingji Hostel, the amusement park, the esports base, or the ubiquitous Moyu internet cafes, managed gyms, etc., the landmark landscapes, big or small, are all related to Tenda Group, which has brought about earth-shaking changes to the entire Jingzhou City. Among them, the new headquarters building of Tenda Group is the most spectacular. When the plane hovers over Jingzhou, you can see this huge building. It is like a huge bagua formation. The main building in the middle is a huge Tai Chi diagram, and there are 8 auxiliary buildings surrounding it to form the shape of bagua. Soon after the headquarters building was officially opened, many media came to interview and visit, and everyone was shocked by the unique creativity contained in this headquarters building. It is also regarded as a profound presentation of Mr. Pei's design concept, cultural concept, and Tenda spirit in architecture. At this time, at the entrance of Tenda's headquarters building, a new employee was looking at the huge and magnificent building in front of him in confusion and was deeply shocked. But soon a staff member came to greet him and guide him to join the company. According to the recruitment plan made by Mr. Pei before, Tenda has 4 recruitment exams every year, in February, May, August, and November. Among them, the recruitment exams in February and August recruit special talents, while those in May and November recruit regular talents. Whether it is a fresh graduate or a person with work experience, you can apply for the exam freely. For those employees who come to apply for the exam, Tenda has always given them plenty of time. After the long written test and interview in November, they will also leave a certain amount of time for them to handle the handover of their original work before they officially come to Tenda to join the company. This new employee has just arranged the handover of his original company and chose to come to Tenda Group to work officially after the New Year's Day holiday. After the leading staff took him into the headquarters of Tenda Group, the new employee felt like he had entered the Grand View Garden. He looked around and felt everything here was unfamiliar and new to him. The staff in charge of leading the team have obviously seen this kind of situation many times. They have to act like tour guides to introduce the structure of the entire Tenda headquarters building and the purpose of each part to each new employee. On the one hand, it is to enable them to understand the layout of the building and better adapt to the work here. On the other hand, it is also to take this opportunity to initially convey the working philosophy of Tenda Group and cooperate with the Human Resources Department to complete the ideological transformation of new employees. There are 8 auxiliary buildings around the headquarters building. They are also the 8 entrances to the building. We can directly reach the entertainment area through this building. These 8 buildings correspond to 8 different directions and 8 different hexagrams. They are mainly used to provide living security for employees. The bottom floor of these 8 auxiliary buildings is responsible for visitor check-in meetings or other related matters, and the middle floor is the employee restaurant. The 8 buildings represent different cuisines, which can meet the various tastes of employees. If you want to eat any kind of dishes, just go to the auxiliary building in the corresponding direction. The parts above the middle floor of these auxiliary buildings are all employee dormitories. The dormitories are all managed in a hotel style, whether short-term or permanent, but the company does not allow employees to stay in the company in principle. For new employees, the company will allocate sloth apartments for unified placement, and the living conditions are better than here. These rooms in the auxiliary buildings are mainly for some urgent employees or some external visitors to live in. The 4 entrances to the entertainment area are located at the traffic hub, so it is more convenient to enter from one side. So we will also enter from the entertainment area this time. Let me introduce you to the entertainment area first. If you drive to the company in the future, you can also experience the maze in the parking lot downstairs. I won't take you there today. The maze is only interesting if you walk by yourself. Listening to the staff's introduction, the new employee's face was confused and surprised. Although he had heard that the headquarters building of Tenda Group was different from other companies, after the staff's introduction, he found that Tenda Group was thinking about how to make things happen all the time. The 8 auxiliary buildings around the perimeter alone have so many tricks. Not only are 8 major cuisines arranged, but there are also internal hotels that can be checked in at any time. Tenda Group's business also includes signature restaurant chains such as Wuming Restaurant and Moyu Takeaway. Naturally, the food in the group's headquarters building will not be bad. Otherwise, wouldn't it be destroying its own reputation? The new employee said with emotion, "Working here, eating and drinking well every day, I'm afraid I'll gain weight." The staff laughed. "Fat? You think too much. When you joined the company, the gym membership card and fitness quota of the managed gym have been arranged for you. These fitness quotas cannot be evaded, they are as important as work tasks. When the time comes, I will definitely train you to death. Not to mention the regularly scheduled suffering trips and adventures in the terror hostel. Your special training may last for 3 months. The first month is to train your physical fitness in indoor venues and hone your spirit in the terror hostel. The next 2 months are to go to the special training sites of the Tenda Group located across the country, which may be uninhabited islands or deep mountains and forests for 2 months of outdoor survival training. If you can still gain weight after these trainings, then I can only say you are gifted. The new employee was shocked. Good man, it's really not easy to be a Tenda employee. In fact, he had heard that the Tenda Group would arrange suffering trips for employees, but it was said that it was mainly for the person in charge and key employees. How come it is now popularized even for new employees? When the new employee thought that he would be arranged by the suffering trip leader who was called Bao Yanwang in the future, he felt a pain in his liver. After coming out of the annex building at the entrance, the staff led him to the side to scan the code, and each of them received a balance bike. The main building is very large, and it takes a lot of time to walk around. Although our company encourages employees to walk more, if there are some urgent tasks and they are afraid of wasting time, they can also choose a self-balancing car. The placement points of these self-balancing cars are all connected to the smart network and are deployed by the AEIS artificial intelligence system. When no one is using them, these self-balancing cars will also drive to nearby placement points to charge according to actual conditions. Self-balancing cars at different placement points may also be transferred to each other to ensure that they can meet daily needs, and not all self-balancing cars are piled in the same place. So if you walk on the road and see a long line of self-balancing vehicles, going from one settlement point to another in an unmanned way, don't feel strange. Theoretically, the design of these self-balancing vehicles can meet the needs of most of the time. If you really find that the self-balancing vehicles are not enough, you can also choose the small sightseeing vehicles in the building for public transportation. If you find that all the vehicles in the building are not enough, it may be a special situation such as a large-scale celebration. At this time, you can report to your superiors and go home to work or simply ask for leave to rest. This is written in the company's system. In any case, as long as the working conditions of employees are not fully met, employees can refuse to work. The new employee exclaimed, "Wow, Tenda Group is really willful. If there are too many people in the company, then all of you employees should go home and rest. Don't come to the company to squeeze people and cause trouble for the company. I'm afraid only Tenda Group can do this kind of thing." The new employee has never used a self-balancing vehicle before, but this thing is not difficult to use. There are 2 handrails to hold, and you can drive it smoothly after a little adaptation. Leaving the annex building at the entrance, 2 people rode their balance bikes across the square and entered the main building in the shape of a Tai Chi diagram in the center. The large open space between the main building and the annex building is mainly made into a square and green garden. You can also see many statues of game characters in Tenda games, or some scene landscapes in the game. Many employees or tourists who come here for the first time will take photos with their favorite game character statues. The layout of the square and green park alone is enough to show the rich cultural heritage of Tenda Group. After entering the headquarters building, the first feeling of the new employee was that it was spacious and bright, as if he had entered a large shopping mall. The 2 yin and yang fisheyes of the Tai Chi diagram are located in the elevator room, but the staff did not take him to the elevator room first, but first came to the atrium. If you look down from a high altitude, the main building of the headquarters building of Tenda Group is like a huge Tai Chi diagram. The dividing line of the fusion of yin and yang has a clear separation, like a crack, running from bottom to top, and you can see that different floors can also increase the lighting, making the lighting inside the building more sufficient. At the center point of the atrium area in the center of the entire Tai Chi diagram, there is a huge landscape waterfall that separates the entire floor. The water of the waterfall rushes down and converges into a huge pool at the bottom. When you are near the pool, you can hear the sound of the falling waves of the waterfall, as if you are in the beautiful nature. Of course, there are also certain sound insulation measures around the waterfall to prevent these sounds from interfering with the normal work and play of employees in the work area or entertainment area. Chapter 1672 Tenda Spirit, Endless. The staff continued to introduce, the location of this landscape waterfall is the center of the entire building. You can also think of it as a city island. It plays a role in drainage, directing all traffic to the head of the yin-yang fish. As long as you walk clockwise, you can reach the escalator inside. If you want to go directly to certain floors, it is obviously the fastest to use the elevator at the yin-yang fisheye position, but if you want to better tour the scenery of the entire building, or when there is a large flow of people and there is no room for the elevator, you can also choose to take the escalator. From the bottom floor to the top, you can better observe the overall picture of the entire building. Tenda Group encourages mutual exchanges between departments. Whether in entertainment or business, they should work together and should not have sectarianism, so it is also very necessary to understand the location of other departments. It should be noted that both the gate and the escalator are one-way. You can go to the same floor from the work area to the entertainment area by using the gate, but you cannot go from the entertainment area to the work area by using the gate. You can only go to the upper or lower floor by taking the escalator. The new employee was stunned for a moment and asked, "So if I go from the work area to the entertainment area, when I want to come back, I can't go directly back to my workstation, but have to go to the upper or lower floor and then go around again?" The staff nodded. "That's right." The new employee was confused. "What?" The staff member smiled and explained, "The escalator connects the yin-yang fish at different levels, allowing each floor to flow smoothly. It symbolizes the harmony of yin and yang, and endless life. It also allows the people in the entire building to rotate continuously with the structure of the yin-yang fish. This is also a cultural concept that President Pei has hidden when designing this building." The new employee continued to be confused. "Although this concept is very good, what should I do if I want to return to my workstation quickly in the game area? Either I have to squeeze into the elevator, or I have to go around a long circle." The staff member explained, "If there is such an emergency, it is recommended to choose rock climbing or rappelling. However, the premise is that you must receive professional training in the suffering journey to obtain the corresponding qualifications." The new employee looked to the side following the staff's instructions and found that in the atrium that runs across the entire building, each floor has an area for rock climbing or rappelling. There are special staff in charge here. If necessary, you can show proof of special training during the suffering journey, and then tie a safety rope to climb or rappel, and quickly reach the floor you want to go. The new employee said silently, "Then I'd better wait for the elevator." The staff smiled slightly. "After you have really participated in the suffering trip and fall in love with rock climbing or rappelling, you will also want to climb here once. Life without climbing the Tenda headquarters building is incomplete." The new employee smiled very perfunctorily and expressed complete disbelief. The two people continued to go up along the escalator, and during this time, the staff continued to introduce the 24 solar terms of the entire building. According to the orientation of the 8 diagrams, the entire building is divided into 24 different solar terms, and the entire Tai Chi diagram is divided into 24 sectors. Employees in each area can take holidays according to these solar terms, and everyone has 2 solar term holidays every year. This is also a manifestation of Tenda Group's promotion of traditional culture. Employees can better understand the traditional solar terms from this holiday arrangement. Every employee knows the solar terms and holiday arrangements very well. Listening to the introduction, the new employee suddenly thought of a rumor that has been circulating in the outside world for a long time. "I heard some people outside discussing that the headquarters building of Tenda Group is like a huge bagua formation. It was specially designed by President Pei to suppress something. Is that right?" The staff smiled and was not surprised. Apparently, the new employee was not the first to ask this question. Tai Chi symbolizes the harmony of yin and yang, and endless life. It can also play a role in gathering qi. If explained in this way, then the entire Tenda headquarters building is a key position for gathering luck and allowing Tenda Group to develop better. Of course, some people think that the headquarters building of Tenda Group is suppressing something, and this thing is the invisible will proposed in the game The Future You Choose, that is, the desire for capital appreciation and the evil thoughts in everyone's heart. Maybe Mr. Pei hopes to suppress the invisible wool that may be parasitic on Tenda Group forever, so that it will never turn over, so that Tenda Group can never forget its original intention and remember what kind of company it is. Of course, this is just a beautiful vision. Our employees of Tenda Group are firm materialists and do not believe in so-called luck and metaphysics. After all, Mr. Pei did not rely on any luck in leading Tenda Group to continue to grow and succeed. He relied entirely on his vision beyond the times, his attitude of striving for excellence, his superb business methods, and his firm stand with consumers and the public. We at Tenda Group firmly believe that everything depends on human effort, and we will never give up. We will not pin our success on such illusory things as luck and metaphysics. The new employee nodded slightly, and had a deeper understanding of the Tenda spirit. The staff continued, if you are interested in the Tenda spirit, the Human Resources Department will hold a Tenda Spirit Learning Seminar at a fixed time every month. The Tenda spirit is a subject that is always new. If you are interested in it, you can also participate in the discussion and put forward your own ideas in your spare time. Okay, that's about it. You can report to the department head. If there is anything you don't understand, you can log into the Tenda Life app with an internal employee account at any time, and you can see the structural diagram of the entire building and the current status of each area. In short, Tenda Group is a warm big family. The purpose of our Tenda Group is to let every employee feel the warmth of home, not only to work hard here and get good material security, but more importantly to realize their own life value. Mr. Pei believes that as an employee of Tenda Group, work and life cannot be separated, and you cannot win the concept of working hard for a better life, but work should also be regarded as a part of life. Work is to better exert one's imagination and creativity, and obtaining good material conditions in the process is just a byproduct. There is also a booklet on Tenda Spirit in the information sent to you. It contains some specific examples of President Pei's development and growth of Tenda Group, as well as some interpretations of Tenda Spirit. Be sure to read it first when you go back, which will be very helpful for you to pass the Tenda Spirit test. The previous booklet on Tenda Spirit has been published, but it was not distributed on a large scale after printing, and was only circulated within a certain range. Later, as the content of the Tenda Spirit test questions became richer and richer, and the related cases became newer and newer, the content in this booklet has become a kind of basic knowledge. It is no longer possible to get the standard answer to the Tenda Spirit test directly by just looking at it, but it must be deeply understood and combined with examples to make in-depth thinking. Therefore, there is no need to hide this booklet and print it on a large scale. Strive to make every employee of Tenda Group have a copy, and there are also many people in the outside world who buy this booklet for interpretation and study, hoping to learn some useful content from Tenda's successful cases. The new employee waved goodbye to the staff and reported to his department with the information in his hand. On the other side of the building, in the entertainment area, some employees are experiencing Tenda's new games or the newly developed VR glasses from Qingshan Studio. The entire entertainment area covers a large area. There are various entertainment facilities inside, including Moyu internet cafes, managed gyms, etc., as well as large VR game equipment experience halls. All the latest entertainment projects of Tenda Group will first appear in this entertainment area for employees to experience and give their opinions. These employees naturally became the first batch of internal test experience users of Tenda Group. This is also normal. If a game is not good even for Tenda's internal employees, there is no need to take it out for players to play. Although some employees who are in a hurry and look anxious can occasionally be seen in the building, as if they are in a hurry to work overtime, there are more employees who look relaxed and natural, as if they are shopping in a mall, walking around the building. For them, as long as they complete their tasks step by step and improve their abilities step by step, it is enough. Someone once expressed concern about this phenomenon and asked Wu Bin from the Human Resources Department. The employees of Tenda Group seem to be stress-free and very relaxed, because their material conditions are fully met, they have no worries about food and drink, and they also have rich spiritual and entertainment activities. In the long run, will this make the employees and even the entire Tenda Group lose their fighting spirit? Wu Bin answered this question. We should encourage collective struggle, not individual struggle. When the entire group is in a state of stagnation, individual struggle may bring more performance and a better life to employees, but this is actually a huge loss. Individual struggle of employees cannot have too much positive significance for the improvement of the group, and will only make the entire environment fall into a state of involution. And the so-called collective struggle is that the entire company is on the right path. Everyone does not need to work too hard, but only needs to complete their own work step by step, so that the company can develop in the long run. Only when everyone is relaxed enough and will not be squeezed out of shape by various pressures, can employees exert their strong potential and spiritual blessings and freedom so that the entire company can move forward better. We hope that Tenda Group will strive for the collective rather than the individual. This is the most important lesson that President Pei taught us.